My name is Xiao Jiao Jiao. I was reborn. The moment I was born, I forced my eyes open, eager to see what kind of family I landed in. The room looked luxurious but ancient. Was I in the past? Before I could figure it out, someone spread my legs and announced with joy that I was a girl. My mother's tired but happy voice responded warmly. That was a good sign, at least they didn't prefer boys. In my past life, I had done countless good deeds, donated money, blood, bone marrow, and even saved people. But when I tried to stop a criminal, I got stabbed and died. Even in death, I donated my organs and saved 7 more lives. My virtue was so strong that the king of hell himself was nearly blinded by my glow. He decided I deserved another chance with my memories intact to enjoy a blessed life. But wait, something felt off. As I listened to the conversation around me, a name caught my attention. Manhwa. That was the name of the heroine from a melodramatic novel I had just read before I died. And the family I was born into? The doomed, loyal to the emperor, politically sacrificed Zhou family. Worse, the youngest daughter of this family, the one I had become, was supposed to die at age 3. I was furious. The king of hell had tricked me. Just then, a translucent panel appeared before my eyes. Karma Point Shop. Because of my past life's good deeds, I had 100 karma points to spend on items like agility charms, disguise pills, and even resurrection items. But everything was expensive. At least I could earn more karma. Soon, I was wrapped in a blanket and brought to my mother. She was breathtakingly beautiful. I fangirled over her in my mind, until she suddenly looked around in shock. Wait, could she hear my thoughts? Realizing my mother had suffered in the novel, I vowed to change our fate. But then I remembered, her suffering started today when a servant girl climbed into my father's bed. I had to act fast. I suddenly remembered a big problem. Tonight, a servant girl would try to climb into my father's bed. This was the root of my mother's future depression. After giving birth, she refused to let my father stay in her room. So, he went to the study. That night, drunk from celebrating my birth, he unknowingly allowed a scheming servant girl to sneak in. Though nothing actually happened, my mother never let go of her doubts, leading to years of sadness. I panicked. I couldn't talk yet. How could I stop this disaster? To my shock, my mother heard my thoughts. Instead of doubting me, she calmly accepted my warning. She believed that, as her own child, I would never harm her. Before I could think of a solution, my father and brothers arrived. My father was strong and charismatic, a true hero who had fought for the country. I admired him so much. When he picked me up, I gushed about him in my mind, only to see his hand tremble in shock. He could hear me too. Then, the real disaster struck. I recalled my family's fate. In the book, my father was wrongly accused of treason and executed, and the entire Zhou family was wiped out in one night. Hearing this, both my parents were horrified but remained calm for my sake. I knew I had to change our destiny. I swore in my heart to protect my family, no matter what. For now, though, the urgent issue was the scheming servant girl. My father truly loved my mother and never planned to take concubines, but traps were everywhere. I wished I could speak so I could help him set a trap for the girl instead. Just then, my eldest brother took me into his arms, followed by my second brother poking my cheek. Both were incredibly handsome, one gentle and refined, the other rebellious and proud. I couldn't help but admire their looks. To my surprise, they both heard me. My family wasn't normal, and neither was I. But one thing was certain, I would do whatever it took to keep them alive. My eldest brother, Qiao Tianjing, was 18 years old and a respected scholar official. Unlike my father, he took the civil path and became a hardworking assistant minister of revenue. He was calm and serious, radiating authority without even trying. My second brother, Qiao Dai, was 15 and following the military route. He was training in the army, but my father made sure he started with a small position to build character. Though hot-tempered, he always listened to my eldest brother. Both were shocked to hear my thoughts, especially when I revealed our tragic future, our family's wrongful execution, my eldest brother's gruesome fate, my second brother's battlefield betrayal, and my own untimely death at 3. But instead of worrying about themselves, their first reaction was fear for me. Hearing that I was destined to die so young made my whole family panic. My mother immediately decided to start accumulating virtue and karma for me through charity and prayer. I agreed. Karma points were my lifeline. But first, we had to stop tonight's disaster. If my father left for the study, the scheming servant girl would try to seduce him, planting a seed of doubt in my mother's heart. I cried in desperation, but before I could do more, exhaustion and hunger took over. I barely registered my father's voice, choosing to stay in the room instead of the study. My mother secretly ordered a trusted servant to watch for suspicious activity. Meanwhile, my father pretended to drink heavily, setting a trap for the girl. That night, half asleep, I overheard whispers. The girl had been caught red-handed. My father was furious. The next morning, I woke up to see my father's handsome, rugged face looking down at me. I barely had time to admire him before cries of begging and punishment filled the air. The guilty servant and her accomplices were being dealt with. One crisis was over. But I knew our family's real battle was just beginning. I had to grow strong, earn karma, and rewrite our tragic fate. I heard the voices outside and immediately panicked. Were they dealing with the scheming servant girl? Had she failed? Was my mother okay? Then, a name caught my attention, Huada. It seemed insignificant, but I suddenly remembered it was dangerous. Huada held a deep grudge against my father and later betrayed us. His son, working in my eldest brother's courtyard, secretly collected discarded drafts. Those documents were later used to frame my brother for treason. My eldest brother, usually calm, broke into a cold sweat when he heard this. Thankfully, my father was sharp. He began questioning Huada, uncovering the web of favoritism he had built over the years. His entire family worked in different parts of our household. When my father learned that Huada's son was indeed stationed in my brother's courtyard, his face darkened. Without hesitation, my father expelled Huada's entire family, ensuring they took nothing with them. He also ordered an investigation of their belongings, in case they had stolen from us. I was thrilled at my father's decisive action. He was strong, smart, and ruthless when needed. He even seemed pleased by my admiration, secretly sniffing me, as if checking if I smelled like flowers. My brothers, now completely convinced of my premonition abilities, became even more protective. As my eldest brother held me, I couldn't help but think he needed a wife. Someone who could keep his courtyard in order. I was already imagining my beautiful, kind sister-in-law. Hearing this, my brother stiffened in horror. My younger brother laughed at his misery, happy that he wasn't next in line for marriage. But my father's eyes lit up. He clearly liked my idea. Then news came. The Meng family had arrived to thank us. The moment I heard that name, I was wide awake. The heroine of the novel had arrived. And if she was here, that meant the male lead, the dangerous and cunning Prince Jing, was also lurking somewhere. This was bad. Our biggest enemy had just entered our lives. The servants announced that the Meng family had arrived. I was exhausted and hungry, but the thought of seeing the female lead filled me with excitement. I begged in my mind for my father to take me along. To my delight, he did. He even decided to receive the guests in the main hall, making it easier for me to observe. My father truly understood me. When Meng Manhwa appeared, I was slightly disappointed. In the novel, she was described as peerlessly beautiful, but right now, she was just a pretty but ordinary 10-year-old girl. However, her bright, intelligent eyes stood out, and I realized this was it. She had transmigrated last night. This meant the real Meng Manhwa had drowned, and standing before us was a modern adult woman in a child's body. My father and brothers were shocked to hear my thoughts. Even my father, usually fearless, had a chill run down his spine. But, as always, he kept his face calm and unreadable. Meng Guo's father was eager to build ties with us, suggesting an engagement between his daughter and one of my brothers. I panicked. This was dangerous. In the novel, Meng Guo resented our family for rejecting her, leading her to help Prince Jing destroy us. She glanced at my younger brother, but then fixed her gaze on my eldest brother. Her admiring expression was obvious. I was furious. My sister-in-law was supposed to be a dignified lady from the Han family, not a scheming transmigrator. I warned my father in my mind, urging him to reject the proposal immediately. Just as expected, Meng Guo acted cute, trying to charm my eldest brother. But knowing she was an adult inside, my brother was disgusted. My thoughts slipped out, mocking her arrogance, and my eldest brother completely agreed. This was bad. She was convinced she was the heroine, destined to make the world revolve around her. If we weren't careful, she could ruin us all. Meng Guo's words came from a girl of 7 or 8 years old. They were considered out of line. Ancient people matured very early, and big families paid more attention to education. Meng Guo's sudden words made Mrs. Meng blush instantly. Mrs. Meng could never have thought that her little daughter, who had always been very quiet and taciturn in front of outsiders, would say such shameless words today. If others heard it, they would probably think that the girls in their Meng mansion were frivolous and uneducated. Thinking of this, Mrs. Meng quickly pulled Meng Guo and smiled to smooth things over. The eldest son of the Qiao family is handsome and elegant. He is the husband that many people in the capital cannot ask for. Naturally, he is excellent. What she meant by this was to warn Meng Guo that Qiao Tianjing had already reached the age of marriage, which was far from her age, and he was very popular. Their Meng family could not even reach him. He might even marry the princess. However, Meng Guo became more excited when she heard this. Only such an excellent and popular man is worthy of her identity as a time-traveling woman. She has just traveled through time and has not had time to show off. When those ancient poems come out of her mouth, everyone will definitely regard her as the most talented woman in the world. Wow, I can tell at first sight that Big Brother is extraordinary. He is really amazing. She covered her chest with her hands, with an admiring little girl's attitude. When Mrs. Meng saw this, she almost couldn't breathe. Today is really embarrassing for her. If it gets to other people's ears, she won't even be able to mix in the Beijing circle. Oh my god, this Meng Guo is completely acting with modern thinking. Didn't she realize that her mother is so ashamed that she is about to faint? Big Brother, be firm. Don't be blinded by the halo of the heroine. She played with King Jing very colorfully later, and she is not worthy of you at all. Qiao Tianjing. Is he such a brainless person in my little sister's eyes? And this Miss Meng, except for a pair of smart eyes, has no merit in etiquette, manners, posture, and character. At this time, he couldn't help thinking, my younger sister said that the daughter of the Minister of Works was his wife. I wonder if she... A gentleman should not think about women. Qiao Tianjing's expression suddenly became serious, and his thoughts stopped abruptly. The time of this back and forth was enough for Qiao Zhongguo to come up with a countermeasure. With a smile on his face, he said politely, Mrs. Meng, you are too kind. My eldest son is dull and has caused us a lot of worry. Now there are finally some signs. If there is good news, I will definitely announce it and share the joy with you all. Tomorrow he will go to meet Han Mingzhi, that stinky stone, to test the waters. Qiao Tianjing. There are signs? When did it happen? How come he doesn't know? Is it the lady of the Han family? Qiao Jiao was also confused. Did my parents take a fancy to the girl of the Han family at this time? I remember that it was during the Lantern Festival, and my eldest brother happened to be a hero and saved the beauty, and the two of them formed an indissoluble bond, right? Qiao Zhongguo felt that this reminder was very important. It seems that on the Lantern Festival, the eldest brother will have to hang out all day, and he is not allowed to go home until he saves someone. Qiao Tianjing. Book a day trip for the Lantern Festival. Qiao Zhongguo's hint couldn't be more obvious, and Madame Meng felt that she really couldn't stay in the Qiao mansion. It's so embarrassing. People have rejected it so obviously. Why don't you leave and wait for people to kick you out? Madame Meng frequently winked at Master Meng. Master Meng also understood the deep meaning, but isn't there another Qiao Dai? He is thick-skinned, and there are so many things in the officialdom that he has to do with his face down. What's this kind of bland rejection? Madame Meng is really going to be ashamed to death by her own father and daughter. Just now, she fell in love with someone's eldest son, and after being rejected, she wanted to talk about the younger son. How could there be such a thing in the world? Xiao Jiaojiao saw the eye play of the Meng family couple.
Oh.
Do you still want to bully my second brother? My second brother is also in a relationship. My second sister-in-law is a strange woman. I remember I'm so sleepy. Xiao Jiaojiao yawned and swallowed the rest of her words. Qiao Dai. Why do you keep silent when talking about his wife? Little sister, tell my second brother who that woman is. However, Xiao Jiaojiao has reached the limit of her physical strength. She even felt a stream of heat flowing out from her body uncontrollably.
Shame. She peed.
Xiao Zhonghua felt the heat between his palms and shook his head with a smile. Madame Meng seized this opportunity and hurriedly said goodbye. There is a happy event in the mansion. We are not well prepared. I will come to congratulate you when the little girl's full moon banquet is held. After saying that, she gently pulled the sleeves of Master Meng and Meng Gushue, turned around and walked out. Meng Gushue was still sad. Oh my God, such a superb man is someone else's.
Why?
No one except me is worthy of him. Just wait and see. At the poetry meeting in the capital in half a year, I will definitely make a big splash and stun Xiao Tianjing. On the other side, Qiao Jiaojiao was being carried to Madame Qiao's room. On the way, Qiao Tianjing couldn't help asking, Dad, did you and Mom really help me arrange a marriage? Xiao Zhonghua thought that the fate of his eldest daughter-in-law and eldest son would not come until the Lantern Festival, so he shook his head decisively. Your mother has been exhausted recently. How can we have time? It's just perfunctory to the Meng family. You should be careful and bring a daughter-in-law back to me quickly. Qiao Tianjing was slightly happy in his heart, but in an instant he didn't know what he was happy about. Maybe it was the evaluation of his little sister that made him look forward to that Miss Han a little more. Back in the room, Xiao Jiaojiao was already tired and confused. She felt someone changed her diaper, and then she fell into her mother's arms. It's true that there is only one good mother in the world. I like the smell of mother the most. It smells so good. Madame Qiao looked proud. Master Qiao. He sniffed himself gently, and it didn't smell bad. Xiao Jiaojiao was about to go to sleep, but suddenly she shuddered and remembered the girl climbing on the bed last night. Let me see how my mother feels. Mother, you must stay in a good mood and live to be 100 years old. When my daughter grows up, I will give you a beauty pill so that you can be as beautiful at the age of 80 as at the age of 18. Madame Qiao was frowning and concentrating on breastfeeding. When she heard this, she was moved and comforted. She just thought the beauty pill was a joke, but Xiao Jiaojiao's kindness made her happy enough. Xiao Jiaojiao fell asleep quickly, and then Madame Lu whispered to Madame Qiao. Madam, I have done all the donations and burned incense as you said. I have also left a lot of money in the relief hall, which should be enough for a while. Did you tell the Bodhisattva specifically that it was Jiaojiao's intention? Don't worry, madam. I have said every word, and I dare not be vague. Madame Qiao nodded with relief, and then gently touched Xiao Jiaojiao's little head, her eyes full of love. Jiaojiao, mother will accumulate merits for you. Accumulate a lot, and bless our Jiaojiao to live 100 years and live a peaceful life. By the way, madam, my eldest sister-in-law just wrote to you, saying that she will come to see you tomorrow. This eldest sister-in-law is the wife of Madame Qiao's brother. Madame Qiao was happy to hear the words and replied, Very good. I haven't seen my eldest sister-in-law for a while. That night, the things copied from the Hua family were placed on the table in Xiao Zhonggua's study. Xiao Zhonggua's eyes swept across a piece of gold and silver and fell directly on an inconspicuous wooden box. He bent his fingers to open the wooden box and saw a thick stack of waste paper inside, with messy handwriting on it, and some of them could be seen to have been crumpled into a ball. Xiao Zhonghua recognized the handwriting of his eldest son at a glance. He was horrified and extremely fortunate at the same time, but the next second all turned into anger. "Tell the eldest young master to come to see me." Xiao Tianjing hurried over, and as soon as he opened the door, a wooden box fell at his feet with a "Look for yourself." Xiao Zhonghua was furious. Xiao Tianjing bent down to pick up a piece of paper at his feet, and his face turned pale in an instant. On it was a piece of indignation he wrote a month ago after seeing the suffering of the people. The words were fierce and full of passion. If this piece of paper is taken away by someone with ulterior motives and misinterpreted as dissatisfaction with the emperor and the court, it would be speechless. Seeing that Xiao Tianjing had realized the seriousness of the matter, Xiao Zhonghua suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Boss, you have always been calm and steady. How could you not know the principle that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall? There is no impenetrable wall in this world. Even in your own home, you have to keep some words to yourself." Xiao Tianjing lowered his eyebrows and responded respectfully. Xiao Zhonghua thought about it and still couldn't get angry. If it weren't for Jiao Jiao's reminder, his eldest son would be courting his own destruction. "Go to the ancestral hall tonight, kneel down, and burn these papers one by one with your own hands. By the way, think about whether you have made any serious mistakes at the age of 18. Big brother, our Qiao family seems to be thriving, but we should also be prepared for danger in times of peace." The last sentence was earnest and heartfelt. Xiao Zhonghua said it to himself and his eldest son. Xiao Tianjing has deeply realized his mistakes. He picked up the waste manuscripts on the ground one by one, put them all into the wooden box, and said in a deep voice, "Dad, my son will never do such a stupid thing again." After Xiao Tianjing finished speaking, he turned around and went out, walking towards the ancestral hall with firm steps. Xiao Zhonghua looked at his eldest son's back. His eyes were full of heartache, but he also knew that people should suffer a lot once before they can learn a lesson. Before going to bed, Xiao Zhonghua went to visit Mrs. Qiao again. Mrs. Qiao heard from the servants that Xiao Zhonghua had a tantrum in the study, and her face was full of concern. "Why did you get so angry with the eldest brother?" Xiao Jiaojiao had just finished drinking milk and was in high spirits. She pricked up her ears instantly. Xiao Zhonghua didn't give any perfunctory words and carefully analyzed today's events, including the interests involved, to Mrs. Qiao, who turned pale. "Thank God." Mrs. Qiao bowed with lingering fear.
"Ah, great.
"My father is so reliable. He really found out." In this way, with the eldest brother's way of dealing with people and his honest and upright official style, those with ulterior motives will not be able to frame him easily. When Mrs. Qiao heard what Xiao Jiaojia said, she knew that her eldest son really survived a catastrophe in advance, and she felt relieved. "Oh, my dear, my eldest sister-in-law said she will come to see me tomorrow, and she might bring Ninga with her." At this point, Mrs. Qiao looked a little embarrassed. "My eldest sister-in-law has hinted to me many times that she has taken a fancy to our eldest brother. What do you think, my dear?" When Xiao Jiaojiao heard this, her hair stood up instantly.
Mom.
"No way. My eldest sister-in-law is the daughter of the Minister of Industry. My eldest sister-in-law is really good. She and my eldest brother get along well." In the end, our Qiao family fell into a desperate situation. My eldest brother asked her to divorce and return home, but she still stayed with my eldest brother. Wow, I really like my eldest brother and eldest sister-in-law. Xiao Zhonghua had heard Xiao Jiaojiao talk about this daughter-in-law during the day. Now that he knew that his future daughter-in-law was so affectionate and righteous, he was immediately very satisfied. This was the first time Mrs. Qiao heard this news, and she was shocked. The Minister of Industry? Isn't that Mrs. Han's daughter? But the Han family doesn't have a good reputation, and Mrs. Han always keeps to herself. But since Jiao Jiao thinks so highly of the daughter of the Han family, she must be a good girl. Xiao Zhonghua was about to find a suitable reason to refuse, but he was afraid of hurting Mrs. Qiao's heart. After all, she was her own niece. However, Mrs. Qiao had already spoken. Alas, husband, I think it's better to forget it. After all, the relationship is too close, and the eldest son has his own ideas. He has to nod his head on this matter. Xiao Jiaojiao nodded immediately after hearing this. Yes, yes, yes. Mother is really sensible and respectful to her children. She is really the best mother in the world. This rainbow made Mrs. Qiao feel comfortable all over. At this time, Qiao Jiaojiao's thoughts returned to the aunt who was going to come tomorrow. Mrs. Qiao's maiden name was Zhuhejing. She was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Yan. She had only one brother, Zhuhejing, who was also in his 40s. Her grandfather, the Duke of Yan, is now 63 years old. He followed the late emperor to fight east and west. Although he had some problems, he was still strong. Perhaps because he was busy fighting on the battlefield and neglected to discipline his son, my uncle Zhuhejing has been for many years and is far inferior to my grandfather. My aunt is the daughter of the former Shaoqing of the Dali Temple. Her status is indeed much worse than that of the Prince of the Duke. But my aunt is so beautiful that my uncle fell in love with her at first sight and wanted to marry her. But this aunt's character is not simple at all. Alas, my mother is very close to my aunt. After my aunt married into the Duke's mansion, my mother also helped my aunt a lot. My uncle is a scoundrel, and my aunt suffered a lot for this. It was my mother who mediated and comforted her, and also gave her a lot of beautiful jade jewelry. But how could my kind-hearted mother know that this aunt is actually a smiling tiger? When Mrs. Qiao heard this, her heart trembled violently. In fact, my aunt has always been jealous of my mother. In the past, she was jealous of my mother's good background and good looks, and later she was jealous of my mother's good marriage and happiness after marriage. So when my mother treated my aunt as a confidant and complained about the girl climbing into my father's bed, my aunt, knowing that my father had done nothing wrong, still encouraged my mother to have a cold war with my father. She also used my uncle as an example, saying that men were very unbearable, which made my mother have grudges and doubts in her heart. She always gave my mother a cold shoulder every time she came, and she was gloating over my mother's misfortune when she saw that my mother's heart disease was getting worse. The most hateful thing is that after my mother passed away, my grandfather couldn't bear thee and his hair turned white overnight, and he no longer had the heart to manage the Duke's mansion. My aunt was easily instigated and lured by Prince Jing, and took this opportunity to attack the Qiao family with my uncle. During my mother's funeral, my father was heartbroken and had no time to care about anything else. My aunt and uncle took this opportunity to sneak into my father's study and hid the false evidence of treason. Hearing this, Qiao Zhonghua and Mrs. Qiao really felt that a thunderbolt had hit them hard. Who could have thought that the accomplice who killed the entire Qiao family was actually their closest person? Mrs. Qiao was so angry. She hated herself for not being able to judge people, for not trusting her husband enough, and for being hopelessly stupid, dancing with the wolf. Qiao Zhonghua was very anxious when he heard this. Such a wolf must not be allowed to appear by the lady's side, in the Qiao mansion. But now everything has not happened yet, and the two families have always had close contacts. It would be abrupt to break off relations rashly, and it would easily arouse suspicion. In matters of the inner house, Mrs. Qiao was much more perceptive than Qiao Zhonghua. Such a brother and sister-in-law must not be allowed to interact as before, otherwise they will definitely harm the entire Qiao family. Moreover, she must let her father take good care of and correct her brother. How could he attack his own sister and brother-in-law for such a little profit? Mrs. Qiao was extremely heartbroken at this time, but she still suppressed her sadness and said, "Husband, if I clearly reject the marriage between the eldest brother and Ninger tomorrow, I am afraid that my brother and sister-in-law will be unhappy." Qiao Zhonggua's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yes, this is an excellent excuse. So he immediately spoke out in support. "Madam, the eldest brother is too worried, and I think Ninger is also worried. The two of them are not a good match. If we drag it out, it will be bad for Ninger. Just say it directly." If there is anything inappropriate, I will come to apologize in person another day. Of course, if he wants to come to the house, unless he goes to see the father-in-law, don't even think about it. Madame Qiao made up her mind and nodded heavily. When Xiao Jiao heard this, she cheered in her heart.
Great.
It's best to offend him directly tomorrow and never have any contact with him again. My aunt is not a good person and my uncle is really a... He dragged my second brother to visit a brothel later. Oh, he caused a lot of trouble again. Madame Qiao clenched her sleeves suddenly when she heard this, and she was so angry that her liver hurt. How could the eldest brother? How could he take the second brother to that kind of place? Qiao Zhongguo's face sank slightly. Very good, the second brother also has something to do. After I beat him up, I will avoid brothels whenever I see one. Okay, madam, don't think too much. Your husband will take care of everything. Your husband will stay here tonight, okay? Mrs. Qiao was so angry that her head hurt just now, and now her face turned red with shame. She raised her hand and gently pushed him, saying angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Jiao is still here, and I'm not feeling well." Xiao Zhongguo gently tapped Mrs. Qiao's forehead and smiled helplessly. "Silly madam, what are you thinking about? I'm worried that you're too tired to get up at night, and I want to share the burden with you." Mrs. Qiao realized that she had been thinking wrongly when she heard this, and her face turned even redder. Who told him to be so unforgiving at his age? Otherwise, she wouldn't think too much. "Aren't you going to court tomorrow?" "I'm afraid you'll be tired." Xiao Zhongguo shook his head with a relaxed look. "When my husband was fighting in the north, he didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Do you think my husband is old and useless? Don't be so talkative." Mrs. Qiao hit her husband's shoulder coquettishly. Qiao Jiao was almost going crazy.
Ah.
What kind of fairy parents are these? They support each other and are inseparable, and their cries are so sweet. When the couple heard the noisy voice, they froze at the same time, and their faces were flushed. Forgot that there was a little kid lying in the bed. That night, Qiao Zhongguo stayed as he wished. He lay on the outside in a proper manner. As long as Mrs. Qiao got up at night, he would sit up and follow her to run around. The next morning, when the time came, he got up on tiptoe and went to the outer room to wash and dress for the court. Madame Qiao felt relieved and sweet. She had a very good rest that night, and her complexion was much better. At about 9 p.m., Madame Lu led Madame Zhuo in. Madame Qiao was not wearing any makeup. She was sitting on the couch and coaxing Qiao Jiao with a rag doll. Although Qiao Jiao no longer liked such childish things, she still waved her arms to cheer Madame Qiao up. When Madame Zhuo walked into the room, she saw such a warm picture. Her eyes swept across Madame Qiao's face, and she gritted her teeth secretly. Others looked haggard and ugly after giving birth to a child, but she was radiant and her complexion did not change. "Sister, I'm here to see you. Look at your appearance. Others have gone through the gates of Hades, but you must have been to the peach garden in heaven. You look even more beautiful." This sounded a bit weird, but she was smiling and there was nothing wrong with it. If it had been said in the past, Mrs. Qiao would not mind it at all. Now that she knew that Mrs. Zhuo had ill intentions, she felt that there were thorns everywhere. Qiao Jiao was very angry. "You just went through the gates of Hades and your whole family. Wait, didn't you scold your mother and grandfather as well?"
Boo. Gu.
Children talk without restraint. Children talk without restraint. When Mrs. Qiao heard this, she couldn't help but laugh, and a smile appeared on her face. Mrs. Zhuo just felt that Mrs. Qiao was a little strange, as if she was not as warm to her as before, but this smile dispelled her doubts. "Oh, this is my dear niece, right? Let your aunt see what a beautiful girl she is." Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao immediately picked up Qiao Jiao. Even though Madame Zhuo pretended to hold her, she had no intention of letting go. Qiao Jiao opened her eyes wide and took in Madame Zhuo's appearance. It can be seen that Madame Zhuo was definitely a beautiful woman with a strong complexion when she was young, and she still looked charming now. But I don't know if it was because Master's Wa made her worry too much. There were a few more wrinkles at the end of her eyes, and there was a hint of sharpness between her eyebrows, and it seemed that her life was not going well. Seeing Madame Chiao's protective look, Madame's was sneered. "What's wrong? Are you afraid that I will eat your Jiao?" Madame Chiao shook her head lightly. Jiao recognizes people. Madame Zwa laughed instantly when she heard this. "Sister, this child is only a few days old. What kind of person can he recognize?" She was about to reach out her hand, but Jiao screamed at the right time. "Humph, vicious woman, I won't let you hold me. I won't let you hold me." When Madame Zwa saw Jiao crying, she immediately retracted her hand. She actually didn't like children. After giving birth, she looked much older. The reason she wanted to hold the child was just to save face. Madame Zwa was about to sit down by the bed, and Aunt Lu was quick and immediately brought a chair. "Madam, please sit here. It's more comfortable." Madame Zwa sat down and began to preach with the attitude of an experienced person. "Sister, I'm not saying anything to you, but after a woman has a child, she can't ignore her husband. Men are most fond of new things and dislike old things, and they can't stand being ignored. If you don't keep a close eye on him, be careful that he cheats outside." Jiao wanted to roll her eyes at this time. "Here it comes. You are not happy yourself, but you have to make others feel bad. My parents have a good relationship. They even slept together last night." After being reminded by Jiao, Madame Chiao learned her lesson last night and was no longer influenced by Madame Zwa. She suddenly lowered her head and said shyly, "Sister-in-law, my husband won't do that. He stayed here last night." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zwa raised her head abruptly, and she didn't even have time to hide the astonishment on her face. "You said your brother-in-law stayed here last night?" Mrs. Zwa asked uncertainly. She was really too shocked. A woman's lochia has not yet dried up after giving birth, and ordinary men are too disgusted by the dirtiness and want to stay away from her. But her brother-in-law is willing to stay here? Mrs. Zwa suddenly remembered her husband's disgusted eyes after she gave birth, and suddenly she felt heartbroken. She couldn't understand why Zwahajing was so lucky. Mrs. Chiao noticed the undisguised jealousy on Mrs. Zwa's face, and she felt sad and happy. The sadness was that she really didn't know people well and almost harmed the entire Chiao family. The happiness was that from now on, she would no longer have to deal with such a vicious person and no longer have to carefully hide her husband's preference for her in order to protect her sister-in-law's self-esteem. Yes, he reorganized the mansion yesterday and said that he would never take a concubine, let alone any concubines, so my sister-in-law doesn't have to worry about me. After Mrs. Chiao finished speaking, there was a snapping sound from Mrs. Zwa's hand. She was so jealous that she broke the armor. Jiao took a look. "Oh, I can't hold it anymore. The true colors are revealed." Mrs. Chiao smiled at the corners of her mouth when she heard it, and she was so well-mannered that she seemed not to see it at all. If she hadn't been blinded by family affection, Mrs. Zwa's level would not be enough in front of her. Mrs. Zwa realized that she had lost her composure and quickly put away her expression, saying embarrassedly, "Then, sister, you have to restrain yourself. Men are the most unrestrained. Don't hurt yourself." Mrs. Chiao covered her mouth and smiled. "What nonsense are you talking about, sister-in-law? The reason why my husband stayed was just to take care of me when I get up at night. I can't drive him away." Mrs. Zwa's hands shook violently, as if she had heard some Arabian Nights. "Take care of me when I get up at night? How could a man in the world be willing to do such a thing?" Madame Chiao never said these words in front of Madame Zwa before, but now she has no scruples, like sharp needles, piercing Madame Zwa fiercely. Madame Zwa tugged at the handkerchief in her hand, and suddenly she was extremely resentful. Zwahajing knew clearly how her brother was a rascal and how miserable I was, but today she repeatedly showed off their love for each other. "What is this? Do you want to see me make fun of you?" Madame Chiao still had a smile on her face, but her eyes were cold. "Did just a few words hurt you? When you were destroying my entire Chiao family, did you ever think about how painful it was for us?" Jiao was crazy about her mother's fighting power.
Ah.
"Mom, you're showing off just right. Look at Madame Zwa. Her face is distorted. It feels so good to abuse thee and slap him in the face. Alas, if only I could find a way to get this aunt out of the Duke of Yan's mansion. I remember that before my aunt married my uncle, she had a childhood sweetheart who worked under Prince Jing. It was that childhood sweetheart who helped to arrange the evidence of treason. What was his name? I really can't remember. Xiao Jiao shook her head in distress. A gleam of light flashed in Mrs. Chiao's eyes, and she shook Xiao Jiao gently, not wanting her to bother thinking about it anymore. As long as you are willing to investigate these things, you will definitely find out. If my sister-in-law is really unfaithful to her brother, then she is doomed to not stay in the Duke's mansion. Seeing that Mrs. Hua was reluctant to mention the marriage, Mrs. Chiao took the initiative to ask, "Why didn't you bring Ning'e here today?" Mrs. Hua's mind suddenly became clear, and then she remembered that she still had something important to do. The child has been studying hard recently, saying that he is preparing for the poetry meeting in half a year. Mrs. Chiao nodded in understanding. The poetry meeting has always been the highlight of the Beijing circle. She and her husband also fell in love at the poetry meeting. At this time, Mrs. Hua really brought up the old matter again. "Sister, have you talked to your brother-in-law about the matter I mentioned before? In my opinion, it is the best for our two families to be closer." Mrs. Chiao shook her head in embarrassment. "Sister-in-law, I'm afraid it won't work." Mrs. Hua's face suddenly darkened when she heard it. "Why, sister? Do you think our Ning'e is not worthy of Tianjing?" Xiao Jiao's mind suddenly jumped. "Here it comes. Mother, beat her to death. See if she can be so thick-skinned again in the future." If it were in the past, when Mrs. Hua had a cold face, Mrs. Chiao would definitely smile and comfort her. But at this moment, Mrs. Chiao sat on the couch as steady as a mountain. She said calmly, "Sister-in-law, don't be angry. It's really the eldest brother who has too many ideas." Madame Hua laughed sarcastically when she heard it. Since ancient times, the parents' orders and the matchmaker's words have been decided. No matter how much Tianjing has his own ideas, isn't it you who have the final say in the marriage? Madame Chiao looked calm. "I can't force a child." Madame Hua laughed in anger instantly. "What your words mean, sister, is that Ning'e is marrying Tianjing, or is it forcing Tianjing?" Madame Chiao said sarcastically, "You said this, sister-in-law." "I don't mean that." Madame Hua stood up suddenly, her face ashen, and her words were sarcastic. "Sister, you are so arrogant now. People in the capital say that the Chiao family is thriving and favored by the emperor. I'm afraid they are going to marry the princess." Madame Chiao's face suddenly sank when she heard this, and her phoenix eyes stared at Madame Hua. "Sister-in-law, please don't mention such groundless talk anymore. My Chiao family is honest and loyal to the emperor and the country. We dare not have such unreasonable thoughts. As for Ning'e's marriage, if you are anxious, I will ask my husband to help keep an eye out for those good men. The young lady of the Duke of Yan's mansion will naturally not be wronged." This was the first time that Madame Chiao showed her majesty as the mistress of the house in front of Madame Hua. Her aura of majesty without even getting angry really intimidated Madame Hua.
You.
Madame Hua kept saying "you" for a long time, and finally said angrily, "Ning'e's marriage is something that I, as a mother, have to worry about. I dare not trouble Madame Chiao." Madame Chiao heard this, hugged Xiao Jiao and leaned softly on the pillow, and said coldly, "This matter is handled by my sister-in-law, and it should be perfect." Madame Hua was furious and gritted her teeth and said, "Just pretend that I have never been here today. I can't reach the threshold of the Chiao family now." She didn't believe that Hua Hejing would really break up with her. However, Madame Chiao just patted Xiao Jiao lightly and said considerately, "Sister, it's inconvenient to see you off. Sister-in-law, take care." Madame Hua's face suddenly twisted when she heard this. She looked at Madame Chiao deeply and walked away angrily. Xiao Jiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good to leave. It's good to leave. This time, I guess she has really offended her. I have to prevent her from jumping off the wall." However, Prince Jing has not gotten up yet, so she doesn't have the capital to jump around even if she wants to. Mother is mighty. Mother is mighty. This level of house fighting is not worth watching in my mother's eyes. Mrs. Chow touched Xiao Jiaojiao's forehead lovingly. Today, she finally saw her sister-in-law clearly. Fortunately, there is Jiao Jiao. Fortunately, everything is still in time. With the careful care of the whole family, Xiao Jiaojiao finally turned 1 month old. The Qiao family started preparing for the full-month banquet 5 days ago, and Xiao Zhongguo personally asked about everything to make sure it was done perfectly. When the emperor heard that the Qiao family's little girl was about to turn 1 month old, he waved his hand in the palace. "Prince, please go to the Qiao family to congratulate me on my behalf." This is a face given by the emperor. If it were someone else's family, it would be an honor that could not be obtained. Xiao Zhongguo thanked him profusely in the palace, but he couldn't help worrying when he returned home. Their Qiao family is really too eye-catching now. However, this little honor is not without benefits. Xiao Zhongguo decided to bring Xiao Jiaojiao to everyone. At that time, he might hear some great secrets. Their Qiao family could also make plans early and seize the opportunity. The invitation to the full-month banquet was personally reviewed by Mrs. Qiao. She specially added the Minister of Works Han Jia, hoping to meet her future daughter-in-law in advance. On the day of the full moon, Mrs. Qiao dressed up Xiao Jiaojiao carefully. The little person was lying on the bed, with round and bright eyes, fair and smooth skin, a small bun on her head, and a festive red dress and tiger head shoes. She was as cute as the dolls in the New Year pictures. Madame Qiao couldn't let go of Xiao Jiaojiao and held her in her arms, and asked Aunt Lu in a gentle voice, "Have all the things been sent to the relief hall?" Aunt Lu nodded with a happy face. "Madam, don't worry. They were sent there early this morning, and it's still in the name of the young lady. Those children are fatherless and homeless. They are really pitiful. Now, thanks to the kindness of Madam and the young lady, their lives are much better." Xiao Jiaojiao heard about the relief hall for the first time, and then she knew that her mother had been doing good deeds in her name. Her heart trembled slightly. Wait, isn't this merit? Thinking of this, Xiao Jiaojiao immediately called out the merit mall. She took a closer look and was instantly ecstatic.
Ah!
The merit points have increased to 120 points. Mother, you're so awesome. Woo, money is really useful. I helped so many people at once, which is equivalent to 1/5 of my merits in my previous life. Although Mrs. Qiao didn't understand what merits were, she knew she had done nothing wrong when she saw Xiao Jiaojiao so happy. "Mammy, you can't stop doing good deeds. From now on, you don't need me to tell you every month. Just transfer the money on time. It's really not easy for those children." Mammy Lu responded hurriedly. As time passed, guests came in 2s and 3s. Mrs. Qiao was out of confinement, and her complexion was not only not declining, but she became more and more radiant. She sat in the back hall to receive guests, and the ladies who saw her couldn't help but exclaimed. Xiao Jiaojiao hummed proudly, and her cute appearance attracted the attention of the ladies. Soon, the back hall was full of guests, and Xiao Jiaojiao was passed around by everyone, and her wrists and neck were immediately covered with gold jewelry. At this time, someone outside the door sang a song. "Mrs. Han and Miss Han are here to congratulate you." Mrs. Qiao's eyes lit up instantly when she heard this. Xiao Jiaojiao's big eyes were exactly the same as Mrs. Qiao's. Both mother and daughter looked out the door expectantly. At this time, there were whispers in the house. The Han family? Doesn't their family not attend any banquets? Sigh, they only pretend to be noble on weekdays, but today they are eager to come? Mrs. Qiao frowned and stood up when she heard these criticisms. At this time, 2 people walked out of the house. The lady on the left looked nearly 40 years old. Although her clothes were festive in color, she could still see traces of her old age. She frowned slightly, and her expression was calm in the face of everyone's scrutiny, neither sad nor happy. Next to her followed a young girl, wearing a light yellow long skirt, with a slender figure and a straight back. Xiao Jiaojiao looked at the girl's eyebrows carefully. She was not very stunning, but she was beautiful and calm, not arrogant or impatient.
Ah, Mom.
It's my sister-in-law, your future daughter-in-law. I like her so much. Woohoo, I like her at first sight. Xiao Jiao looks at Miss Han through the filter of the original novel, while Mrs. Qiao looks at the upbringing and character revealed in her behavior. At first sight, Mrs. Qiao fell in love with Miss Han. She is beautiful, intelligent, and exquisite, and she is definitely worthy of the title of the young lady of the Qiao family. Thinking of this, Mrs. Qiao hugged Xiao Jiao and went to greet her in person. This flattery was seen by everyone, and it was inevitable that they were very surprised. Mrs. Han did not expect Mrs. Qiao to come to greet her in person, and hurried to greet her. She did not want to attend any banquets. First, her husband was a lone minister, and she could not drag her feet behind. Second, she was indeed a bad mouth and did not want to offend anyone. But on the day when she received the invitation from the Qiao mansion, her husband said that he must come to this banquet. There was no other reason, just because Censor Qiao was the only person her husband respected in the court. Mrs. Han originally thought that the wives of these wealthy families were very difficult to get along with, but now she felt like a spring breeze when she saw the gentle and beautiful Mrs. Qiao. I'm a little late. Please forgive me, madam. Mrs. Qiao smiled and shook her head. Not late, not late. It's still early. She slightly side-glanced, her eyes fell softly on Miss Han, and asked with a smile, "Who is this?" Miss Han took the initiative to step forward and bowed gracefully. Mrs. Han then said, "This is my little daughter Yaxian, who is so young and weak, and she is making a fool of herself in front of you, madam." Mrs. Qiao was the mother-in-law who chose her daughter-in-law, and the more she looked at her, the happier she was. She knew her son well. The eldest son said that he was deep-minded, but in fact he was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Only such a quiet, gentle, and cultured woman could get along with him. Mrs. Han noticed Mrs. Qiao's gaze, and when she saw her daughter looking at her with satisfaction, her heart skipped a beat. I heard that the eldest son of the Qiao family is 18 years old, a famous scholar in the capital, and he is still unmarried. Mrs. Han's thoughts only come to this point, and she dare not think about it anymore. The Han family is far from the Qiao family, and the master has a bad reputation. If Yaxian marries into such a high-ranking family, she will be wronged. On this side, although the ladies dare not discuss it, they also exchange glances and speculate on Mrs. Qiao's deep meaning. At this time, a singing voice came from outside the door again. Mrs. Meng and Miss Meng are here to congratulate. Xiao Jiao was still immersed in the temperament of the beautiful sister-in-law and couldn't extricate herself. When she heard the Meng family, she was instantly excited. Heroine! The heroine is here again. Let her see the style of my real sister-in-law. Let her know that the ladies cultivated with great efforts in the ancient official mansions are not inferior to the time-traveling girl. Mrs. Qiao frowned suddenly when she heard this. Her husband had long told her that the Meng family was planning to marry into the Qiao family, and that this 10-year-old girl was very opinionated and had taken a fancy to their eldest son. She wanted to see what the girl that Jiao cared so much about looked like. Soon, Madame Meng and Meng Gushue came in with a smile. I don't know if it was because of what happened last time that Madame Meng deliberately warned Meng Gushue. She lowered her head, not as flamboyant as the last time they met. But if you look closely, you will find that her eyes are still looking around smartly, and she is not at ease. Xiao Jiao suddenly remembered something very important. The original book mentioned that the hero and heroine first met in the Qiao mansion. She didn't think much about it before, but now she thinks, isn't this just me setting them up? The most disgusting thing is that after the Qiao family was wiped out, the hero and heroine returned to the Qiao family again, under the pretext of revisiting the old place and recalling the beautiful first meeting. Xiao Jiao asked, when they were in love, didn't they feel that the wronged souls of the Qiao family were staring at them? Ah, I'm so angry. Who would have thought that the heroine and Prince Jing's first meeting was actually facilitated by my full moon banquet? Wow, is there any way to stop them from meeting? If the hero and heroine had never been together in the beginning, wouldn't the Qiao family have suffered so much later? Mrs. Qiao was still looking at Meng Gushue, and her heart skipped a beat when she heard this. Could it be that Miss Meng is such a powerful person? According to Jiao, as long as Mengushue is not allowed to meet any prince, right? Now that Mengushue is in her Qiao family's backyard, this kind of thing is naturally easy for her, the mistress of the house. At this time, the mother and daughter of the Meng family had come forward to congratulate. When Qiao Jiaojiao raised her eyes, she just saw Mengushue's eyes were dull and her mind was wandering. Qiao Jiaojiao naturally knew what Mengushue was thinking. The original book had emphasized that Mengushue had always believed that she was a time-traveling girl from modern society, and she was superior to others in this ignorant and backward dynasty. Hearing that the prince would bring 3 princes to congratulate today, she immediately threw Qiao Tianjing behind her mind. Mengushue firmly believed that only the most noble men in the world were worthy of her, such as the crown prince who is second only to the emperor and the heir to a country. Thinking that she could become the queen who is the mother of the world, Mengushue raised a smug smile at the corner of her mouth. Swear? Swear? Madame Meng blushed and gently pulled Mengushue's sleeve. This girl is getting more and more unruly now. Madame Qiao asked her a question, but she was still in a daze. Seeing this, Madame Qiao frowned slightly, and her face was no longer happy. She really couldn't figure out how their huge Qiao mansion could be defeated by such a girl. Qiao Jiaojiao understood. This Mengushue's mind probably ran to the crown prince. She had a clear goal from the beginning and wanted to be the best. However, the crown prince did not like her, and she was immediately attracted by the beautiful and charming second prince. The two looked at each other from a distance across the waterside pavilion and fell in love at first sight. Qiao Jiaojiao thought of this and couldn't help laughing. Isn't this the pure protagonist's halo? Mengushue is only 10 years old now, with a bean sprout-like figure and not a very outstanding appearance. The second prince has seen all kinds of beauties, so how could he fall in love with her at first sight? Mengushue reacted and hurriedly saluted Mrs. Qiao, but in a hurry, her movements were a little deformed. Seeing this, Mrs. Qiao shook her head calmly. With such a temperament and demeanor, she still dreams of becoming a crown princess? Mrs. Meng felt the picky and mocking eyes of the ladies around her, and her ears were hot and burning. At this time, the voice outside the door rescued her in time. Madam, the crown prince and the 3 princes are here. The master asked the maid to carry the young lady over. Mrs. Qiao's expression slightly straightened when she heard this, and she handed Qiao Jiaojiao to Madame Lu and told her to be careful. When Mengushue heard this, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Qiao Jiaojiao was also very excited. Oh, I'm going to meet the male protagonist. Let me see how evil he looks. Mrs. Meng took the opportunity to pull Mengushue to sit down. Mengushue's eyes were rolling around, and her mind had already followed Madame Lu and walked away. She looked around, and there were so many beautiful girls, it would not be obvious if she was missing. So she twisted her body in an impatient manner and said in a low voice, "Mother, I want to change clothes." Mrs. Meng's face sank. Didn't I tell you not to drink too much tea before going out? Mengushue was afraid that she would not be able to keep up with Madame Lu's pace, so she said anxiously, "Oh, Mother, people have 3 urgent things, it's natural." Mrs. Meng had no choice but to carefully instruct, "Let the maid of the Qiao family at the door take you there. Go quickly and come back quickly." Mengushue responded happily and took advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was not here and walked out the door carefully. How could she know that with Qiao Jiaojiao's reminder, Mrs. Qiao always paid attention to her? Seeing that Mengushue was indeed restless, Madame Qiao called the maid Lu Emo beside her and whispered a few words to her. Lu Emo replied respectfully and went out quietly. On the other side, Qiao Jiaojiao was escorted by Madame Lu and successfully sent to Qiao Zhongguo's arms. Compared with the lively chattering between the ladies in the back hall, the front yard was terribly quiet and serious. Qiao Jiaojiao's eyes turned around curiously. "Quick, let me see where the male protagonist is." Qiao Zhongguo heard his daughter's voice and immediately turned her face to the second prince. Qiao Jiaojiao took a closer look and took a breath of cold air instantly. The boy had delicate features, a high nose bridge, a face like white jade, and slanted black eyebrows. His eyes were deeper than those of ordinary people, and the tail of his eyes was slightly raised, adding a touch of charm to this extremely handsome face. Xiao Jiaojiao objectively commented, "Handsome. Handsome with a 360-degree spiral split without dead angles. Kia Congguo." Qiao Tianjing Dei. The second prince has a beautiful face, which is rare in the world. His biological mother was Princess Yulio, the most beautiful woman in the Northern Kingdom at that time. After the Northern Kingdom was defeated, Princess Yulio was sent to marry and became the concubine of the current emperor. She died after giving birth to the second prince. When it comes to the secrets of the palace, the water is unfathomable. Xiao Jiaojiao sighed in her heart, and her position really determined her attitude. When she read the original novel, she felt that the male protagonist was the real beauty, strong and miserable in the world, and it would be great to take revenge later. Now, from the perspective of the Qiao family, the male protagonist colluded with the Northern Kingdom for the cause of revenge, slaughtered loyal ministers, and wiped out all stumbling blocks. He was really cruel. Alas, it was the matter of killing the mother and leaving the son that made the second prince hate the emperor, the queen, and everyone else. Don't look at him standing here weak and helpless with an innocent face now. In fact, he has already stretched out his fangs. Soon, people from the Northern Kingdom will also contact him. Why is the evidence of treason that my aunt gave to the Qiao family so real? Because the seals on the documents are all real. Xiao Zhongguo's heart trembled violently. At the same time as he was horrified, an uncontrollable anger also surged up. The second prince actually colluded with the Northerners? You know, the Northerners invaded the border of the Great Yong dynasty without reason, burned, killed, and looted, and cruelly harmed the lives of tens of thousands of people on the border. Countless men of the Great Yong dynasty sacrificed their lives and shed their blood on the battlefield. After 3 years of hard fighting, they completely repelled the Northern Kingdom and ushered in this scene of living and working in peace and contentment. How could the second prince collude with the enemy country and put the Yong dynasty in danger of war again?
Oh,
Is this the little one of Lord Qiao's family? A handsome and gentle man leaned over. His crimson-purple cloud satin brocade clothes made him look graceful and elegant. Xiao Zhongguo's anger suddenly stagnated, and he responded respectfully. Xiao Jiaojiao's eyes lit up slightly. "Prince, this is the prince, right?" Sigh. Xiao Jiaojiao's sudden sigh made Xiao Zhongguo's heart skip a beat. "Is there something wrong with the prince?" Xiao Jiaojiao continued to sigh. Sigh. Xiao Zhongguo's scalp was numb. "My girl, don't just sigh. Say something if you have something to say." Sigh. "I'm already hungry, but I don't want to leave. What should I do?" Xiao Zhongguo. If it was anyone else hanging him like this, he would have been punched by him long ago. But since this person is Jiao Jiao, he can even be hung with a rope. "Lord Qiao, can I hug you too?" The prince suddenly reached out to Jiao Jiao in Xiao Zhongguo's arms. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of everyone around changed instantly. What a great honor this is! The emperor and the prince really gave the Qiao family enough face. The prince's move was naturally meaningful. Last night in the imperial study, the emperor summoned the prince alone and specifically instructed him, "Qiao Zhongguo is a loyal, upright, and capable minister. Now he has no military power, so you can use him with confidence." Xiao Zhongguo was a little flattered and immediately handed Xiao Jiaojiao over. Xiao Jiaojiao curled up in the prince's arms, staring at the prince with her big eyes, without blinking. What a pity. Is this the prince who died young?" When this voice sounded, Qiao Zhongguo and Qiao Tianjing Dei, the two brothers, were so scared that they almost knelt on the ground. "Died young? The prince has always been in good health. How could this be possible?" Xiao Jiaojiao was also muttering at this time. Alas, in fact, the prince's early death is still very intriguing. The cause of death was a sudden death overnight without any signs, as if he naturally gave way to Prince Jing when the time came. Although the text does not say that it was Prince Jing's handwriting, I always feel that Prince Jing is inseparable. After all, the prince's character is too perfect. If it is said that Prince Jing killed his brother, readers may not buy it. Prince Jing, as a perfect male protagonist, also has an extra stain. Xiao Zhonghua was shocked beyond words. He looked at the second prince calmly. This second prince, who is usually silent and ordinary except for his appearance, is hiding so deeply. No wonder in the future that Jiao Jiao foresaw their Qiao family would fall into the hands of the second prince. Now, if it weren't for Jiao Jiao's reminder, how could he notice the second prince standing in the shadows? Xiao Jiao looked at the prince who was like white moonlight and felt regretful in her heart, and reached out to him. She was born fair and cute, and she was well fed so that she was plump and chubby, which was really lovable. The prince's eyes were gentle, and he actually put his face in her palm. Xiao Jiao gently touched him and said in her heart, Prince, even if it is for our Qiao family, you must live well. Counting on my fingers, there are still 4 years before you die suddenly. If I, Xiao Jiao, can live to that time, I will definitely do everything I can to save you. When the time comes, you must treat our Qiao family well and protect my father and my 2 brothers. The prince could not hear Xiao Jiao's inner voice, but felt that her eyes were as bright as pearls, and he was very happy in his heart. Little Four, didn't you yell to see the little sister? Come here quickly. The prince called softly behind him, and a chubby child appeared. That was the queen's second son, the prince's younger brother, and the current 4th prince. The prince slowly squatted down, and the 4th prince immediately came over with a curious look on his face. 4th prince? Xiao Jiao couldn't even remember this person for a moment. With a round little head, big eyes, and long eyelashes, she looked only 4 or 5 years old. She had lost her babyish look, but she was still very cute. Wow, what a cute little sister. Brother, I want to hug her too. The prince shook his head gently. 4th brother, you are still too young. Be careful not to hurt Miss Qiao. Upon hearing this, the 4th prince pouted his mouth in grievance, looking unwilling. Where did this naive girl come from? Is there such a person in the royal family? Xiao Jiao was full of question marks. Brother, I will be very careful. Let me hug you too. The naive girl was still insisting. The prince looked a little stern when he saw this. 4th brother, this can't be a joke. It will be fine when you are older. The naive girl's mouth slightly shrank. When will the 4th little girl be old enough? The prince's stern look suddenly disappeared, and he freed his hands to rub the 4th prince's head lovingly. When you celebrate your birthday next year on the Dragon Boat Festival, you will be old enough. The silly and sweet girl burst into laughter immediately after hearing this. Then Xiao Si will wait a little longer, and when he grows up, he can hold his sister. Xiao Jiao felt a flash of lightning passing through her mind, and she finally remembered who this so-called 4th prince was. Isn't this the passerby bee who is destined to die young like me? On his 5th birthday, which was the Dragon Boat Festival, the 4th prince drowned in the imperial garden, which directly hit the queen so hard that she could not get up, and the crown prince was heartbroken. After losing his beloved son, the emperor was shocked and angry and held people accountable. Nearly 100 people were executed in the palace. Later, when he recruited palace maids and eunuchs, Prince Jing took the opportunity to stuff a lot of people in. That's right, it was this unlucky guy. The ruthless plot tool man was confirmed. Xiao Zhonghua was numb when he heard this, and he was completely numb. The crown prince died young, the 4th prince died young, and the 3rd prince was disabled. Isn't this God paving the way for the 2nd prince? Next year's Dragon Boat Festival. Every year during the Dragon Boat Festival, the palace would set up a dragon boat banquet, and their Qiao family should also be in the palace at that time. No matter what, the 4th prince must be saved. Xiao Jiao didn't know how many times her appearance had shocked Xiao Zhonghua. At this time, Xiao Jiao's face flushed, and she couldn't hold it anymore.
Ah.
I have to. Woo. I can't hold it. Xiao Zhonggua's face changed slightly, and he was about to speak to take Xiao Jiao, but her pants were already filled with wetness. The 4th prince just made a disgusted exclamation, and the crown prince stopped him. Little Four, don't laugh at your sister. You used to be like this. The 4th prince's face suddenly flushed, and he covered his face and dared not speak. Xiao Zhongwu took Xiao Jiao and said in panic, "My little girl was rude and offended His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Please, the Crown Prince waved his hand without any anger on his face. "Master Qiao, children are like this naturally. No need to say more. I will go change my clothes." Xiao Zhongwu immediately arranged for someone to follow and serve. He held the wet Xiao Jiao in his arms and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was unprecedented that she peed on His Royal Highness the Crown Prince on the first meeting. Nanny Lu carried Xiao Jiao all the way back to the backyard. The banquets on both sides had already started. Madame Qiao excused herself, stepped down from the table temporarily, and fed Xiao Jiao milk. Nanny Lu talked about the funny story of Xiao Jiao wetting her pants in the front yard, which made Madame Qiao laugh. "Madam, there is no need for tomorrow. But tonight, the news that our young lady peed on His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will probably spread throughout the capital." Xiao Jiao / Omega. Could this be the legendary one will make the whole world know? The atmosphere in the room was harmonious, but at this moment there was a knock on the door. "Madam, it's me." It was the voice of another big maid, Lu Shu.
Liu Shu, come in.
Madame Lu replied in a low voice. Lu Shu pushed the door open, looking a little anxious. Madam Meng just said that Miss Meng went to change clothes before the banquet and has not returned yet. She is worried that Miss Meng will bump into the distinguished guests in front, and now she seems a little angry, so she wants Madam to send a few people to look for her." Xiao Jiao was already drowsy, and she was immediately startled when she heard the words.
What?
"Meng Gushue is missing? It's over. She must have sneaked to the front yard. Right now, she might be looking at Prince Jing from afar with a loving look in her eyes. This sister is so brave and reckless. If she didn't have the aura of a protagonist, she would have offended the Crown Prince and the Prince just because she was the daughter of an official family. She would have been in big trouble." Madame Qiao was calm when she heard this, and said lightly, "Send a few smart maids to look for her. There are many people in the mansion today, and it's noisy everywhere. I guess we can't find her until the banquet is over." Lu Shu's eyes flashed slightly when he heard this, and he understood instantly. "I understand." Madame Qiao nodded with satisfaction, and then instructed, "Don't make a fuss. Today is Jiao's full moon banquet. No mistakes are allowed." Lu Shu went out in response. Xiao Jiao looked at Madame Qiao with a pair of sparkling eyes. "Why do I feel like my mother seems to have something else to say?" Mrs. Qiao raised the corner of her mouth slightly and coaxed Xiao Jiao softly. "Jiao is exhausted today. Take a nap first." Xiao Jiao was shaken, and her eyelids soon began to fight, and then she fell into a deep sleep. Mrs. Qiao looked out the window with a gleam of light in her eyes. There is a small garden in the backyard of the Qiao mansion, which was built by her husband in his spare time. The rockery and locust trees are scattered among them, referring to the method of arranging troops and arrays. If there is no guidance, it is not easy to get out. Miss Meng is so restless, and she wants to use her place in the Qiao mansion to cling to the powerful, so let her stay in it until the banquet is over. At this moment, in the small garden, Meng Gushue walked to the same intersection for the 6th time. Looking at the familiar marks on the rockery wall, Meng Gushue completely collapsed. What the Hades is this place? Moreover, she is really in a hurry to know. The banquet lasted for a whole hour, and Mrs. Meng was so anxious that her mouth was about to blister. Seeing that most of the guests had left, Mrs. Meng collapsed on her seat, almost crying. At this moment, Lu Shu hurried forward and leaned over to whisper in Mrs. Meng's ear. "Mrs. Meng, I found Miss Meng, but she got lost in the backyard. It's nothing serious." Mrs. Meng was shocked and felt like a drowning person surfacing. "Quick, take me to see that dead girl." Mrs. Meng didn't care about her face anymore and said with gritted teeth. After seeing the embarrassed Meng Gushue, Mrs. Meng wanted to slap her in the face. But Meng Gushue's first sentence was, "Mother, have the prince and his highness left?" Mrs. Meng felt dizzy because Meng Gushue asked directly in front of Mrs. Qiao's maid, this. Misfortune for the family. You little, hurry back with me." Don't even think about stepping out of your room for the next 6 months. Lu Shu pretended not to hear and wanted to see him off. Madame Meng was so embarrassed that she repeatedly asked Lu Shu to stay and left by grabbing Meng Gushua's arm. When Lu Shu went back to report everything to Madame Chiao, Madame Chiao's face instantly turned extremely cold. She really has such an idea. After all the guests had left, Duke Yan came to the door with a wooden box. Madame Chiao was happy and close to her father when she saw him.
Dad.
Why did you come just now? Although Duke Yan's temples were already gray, he was burly, with a straight back and looked very healthy. He laughed and said loudly, Jinga, you know that Dad hates that kind of occasion the most. Madame Chiao shook her head helplessly and hurried to hug Xiao Jiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao Jiao had almost fallen asleep, and she woke up completely after the bumps on the road. Madame Chiao pushed Xiao Jiao Jiao into the arms of Duke Yan. Jiao Jiao, come meet your grandfather. Xiao Jiao Jiao's eyes widened. Wow, is this the grandfather? He looks so young, not like a man in his 60s at all. Madame Chiao smiled. It was a pity that her father couldn't hear Jiao Jiao's voice. Otherwise, he would be very happy. Duke Yan held Xiao Jiao Jiao lovingly and handed her the wooden box in his arms. Jinger, keep it for Jiao Jiao. This will be her dowry in the future. Madame Chiao took the wooden box with curiosity and almost dropped it on her feet. So heavy? She opened the box and couldn't help but exclaimed. A box of gold, full of various longevity locks, bracelets, and even hairpins. Madame Chiao was shocked. This is worth a lot of money. Dad, there are too many and my daughter cannot accept them. Duke Yan said sternly. It's not for you, but for Jiao Jiao. You are not allowed to refuse. It is Jiao Jiao's grandmother's intention. Madame Chiao was startled when she heard this. Her mother had been gone for more than 10 years. Duke Yan teased Xiao Jiao Jiao and said softly, Your mother has been preparing since Dai was born, saying that she would definitely give birth to another girl in the future. Girls are all going to get married, and the dowry must be generous, so they prepared early. Who knew that this child would wait for 14 years? When Madame Chiao heard this, she recalled her mother's gentle and earnest appearance, and her nose was sour. Xiao Jiao Jiao saw that Madame Chiao's eyes were red, and she couldn't help but feel distressed. Mother also misses her own mother. Grandmother must be a very kind elder to consider so far for mother. If she knew that mother would be depressed, I don't know how distressed she would be. When Madame Chiao heard what Xiao Jiao Jiao said, her heart ached, and she almost cried. If her mother knew that the Duke of Yan's mansion would be treated so badly by her elder brother and his wife in the future, and that they would kill the Chiao family, how sad she would be. Thinking of this, Madame Chiao pinched her sleeves hard and made up her mind. After Xiao Jiao Jiao was taken away by Madame Lu, Madame Chiao said solemnly, Dad, I have something to tell you. Seeing his daughter so serious, Duke Yan couldn't help but frown. What's the matter? Did you get angry with Zhenghua? Madame Chiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How dare he, Dad? What I want to tell you is about my brother and sister-in-law. Duke Yan leaned back on his chair, with a little distress on his face. Your brother is such a loser. It's fine if he lives his life in a muddle. I don't expect him to do anything. Just don't cause trouble. Madame Chiao looked solemn. Dad, if you don't want your brother to cause trouble, you still have to restrain him more. You don't know that your brother actually wants to take Dai to that kind of fireworks place.
What?
Duke Yan, who had a bad temper, broke the armrest of the chair with one punch. That rascal. Madame Chiao looked at the angry Duke Yan and couldn't help feeling guilty. Although this incident hasn't happened yet, since Jiao Jiao mentioned it, it must be true. This is a good excuse to make Dad pay more attention to my brother and take good care of him. When Dad teaches my brother a lesson about such an unbearable thing, he will definitely not tell her. No, I'm going to take him back and give him a good beating now. Duke Yan was in a hurry to leave, and Madame Chiao quickly stopped him. Dad, wait a minute. Your daughter has something else to do. Duke Yan's eyes suddenly widened. Could it be that the rascal is still wanting to do something? The crime is even worse. The crime is even worse. Madame Chiao. Dad, don't be too angry when you go back. It's okay to break your arms and legs, but don't hurt my brother's brain. Duke Yan,
who was angry about this.
Madame Chiao saw Duke Yan's stunned look, covered her mouth and smiled, and then she straightened her expression. Dad, what I want to tell you is about my eldest sister-in-law. Duke Yan frowned. What happened to your eldest sister-in-law? He was actually not very satisfied with this daughter-in-law. She was too calculating and narrow-minded. Of course, it was also his own rascal son's fault for not wanting to live a peaceful life. So, over the years, he never gave his daughter-in-law a cold shoulder, and the internal affairs of the Duke Yan's mansion were basically delegated to her, which was considered to be giving her enough face. Madame Chiao looked a little unhappy and lowered her voice and said, "A few days ago, my eldest sister-in-law mentioned that she wanted Tianjing and Ninger to get closer, but I refused. My eldest sister-in-law seemed to be angry with me, and she didn't even come to Jiao Jiao's full-month banquet today. Besides, I heard about something at the banquet today that involves the reputation of our Duke of Yan's mansion, so I dared to mention it in front of Dad." The Duke of Yan frowned. "What's the matter?" Madame Chiao seemed a little embarrassed to speak and hesitated for a long time before saying, "Dad, this kind of women's affairs should not be said in front of you, but Mother passed away early, so only you can make the decision. My daughter heard that my eldest sister-in-law had a childhood sweetheart, and they had a very close relationship. I don't know why, but some rumors have been spread recently. What do you think? Do you want to investigate carefully?" After careful consideration, Madame Chiao was still unwilling to reveal the secret that she could hear Qiao Jiaojiao's voice. She was really scared. Qiao Jiaojiao had the ability to predict the future. If someone knew about it, she would be doomed. But in this way, she had no way to explain how she knew that her sister-in-law had a childhood sweetheart. She could only lie casually, hoping to find out with her father's means. When the Duke of Yan heard this, his brows were indeed tightly knitted. "Your sister-in-law doesn't seem like that kind of person. Let me send someone to check it carefully after I go back." Mrs. Chiao looked at her father with some guilt. This time, in order to prepare for a rainy day, she was a little bit unscrupulous. At this time, Qiao Zhenghui sent away the guests in front and immediately came to see his father-in-law. The Duke of Yan had something hidden in his heart. He chatted with Qiao Zhenghui for a few words and left in a hurry. At night, the Qiao mansion, which had been busy all day, finally returned to peace. Qiao Zhenghui sat in the study with a gloomy expression. He didn't light a candle. Only a piece of moonlight came from the open window, becoming the only light source in the room. "What's going on in Beigua?" Qiao Zhenghui asked in a low voice. "General, the Crown Prince of Biting is still undecided. Looking at the changing situation, I'm afraid there will be civil strife." A hoarse voice suddenly sounded. It turned out that there was a man in black kneeling in the shadow in front of Qiao Zhenghui. Qiao Zhenghui showed a thoughtful look and then ordered lightly, "Send a few people to guard the city gate. If there are people who look like Beigua, stare carefully. If there are any suspicious people, turn them over directly. Also, send a few people to keep an eye on the second prince. They must stay far away and see if there are any suspicious people around the second prince." The man in black answered yes firmly and respectfully, without asking any reason. When he jumped out of the window, he was silent, like a black shadow. Qiao Zhenghui stood up slowly, walked to the window and looked at the full moon in the sky, and sighed in his heart. "Jiao Jiao, Dad has made arrangements according to everything you predicted, hoping to preserve the hard-won peace of the Great Yong dynasty and change the fate of my Qiao family." Thinking of this, he suddenly missed his gentle wife and well-behaved daughter very much, so he turned around, pushed open the door of the study, and walked towards the main room. Outside the Qiao mansion is Qingtian Street, and an inconspicuous carriage is parked at the corner of the street. A coachman stood next to the carriage. He was slightly hunched and looked very old. But if you look closely, you will find that the coachman has bright eyes, a smooth chin, and slightly protruding temples. He is clearly a middle-aged master of the outside family. "Master, it's late at night, it's time to go back." The coachman's voice was hoarse and easily dissipated in the night wind. "Wait a little longer." A young and elegant voice came from the car. If Qiao Jiaojiao could see this person at this time, she would be surprised. Because the one guarding here is none other than the current second prince, the male protagonist Shen Yuanbai. The driver was a little puzzled. Master, who are you waiting for? As soon as this was said, Shen Yuanbai's face was also a little confused. In fact, even he himself didn't know who he was waiting for. He just had a vague, strong premonition in his heart before coming to the Qiao mansion, premonition that he would meet someone who was extremely important to him today. As for whether this person is a man or a woman, tall or short, fat or thin, he didn't know anything. This premonition is so strong. Who knows that until the Qiao mansion banquet is over, this destined person never shows up. About half a quarter of an hour later, there was no one on Qingtian Street, and it would be too conspicuous to stay any longer. Thinking of this, Shen Yuanbai waved his hand helplessly. Asheng, let's go. Yes, master. The driver jumped onto the carriage lightly and drove the horse away steadily. Shen Yuanbai slowly leaned against the wall of the carriage. A hint of sinisterness overflowed from his originally cold eyes, and his brows were tightly furrowed. He always felt that he seemed to have lost something great today. A baby eating and drinking passed quickly. Under the careful care of the whole family, Qiao Jiaojiao slowly learned to lift her head and turn over. When she was 4 months old, she arched her buttocks all day long to sit up. When it came to the 12th lunar month, Qiao Jiaojiao welcomed her first spring festival in this world. Xiao Zhenghua really spoiled Qiao Jiaojiao like the apple of his eye. He always held her in his arms during his rest time and was reluctant to let go. Even Mrs. Qiao scolded him for being a daughter. After hearing this, Qiao Zhenghua was proud of it. He used to learn exquisite wood carving with his subordinates in his spare time in the military camp. Now he carves one piece every month to record Qiao Jiaojiao's growth and changes vividly. Qiao Dai came over. Dad, carve one for me too, one that looks heroic. Xiao Zhenghua kicked him. Get lost. Haven't you beaten me enough? Qiao Dai shuddered when he heard this, and shouted in dissatisfaction. Dad, why do you always beat me? Qiao Zhenghua snorted coldly. You're the only tough kid in the family. Who else should I beat if not you? Who told you to be a bad boy and dare to go to that place of fireworks with others? Although this has not happened yet, it does not affect me to beat you in advance. Mrs. Qiao came over with Qiao Jiaojiao, who was wrapped up like a little ball, and saw that the father and son were fighting again, and she couldn't help but shook her head helplessly. Qiao Jiaojiao laughed when she saw this. Hee, doesn't the second brother know? There is an old saying that goes, the eldest is spoiled, the third is spoiled, and the second is the unlucky one who suffers. Qiao Dai. Insightful. I want to hug my little sister. My little sister is the one who loves me the most. Qiao Dai just stretched out his hand, and Qiao Jiaojiao was hugged by Qiao Zhenghua. It snowed heavily in the capital in December. Qiao Jiaojiao wore a thick coat and a white fox fur cloak on the outside. The little doll looked like it was made of jade. Qiao Zhenghua handed the wood carving to Qiao Jiaojiao like he was presenting a treasure, and Qiao Jiaojiao's eyes lit up.
Wow.
So beautiful. It looks like me. My dad is so ingenious and his craftsmanship is beyond imagination. Qiao Zhenghua was very pleased to hear this, and smiled like a flower. He secretly made up his mind to carve hundreds more for Jiaojiao. As the sky gradually darkened, sitting in the house with the fire on the ground, the family took off their heavy coats and talked together happily. Qiao Jiaojiao looked at the sumptuous dinner on the table, and her saliva could not be stopped. Woo woo woo. Roast chicken, steamed duck, roast suckling pig. Wait for me, I'm growing up soon. When several people heard Qiao Jiaojiao's inner voice, they couldn't help laughing, but they were afraid that they would be discovered by each other. So Qiao Zhenghua pretended to pour wine. Mrs. Qiao lowered her head and pretended to tidy up Qiao Jiaojiao's hair. Qiao Tianjing pretended to cover his mouth and cough, and Qiao Dai leaned over and pretended to find something under the table. Qiao Jiaojiao looked at everyone and suddenly became busy. Crackling in a burst of festive firecrackers, the family with 800 hearts finally laughed heartily. Qiao Jiaojiao was not afraid of the sound of firecrackers at all, jumping and shouting excitedly in Mrs. Qiao's arms. At this moment, Even her eyes were a little wet. This is the warmth and reunion that she had never experienced in her previous life without a father or a mother. So comforting. There is a rule of staying up all night on New Year's Eve. Xiao Jiao was still young and soon couldn't hold on, and fell asleep in Mrs. Qiao's arms. The sound of the gong at midnight rang out, and the Qiao family made the same wish at this moment. May their Jiao live a smooth, peaceful, and happy life. On the third day of the new year, Qiao Zhonghua and his family went to the Duke of Yan's mansion to pay New Year's greetings. This was the first time Qiao Jiao came to the Duke of Yan's mansion. Duke Yan got the news and waited at the door early. The moment he saw Qiao Jiao, Duke Yan's eyebrows curved and immediately hugged her. Jiao, it's cold outside. Come in with your grandfather. Duke Yan said and turned away, leaving the rest of the Qiao family directly where they were. Qiao family? Sister, brother-in-law, come in. Qiao Jiao's eyes were sharp, and she saw her uncle, who was still in middle age. If this person wants to be romantic, he must have capital. Otherwise, he is called a hooligan. Madame Qiao was once the most beautiful woman in the capital, and Zhuashixi, as Madame Qiao's biological brother, naturally has an outstanding appearance. But she had neglected self-management over the years, and her big belly was really eye-catching. Madame Qiao asked politely, "Where is the sister-in-law?" The Prince Zhuaheng showed dissatisfaction in his expression. She went back to her parents' home early in the morning. She had planned to go tomorrow, but suddenly changed her mind. I really don't know what she was thinking. Madame Qiao understood. She had just sent the message that she was coming, and the sister-in-law left right after. It seemed that she was still angry with her.
Well,
Madame Qiao smiled faintly. She came to see her father this time. Zhuaheng accompanied the three fathers and sons of the Qiao family to chat in the hall, and Madame Qiao followed the Duke of Yan into the back hall. She looked up and saw that Xiao Jiao had a big red envelope in her arms. Dad, Jiao doesn't lack anything. You don't have to be so generous every time. Madame Qiao scolded. Duke of Yan glared. This is what I, as a grandfather, want. How can you, as a daughter, have any say in this? He turned to look at Xiao Jiao in his arms again, and even his voice was choked up. Good Jiao, don't listen to your mother, keep it well. It will be our Jiao's dowry in the future. Xiao Jiao held the red envelope in her hand, her face excited. Thank you, my handsome, charming, and generous grandfather. Woo, this red envelope is really thick. Madame Qiao held her forehead helplessly. She and her husband didn't care much about material things, but Jiao was a little money grubber. Xiao Jiao played in the house for a while. She had just been bumpy on the road, and now she was drowsy again. Seeing this, Madame Qiao asked Madame Lu to take Xiao Jiao to the next room to sleep for a while. Seeing that there was no one around, Duke of Yan suddenly said, Jinger, that matter is indeed a bit strange. Madame Qiao was about to ask about it, but she felt a little nervous when she heard it. Last time, when she mentioned her sister-in-law's childhood sweetheart, her father said he would go back and check. After 3 months of searching, there was no news, so she had a premonition that this matter was not simple. Duke Yan looked solemn and said in a deep voice, "That man is called Li Xuxing. In fact, he is a relative of your sister-in-law's family." The family had nowhere else to go and came to the capital for refuge. It is said that he grew up with your sister-in-law, and they have a very close relationship. Li Xuxing is also promising. He is very good at martial arts, and his in-laws intend to recommend him to the military camp for experience. It seems that the two families originally wanted to strengthen their relationship. The bad thing is that your brother took a fancy to your sister-in-law. After our two families agreed on the marriage, Li Xuxing's family disappeared. When Mrs. Qiao heard this, her heart sank. She knew that her sister-in-law was very happy when she first married into the Duke's mansion. It seemed that she was also satisfied with this marriage. Could it be that the eldest sister-in-law's family drove the Li family away in order to smoothly marry into their Duke's mansion? Thinking in a darker direction, could it be that someone died? Duke Yan would naturally not miss anything that Mrs. Qiao could think of. I sent people to ask at the Li family's ancestral home. Since the Li family came to the capital, they have never returned. In the past few months, when I asked people to carry the portrait to conduct secret visits, I really found some clues by coincidence. The Li family used to make a living by selling tofu pudding in the local area. There is a tofu stall on the corner of Gudian Street. The stall owner is an old woman with a broken leg. She looks very similar to Li Xuxing's mother. After several contacts, the spies learned that the stall owner's husband seemed to have been beaten to death, and her son was missing. However, after several visits, the spies found that occasionally a hunchbacked man came to help in the stall. Although the man looked old, he was actually an outsider master. When Mrs. Qiao heard this, she covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Could this person be Li Xuxing?" Duke Yan nodded solemnly. "Jinger, you will never guess who this Li Xuxing is working for now." Mrs. Qiao's heart was pounding. It turned out that everything had a traceable path. Jiao Jiao was right. The next words of the Duke of Yan completely confirmed Mrs. Qiao's guess. Second Prince, Li Xuxing, is now the second prince's subordinate, and he is guarding the second prince closely, never leaving his side. The Duke of Yan paced back and forth in the room, with a little worry on his face. "Jinger, your sister-in-law's family most likely killed the Li family for this marriage. Not only did Li Xuxing escape death, but he is now on the rise. This man can endure what ordinary people cannot endure. He is definitely not a good person. We must be on guard." Mrs. Qiao's face turned pale. Yes, Li Xuxing was really amazing. In Jiao Jiao's prediction, he could even suppress his hatred, use old feelings to his sister-in-law to work for him, and push the Qiao family into an abyss of no return. This matter has exceeded the limit of her interference in the backyard, and it is time to remind her husband. Mrs. Qiao looked solemn. This time, she would not allow any evil people to harm the Qiao family and the Duke's mansion. After saying these words, Duke Yan secretly looked at his daughter with an inquiring look. Jinger told him that day that she heard some rumors and thought of investigating. But in fact, the in-laws covered up this matter very well, and people in the Beijing circle didn't even know the existence of the Li family. How did Jinger know such a secret thing and bother to lead him to investigate? However, Duke Yan loved his daughter very much. Seeing that Mrs. Qiao was not going to say it, he did not mean to ask. He firmly believed in his heart that his daughter was smart and clever since she was a child, and was also close to him as a father and filial, and would never do anything to harm the Duke's mansion. The Qiao family had lunch at the Duke's mansion before leaving. Back at the Qiao family, Qiao Jiaojiao was taken to play by Qiao Tianjing and Dai, so Qiao Zhonghua and his wife closed the door and talked about private matters. Madame Qiao grabbed her husband's hand and said with a twinkling expression, "Husband, I heard a big thing from Dad today." Qiao Zhonghua had been a little distracted, and he's slightly serious when he heard it. "What's wrong, madam?" "But what difficulties did your father-in-law encounter?" Madame Qiao snuggled in Qiao Zhonghua's arms and said softly, "Dad heard some rumors about my eldest sister-in-law, so he sent people to investigate, but the result was unexpected." Qiao Zhonghua immediately remembered what Qiao Jiaoju mentioned, that Madame Zhua had a childhood sweetheart, and he sat up straighter. He had been focusing on Beigua and the second prince these days, and he almost overlooked this matter. At that moment, Madame Qiao repeated the story of Li Xuxing and said with a worried look, "Husband, although it was my sister-in-law's family who attacked his Li family, will he also hate the Duke's mansion and our Qiao mansion because of this?" Qiao Zhonghua's face was slightly gloomy, his eyes were cold, but he gently touched Madame Qiao's head with his hand and said softly, "Madam, don't worry, I am here for everything." Madame Qiao leaned on Qiao Zhonghua's shoulder, hugged Qiao Zhonghua's waist intimately like a young couple, and nodded gently. "With my husband here, Jinger has always been at ease." The room was quiet for a long time, and Qiao Zhonghua suddenly turned his head and whispered in Madame Qiao's cheek with slightly red ears. "Jiao Jiao is also 4 months old. Madam, have you rested well? I have been looking forward to it for a long time." Madame Qiao's face suddenly turned red with shame. Since Qiao Jiaojiao was born, she has been taking care of her every night, and Qiao Zhonghua also understands her and has not spoken for 4 months. Thinking of the ridiculous passion they had in the past, Mrs. Chow suddenly felt a little weak all over. She hesitated for a long time, still as shy as a girl. "Let us talk about it later at night." Xiao Zhenghua leaned over, his eyes shining, and lowered his voice and said, "Why don't you let Madame Lu take Jiao Jiao to sleep tonight? I have been holding it in for a long time." Mrs. Chow felt a burst of heat rushing to her head when she heard this. She punched him in shame and anger, but her heart was sweet, so she lowered her head and acquiesced. Xiao Zhenghua smiled happily and suddenly picked up Mrs. Chow horizontally, scaring her to scream. Xiao Tianjing walked to the door with Xiao Jiao in his arms. When he heard the noise of fighting in the room, his face suddenly turned red, and he quickly ran away. Xiao Jiao chuckled slyly. "Hee, are you allergic to romance, brother? Running so fast. If I can publish a book in the future, I will write one called The Fairy Love of My Parents. So sweet, so sweet." Xiao Tianjing is a thin-skinned person. He walked very fast all the way, but Xiao Jiao was still talking nonsense. "The family tradition is different. Other young masters have arranged for a concubine early, but my eldest brother and second brother are pure and clean. I am looking forward to my eldest sister-in-law again. Count on my fingers, the Lantern Festival is coming soon. Brother, you have to do your best. Marry my eldest sister-in-law home as soon as possible. After eating dog food for more than 10 years, it's your turn to show your love to your parents." Xiao Tianjing's ears were red, and he didn't know whether it was because of the cold or shyness. That night, Xiao Jiao was indeed arranged to sleep with Lu Ma. Before leaving the room, Xiao Jiao's mischievous eyes swept between her parents.
"Ah,
My parents are finally going to be sweet and happy." Xiao Zhenghua's whole body stiffened slightly, and Mrs. Chow's face was so red with shame that she couldn't lift her head. This was the first time in their lives that the couple hoped that Xiao Jiao was really just a simple and ignorant little kid. But Xiao Jiao was still excited. "Oh my God, my stumbling block has finally been removed. Mom and Dad, I am willing to help you. Don't bring me back tonight. Wow, so shy. I like Mom and Dad to be close to each other. Please keep your fairy love going." Madame Lu was an experienced person. She looked happy, and she quickly carried Xiao Jiao out very tactfully. The couple had just breathed a sigh of relief, and the childish little voice was faintly heard again. "Hey, will I have another brother or sister?" The Chow couple. Soon it was the 15th day of the first lunar month, the Lantern Festival. After breakfast in the morning, Xiao Zhenghua began to use various reasons to cleverly and unobtrusively urge Xiao Tianjing to go out. Today is the last day of the holiday, so give him some good news to refresh his mind so that he will be in the mood to go to court tomorrow. Xiao Tianjing was obviously not in good shape today. His eyes were slightly blue, and he looked listless. He was really poisoned by his little sister. The closer the Lantern Festival was, the more she kept talking about Miss Han in her heart. Even he became inexplicably nervous. Last night, he tossed and turned until 3 o'clock in the morning before falling asleep. Xiao Jiao can now eat some thin rice porridge. Seeing her father urging her eldest brother to go out, she couldn't help but wonder. Isn't today a holiday? It's so cold outside. Why did my father ask my eldest brother to go out? If you ask me, my eldest brother should quickly conserve his energy. Tonight, the Lantern Parade will be a hero to save the beauty. Xiao Zhenghua suddenly realized that he had to wait until the evening to save his future daughter-in-law. "My girl, please reveal some details, such as which street and which entrance, and how many steps your elder brother should take to rescue your sister-in-law." Xiao Tianjing breathed a sigh of relief when he heard it. It turned out to be at night, so he really needs to have a good sleep in the afternoon. Xiao Jiao was eager at this time. "What should I do? I want to go too. I want to witness the birth of a fate, and I also want to see the heroine show off. The Lantern Parade is very lively tonight. It seems that a building has held a grand couplet event, and then the heroine stole the limelight, and the highlight moment happened to be seen by the hero. I want to join in the fun too. Can you let my elder brother and second brother take me?"
Ah.
I hate that I can't speak. Xiao Jiao was so excited that she babbled and accidentally knocked over a spoonful of porridge handed over by Mrs. Jiao. Xiao Jiao. Woo, Mom, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be naughty. I also want to go to the Lantern Festival. I really want to go. Mrs. Chiao was not angry. She patiently wiped Xiao Jiao's dirty arm, kissed her forehead gently, and was already considering the feasibility of Xiao Jiao going out. She really couldn't bear to restrain Jiao. After all, her desire to go out was so strong. The eldest brother wanted to save Miss Han, so he might not be able to take care of Jiao. The second brother is not determined yet. Too rough. What if he hurts Jiao? Otherwise, let the husband. Mom, my little sister is a little older now. Can I take her out tonight? After weighing it, Xiao Dai was pleasantly surprised to find that he was the best candidate to take Xiao Jiao out. Reliable, gentle, caring, and skilled in martial arts. When Xiao Jiao heard this, she excitedly stretched out her chubby little hand and pointed at Xiao Dai, screaming, Second brother, you are handsome and loving. With your help, I will soon see a world I have never seen before. Please continue to radiate your charming charm and take me out. Xiao Zhonghua frowned suddenly. Why did this little rascal get so many compliments from Jiao? But Xiao Dai was obviously upset. Look at how dazzling I am in my little sister's eyes. How can I let her down? So he stood up suddenly and said with a solemn oath, Dad and Mom, don't worry. I promise with my life that I will take good care of my little sister. Xiao Tianjing was reluctant to let Xiao Jiao down, so he added, Dad and Mom, I will take care of my little sister with my second brother. Xiao Jiao looked at Xiao Tianjing excitedly again.
Ah.
Big brother is a great help. Xiao Zhonghua looked at his wife, and there was also a look of pleading in his eyes. This matter still needs his wife to make the final decision. Xiao Jiao glanced around and immediately turned around to curry favor with the final decision-maker of this family. She arched her buttocks and struggled to get into Mrs. Chiao's arms, looking at Mrs. Chiao with a pair of wet eyes. The most beautiful and kind mother in the world. Please agree to let me go. Such a lovely daughter is begging you. Don't you feel soft at all? There is only a good mother in the world, and a child with a mother is like a treasure. Seeing that Xiao Jiao was flattering to the point of singing, Mrs. Chiao's eyebrows curved and couldn't help laughing out loud. She gathered her arms and said, Go. I can rest for a while if you go. Wow. A light suddenly flashed in my eyes. Is it the sun? No, it's the motherly glory of my mother. Mrs. Chiao, a little devil. Second brother, you have to keep an eye on your sister at all times. Don't ignore her or bump into her.
Mrs. Chiao said worriedly.
Xiao Dai immediately patted his chest and promised. As night fell, there was a faint noise outside the mansion. Xiao Jiao was wrapped up inside and out, wearing a tiger head hat, tiger head shoes, and a red fox cape. She curled up like a little girl beside a bodhisattva. Mrs. Chiao couldn't help but leave a few sweet kisses on Xiao Jiao's face. Xiao Jiao immediately enjoyed herself and laughed. Xiao Dai came in and took Xiao Jiao away. He couldn't let her go and weighed her lovingly. Little sister, your second brother is taking you out to play. Going out to play. Mrs. Chiao watched the big and small ones walk out briskly, feeling happy and worried. When she arrived at the front yard, Xiao Jiao saw her big brother in white clothes. He stood under the green pine, with picturesque eyebrows and eyes, and a cheerful and upright manner. Xiao Jiao immediately screamed. That's right. That's it. It must be so charming to the big sister-in-law. Haha. Xiao Tianjing trembled slightly, turned his back immediately, and his face flushed. Little sister's mouth is really... Xiao Dai just laughed mischievously on the side. The three siblings boarded the carriage that had been prepared long ago. The carriage was warm and there were some soft and chewy desserts. Madame Lu followed in a carriage behind. In case Xiao Jiao peed or defecated during the journey, she would change Xiao Jiao's clothes at any time. The lantern parade was arranged on Putian Street, the largest street in the capital. At the street entrance, the carriage was not allowed to enter. Xiao Tianjing asked Madame Lu to wait here, and he and Xiao Dai, who was holding Xiao Jiao, walked in on foot. Xiao Jiao felt warm on the body. When she got off the carriage, she was like a bird out of a cage. Her lively eyes looked around and shouted excitedly. Wow, this is the kind of grand scene of the Tang Dynasty described in the book, right? It's really lively. It feels like a country with peace and prosperity, and people living and working in peace and contentment. Wow. Thinking that this grand scene has contributed to the Qiao family's battles on the battlefield. Why am I so proud all of a sudden? Xiao Tianjing and Xiao Dai couldn't help but straighten their chests when they heard this. When fighting against the Northern Kingdom, the Qiao family army was the most feared ace army on the battlefield. Ah, that little axe lantern is so cute. I want it. Xiao Jiao's mind jumped very quickly, and she saw a conspicuous tiger lantern in the distance. Xiao Tianjing followed Xiao Jiao's gaze and saw an unexpected figure. Xiao Tianjing's expression changed slightly. He looked around and felt relieved when he saw the guards scattered in the crowd. Xiao Dai was not so careful. When he saw Xiao Jiao wanted the tiger lantern, he walked over without hesitation. At this time, a childish voice rang out. "Brother, I want this little tiger." Xiao Jiao's ears perked up. Why did this voice sound so familiar? Okay, then go pick it yourself. The gentle voice came slowly, instantly awakening Xiao Jiao's memory. It's the prince and that silly white sweet. Xiao Dai was instantly shocked when he heard the word prince. Where? The prince is here too? Xiao Tianjing pulled Xiao Dai's sleeve and motioned him to look at the tiger lantern. At this time, under the little tiger lantern, a young child was sitting on the shoulders of a young boy, and the child was trying to reach the lantern. Xiao Jiao opened her mouth in shock when she saw this scene. Isn't this white moonlight prince too humble? Just let the silly white sweet sit on his shoulders? TSK. The deep brotherly love is rare in the royal family. Xiao Jiao's sophisticated complaints can be regarded as speaking to the hearts of the Xiao Tianjing brothers. Even they did not expect that the prince would be so doting on the fourth prince in private. At this time, a guard came to the prince and whispered something. The prince turned his head slightly and saw the Xiao Tianjing brothers standing not far away. He did not feel any shame or annoyance of being spied on, but smiled gently and waved at them. The silly white sweet screamed at this time. "Brother, don't move. I'm about to reach the lantern. Little fourth, the little sister is here. Don't you want to take a look?" The Prince Shen Yuanzhan asked with a smile. "Little sister? Is it the beautiful little sister in the Qiao mansion?" The fourth Prince Shen Yuanling's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard the words, and he didn't care about the little lantern anymore, and turned his head to look around. When he turned around, he saw Xiao Jiao, who was as gentle and lovely as a porcelain doll, and he was instantly delighted. Xiao Dai carried Xiao Jiao to the prince and was about to greet him, but was immediately stopped. "Don't be polite tonight, just go shopping like friends." Xiao Dai was also a straightforward person. When the prince said that, he really relaxed and greeted, "Brother Shen is here to visit the lanterns too." Xiao Tianjing. "This stupid second brother, at least call the prince young master." Xiao Jiao. Superscript 2, superscript 3, 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 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, superscript 2, superscript 3, 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 666, second brother is awesome. Superscript 2, superscript 3, superscript 3, superscript 3, superscript 3, superscript 3, superscript 3, awesome. Superscript 2, superscript 3, 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 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, hara 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, superscript 2. Superscript 3, 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 Xiao Dai. Why did my younger sister suddenly praise her? The prince was startled, then laughed heartily. The second son of the Qiao family is so interesting. The fourth prince couldn't wait to see Xiao Jiao. Brother, hold me down, I want to kiss my little sister. Xiao Tianjing, Dai. That's not possible. Even if you are a prince, you can't. The guards on the side helped to hold the fourth prince down, and he immediately climbed into the prince's arms again and came to look at Xiao Jiaojiao. Xiao Jiaojiao glared at him. What are you looking at, little brat? Xiao Tianjing, Dai. Fortunately, others couldn't hear it. When the fourth prince saw Xiao Jiaojiao glaring at him, he shouted happily, My sister is looking at me. She likes me too. Brother, can I choose my sister to be my fourth princess consort? She is so young, but her mind is so big. It's a beautiful thought. You little short-lived ghost, it's not certain whether you can live to grow up. Xiao Tianjing. Thank God, these rebellious words were only heard by him and the second son. The prince shook his head helplessly and said to the Qiao brothers, Recently, the palace is busy choosing a princess for me. Xiao Si heard a little bit and kept shouting that he wanted your little sister to be the prince's consort. Xiao Tianjing immediately smiled appropriately. This is a great event. Congratulations, young master. Xiao Jiaojiao suddenly shuddered when she heard this.
Wait.
The key factor of the prince's sudden death has been revealed. We must be careful when choosing the princess. Sheng Xiran, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Qing, was chosen as the princess by the emperor, but she has always liked Prince Jing, even to the point of obsession. After Prince Jing and Sheng Xiran got in touch, Prince Jing knew everything about the prince. And the prince died suddenly. Who knows if Sheng Xiran was involved? Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Dai were shocked and broke out in a cold sweat when they heard this. Xiao Jiaojiao was so anxious. The eldest daughter of the general of the cavalry, Xiao Qianlan, is very good. It's a pity that she only became a concubine. She was sincere to the prince, and the prince had the best relationship with her after marriage. After the prince died suddenly, Miss Xiao insisted that the prince's death was in doubt, but a few days later, she died for love without knowing why.
Woo.
However, the news of selecting the crown princess has not been widely publicized, and the candidate is still undecided. If he reminds her rashly today, he will definitely be suspected by the crown prince. Fortunately, the selection process of the crown princess is very complicated, and it will take many days to decide. He must come up with a win-win solution before that. At this time, the crown prince looked at Xiao Tianjing, who was thoughtful, and suddenly said, De Lang, you are also of marriageable age. I believe that Mrs. Qiao knows a lot about the eligible women in Beijing, right? Xiao Tianjing's heart moved slightly when he heard this. What the crown prince meant was that the queen intended to ask the noble ladies in Beijing for information. If so, perhaps she could use her mother's mouth to remove the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Qing's mansion from the list. But in this way, my mother would have to take some risks, and this matter must be done without any leaks, otherwise it is very likely to cause the resentment of the Duke of Qing's mansion. Xiao Tianjing was full of thoughts in a flash, and then nodded helplessly. My mother is also a warrior, and it seems that she has done a lot of homework. The prince understood immediately, and he said with a smile, Little Four always talks about how cute your little sister is in front of my mother, and my mother has wanted to meet her for a long time. If it is convenient for Madame Qiao, can you ask her to bring Miss Qiao to the palace to chat with my mother? Xiao Tianjing immediately responded, It would be my mother's honor. The prince nodded with satisfaction and said in a gentle voice, Let's go for a walk together. Xiao Jiaojiao suddenly became excited when she heard this. Several people walked forward together, and the fourth prince didn't even look at the lanterns, and his attention was all on Xiao Jiaojiao. He talked to Xiao Jiaojiao for a while and then made faces, but Xiao Jiaojiao ignored him. Sister-in-law. My sweet and soft sister-in-law, where are you? I searched for him among the crowd for hundreds of times, but when I turned around, he was at the end of the street where the lights were dimming. Where is this place where the lights are dimming? Xiao Tianjing was so tense by Xiao Jiaojiao's nagging that when he saw her reciting a word, he automatically sighed in his mind. My little sister actually has such outstanding literary talent? Quick. The activities in Kaifeng building have begun. It is said that a big stage has been set up, and the one sitting in the hall is Mr. Gu Qianshan, one of the famous scholars. The prize. What is the prize today? It's a rare colored lantern that will spin when it lights up. A cheer suddenly broke out in the crowd, and then everyone rushed in one direction like mud flowing into the sea. Be careful. Protect the two young masters. The palace guards were instantly alert and formed a circle to protect the crown prince and the fourth prince. Seeing Xiao Jiaojiao being swept away by the crowd, the fourth prince shouted anxiously, "Sister, I want my sister." The crown prince saw this and shouted in a low voice, "Protect the young master and young lady of the Qiao family." Xiao Dai was a martial arts expert, and his chassis was extremely stable. No matter how the crowd rushed, he still held Xiao Jiaojiao tightly and stood still. Although Qiao Tianjing was a scholar, he had been following Qiao Zhengwu to strengthen his body, and now he stood firmly. Just at this moment, an anxious cry came from the side. "Miss, be careful." Qiao Tianjing turned his head and saw a girl in green clothes being pushed by the crowd and fell directly to the lantern stall beside her. At this moment, he didn't think too much and decisively squeezed past the two people in front of him, grabbed the girl's wrist, and pulled her up. The girl bumped into him lightly before she could barely stand still. She raised her head in panic, her eyes red, full of fear. "Thank you. Thank you." The girl was full of gratitude, but she was slightly stunned the next moment. She didn't expect to see such a beautiful and gentle face. The young man had outstanding eyebrows and eyes, and was very graceful. He was a real handsome man. Qiao Tianjing only felt a fragrance coming to his nose, and then fell into a pair of watery eyes. The girl's face was still in shock, but it was hard to hide her beauty and calmness. He still held the girl's wrist in his hand, and the crowd pushed them closer. Qiao Tianjing suddenly reacted, quickly let go and stood up straight, slightly turned his head away, and dared not look again. "This girl, we have to act in an emergency. Please forgive me if I have offended you." The girl blushed and turned her head to the other side and hummed softly, and the faint fragrance of pine and cypress penetrated into her nostrils. Xiao Tianjing's heart was beating very fast, and he couldn't help looking for Qiao Jiaojiao's figure in the crowd, because he really wanted to know whether the person in front of him was Miss Han, his future wife. The crowd passed slowly, and the surroundings relaxed a lot instantly. Qiao Jiaojiao saw Qiao Tianjing and a young girl standing opposite each other. Her throat suddenly rose. "Second brother, go over and see if the eldest brother has saved the eldest sister-in-law." Xiao Dai saw that it was related to the eldest brother's lifelong event, so he took big steps and walked to Qiao Tianjing's side in 2 or 3 steps. Xiao Jiaojiao looked up and screamed instantly.
"Ah!
Sister-in-law. It's the eldest sister-in-law. Big brother, you lived up to my expectations and really saved the eldest sister-in-law." Although the plot of the hero saving the beauty is really old-fashioned, I have to say that it is still very touching. This is called 1,000 miles of marriage. Big brother, look at the eldest sister-in-law. Isn't she beautiful? Oh, why is my silly brother still standing there? Come and introduce yourself. Otherwise, how will the eldest sister-in-law know that you saved her? Qiao Tianjing was embarrassed by Qiao Jiaojiao's straightforward words. Xiao Dai was so impatient that he was afraid that the sister-in-law that Jiaojiao favored would slip away, so he asked directly, "Brother, what's this?" Miss Han came to her senses and hurriedly bowed. "Thank you for saving me, young master." Miss Han's maid saw that the person in front of her was dressed unusually and immediately introduced her family. "Thank you, young master. My young lady is the daughter of the Minister of Works." Qiao Tianjing knew that he had not saved the wrong person, and a trace of secret joy surged up. He bowed to Miss Han and said politely, "Miss Han, it's just a small favor. I am the eldest son of the Qiao family." The eldest son of the Qiao family. Miss Han's heart moved slightly. There was only one Qiao family in the capital, and she had attended the full moon banquet of the young lady of the Qiao family some time ago. At this time, looking at Qiao Jiaojiao next to her, she really saw some familiarity in her eyebrows. It turned out to be young Master Qiao. Thank you very much. The slight blush on Miss Han's face had not yet dissipated, but now it became more eye-catching. Because after returning from the full moon banquet last time, she accidentally overheard the conversation between her parents, and the way Mrs. Xiao looked at her seemed to have the intention of getting married. Xiao Jiao couldn't help but giggle when she saw the lovers blushing. Heroes are hard to resist, beauty Xiao Dai. My little sister knows a lot. Why don't you just tell me when he can meet the second young lady of the Xiao family? Although the separation of men and women in the Yong dynasty is not so strict, the young ladies of official families still need to pay attention to their manners and upbringing when they are outside. Miss Han knew that she should not stay for long, so she bowed to Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Dai respectively. Thank you again, Mr. Qiao, for your kindness, and we will say goodbye now. Miss Han, take care. Qiao Tianjing smiled and watched her go. Xiao Jiao looked at Miss Han's back and smiled, and couldn't help but worry again. My thin-skinned elder brother, you have to go back quickly and ask your parents to go to the Han mansion to propose marriage. If you go too late, there will be twists and turns. Xiao Tianjing's heart suddenly jumped when he heard this, and then he heard Xiao Jiao continue to spoil the story. Miss Han is very popular. While you are hesitating, her parents have already agreed to someone else. Xiao Dai heard this and hurriedly winked at Xiao Tianjing. Brother, did you hear what I said? Tell my parents when you get home tonight. If you don't say it, I will say it for you. You even touched Miss Han's hand. You must be responsible. Xiao Tianjing's face was burning when he heard this, but he still nodded firmly. My sister is right. A daughter of a family is sought after by hundreds of families. Since you have chosen the girl, you should show responsibility and courage. At this time, the prince came up from behind holding the fourth prince. He obviously saw what happened just now, and with a smile on his face, he said meaningfully, "It seems that you, Dalong, are about to get married. The Minister of Works is an upright and conscientious person. This marriage is a very good one." Xiao Tianjing did not expect that even the prince would tease him. He shook his head and smiled. Marriage matters are decided by parents. At this time, Qiao Jiao no longer paid attention to the conversation between Xiao Tianjing and the prince. Qiao Dai heard Xiao Jiao's thoughts, so he suggested, "Just now, everyone ran to the direction of Kaifeng building. Brother Chen, big brother, let's go and take a look too?" Xiao Jiao immediately clung to him. Qiao Dai's collar, his face full of excitement. My second brother really understands me. Could he be the worm in my stomach? Qiao Dai. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. When the prince heard the title Brother Chen, he couldn't help but curled up the corners of his mouth again. No one has ever called him like this in his life. It's so strange. I heard that the second son of the Qiao family is a martial arts expert, but he is such a straightforward person and has no idea how to lead troops in battle. If he could learn some of the true teachings from Censor Qiao, he would definitely become a powerful general of the Yong dynasty in the future. Then let's go and take a look together. This year's spring examination is about to begin. There are many talented people in the capital at this time, so it must be very lively. The prince had already spoken, and the group walked towards the Kaifeng Tower. Xiao Jiao looked around and thought, there are indeed many talented people in the capital at this time, but tonight all of them will be overshadowed by one person. Xiao Tianjing was surprised when he heard this. Could it be that Meng Gushue was so powerful? Xiao Jiao was still thinking to herself. After all, Meng Gushue possesses the wisdom of 5,000 years of Chinese history. Just reciting a few poems is enough to make everyone drop their jaws. Xiao Tianjing was secretly shocked when he heard this. Although he had already known from his younger sister that Meng Gushue was now a soul from another world, he did not know that her origin had such a profound cultural heritage. It's better not to let Prince Jing see Meng Gushue's radiance, otherwise the two of them will really get engaged. When Xiao Tianjing heard this, he and Xiao Dai looked at each other, and both of them secretly became cautious. Soon, the Kaifeng Tower decorated with lights and colors came into view in the distance. The palace guards surrounded them and quickly cleared a path for them through the crowd. Xiao Jiao and her group came to the front of the crowd. In front of me was a makeshift stage covered with a red cloth, with only a table, a chair, and one person on it. The man sitting on the chair had white hair on his temples and a long beard that reached down to his Adam's apple, looking like an old scholar. There was an exquisite first line of a couplet hanging next to him, and no one had yet come up with the second line. Xiao Jiao Jiao only took one look and couldn't help but burst out laughing. As expected of an ancient romance novel, classic couplets must have a place. Xiao Tianjing was an extremely learned man and was once a famous scholar in the capital. After reading the first couplet, he raised his eyebrows with interest. There was something written on the red paper. Wangjiang Tower, looking at the river flow from the Wangjiang Tower, the Jiang Tower will last forever, and the river flow will last forever. Hey, isn't this the famous couplet handed down from generation to generation in Wangjiang Tower? Well, it's an easy question for the heroine. I remember the second line was, Inue well, Inue shadow. The moon's shadow is printed in the Inue well. The moon well lasts for 10,000 years. The moon's shadow lasts for 10,000 years. Haha, I have a great memory. Xiao Tianjing savored it carefully and nodded in approval. Qiao Dai. What's with the word Jing? It's so pedantic and boring. Where is the heroine? Let me see where the heroine is. Xiao Jiao's eyes were darting around. Xiao Tianjing suddenly had an idea, so the second line that his younger sister just gave was what Meng Gushue would answer. Meng Gushue wanted to use this opportunity to become famous and establish a relationship with the second prince, and then the two of them would join forces to harm the entire Qiao family. There is no such good thing in the world. Thinking of this, Xiao Tianjing signaled Qiao Dai to keep an eye on Xiao Jiao, and he quickly squeezed into the crowd. The prince noticed Xiao Tianjing's departure, but didn't think much about it. On this side, the people in the audience murmured for a long time, but still could not come up with a satisfactory second line. On the other side of the red stage, Meng Gushue was protected by several maids. Her eyes were shining, and she looked confident. Who could have thought that she just happened to know the second line of the couplet, which made the talented men in Beijing scratch their heads? However, she is in no rush to go on stage. She just wanted to wait until everyone was helpless, and until Gu Qianshan announced that no one could match this pair, and then stand out like a goddess descending from heaven. By then, all the talented people in the capital will bow down to her literary talent. If she recited a few more lines of ancient poetry, wouldn't they be convinced and worship her as the most talented woman in the capital? Thinking of this, Meng Gushue raised the corners of his mouth proudly. This is the unique advantage of a time-traveling woman. No one can compare to it. Let me try. At this time, a loud shout came from the crowd. Meng Gushue's heart trembled when he heard this. No one could figure it out, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd took the initiative to let the person out. He was a young man in linen clothes. Although the young man was dressed simply, he had bright eyes and looked handsome and extraordinary. On the stage, Mr. Gu nodded at him, "Come up." The young man walked up to the red stage step by step and bowed respectfully to Mr. Gu. "I am Tan Hanqi from Shuizhou, and I am sorry to show my ugliness in front of you, Mr. Gu." Mr. Gu stroked his beard and shook his head. "No need to be polite, just start writing." Tan Hanqi walked to the table, picked up the pen, and started writing. Just as everyone was whispering and looking forward to it, Xiao Tianjing came back. His eyes were bright, and there was a hint of smile on his face. When Xiao Jiao heard the name Tan Hanqi, she was shocked.
Ah?
It turns out that Tan Hanqi appeared so early? This is a big shot. Don't underestimate him now because he is just a scholar. In fact, he is very talented, brave, and resourceful. He is very powerful. He was a victim of cheating in this year's spring examination. Not only was his test paper replaced by someone else's, but the other party also wanted to assassinate him in order to silence him. Prince Jing accidentally rescued him, and from then on he had a top strategist who was loyal to him. Many of Prince Jing's strategies and tactics in the later period were thought up by him. This person is too powerful. He must not be left to Prince Jing. Xiao Jiao was so anxious. Why couldn't she be reincarnated a few years earlier, so that she could speak now? Upon hearing this, Qiao Tianjing looked fixedly at Tan Hanqi, who was calmly writing on the stage. If his little sister hadn't revealed it to him, he would never have imagined that the scholar in front of him was so powerful. The second prince's luck is so good that he could accidentally save such an outstanding person. It's as if God is helping him. However, now that they have the younger sister's advanced knowledge, they will never sit and wait for death again. This Tan Hanqi, the Qiao family, has reserved it first. Just as Qiao Tianjing thought of this, Tan Hanqi also put down his pen. He respectfully handed the red couplet to Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu lowered his eyes and took a look, then nodded slightly. That's right. Hearing Mr. Gu's approval, everyone instantly became curious. There were 7 or 8 people before him who mustered up the courage to come up with the second line, but Mr. Gu was not satisfied with any of them. This was the only one that was recognized. When Meng Gushue saw this from the audience, her heart skipped a beat. No way? Could it be that this Tan Hanqi got there first? But no one else could know the second line except her, a time traveler. Unless this Tan Hanqi is also a time traveler. Thinking of this, Meng Gushue's face suddenly turned pale. At this time, Mr. Gu finally turned over the second couplet of Tan Hanqi's couplet, and someone in the audience immediately read it out loud. Poetry competition, poetry talent competition, poetry competition on the poetry competition, poetry competition, poetry talent competition, poetry competition, poetry talent competition. Meng Gushue heard this, and her originally panicked expression suddenly changed. Great, it's different from the second couplet in her mind. She really scared herself. It seems that this Tan Hanqi is not a time traveler at all. He just has good literary talent. Qiao Tianjing listened to this second couplet and nodded secretly. This person is indeed very talented and quick-witted. Good, it's really good. Not bad, not bad, it should be closed. After the audience read it repeatedly, they all praised it and were convinced. Seeing this, Mr. Gu asked loudly, "Does anyone have a better second couplet?" Meng Gushue knew that her highlight moment was finally coming. Thinking of this, she raised her hand with a proud look on her face, as if she could already foresee the surprised and admiring eyes of the crowd. But before she could speak, a loud voice had already sounded. "I have a couplet." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall and strong man standing outside the crowd and raising his hand. When Qiao Tianjing saw this, his eyes flickered slightly, and the smile on his lips suddenly deepened.
What?
He doesn't look like a scholar? Look at the calluses on his hands. He is either a warrior or a butcher. Teske, what good couplet can he come up with? The winner today is probably Tan Hanqi from Zhuozhou. There was a buzz all around, and even Xiao Jiaojiao was curious. She had just seen Meng Gushue raise her hand. The man obviously heard the discussion of the crowd, and he raised his mouth and said frankly, "I am just a butcher. I don't know what couplets are, but a customer just gave me some silver and asked me to match this couplet." Meng Gushue didn't care when she heard this. It was just a farce, so she would reluctantly wait for a while. At this time, the butcher's loud voice rang out. The second line given by the distinguished guest is, "Inue well, Inue shadow in Inue well, moon well 10,000 years, moon shadow 10,000 years." As soon as the butcher finished speaking, there was silence in the field. Qiao Jiaojiao was shocked.
Who is it?
Who actually knows the second line? Is there another time traveler besides the heroine? Qiao Tianjing looked at Qiao Jiaojiao's eyes wide open in shock, and suddenly felt cute and funny. Silly sister. Thanks to you. There will be many more places that will shock you in the future. Meng Gushue stood in the crowd, and she felt as if a thunderbolt fell on her head, making her legs and feet weak. How could it be possible? She should be unique. Meng Gushue has always been proud of herself as the only time traveler, enjoying a culture of 5,000 years, and believed that everyone would fall for her. If there are other time travelers, how can she pretend to be cool and surprise everyone? Meng Gushue was upset, and when the people around her realized what was happening, they all began to praise this couplet for being better. This one is indeed better. But that person has such talent. Why is he hiding his head and showing his tail? That's right, he didn't show up himself, but instead entrusted a butcher to come and make a couplet. Is there anything shameful about that? Meng Gushue finally realized it at this time. Yes, she wanted to ask the butcher, who taught him the second couplet. The most urgent thing is to find another time traveler. Maybe she can talk to that person. They don't interfere with each other, and it's okay to share those poems. Thinking of this, Meng Gushue immediately pushed through the crowd with difficulty and walked towards the butcher. However, the butcher took the money to do the job, and when the second couplet was brought, he turned around and left no matter who asked him who the person was. Because he didn't know who the person was. I only remember that he wore a long curtain that covered his legs and deliberately lowered his voice, and he looked like a man. Meng Gushue finally squeezed out of the crowd and chased out, but the butcher had already disappeared. She stood there in a daze, her face as white as snow, and she was completely confused. What happened? Why was this time travel completely different from the killing spree she imagined? Will she still be able to make a splash at the Beijing Poetry Festival 2 months later? Qiao Tianjing noticed Meng Gushue's loss of soul, and he withdrew his gaze indifferently, with a calm expression. This would not be the first counterattack, and he would never allow anyone to hurt the Qiao family. Although the person who came up with Yi Nuejing never appeared, it is undeniable that this couplet is the most perfect. Tan Hanqi was still standing on the stage at this time, and he admitted very frankly, "This couplet is indeed better than mine." At this point, there was no objection on and off the stage, and the anonymous person won the championship today. Meng Gushue listened to the people's praise for the couplet, and she regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. If she had known earlier, she would not have waited for the best time and went on stage directly. Then at this moment, these honors would belong to her. Xiao Jiaojiao saw that the development of the situation was completely different from the novel, and she couldn't help but look confused. What's going on? Which link went wrong? The heroine didn't stand out, and a new time traveler appeared? The hero should be watching all this from the opposite building now. So how far has his relationship with the heroine developed? Xiao Jiaojiao didn't know that at the last full moon banquet, Mrs. Qiao heard her thoughts and deliberately asked the maid to lead Meng Gushue to the small garden in the backyard and let her out after the banquet. So, the hero and heroine don't know each other at all. Xiao Tianjing turned his head calmly and glanced at the Jutsue Pavilion behind him, as if inadvertently. Jutsue Pavilion is the largest jewelry store in Beijing. How could the second prince be there? Xiao Jiaojiao really couldn't figure it out, so she had to give up. The excitement is over. It's time to go back. There will probably be trouble soon. Qiao Tianjing Dai. What trouble? Why didn't I hear my little sister mention it before? The crown prince and the fourth prince are still here, so nothing can happen. I remember that the people from the northern kingdom came. They wanted to meet with Prince Jing, but Prince Jing's secret guards thought they were assassins, so the two sides clashed. How could those people from the northern kingdom know that this Zhu Chui Pavilion is the base camp of Prince Jing's forces? There are so many secret guards inside that they can't even think of getting close. If you ask me, this Prince Jing does have some business sense. This Zhu Chui Pavilion is not only very profitable but also well-informed. After all, the ladies and young ladies who come to buy jewelry are all ladies from wealthy families, and it is common for them to gossip about a few little secrets. Over the years, Prince Jing has mastered the secrets and tricks of many ministers. Look at this time, it's estimated that it will be a matter of a while, or I'll just. Xiao Jiaojiao had already thought about it. After joining in the fun, she would, and the eldest and second brothers would definitely take her back in a hurry. Xiao Tianjing. Little sister, you really think of it. Xiao Dai. Little sister, you really can. Xiao Dai already felt a hot spot on his arm. Xiao Jiaojiao twisted her body in embarrassment, her face flushed. There was no other way, she couldn't speak, so she could only use this lame method. Wait a little longer, until she can speak, then it will be much more convenient to do things. Xiao Tianjing is a little anxious now. The northerners have actually sneaked into the capital. It seems that some things can no longer be hidden from my father. otherwise it will be too late to make a big mistake. Thinking of this, Qiao Tianjing really wanted to go home. However, what he didn't know was that Qiao Zhenghua could also hear Qiao Jiaojiao's thoughts, and as early as when Qiao Jiaojiao was 1 month old, he had arranged spies around the second prince. At this time, Qiao Zhenghua, who was far away in the Qiao mansion, had already received the news. Seeing her husband dressed up and ready to go out, Mrs. Qiao couldn't help but look puzzled. "Husband, are you going out?" Qiao Zhenghua was worried that Mrs. Qiao would be worried, so he said with a relaxed face, "The eldest and the second son have been taking Jiaojiu out for a while. I'll go pick them up." Mrs. Qiao smiled and said, "You are really worried, so go quickly and come back soon." To be honest, she was a little worried. Qiao Zhenghua smiled and said yes, and took a few capable men to Putian Street. At this time, Qiao Dai was anxious to take Qiao Jiaojiao home, fearing that she would get frozen with wet pants, and also wanted to take the prince and the fourth prince away from the place of trouble as soon as possible. He was not afraid of the northerners because of his martial arts, but the crown prince was the foundation of a country's stability and must not be lost. At the critical moment, Qiao Dai's thinking was still very clear. He pretended to be careless and showed the clothes soaked by Qiao Jiaojiao and then said with a smile, "It seems that my little sister wants to go home." Seeing this, the prince smiled knowingly and nodded. "It's time to go back. Otherwise, the queen mother will worry about him and shall see." The winner of the pair has been chosen, and the crowd gradually dispersed, continuing to parade and view the lanterns. Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Dai felt relieved when they saw this. They were about to turn around and leave when suddenly a loud shout came from somewhere on the street. "Prince! That's the prince!" As soon as these words came out, there was a moment of silence on the street. The next moment, the sound of several arrows breaking through the air sounded at the same time. "Protect the prince!" The palace guards immediately drew out the soft swords at their waists and surrounded the prince and Qiao Jiaojiao in the middle. Qiao Jiaojiao was stunned. "Why don't you play according to the plot again?" Qiao Dai's expression was extremely cold. He hugged Qiao Jiaojiao tightly in his chest, his whole body tense, ready to go. Clanging sounds rang out all around, followed by screams and panicked escapes. The originally lively Putian Street became chaotic in an instant. Qiao Jiaojiao was protected in Qiao Dai's arms and was still able to remain calm. Her eyes were dark, and she analyzed in her mind. The exclamation just now was too strange. It was as if it was deliberately pointing out the identity of the prince. Could it be that the person who spoke had long known that there were northerners hiding in secret, so he deliberately spoke out, hoping to use the northerners to get rid of the prince? Who in this neighborhood would have such a thought? The answer is obvious. Qiao Jiaojiao couldn't help but look up at the Zhutsue pavilion on the other side. Is the male protagonist losing his temper so soon? The top floor of the Zhutsue pavilion is an elegant box. At this time, the second prince Shen Yuanbai was sitting at the table with a sinister look. "Uncle Zhou, who asked you to act on your own?" His eyes were full of uncontrollable anger. In front of him knelt an old with a hunched body, full of silver hair, and looked very old. His face was full of panic, but there was also a trace of joy that was difficult to hide. "Sir, there are quite a few northerners this time. The crown prince and the fourth prince are right below, with only 12 secret guards around them. Maybe we can really get rid of them. As long as the crown prince and the fourth prince die, you will be the most logical heir to the throne. Then you can kill or give life, and avenge the princess." Shen Yuanbai stood up furiously when he heard this. "Uncle Zhou, I know you want to avenge my mother, but have you ever thought that this is at the foot of the imperial city and reinforcements will come soon? Once these northerners are caught, if they reveal the purpose of this trip, will my father still tolerate me? Even if these northerners can escape unscathed, the crown prince is in danger here today, and all the tea houses and wine shops around must be thoroughly investigated. Do you think Zhutsue Pavilion can be spared?" When Zhou Bo heard this, his face suddenly turned pale. Thinking that the young master had been preparing since he could remember, and only today did he have this comprehensive Zhutsue Pavilion, he realized how stupid he had done.
This.
Sir, I didn't think so much. I thought you Shin Yuanbai's face was stern. You thought that the prince treated me kindly, so I forgot the hatred of my mother's murder, so you wanted to force me, right or not? Zhou Bo trembled all over and kowtowed on the ground in fear. Sir, I dare not. I am wholeheartedly for you. I don't want you to miss this great opportunity. Looking at Zhou Bo, whose forehead was bleeding, Shin Yuanbai was stunned and finally sat back slowly, with deep fatigue between his brows. Zhou Bo, enough, I know you are kind. But this move is indeed a bad sign. Now we can only cut off our arms and abandon this Jutsue pavilion. Zhou Bo really regretted it when he heard it. He still held a glimmer of hope. Sir, let's wait and see. Maybe these Northern Kingdom warriors have special means. Shin Yuanbai shook his head and said coldly, Uncle Zhou, never pin your hopes of success on others. As soon as Shin Yuanbai finished speaking, there was a hissing sound of horses in the distance. Zhou Bo looked out, and his face suddenly changed.
Kia Tsonggu.
Xiao Zhenghua is here. Shin Yuanbai closed his eyes resignedly after hearing this. Xiao Zhenghua was once the most valiant and skilled general in the Great Yong dynasty. Now he is still as skilled as ever, and these Northern Kingdom warriors can't even last a few moves under him. He stood up suddenly. His voice was extremely cold. Pass the order down, retreat immediately, take away all the secret documents, and don't leave any scraps of paper behind. When Zhou Bo heard this, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, and it was too late to regret. Before Shin Yuanbai left, he lowered his eyes and looked at Xiao Zhenghua, who was riding a horse. Censor Xiao came so quickly. I don't know why, but since a few months ago, everything seems to be going wrong. Today, he clearly had a premonition that he should meet the destined person, but that person still didn't show up in the end. What went wrong? Could it be that even God was unwilling to help him? Shin Yuanbai's expression was dazed and confused, and in the end, he could only leave with reluctance. Xiao Jiaojiao felt the cold air pass through her wet pants to her legs, and her whole body was a little numb. The attack of the Northern Kingdom's death soldiers was very fierce, almost a suicidal attack. The prince frowned, but his expression remained unchanged. At this moment, even the silly and sweet girl who had been making a lot of noise stood beside the prince with a gloomy face, extremely calm, and said nothing. Xiao Jiaojiao now realized that these princes and princes were not simple at all. Seeing that 3 or 4 guards had fallen, Qiao Dai's eyes became fierce. These northerners were unscrupulous, and they were obviously here to die. Seeing the Northern Kingdom warriors in the back row drawing their bows and arrows, the arrow tips were stained black, Qiao Dai shouted, "Be careful, the arrows are poisonous." Just at this moment, the sound of horse hooves came from afar. Everyone looked up and saw Xiao Zhenghua leading several of his men on horseback, which was particularly eye-catching under the lights along the street. Xiao Jiaojiao shouted happily when she saw this, babbling. In order to make his trip look very casual and fit the image of a good father who just came to pick up his daughter, Xiao Zhenghua did not carry any weapons at all. He saw from a distance that the prince and others were surrounded by 20 to 30 northerners, and his little Jiao Jiao was held in the arms of the second prince and was yelling at him with bright eyes. Seeing this scene, Xiao Zhenggua's chest was full of warmth, but also a little fear. If he had not listened to Jiao Jiao 3 months ago and arranged spies around the second prince in advance, who knows whether the aggressive northern warriors would succeed today. Not to mention that one of them is the crown prince, and there are also his 2 sons and a baby. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhenghua was instantly furious again. A mere dog from the northern country who had lost his home dared to run wild in the capital of the Great Yong dynasty. Today, they must not come back. Xiao Zhenghua kept speeding all the way, passing by a lantern stall, and with a sudden force in his hand, he pulled out a bamboo that was as long as a person and as thick as an adult's arm. He turned to the Qiao family guard beside him and said, "Quickly notify the Jimu guard." "Yes." The guard received the order, immediately reined in his horse and turned his head, obeying the order, and was extremely straightforward. Xiao Zhenghua rode over and shouted loudly, "Xiao Zhenghua is here, Begua's kid. Why don't you surrender?" Qiao Zhonghua. When those Bagua warriors with bows and arrows heard the name Qiao Zhonghua, their shoulders couldn't help but tremble. Today's Bagua people may not know any of the Bagua's generals, but they must know this Yong dynasty general. It was he who led the army to break through the Bagua border, marched all the way, and almost hit the Bagua capital. If it weren't for the old king at that time who promptly presented Princess Yulio to ask for peace, perhaps the Bagua would have changed its surname today. Hearing Qiao Zhonghua's arrival, the prince's eyes suddenly lit up, and he knew that today would be safe. Qiao Zhonghua danced with a bamboo pole vigorously, and with the help of 5 Qiao family guards and 8 palace guards, he beat the Northern Kingdom warriors who had the upper hand into pieces in an instant. Seeing that things were hopeless, the Northern Kingdom warriors were straightforward, without even exchanging glances, and directly bit off the deadly poison that had been hidden in their mouths for a long time. Although Qiao Zhonghua had known that they had such a trick, facing an enemy who was determined to die, he could not leave a single person alive even if he was quick. In a flash, a pile of corpses were lying on the ground. Qiao Zhonghua jumped up from his horse and was about to kneel in front of the prince to report, but he was pulled up. The prince's eyes were bright, and he did not have the panic and timidity of surviving a disaster. Qiao Yusher, there is no need to be so polite. Today is thanks to you. It was not until this time that the patrolling Jinwu guards rushed over in a hurry. Your Highness, I am late and frightened you. Please forgive me. At this time, there were still many people hiding around who had no time to escape. Seeing that the crisis was over, they dared to slowly emerge. The student from Zhuozhou, Tan Hanqi, was among them. Just now, he wanted to seize the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to ask Mr. Gu 2 questions, which delayed his escape. At this time, he was standing in the audience, with lingering fear on his face, but his eyes were fixed on Qiao Zhonghua, but they were extremely bright. It was rumored that the former Jinbei General Qiao Zhonghua was a true man who stood tall and loyal, and was a model for men who served their country in the world. Seeing him today, General Qiao was brave and majestic, and he really lived up to his reputation. Qiao Tianjing was a careful person. He looked around, intending to remind the prince to appease the people first, but he saw Tan Hanqi hiding aside at a glance. Seeing his respectful look towards his father, Qiao Tianjing's eyes flickered slightly, and he had a plan in mind. The prince's expression was slightly gloomy, and he no longer had the pleasant expression when facing Qiao Zhonghua. Jinwu guards, listen to my order. The kneeling Jinwu guards were all solemn. The prince said loudly, the matter of the Northern Kingdom's death squad sneaking in will be discussed later. Jinwu guards will immediately evacuate the people, count the casualties and losses, report them all, and compensate according to the price. As soon as these words came out, the Jinwu guards were shocked, and even the people next to them were full of disbelief.
And
can they still compensate? In the past, when did they not swallow these bitter fruits themselves? Seeing this, Tan Hanqi looked at the prince with a shocked face and thought to himself, is this the crown prince of their great Yong dynasty? If he really loves the people so much, it is really a blessing for the Yong dynasty, and also a blessing for these students. At this time, Qiao Zhonghua couldn't wait to take Qiao Jiaojiao from Qiao Dai. Only then did he realize that his daughter's pants were wet, and her little hands were frozen cold, and he felt distressed instantly. The second son, that rascal, asked him to take good care of Jiaojiao, and this is how he did it? Qiao Zhonghua immediately unbuttoned his outer robe and wrapped Qiao Jiaojiao in it. The sudden warmth made Qiao Jiaojiao shudder, and she immediately clung to Qiao Zhonghua's arms. Woo! Daddy's body is so warm. My daddy is not only a great hero, but also a caring and warm man. Qiao Zhonghua saw Qiao Jiaojiao lying in his arms, and his heart melted instantly. Jiaojiao, don't worry, Daddy will take you home right away. Qiao Jiaojiao is much warmer now, and she hasn't forgotten that there is another important thing. Thinking of this, Qiao Jiaojiao stretched out her little finger and pointed eagerly to the Zhutsue pavilion behind her. At this time, she wished she could learn to speak immediately.
Dad,
can you understand what I mean? Let the prince send someone to check the Zhutsue pavilion. That is the hero's base camp. If you go too late, there will be nothing left. Xiao Zhongguo's heart suddenly trembled. He didn't expect that the second prince was so scheming that he knew to use the jewelry pavilion as a cover. He turned his mind slightly and stuffed Xiao Jiao's cold little hand back into his arms. Jiao, be good. Daddy will take you out to play later. Xiao Jiao's face suddenly fell. It's over. Daddy didn't understand what I meant at all and thought I was playing around. But the next moment, Xiao Zhongguo walked quickly to the side of the prince, lowered his voice, and said, Your Highness, I have seen the strange appearance of the Northern Kingdom's death warriors. In my humble opinion, we should also search the shops along the street carefully. When Xiao Jiao heard this, she arched her back and forth, excited. Woo, Daddy, you are so wise and brave. Although you didn't understand what I meant, it doesn't prevent you from considering these details yourself. The prince trusted Xiao Zhongguo very much. He frowned slightly and nodded. Let's follow what Censor Qiao said and start our investigation from the two largest buildings, the Kaifeng Tower and the Zhucue Pavilion. The Jinwu guards will take care of the aftermath, and the rest has nothing to do with their Qiao family. Thinking about taking Xiao Jiao home, Xiao Zhongguo immediately took his leave from the prince. The prince had a warm expression on his face. This time, it's all thanks to Censor Qiao for arriving in time. Xiao Zhongguo's eyes flickered slightly. Although he didn't know if the prince's words had any deep meaning, fortunately, he had prepared a perfect excuse. I am also scared. I was worried that the second brother wouldn't be able to take good care of his sister, but I didn't expect to encounter the Northern Kingdom's death squad making trouble. It's a blessing that your highness is fine, but the second brother is really useless. Look at Jiao's cold hands. I really have to teach that kid a lesson when I go back. Xiao Zhongguo became angry as he spoke, and his distressed look was flawless to anyone who saw it. The prince smiled when he heard this. It is widely said in the capital that Censor Qiao dotes on his wife like his life, and now it seems that there is one more thing to say. Xiao Zhongguo laughed and said sincerely, Your Highness, this is my blessing, and it is enough for my life. Seeing Xiao Zhongguo's satisfied look, the prince was really envious at this moment. It is a rare blessing to have a true lover in this world, and then have children around your knees and a happy family. But this blessing is too luxurious for their royal family. Censor Qiao, my mother really wants to see the little sister of the Qiao family. Can Madame Qiao bring the little sister of the Qiao family to the palace in a few days to sit with my mother? Of course, she could not refuse the summons from the noble. Xiao Zhongguo looked flattered. That is naturally the blessing of my wife. Xiao Jiaojiu was already yawning. I am so sleepy. I miss my mother so much. I want my mother to hug me softly. When Xiao Zhongguo heard Xiao Jiaojia's voice, he became more and more eager to go home. When the news was passed back to the Qiao mansion, the lady should be worried. The prince was very satisfied. In this case, Qiao Yushi, please go back quickly. This matter will be discussed in the court tomorrow. After Xiao Jiao was sent to the carriage, Luma immediately changed Xiao Jiao into clean clothes with heartache. When she returned to the Qiao mansion, Xiao Jiao was already asleep. In the next few days, the news that the Northern Kingdom's assassins assassinated the prince in the street spread like wildfire and immediately caused an uproar. The turmoil in the court had nothing to do with Xiao Jiao. She was dressed beautifully today, because someone from the palace would come in a while to pick her and Madame Qiao up to meet the queen. When Xiao Zhongguo returned triumphantly from the north, Madame Qiao was named a first-class imperial lady. Now she is wearing imperial clothes, and the whole person is more radiant. While busying around, Aunt Lu smiled and praised, Madam, look at you. You are still exactly the same as when you first put on this imperial robe. Xiao Jiao curled up on the couch and nodded with a smile. That's right, there are 3 kinds of fate in this world: life, lifespan, and my mother's charming and life-threatening. This is completely the work of the goddess Nuwa to show off her skills. Madame Qiao burst out laughing. Jiao's little mouth is really getting better and better at talking. Madam, people from the palace are here. Lu Mo said at the door. Upon hearing this, Madame Chow leaned over and picked up Xiao Jiao Jiao, went out all the way, and got on the carriage prepared by the palace. Xiao Jiao Jiao was so excited. What does the palace look like? Is it magnificent and dazzling? I really want to go to the imperial garden to have a look, the kind of imperial garden where concubines can always encounter the emperor. There is also the Golden Palace, but I may never be able to see what the Golden Palace looks like in this lifetime. Xiao Jiao Jiao kept thinking along the way, and she felt relieved when she heard the chattering in Madame Qiao's ears. But Xiao Jiao Jiao was destined to be disappointed. When they arrived at the palace gate, they immediately changed into a sedan chair. According to the rules, the curtain could not be opened at will. After getting off the sedan chair, a voice sounded, "Madame Qiao, we have arrived at the Iku Palace. Please get out of the sedan chair." Madame Qiao came out holding Xiao Jiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao Jiao raised her black eyes and saw the 3 words Ikuan Palace. Before Madame Qiao took a step, a lively figure ran out of the palace like a little swallow. "Mother, my sister is here. Come and see. My sister is the most beautiful." The 4th Prince Xin Yuanling is still at a carefree age, and he is noisy all day long. It can be seen that the queen and the prince protect him very well. However, Xiao Jiao Jiao has seen his calm performance when the Northern Kingdom's death soldiers besieged him that day, so she dare not underestimate this little kid now. Madame Qiao was led in by the palace maid. She bowed respectfully, but a crimson-purple figure personally helped her up. "Madame Qiao, there is no need to be polite." Xiao Jiao Jiao looked up at the queen who was the mother of the country. She was about the same age as Madame Qiao and was also well-maintained, but after all, she was in charge of the 6 palaces and was busy every day, and her face could not hide the fatigue. At this time, she was smiling and her eyes were gentle. She didn't look like a queen with great power, but more like an aunt next door. The moment she saw Madame Qiao clearly, the queen couldn't hide her surprise in her eyes. The most beautiful woman in the capital, it really lives up to her reputation. Madame Qiao was terrified. "Your Majesty is too kind. I am ashamed to accept it." The Queen Mother smiled gently, her eyes showing intimacy. "Madame Qiao, there is no need to be so restrained. A few days ago, on the streets of Putian, if Lord Qiao had not arrived in time to rescue the Crown Prince and Xiao Si, I don't know how panicked I would have been. There is no monarch and subject today, so let's just treat it as 2 sisters chatting casually, okay?" Madame Qiao did not expect the Queen Mother to be so easygoing. She did not dare to relax in her heart, but a smile appeared on her face. "It is an honor for your wife." At this time, the Queen Mother set her eyes on Xiao Jiao Jiao again. "What a pretty girl. Would you like to hug her?" The Queen's eyes showed joy, and she stretched out her hand to Xiao Jiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao Jiao was not a real child, and seeing that the Queen wanted to get close to her, she immediately smiled and leaned towards the Queen. The Queen's eyes lit up slightly, and she hugged Xiao Jiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao Jiao was wearing a festive little red jacket today, with 2 little buns on her head and a small red mole on the center of her eyebrows. She looked very fair and especially lovable. The Queen originally had a bit of courtesy in her heart, but now seeing Xiao Jiao Jiao smiling at her cutely, her heart almost melted. When she was pregnant with Xiao Si, she also fantasized about giving birth to such a cute little girl. Thinking of this, the Queen took off an exquisite bracelet from her wrist and gently put it on Xiao Jiao Jiao's small hand. Madame Qiao had seen good things, and when she saw that the bracelet was of extraordinary value, she hurriedly wanted to refuse. But the Queen said first, "This palace is happy to see this girl. This is a gift for meeting. Madame Qiao is not allowed to refuse." Xiao Jiao Jiao raised her hand with a strange expression on her face, which made the Queen laugh again. The Queen is so kind, but it's a pity that her life is too hard. Alas, Xiao Jiao Jiao felt very sorry. The Queen looked so glorious, but in fact, she didn't have a good relationship with the Emperor. However, the Queen had long stopped looking forward to the Emperor's favor, and she only had 2 sons in her heart. But even so, God still took away her life's sustenance one after another. The Queen couldn't bear and her heart disease turned into hysteria. Finally, she was deposed and locked in the cold palace. When Mrs. Chow heard this, her heart tightened suddenly. She could never have imagined that the queen, who was so gentle and amiable in front of her, would end up in such a miserable end. She also had children, and whenever she thought of the end of the eldest, the second in Jiao Jiao, her heart was torn with pain. Perhaps it was the empathy of a mother that made Mrs. Chow's eyes much gentler, and the whole person gradually relaxed. The fourth prince came closer and said happily, "Mother, I told you a long time ago that the little sister of the Chow family is the cutest." The queen nodded the fourth prince's head lightly and smiled dotingly. "You don't scare your sister." The queen held Xiao Jiao Jiao and sat down, letting Xiao Jiao Jiao nestle comfortably in her arms, and smiled and gave Madame Chow a seat. It was agreed to be a casual chat, so they just talked about this and that, and it took a while before they mentioned the matter of choosing a crown princess. "Madame Chow, your eldest son is also of marriageable age, right? Do you have a favorite daughter?" Madame Chow did not hide the fact that she and her husband had already discussed this matter and were preparing to go to the Han family to test the waters. "To be honest, Queen, I like the daughter of the Han family very much, and I have already started to prepare." Han family? The queen was a little surprised to hear this. After all, with the status of the Chow family, they could choose any daughter of the dukes in the capital. Madame Chow nodded gently. "I met Miss Han at Jiao Jiao's full moon banquet. She is quiet, beautiful, well-educated, and well-mannered. She looks like a great girl." Xiao Jiao Jiao immediately agreed when she heard it. "That's right, I like my eldest sister-in-law very much too. The most important thing is that she and my eldest brother are in love with each other, and even if our Chow family falls, she will still stick with my eldest brother. The eldest daughter of the Shao family, Shao Qianlong, is also such a good woman. It's a pity that the queen didn't know about it." In the end, Sheng Xiuran from the Duke of Qing's mansion was chosen as the crown princess. This was really a wrong move. At this time, the queen also mentioned the issue of the selection of the crown princess. "Madame Chow, to be honest, I am also anxious as a mother. The crown prince is 16 this year, but the selection of the crown princess has not been decided yet, which gives me a headache." Madame Chow actually knew about this from Qiao Tianjing. That day, Qiao Tianjing came to her with a solemn look and said seriously, "Mother, the queen will summon you to the palace soon. She should mention the selection of the crown princess. I know that I am forcing you, but I still want you to remind the queen tactfully. There is something wrong with the legitimate daughter of Duke Qing. She is not suitable to be the crown princess." As a woman in the harem, Mrs. Chow only had full trust in her husband and son. She did not ask too much, but just secretly remembered it. Now that she heard Xiao Jiao Jiao's voice again, Mrs. Chow knew that there was indeed something wrong with the daughter of Duke Qing. Thinking of this, she asked with concern, "My queen, there are countless good daughters in the world. Why are you so troubled?" The queen sighed softly. It was obvious that she really wanted to hear some opinions from Mrs. Chow today, so she did not hide it. Because this palace and His Majesty have different ideas. His Majesty has taken a fancy to the legitimate daughter of the Duke Qing. This palace has seen her once, and she is indeed both virtuous and talented. Xiao Jiao Jiao was immediately surprised. It turns out that the emperor has taken a fancy to Sheng Xiuran, but I like Miss Xiao from the family of the general of the cavalry more. Madame Chow did not express her opinion immediately, but asked in a gentle voice, "Why does the queen prefer Miss Xiao?" The queen smiled slightly when she heard this. "It's not that I prefer Miss Xiao, but I know the prince, and the prince will definitely like Miss Xiao. She has no feelings for the emperor. This palace seems prosperous, but in the eyes of the queen, it is just a deserted place. She doesn't want the prince to repeat her mistakes. At least in this huge palace, the prince can have a real confidant." Hearing this, even Madame Chow couldn't help but sigh that the queen really has good intentions. And from Jiao Jiao's words, the girl from the Shao family is indeed the best candidate. Qiao Jiao Jiao was also a little moved. The queen has a motherly heart. She is really considering the prince, and her vision is really good. The emperor. Alas, the emperor didn't deliberately choose Miss Shen. This sentence contained so much information that Madame Qiao couldn't even react all of a sudden. At this time, the Queen Mother said to herself, "The Duke of Qing's mansion is indeed more prominent than the Xiao family." The Emperor must have considered this point, so he prefers the girl from the Sheng family. Xiao Jiaojiao couldn't help curling her lips when she heard this. What's the use of being prominent? The biggest spring examination fraud in history is about to come, and the Duke of Qing's mansion is involved in it. Even the National Selection of Talents dares to intervene. This Duke of Qing's mansion is really crazy. It's a pity that with the secret help of the male protagonist, the Duke of Qing's mansion was actually picked out of this fraud. Spring examination fraud. Madame Qiao's little heart really can't bear it. The news that Jiao Jiao broke is really more deadly than the other. The legitimate daughter raised by such a family can't really become the mother of a country in the future. Madame Qiao was uneasy in her heart. In fact, she had no room to comment on this matter. But thinking back, her husband fought for the Yong dynasty, her eldest son worked diligently in the court, and her youngest son wanted to serve the court. How could she, as a wife and mother, only care about her own little family and watch the position of crown princess and future queen mother be given to the wrong person? Thinking of this, Madame Qiao secretly took a breath and said tactfully, "Empress, I understand your feelings very well. I am not allowed to say anything about the crown princess, but as a mother, we have to be very careful about our children's marriage. To be honest with you, Madam, with the status of the Qiao family, we actually have many choices for choosing a daughter-in-law among the wealthy families in Beijing. But my eldest son has been thoughtful since he was a child, so I don't hope that my daughter-in-law can have a high birth and bring glory to the Qiao family. I just hope that my eldest son can get a caring person to accompany him for life. My son works hard outside and works hard. When he comes home, he has someone to add clothes and talk to. The house is warm and bright, and the couple can talk. This is a rare good scene." Madame Qiao spoke in a flat voice. As soon as she finished speaking, the queen showed a thoughtful expression. Such a day was what she had always wanted. Thinking of this, the queen had made up her mind. After Madame Qiao finished speaking, she lowered her eyebrows respectfully. The queen looked at the beautiful and gentle Madame Qiao, and at this moment, she couldn't help but show envy. If possible, she would rather not have entered the palace to be the queen. Love can nourish people. Just look at Madame Qiao's condition. It is something that no amount of bird's nest or ginseng can make up for. The fourth prince was still trying hard to make Qiao Jiaojiao happy just now, but now he noticed the familiar lonely look on the queen's face, and the smile on his face suddenly froze. Although he is young, he actually knows everything. Qiao Jiaojiao also saw the queen's sadness. She dared to reach out and gently poked the queen's chin. The queen lowered her head in confusion and saw Qiao Jiaojiao smiling sweetly at her. "Madam Queen, if there is no man in your heart, you will be a god when you draw your sword. I will try to help you keep the silly and sweet girl next year, and then find a way to find out the reason for the prince's sudden death. When the time comes, you can be the queen mother above all others, chat with your best sisters in the harem, and keep a few male favorites. Isn't this kind of life unhappy?" Madame Qiao. What treasonous words is Jiao Jiao saying? The queen couldn't hear what Qiao Jiaojiao was thinking, but she saw her innocent smile, and her heart seemed to be healed a lot. "Madame Qiao, your girl is so cute. I'm a little reluctant to let her go home," the queen said jokingly with a smile on her eyebrows. Madame Qiao saw that the queen no longer mentioned the crown princess, so she knew that the queen should have made a decision in her heart. She had done everything she could, and anything more would be deliberate. The queen likes Jiao Jiao. That's Jiao Jiao's blessing. Then I will often call you mother and daughter to the palace to sit in the future. Madame Qiao, are you willing? The queen still felt lonely after all. Madame Qiao immediately smiled and thanked her. It was noon when she left the palace. The court ladies usually do not stay in the palace for meals unless necessary, and the queen did not want to make Madame Qiao uncomfortable, so she let them go back. Madame Qiao carried Jiao Jiao down from the sedan chair and saw her husband and eldest son waiting at the palace gate from a distance. Madame Qiao curved her eyebrows and hurried to greet them. After seeing the lonely and gentle queen, Madame Qiao cherished her current life very much. She decided to tell her husband that she could hear Jiao Jiao's voice so that they could seize the opportunity and better change the future and the fate of the Qiao family. At night, Qiao Jiao was taken away by Lu Ma again. Before leaving, her mischievous eyes turned around her parents. This frequency is okay, Qiao Zhonghua.
Pretended not to understand.
Madame Qiao. She had something serious to discuss with her husband tonight, not what Jiao Jiao thought. When only the couple were left in the room, Qiao Zhonghua immediately picked up Madame Qiao. Mrs. Qiao was anxious and embarrassed. No, husband, I have something to tell you. Qiao Zhonghua still smiled. We can say whatever we want in bed. Mrs. Qiao. Does she have a say in bed? Wait, husband. Seeing Qiao Zhonghua's anxious look, Mrs. Qiao patted Qiao Zhonghua on the shoulder in a hurry and blurted out, Husband, I can hear Jiao Jiao's voice. Qiao Zhonghua paused abruptly and suddenly looked at Mrs. Qiao with an incredible face. What? Madam can hear it too? Also? Mrs. Qiao was stunned. What happened to the mother-daughter connection? Isn't this the unique telepathy between her and Jiao Jiao? Qiao Zhonghua was stunned. It was said to be an exclusive and caring little cotton padded jacket, but it turned out that there was a lady inside the jacket. The two looked at each other for a long time, and Mrs. Qiao suddenly said faintly, Okay, Qiao Zhonghua, you think you are the only one who can hear it, but you choose to keep it from me? If I don't take the initiative to confess today, are you going to never tell it in your life? Qiao Zhonghua's hair stood up suddenly when he heard this, and the back of his head was numb. Madam would only call him by his name when she was angry or couldn't bear the Hee madam, I'm afraid that I'll scare you if I tell you. Qiao Zhonghua smiled flatteringly at Madame Qiao. I'm afraid that no one else in the world has seen such an expression on Qiao Zhonghua's face. Madame Qiao snorted coldly and didn't buy it. Seeing this, Qiao Zhonghua immediately hugged Madame Qiao to sit on his lap, rubbed her in his arms, and coaxed her with soft words. Madam, I really didn't mean to lie to you, really. In Jiao Jiao's prediction, the end of their family was too miserable, and he was reluctant to let Madam bear all this. In fact, Madame Qiao was just a little awkward at the beginning, but she soon calmed down, because the reason why she kept it a secret until today was the same. If Jiao Jiao hadn't mentioned the spring examination cheating case in the palace today, which was really a serious matter, Madame Qiao wouldn't have broken this window paper. Okay, I'm not such an unreasonable person. I just didn't realize that you acted so well, and I didn't even notice that you could hear it. Qiao Zhonghua couldn't help but laugh when he heard it. It's the same for you. Madam's acting is not bad either. After saying this, both of them couldn't help laughing. But after laughing, the two looked at each other again, and their eyes were filled with sadness at the same time. Madame Qiao has been worried since she first heard Qiao Jiao's voice, and now she dared to let her eyes shed tears. Husband, we will all be fine, right? Qiao Zhonghua hugged Madame Qiao tightly with heartache and said with a firm face, Madam, don't be afraid. Your husband will definitely protect you and this family. Madame Qiao couldn't stop crying when she heard it, but she nodded heavily. The two chatted for a while, and then began to exchange the news they heard from Qiao Jiao. When Qiao Zhonghua heard that Madame Qiao had stopped Meng Guxue from meeting the second prince, he was overjoyed. Madam, you are so smart. Madame Qiao was a little embarrassed by the compliment. It's just a piece of cake. Qiao Zhonghua loved his wife very much, and he did not hide anything and told her everything about the second prince. Finally, the news gathered to the upcoming spring examination cheating case. Qiao Zhonghua was furious when he heard this. How dare that old rascal Sheng Qishan? The court selects talents who are pillars of the country and the people. Sheng Qishan actually dared to have crooked ideas on such matters. This is simply destroying the foundation of the Yong dynasty. The second prince wants to protect the Sheng family, but I can't do what he wants. Qiao Zhonghua's expression was cold. Now that they have Jiao Jiao's ability to predict the future, they have seized the initiative. It's time to take advantage of the second prince's lack of wings to pull out all his minions one by one. Madame Qiao gently calmed Xiao Zhenghua down. Seeing that he was thinking about the important matters of the outer house, she did not interrupt him, but just quietly planned the matters of the inner house. The eldest brother's marriage should be settled. The next day, after Qiao Tianjing came back from court, Madame Qiao called him over. "Mother." Qiao Tianjing came over in his official uniform. He was a gentleman with beautiful features. He was already old enough to get married. Qiao Jiaojiao already knew Madame Qiao's plan, and she was sitting aside and laughing mischievously. Madame Qiao pulled Qiao Tianjing to sit down and said in a gentle voice, "Big brother, what do you think of the Miss Han that mother talked to you about last time?" When Madame Qiao said this, Qiao Tianjing's face immediately blushed. The one that mother likes is naturally the best. Madame Qiao was not satisfied with this answer. She smiled and asked, "What mother asked is what you meant." Qiao Jiaojiao couldn't help but giggle. Brother's face is as red as a monkey's ace. Qiao Tianjing felt even hotter on his face. I am naturally happy too. After he finished speaking, he couldn't stand Xiao Jiaojiao's gaze and stood up suddenly. "Mother, I still have some official business to attend to. I'm leaving now. Everything is up to you." Xiao Jiaojiao rolled on the couch with laughter when she saw her elder brother running away. Madame Qiao acted quickly. That afternoon, she asked Madame Yang from the Minister of Works to go to the Han family to sound out the situation. Madame Yang and Madame Qiao were very close friends in the boudoir. If a wealthy family in Beijing intends to marry, the man will usually ask a lady of noble status to go to the woman's family to ask for information. This is to give face to the woman's family and to avoid direct contact between the two parties, which would lead to gossip and eventually lead to enmity instead of marriage. Madame Yang was happy to make this trip for Madame Qiao and handed in a visiting card to the Han family in the afternoon. Lord Yang was Lord Han's immediate superior, so when Madame Yang arrived at the Han mansion, she was naturally warmly received. Madame Han really couldn't guess Madame Yang's intention. She thought her husband had offended someone outside again, making it difficult for the Shangshu. She was very nervous for a while. Madame Yang was easygoing. Seeing that Madame Han was a little reserved, she hurried forward and held her hand. "Sister Han, I came here today because I have a big happy event to tell you." Madame Han was a little confused for a while. It was a blessing that her master didn't offend people outside. She didn't dare to think about happy events. Madame Yang smiled mischievously. "I heard that Miss Han in your mansion is quiet, intelligent, well-educated, and well-mannered. Can you call her out so that I can meet her?" Madame Han's heart jumped when she heard this. Madame Yang came to propose marriage? Whose family was she talking to? In fact, she was considering Xian'er's marriage recently. The wife of the Shaoqing of the Dali Temple had revealed some ideas. It happened to be a good choice for them. "Mammy, go and invite the young lady over and tell her that she wants to meet an honored guest." Upon hearing this, the nanny at the side hurried over, her heart pounding. Who knows which family can invite the wife of the Minister of Works to propose marriage? The young lady has to dress up carefully. Han Yaxian was practicing calligraphy in the room. Her strokes were so strong that they could be seen through the back of the paper, which showed that she had put a lot of effort into writing, but for some reason, the last was crooked. Seeing this, Han Yaxian put down her pen in a disappointed mood, and her heart was really hard to calm down. Last night, her mother said that she had seen several families for her, and Mr. Mo from the Shaoqing family of the Dali Temple was the most suitable, and they were also well matched. Han Yaxian knew in her heart that Mr. Mo was indeed the best choice, but in her heart, thinking of this, Han Yaxian felt sour and bitter in her heart, because she clearly knew that her family background was really a bit different from that person. Moreover, they were just a chance encounter, and that person might have forgotten her a long time ago. Han Yaxian was thinking about this when Mammy Gu hurried over. "Miss, the lady wants you to go out to meet a guest." Han Yaxian was slightly startled. "Who is coming?" Nanny Gu did not dare to be careless, and said in a deep voice, "Miss, it is the wife of the Minister of Works." As soon as these words came out, Han Yaxian's face suddenly changed. "Did my father offend someone outside again?" Nanny Gu waved her hands hurriedly. She knew that some things should not be said in front of the young lady, but this matter was serious, and Nanny Gu still couldn't help but reveal a sentence. Miss, Madame Yang asked to see you. After Han Yaxian was stunned, she finally reacted that Madame Yang came specifically for her. And as a young lady in the boudoir, the only thing that Madame Yang should pay attention to is her lifelong affairs. Thinking of this, Han Yaxian sighed softly, turned around and sat in front of the dressing table, and said to her personal maid, Chuanxi, change my bun for me. No matter who Madame Yang was matchmaking for, she represented the face and upbringing of the Han family, and she must not neglect the distinguished guest. Chuanxi was a skillful person, and she quickly dressed Han Yaxian up again. She changed into a lake green long dress, with beautiful eyebrows and eyes, like a piece of warm jade. The moment Mrs. Yang saw Han Yaxian, her eyes lit up slightly. The girl was gentle and elegant, with clear eyes and graceful manners. She was indeed a rare good girl. Mrs. Yang stood up, pulled Han Yaxian's hand, and took off a bracelet on her wrist, and gave it to her. Good child. What a good child. After Han Yaxian left, Mrs. Yang officially told her the purpose of her visit. Sister, to be honest with you, it was Mrs. Chiao who asked me to be the matchmaker. Their eldest son wants to marry Miss Han from your family. Mrs. Han was suddenly startled. Chiao family? Han Yaxian had not walked far yet, and Mrs. Han's short exclamation fell into her ears. She stopped suddenly and stood there in a daze. At this moment, joy, fear, disbelief, several emotions surged into Han Yaxian's heart, making her feel a little dizzy. Is it that Chiao family? Madame Yang saw Madame Han's disbelief and couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth. Don't blame Madame Han. Even when she first heard it from Madame Chiao, she was also shocked. After all, everyone in the capital knows that the eldest son of the Chiao family is qualified to marry the princess. Madame Han was a little panicked. Madame Yang, this is probably... She felt that Madame Chiao's expression when she looked at Sienna was a little meaningful last time, but the eldest son of the Chiao family was famous in the capital, so she really didn't dare to think about getting married. Of course, Madame Han naturally thought that her daughter was the best, but this family background was really a bit worse. She was worried that her daughter would have to look at people's faces after marrying in, and would live a wronged life. Madame Yang saw Madame Han's concerns and comforted her in a gentle voice. Don't be afraid, Sister Han. The Chiao family sincerely wants to marry your daughter. To be honest, Madame Chiao is my close friend. She came to me specifically for this matter and asked me to make sure it is done for her. I know Madame Chiao best. She is gentle and kind. She will definitely treat your daughter well. As for Dalong, I watched him grow up with my own eyes. The child's character is unique. Everyone who sees him will praise him. As for the issue of family background that Sister Han is worried about, Madame Chiao specifically asked me to tell you that their Chiao family never cares about this. If Miss Han marries, she will definitely love Miss Han as her own daughter. Madame Yang looked sincere, and her words were so touching. Madame Han had met Madame Chiao, who is a gentle and kind person. Moreover, Mr. Chiao had a good reputation, which showed that the Chiao family was upright, and she was already a little moved. If she could marry into such a good family, Sienna would surely be happy for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, Madame Han finally smiled. Madame Yang, this marriage is naturally a good one, but I still need to discuss it with my husband. When Madame Yang heard this, she knew that the marriage was a sure thing, and she was relieved. He Jing had put a lot of pressure on her, saying that she had to marry the daughter-in-law of the Han family, and now she was lucky enough to have fulfilled her mission. Of course, if Sister Han and Mr. Han have agreed, you must give me a definite letter as soon as possible, and they are waiting for my news. Madame Han agreed immediately. After sending Madame Yang away, Madame Han immediately went to find Han Yaxian. Seeing her daughter's red eyes, Mrs. Han was startled and quickly took Han Yaxian into her arms. Sienna, what's wrong? Han Yaxian raised her head nervously, feeling mixed emotions, and finally mustered up the courage to ask, Mother, Madame Yang. Mrs. Han patted Han Yaxian's shoulder and couldn't help but have a hint of joy between her eyebrows. Sienner, Madame Yang was asked by someone to propose marriage. The other party is the Chiao family of Censor Chiao, and she is talking about the eldest son of the Chiao family. Han Yaxian's heart trembled when she heard this, and that handsome face floated into her mind again, so clear and so close for the first time. She finally couldn't help it, leaning on Mrs. Han's shoulder and crying with joy. Mrs. Han was immediately startled. Han Yaxian has always been very sensible and rarely sheds tears in front of her mother. Thinking of this, Madame Han asked hurriedly, "Sienner, why are you crying? Don't you want to? If you don't want to, Mother will help you refuse." Han Yaxian shook her head gently and said happily with a crying voice, "Mother, I want to. I want to." On the other side, Qiao Zhonghua made an appointment with his colleagues for the first time after leaving the court, and the one he met was Han Mingzhi, the Minister of Works. At this time, Han Mingzhi and Qiao Zhonghua were sitting in a side room of a tea house, looking flattered. "Master Qiao, I wonder why you're looking for me?" Qiao Zhonghua took the initiative to pour a glass of wine for Han Mingzhi and said straight to the point, "Old Han, I want to be your relative."
Han Mingzhi.
After Qiao Zhonghua returned home, he was humming a little song. Madame Qiao had not yet received the definite news from Madame Yang, and seeing her husband's boastful look, she couldn't help but feel happy. "Husband, it worked?" Qiao Zhonghua raised his eyebrows proudly. "How can it not work if your husband personally takes action?" Xiao Jiaojiao stood aside. "Hey, my father won't just beat Lord Han up and force him to sell his daughter, right?"
Kia Congguo.
Mrs. Qiao couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. Qiao Zhonghua deliberately went outside to get rid of the smell of alcohol before going home. Now, he hugged Xiao Jiaojiao and gently hooked her little nose. "Whoever wants to marry our Jiaojiao in the future, that's not allowed. Unless he can beat me." Whenever Qiao Zhonghua was happy, he would talk about me all the time. This was a bad habit left in the military camp, and he has restrained himself a lot over the years. Xiao Jiaojiao chuckled when she heard this. "Dad must be overthinking. I won't get married. I want to be my dad's treasure and my mom's treasure for the rest of my life." Xiao Zhonghua was so satisfied when he heard this. That's right, no one is worthy of their Jiaojiao. However, after hearing the second half of Qiao Jiaojiao's words, Qiao Zhonghua couldn't laugh anymore. "When the time comes, I will raise 5, 6, 7, or 8 handsome men and let them peel grapes for me, fan me, sing songs, and massage my legs." Mrs. Qiao's eyes were somewhat resentful. I really didn't know what Jiaojiao was thinking. One moment she encouraged the queen to raise a male lover, and the next moment she wanted a handsome man. It's over. There's no way around it anymore. It's all over. Qiao Zhonghua, my girl, is really ambitious. The next day, Mrs. Yang came to visit happily, and Mrs. Qiao personally went to the door to greet her. Mrs. Yang's maiden name was Chun. Mrs. Qiao came forward warmly and called her affectionately, "Sister Chun, I've been waiting for you to come." Seeing this, Mrs. Yang smiled mischievously. "Hejing, you're still the same as when you were a little girl." Mrs. Qiao said angrily, "Sister Chun, please stop making fun of me. Tell me, how is it?" Mrs. Yang raised her head. "If I hadn't done it, I wouldn't have the face to visit your Qiao mansion today." Mrs. Qiao clapped her hands suddenly and smiled instantly.
"Great.
"My dear sister, come in and have a cup of tea. You are the matchmaker for our eldest brother." Mrs. Yang walked in with brisk steps, following Mrs. Qiao. "It doesn't matter if we have tea or not. Let me hug your Jiaojiao. I miss you so much after not seeing you for a few days." After finding out about the Han family's opinion, both families were very satisfied with the marriage, so they officially started the process. For a wealthy family to get married, there are many details to pay attention to, from accepting the bride price, asking for the name, accepting the marriage proposal, accepting the marriage proposal, accepting the marriage proposal, and asking for the date. In layman's terms, there are many rules for exchanging the betrothal gifts and sending the betrothal gifts and so on, and they have to be done step by step. Since Madame Yang has taken on the job of a matchmaker, she will have to work for the Qiao family for a while. On the second day, she brought the generous gifts prepared by the Qiao family early and went to the Han family again. The Han family was beaming with joy. After receiving the gifts, they presented the betrothal gift with Han Yaxian's birth date with both hands. Madame Yang also smiled. She thought to herself that she would have to tell her husband when she went back that the Han family had now made an extraordinary marriage. Next time, she must not order Mr. Han around and scold him. The news that the Qiao and Han families were going to get married spread throughout the capital almost in one day. Hearing this news, almost everyone was shocked. There was no other reason. The Han family's lintel was too different from the Qiao family, right? They wanted to ask, what did the Qiao family like about the Han family? That afternoon, the Han family welcomed a large number of friends unprecedentedly. Mrs. Han was not good at socializing. Seeing this, she became very anxious and a little confused. Han Yaxian saw this and said to Madame Han, "Mother, from today on, our Han mansion will close its doors to visitors." Madame Han was a little hesitant when she heard this. Will it offend people if we just turn them away like this? Han Yaxian took Madame Han's hand and said softly, "Mother, why do you think they came? They didn't come to make friends with our Han family, but to curry favor with the Qiao family behind them. Dad has a bad reputation in the capital, and people have always avoided our Han mansion. Lord Qiao is a hero who protects the country in the eyes of the world. I heard that Lord Qiao also keeps to himself in the court. The Qiao family chose our Han mansion as their in-laws. Since we have agreed to this marriage, we can't hold them back. Otherwise, if so many people come to us in the name of our Han family, how do you think the Qiao family should deal with it?" Han Yaxian's face was calm. At this moment, there was no shyness of her face, only a deep understanding of justice. "Mother, I can see that Mr. Qiao wants to be a loyal, upright, and lonely minister. Isn't this also Dad's ambition? From now on, just think of our Han family as having one more marriage, and everything else will remain the same." "Good." As soon as Han Yaxian finished speaking, a cheer of praise rang out. Madame Han turned her head and saw Han Mingzhe striding in from the door, his face full of satisfaction. "Husband, why are you back so early?" Mrs. Han was shocked and immediately went to meet him. Han Mingzhe is 35 years old this year, and he looks like a refined scholar, but he is tall and slender, with slightly sunken cheeks and looks a little thin. On weekdays, he would stay in the Ministry of Works until dinner time before returning home. Sometimes he was so busy with work that he could not even return home all night.
Dad.
Han Yaxian also went to meet him. Han Mingzhe looked at Han Yaxian steadily, and the smile on his face became brighter. He only had such a daughter in his life, and he raised her almost as a boy in terms of studying, calligraphy, and dealing with people. He never thought that there was anything wrong with having a daughter. Looking at what Sienna said just now, he asked how many men could see so clearly. He was worried that his wife would not be able to make sense at home and accepted gifts from others, so he hurried back from the Ministry of Works. He did not expect Sienna to be so sensible, and it was a false alarm for him. "Madam, just listen to Sienna. From today on, the Han mansion will be closed to visitors. Don't do those empty things. Do your official duties and do practical things well." The news of the marriage between the Qiao and Han families soon spread to the Meng family. Meng Gushue has been a little absent-minded since the last Lantern Festival. Madame Meng thought that Meng Gushue was still thinking about Qiao Tianjing, so she revealed the news to Meng Gushue as soon as possible, hoping that she would give up the idea of marrying up. After hearing the news, Meng Gushue was stunned for a long time. She was recently disturbed by another time traveler who was hiding his head and showing his tail, and even had the idea of retreating. But at this moment, knowing that Qiao Tianjing was already taken, Meng Gushue was shocked to realize that good men are really getting fewer and fewer. No, she absolutely cannot give in to this, and cannot be muddle-headed in this dynasty to get married and have children and live an ordinary life that is not worth mentioning. No matter what, she must give it a try at the poetry conference in the capital in a month. She wants to use this to become famous all over the world and become the phoenix that flies to the tree. Madame Meng looked at Meng Gushue, who suddenly turned from a frost-bitten eggplant to a radiant face, and she couldn't help but look confused. Has this child figured it out, or is she getting more and more crazy? Madame Qiao took Qiao Jiao and made a special trip to the Duke of Yan's mansion. Although the news of the marriage between the Qiao and Han families is spread, Madame Qiao still feels it is necessary to tell her father the good news in person. This time it was just an ordinary visit home, so Madame Qiao did not hand in the invitation. When they arrived at the gate of the Duke of Yan's mansion, the housekeeper hurried to greet them, and his expression seemed a little hasty. Mrs. Qiao was very careful. As she walked in, she asked, "Uncle Shi, has something happened at home?" Butler Shi wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face a little embarrassed. "Miss, it's the young lady. The young lady is in a bad mood and is in the main hall with the master and the young master right now." When Xiao Jiao heard this, she immediately understood. My aunt must have heard the news of the marriage and is upset. She'd better not think about bullying my mother later, or I will bite her. Xiao Jiao is now more than 5 months old, and her lower front teeth are faintly emerging. She has been having a lot of toothache recently, and she can't wait to take a bite of everything she sees. Mrs. Qiao patted Xiao Jiao gently, with a hint of coldness on her face. Has the eldest sister-in-law not given up yet? She even made a scene in front of my father. Master Shi, I won't go anywhere else but to the main hall. If I don't make some things clear, Dad will not be at peace. Butler Shi was a little terrified, but he had been serving in the Duke's mansion since he was a child, and he knew that the young lady always had her own ideas, and the master also doted on the young lady, so he nodded. As soon as he walked to the door of the main hall, Madame Zhua's angry voice came from inside. "Zhuaheng, go and ask your sister what she means. How is our Ninger inferior to the daughter of the Minister of Works? Last time I went to the Qiao mansion with good intentions to see her, she gave me a very embarrassing speech and said that Dalong was opinionated and not suitable for our Ninger. Why, then the daughter of the Han family is suitable. What on earth is Qiao Zhonghui thinking? Han Mingzhi has such a bad reputation in the capital. He is not afraid of tarnishing the Qiao family's reputation, but he should at least consider our Yanggua mansion. I think I understand. Your sister is probably not dissatisfied with Ninger, but with me as her sister-in-law. I have already told Ninger a long time ago. She also likes Dalong very much. Now that the news is out, Ninger has cried several times. What's going on now? Zhuaheng, tell me, is there any sister who treats her like this? Sister-in-law, if you have anything unhappy in your heart, just tell me directly. Why bother to come to father?" The door creaked open, revealing Madame Qiao with a cold expression outside the door. She was holding Qiao Jiao, whose cheeks were puffed up in her arms. Wow, this is a typical case of not getting married, but making enemies. Mother refused so obviously last time. It turns out that aunt didn't take it to heart at all. Besides, things like marriage should not be mentioned in front of children before the deal is concluded. The reason why Zhua and Ning cried like that was because her aunt had given her hope a long time ago. She might even have promised her a success.
Ying'e.
Sister. Duke Yan and Zhuaheng didn't expect Madame Qiao to appear suddenly. Madame Zhua had just said a lot of things like a machine gun, and when she suddenly saw Madame Qiao, her arrogance suddenly subsided. However, whenever she thought of Zhua and Ning crying in the room at this time, she became furious. The last time she went back to her parents' home, she boasted that the eldest son of the Qiao family must be her son-in-law. Now that the news has been passed back, the sisters-in-law at home don't know how to laugh at her. No, today's Zhuaheng must cancel the marriage with the Han family. Sister, since you are here, let's not beat around the bush. What's wrong with our Ning? You would rather choose the daughter of a small minister of works as your daughter-in-law. Duke Yan was already very unhappy in his heart, but he didn't want to step on Madame Zhua's face, so he let her throw a tantrum for so long. Now, seeing that she was going to interrogate Madame Qiao again, Duke Yan's face immediately sank. However, before Duke Yan could speak, Madame Qiao had already stuffed Qiao Jiao into his arms. Dad, don't worry, let me and my sister-in-law talk about this matter clearly. Qiao Jiao nodded heavily. That's right. Otherwise, if something weird happens at that time, it will be bad if it spreads all over the city and gets to my sister-in-law. Mrs. Chow had the same idea in her mind, so she turned to Mrs. Zhua and said, "Sister-in-law, I watched Ninger grow up. She is kind-hearted, gentle, and well-behaved. Naturally, she is a very good girl." Mrs. Zhua raised her head and immediately said domineeringly, "In this case, then you should cancel the marriage with the Han family and let Dalong marry our Ninger." Chow Jiao Jiao. Mrs. Chow obviously didn't expect Mrs. Zhua to say such a thing. "Sister-in-law, I told you last time that Dalong is a man of great ideas. He chose the girl from the Han family himself. During the Lantern Festival this year, there was chaos on the streets, and Dalong happened to save the girl from the Han family. This is the fate of the children." Mrs. Zhua snorted coldly when she heard this. "Sister, don't use Dalong as an excuse. What does the child know? How can it be fate? Dalong and Ninger have grown up together." Seeing that Mrs. Chow didn't show any sign of loosening, Mrs. Zhua's mind moved slightly and she added, "Sister, if you really don't want to cancel the marriage with the Han family, let Miss Han marry in as a mistress, and our Ninger will be the eldest." As soon as these words came out, even Xiao Jiao Jiao was speechless. Mrs. Zhua is really selfish, stupid, and blindly arrogant. Dad and mother are just completely defenseless against their aunt. Otherwise, how could such a stupid enemy give the Chow family a fatal? Mrs. Chow was also very angry about this. Her face suddenly darkened, and she was no longer as friendly as before. "Sister-in-law, the rule of the Chow family is that men will never take concubines, let alone have concubines. Don't talk about being the eldest or the youngest. Miss Han is our Chow family's daughter-in-law who has been engaged after a clear plan. No one can change this. As for what you said about Ninger crying so sadly, it's your fault, sister-in-law. How could you mention such a thing to Ninger before your children's marriage is settled? Fortunately, Ninger is still young now. Sister-in-law, as a mother, you should talk to Ninger as soon as possible." Mrs. Chow's words were not fierce, but the meaning of rejection in every word was very obvious. Mrs. Wu used to be used to Mrs. Chow's gentle words. Now, seeing her lose face in front of her father-in-law and husband, her face turned pale. "You, Zhuahejing, you simply can't tell the difference between relatives and strangers. What's so good about that girl from the Han family that you have to defend her like this?" Xiao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but snorted coldly when she heard this. Sister-in-law is a very good person in the world, and Lord Han and Madam Han also have great righteousness in their hearts. When our Chow family was in trouble, all those people who used to flatter us with smiles all avoided us, and some even took advantage of our misfortunes. Only my grandfather and Lord Han have been running around for the Chow family and speaking out for my father. It's easy to add flowers to the icing on the cake, but it's hard to send charcoal in the snow. Just based on this sincerity, Miss Han is the best sister-in-law in the world. As for Aunt, you black-hearted person, when you harmed my Chow family, did you ever think that we are relatives?" When Madame Chow heard this, the suppressed anger in her heart suddenly jumped up. When she first heard about this from Jiao Jiao, she wanted to strangle her sister-in-law to death. No distinction between relatives? Marriage between children requires mutual consent. How can it be related to the degree of relationship? Sister-in-law, Dalong's marriage is a foregone conclusion. No matter who comes, it can't be changed. Just give up on this idea. Okay, Madame Zhua was so angry that she was shaking all over and pointed her index finger at Madame Chow. After a while, she made up her mind and used her last trick. "Sister, if you are really so cruel, then just pretend that I, your sister-in-law, don't exist and Dalong doesn't have me, his aunt. I will never go to his wedding no matter what. And I will never set foot in the gate of your Chow mansion again in my life." Madame Zhua said harsh words, but she was complacent in her heart. When Zhuahejing was a girl, she repeatedly tried to please her sister-in-law. Didn't she just want a harmonious family? Now that she is so determined, Zhuahejing will definitely compromise for the sake of the face of the Chow and Zhua mansions. Oh, if Zhuahejing tries to make peace with her in a soft voice, she must show her attitude and give her a good lesson. When Xiao Jiao Jiao heard this, her eyes lit up instantly. "Oh my God, This is like sending a pillow just when you are sleepy.
Great.
Mom, don't be soft-hearted. Quickly agree to her. See if she dares to step into our Chiao mansion again in the future. When Duke Yen heard his daughter-in-law's words, his brows suddenly frowned. He opened his mouth, but didn't say a word in the end. Forget it, this is fine. Duke Yen knew that once he passed away, the Duke Yen mansion would be completely finished. This daughter-in-law not only loves to be jealous in the inner house, but is even more arrogant outside. In fact, she is selfish and vain. This time she made such a big fuss. I'm afraid it's not just for Ninger, but also for her so-called face. Such relatives are harmful to Jinger and the Chiao mansion, and they are no good at all, so let's just cut off the relationship. When Zhuaheng heard what his wife said, he yelled angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about here? Have you had enough of the trouble today?" The reason why Zhuaheng is loyal to his sister is because he has a brother-in-law, Qiao Zhonghua. Everyone respects him and gives him some respect, which is a real benefit. When Mrs. Zhua saw that her husband accused her in public, she was angry and hateful, so she simply said something decisive. I'm going to say it here today. If Dalong is unwilling to marry Ninger, I will just pretend that I don't have this nephew. And I won't have the relative of the Qiao family. This is what Mrs. Qiao was waiting for. She suddenly made a look of grief and said with tears in her eyes, "Sister-in-law is simply too much. Since you look down on my relatives in the Qiao family so much, then I will not recognize you as my sister-in-law." Then she turned her head to look at the Duke of Yen and said with disappointment, "Dad, Jinger, ask yourself. Sister-in-law has been married to the Duke's mansion for so many years, and Jinger has always been sincere to her, like a sister. But now, I have given up on the sister-in-law. Today, please be a witness and put an end to this matter." After Mrs. Qiao finished speaking, she took a few steps forward and hugged Qiao Jiaojiao, hiding aside and crying secretly. Qiao Jiaojiao was stunned. Is my mother really sad? Or acting? Mrs. Qiao heard Qiao Jiaojiao's voice, leaned close and kissed her forehead, deliberately letting Qiao Jiaojiao see her upturned mouth. Qiao Jiaojiao.
Mom.
The Oscar winner must be you. Mother, please accept my worship. Look at your aunt. No. Look at Madam's with shocked expression. Her eyes are almost popping out. Although Madame Qiao didn't understand what AOC Ka was, she could tell that Qiao Jiaojiao was praising her, so when she was behind everyone's back, the arc of her mouth corners became bigger. Madame Zhua was completely confused when she heard this. Wait, no, this is not her original intention. Moreover, shouldn't Zhua Hejing run to her sister-in-law, pull her sleeve and beg for forgiveness and marriage? She can't lose the Qiao family as a relative. Otherwise, how can the sisters-in-law and her natal family flatter her? Zhuaheng's face also changed fiercely, and he smiled and said, "Sister, your sister-in-law is crazy. Why are you still serious with her?" Before Madame Qiao could speak, Duke Yen suddenly stood up and said in a deep voice, "This is also good. Just do as my daughter-in-law said. Let her break off contact with the Qiao family." Zhuaheng cried out, "Dad." Madame's legs and feet softened slightly, and she hurriedly held on to the chair beside her to barely stand. Her face flushed red, and she turned to look at the Duke of Yen, her eyes full of disbelief. She couldn't understand why her father-in-law didn't favor his son and daughter-in-law, but favored the married daughter. The Duke of Yan's mansion is now declining, while the Qiao mansion is thriving. She tried her best to let Ninger and Dalong get married, and it was also for the good of the Duke's mansion. Duke Yen did not go to see his son and daughter-in-law, but just said in a cold voice, "Since my daughter-in-law has made up her mind, this matter is settled. From now on, Dalong will just pretend that he has no aunt. Jinger, go back and tell Dalong and Erling, let them not be surprised why their aunt doesn't come to the door anymore. Their aunt has cut off ties with them and will never go to the Qiao family in this life." Duke Yen snorted coldly after he finished speaking, and left directly. Madame Qiao looked at the cold and hard back of Duke Yen, and her guilt was beyond words. In order to change the fate of the Qiao family's tragic death, she had to clear all potential threats. but this time it was difficult for her father to do it. Thinking of this, Madame Qiao hugged Xiao Jiao and immediately chased after him. Madame Zhuo listened to her father-in-law's heartless words, and the last bit of her strength was completely drained away. She leaned against the edge of the table and fell to the ground, her eyes full of daze. It shouldn't be like this. Zhuo Hejing, how could she be so cruel? Zhuo Hang was furious when she saw her father and sister leaving one after another. You shrew, are you satisfied now? Why did I only like your face at that time and completely forget to check what kind of character you are? Mrs. Zhuo was stimulated by this sentence and trembled all over, and a trace of resentment suddenly emerged in her eyes. Zhuo Hang, how good are you? If it weren't for you, I... Mrs. Zhuo stopped talking halfway. Long-lost memories came to her mind. If it weren't for the Duke of Yan's mansion coming to propose marriage, she would have married her childhood sweetheart long ago. That person loved her so much. How could he bear to let her suffer such grievances? Zhuo Hang didn't delve into Mrs. Zhuo's hesitation. He just waved his sleeves fiercely and said coldly, if you know what's good for you, go to the Qiao mansion to apologize yourself. Otherwise, I will go alone on the day of Dalong's wedding. Mrs. Zhuo looked at Zhuo Hang's departing back and clenched her fists fiercely, and the nails almost embedded in the palm of her hand. On the other side, Madame Qiao also caught up with Duke Yan. In fact, Duke Yan was reluctant to let his daughter chase him with his granddaughter in her arms, so he deliberately slowed down his pace. Madame Qiao lowered her eyebrows and said nervously, Dad, do you think I am too heartless to my sister-in-law? Duke Yan sighed softly when he heard it. Jinger, in fact, all this is Dad's fault. Madame Qiao's face changed slightly when she heard it. Dad, this has nothing to do with you. It's your daughter herself.
No.
Duke Yan shook his head, with real regret on his face. Back then, Dad was busy fighting on the battlefield and neglected to discipline your brother, which led to his dissolute and pleasure-seeking nature. Later, I brought him with me, and I always felt guilty, so when he fell in love with your sister-in-law and insisted on marrying her, I indulged him. Now that I think about it, one wrong step leads to another. After 100 years, this duke's mansion will eventually collapse. These words were very serious, and Mrs. Qiao's face changed suddenly. Dad, why do you say that? Things are not. Duke of Yan continued to shake his head. Jinger, the incident that was found out last time is a hidden danger after all. Your sister-in-law is restless, and your brother is incompetent. I'm afraid there will be trouble in the future. Jinger, Dad is old, and I don't know how long I can live. There is something I can only ask you and Zhongguo for. When Mrs. Qiao heard this, tears fell from her eyes. Duke of Yan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were full of determination. If your brother and sister-in-law do anything stupid in the future, you and Zhongguo can deal with them without worrying about sibling affection. But Ninger is innocent. She is kind-hearted and has not been led astray by her stupid parents. She is a sensible and good child. Jinger, if the Duke's mansion is really unsustainable in the future, you should find a good marriage for Ninger. After hearing these words, Mrs. Qiao felt sad and distressed for a while.
Dad was right.
My brother and sister-in-law are really heartless. Qiao Jiao was a little confused. What did my grandfather find out about my aunt? Did my aunt's childhood sweetheart get discovered by my grandfather? But in the original book, my grandfather was kept in the dark until the Qiao family was destroyed. Qiao Jiao really couldn't figure it out. When she saw Duke Yan mentions Wen Ning, she couldn't help but sigh deeply. Grandfather had good intentions. Uncle and aunt were indeed cruel parents. They finally gave Ninger to Prince Jing. But Prince Jing only loved Meng Gushue. When Meng Gushue got jealous, Prince Jing immediately gave Ninger to a guard beside him. That was the daughter of the Duke of Yan, but she ended up marrying a guard. And that guard was a rough man who didn't know how to be gentle with women. Madame Qiao was horrified when she heard about Zhuo Anning's fate. It is said that even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, but my brother and sister-in-law actually pushed Ninger into the fire pit with their own hands. Dad, the marriage of children is decided by parents, and I am afraid that I, as an aunt, can't interfere. Duke Yen snorted coldly. As long as I am here, they can't easily arrange Ninger's marriage. Jinger, I will arrange this matter. You can help Ninger to be careful first. It doesn't need to be too high. The main thing is that the man has good character. Madame Chiao couldn't bear to see a good girl like Ninger being tortured, so she nodded heavily. Dad, don't worry, I know. After leaving the Duke Yan's mansion, Madame Chiao felt a little heavy. Xiao Jiaojiao knew that Madame Chiao was in a bad mood, and she tried her best to cheer Madame Chiao up along the way. When she arrived at the gate of Chiao's mansion, Madame Chiao finally smiled. Mom? A soft call came from outside the car. Madame Chiao lifted the curtain and saw that Xiao Tianjing and Xiao Dai were coming together, followed by a young man dressed as a scholar. Mrs. Chiao immediately lowered the curtain upon seeing this, but the scholar was also very polite and never raised his head from beginning to end. Xiao Jiaojiao only took a glance and was instantly shocked.
Tan Hanqi.
Am I seeing right? The student following my brother is Tan Hanqi? Xiao Jiaojiao felt that her brain was about to explode. How could Tan Hanqi be related to our Chiao mansion? He should be someone from Prince Jing's side. Xiao Tianjing and Xiao Dai heard Xiao Jiaojiao's thoughts outside the sedan chair and couldn't help but smile at each other. The Chiao mansion can get such a talent, of course, thanks to my little sister. Mrs. Chiao took Xiao Jiaojiao to the mansion first. After a long time, Xiao Tianjing and Xiao Dai came over. When Xiao Jiaojiao saw the two of them, she squinted her eyes and was about to fall asleep, but she sat up again.
Ah.
Who can tell me what is going on with that Tan Hanqi? He is such a powerful person. If he can really be used by our Chiao mansion, it would be great. And he is the biggest victim of the spring examination fraud case. If we can protect him, perhaps the fraud case can be thoroughly investigated along the line of Tan Hanqi. Xiao Jiaojiao thought about it and couldn't help but get distracted. If we want to talk about dogs, it has to be the male protagonist. On the one hand, he saved Tan Hanqi and gave him favors, and on the other hand, he protected the treacherous Minister Qing Guogong in the fraud case. This is a good thing for both sides. No wonder he can laugh to the end. Is this playing Mission Impossible? Mrs. Chiao did not expect that the scholar who just followed her two sons was such an important key figure. Now, even she was curious. Seeing that Xiao Jiaojiao was still looking at her two brothers eagerly, Mrs. Chiao casually said, "The scholar who just followed you, I have never seen him before." Xiao Jiaojiao heard this and threw herself into Mrs. Chiao's arms, screaming with joy. Mother, your question really hits the nail on the head. Mother, you always understand me. Woo woo woo. Xiao Tianjing and Xiao Dai did not know that their mother could also read Xiao Jiaojiao's mind. Hearing this, they could not help but nod secretly. It is true that mother and daughter are connected by heart. So, Xiao Tianjing explained in a gentle voice, "Mother, the person just now is a friend that my second brother and I just met today. His name is Tan Hanqi, he is from Zhuozhou, and he came to participate in this year's spring examination. My son met him once on the night of the Lantern Festival. He is upright and has great literary talent. Today, my second brother and I passed by a tea house and happened to see him being harassed by Mr. Sheng from the Duke of Qing's mansion, so I helped him, and that's how we became friends." Xiao Jiaojiao couldn't help but sigh at the magic of fate when she heard this. It turns out that Sheng Mingcheng from the Duke of Qing's mansion knew Tan Hanqi before the spring examination. No wonder the Duke of Qing chose Tan Hanqi to be the unlucky guy who was replaced. Could it be that this was Sheng Mingcheng's idea? I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that my brother and his friends saw Tan Hanqi being bullied, and they even helped him out when they saw injustice. TSK. Is it possible that God is helping our Chiao family? If we can dig Tan Hanqi here, King Jing probably won't be able to do so many tricks later. Xiao Tianjing couldn't help but shake his head with a smile when he heard this. Little sister, it's not God who is helping our Chiao mansion, but you, this precious thing. Since the Lantern Festival, Xiao Tianjing has sent people to watch him day and night after learning from Xiao Jiaojiao about Tan Hanqi's extraordinariness. Today, when he heard that he was bullied, Xiao Tianjing hurriedly dragged Xiao Dai to rescue him. In order not to arouse Tan Hanchi's suspicion, they had to act casually and naturally. Because after inquiring during this period of time, Tan Hanchi has become famous for his Lantern Festival couplets, and many noble families have thrown olive branches to him, but he is unmoved. It can be seen that he has no intention of making friends with the powerful and is very wary of others approaching. Fortunately, everything seems to be going well at the moment, especially when he and his second brother introduced themselves. Tan Hanchi seemed very surprised. Xiao Tianjing attributed this to his world-famous father. Mrs. Chow already had an idea in her mind, and she asked again, "What about Mr. Tan now? Is he staying in the Chow mansion?" Xiao Tianjing shook his head. He is a man of integrity and said that he would come to visit after the spring examination is over and he has learned something. Mrs. Chow nodded when she heard this. He is indeed a rare good child. Xiao Jiaojiao couldn't help but feel anxious when she heard this. "Oh, you have to keep an eye on this precious Tan Hanchi, because he will definitely get a place in the spring examination, and the Duke of Qing will send someone to assassinate him. If it's a step later, he will be rescued by Prince Jing." Xiao Tianjing has made careful arrangements, and Mrs. Chow secretly decided to remind her husband tonight after hearing this. When Xiao Zhenhua returned home at night, Xiao Jiaojiao was just taken away by Xiao Tianjing to play in the front yard, and Mrs. Chow immediately talked about the spring examination and Tan Hanchi. Xiao Zhenhua patted Madame Chow hand and said gently, "Madam, don't worry. I will talk to the boss tonight. The date of the spring examination has been set. There will be 3 sessions on February 9th, 12th, and 15th. The organizer has been appointed as the Minister of Rights Exiled. Madame Chow tilted her head when she heard it. Today is February 5th, so it will happen in the next few days? I remember that the Minister of Rights is the son-in-law of the Duke of Qing, right? This matter is really related to the Duke of Qing's mansion. Jiao Jiao is really amazing." Xiao Zhenhua nodded with relief. Yes, if it weren't for Jiao Jiao, the consequences would be unimaginable. Madame Chow talked about what happened in the Duke of Yan's mansion today. Xiao Zhenhua sighed when he heard it. "Madam, we just need to be filial to our father-in-law in the future." Madame Chow nodded slightly. "I think so, too." After a while, Mrs. Chow brought Xiao Jiaojiao back, and Xiao Zhenhua took Xiao Tianjing and Xiao Dai to the study. Xiao Zhenhua asked about Tan Hanchi straight away. The two brothers looked at each other with solemn expressions, as if they had made a great decision. Xiao Tianjing spoke first. "Dad, what do you think of my little sister?" Xiao Zhenhua was slightly stunned, wondering why Xiao Tianjing suddenly turned the topic to Xiao Jiaojiao. But he did not perfunctorily deal with his 2 sons, and said without hesitation, "Even if you add up, you 2 brats are not as good as 1 toe of Jiao Jiao. That's Dad's precious baby, a caring little cotton padded jacket. What's wrong with that?" Xiao Zhenhua hadn't finished praising her when Xiao Tianjing suddenly knelt down on the ground, and Xiao Dai didn't hesitate to kneel down with him. Xiao Zhenhua was shocked. Could it be that these 2 brats were here to compete for my favor tonight? I have loved them both for more than 10 years, so what's wrong with loving Jiao Jiao even more now? What are you doing? Do you want me to hug you like I hugged Jiao Jiao? Xiao Tianjing's serious expression almost broke when he heard this. "Dad, can you please stop being so fanciful?" Xiao Zhenhua also saw that his 2 sons had something serious to say, so he restrained his expression and said lightly, "If you have something to say it quickly. If you have to, quickly." Xiao Tianjing took a deep breath and said with courage, "Dad, actually my little sister. My little sister is very unusual. From the day she was born, my second brother, and I can hear my little sister's voice. And my little sister seems to be able to predict the future. All her predictions have come true one by one, including that Tan Hanchi. I only contacted him after listening to my little sister's voice. Dad, my little sister is wholeheartedly for our family. Although this matter is really weird, as long as it is my little sister, we are not afraid. Dad, I didn't want to tell you because I was worried that you wouldn't be able to accept it, but the information my little sister revealed is getting more and more critical, and I know I can't hide it anymore. You love my little sister so much. You will definitely not mind this, right? Seeing their father standing there in a daze, Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Dai became more and more worried. Qiao Dai even wondered if his father would just take his younger sister out and burn her. If Qiao Jiaojiao knew what Qiao Dai was thinking at this moment, she would probably roll her eyes. Second brother, I really appreciate your imagination.
Dad?
Qiao Dai shouted in a trembling voice. My younger sister is not some ghost or evil spirit. Calm down. Don't be impulsive. Xiao Zhonghua cursed angrily. I'm not calm at all. When Qiao Dai heard this, he immediately winked at Qiao Tianjing, then flew over and hugged Qiao Zhonghua's legs. Brother, hurry up and carry my younger sister away. The farther the better, I'll hold Dad back. This cry was so brave and fearless, loving his sister as much as his life. Qiao Zhonghua. Why did I give birth to such a stupid son? Qiao Tianjing. Second brother, we didn't agree on this. Are you sure you haven't read too many martial arts novels? Get out of here. You can all hear Jiao Jiao's voice. How can I, as a father, not hear it? Xiao Zhonghua raised his foot. He didn't expect that his second idiot was so strong. It was unexpected that his martial arts improved very quickly. Qiao Dai was still immersed in his own martial arts world, and Qiao Tianjing was already happy. Dad, seriously. Qiao Dai came back to his senses after a long while. Huh? Dad, what did you say just now? Kia Conggu. Maybe when the eldest child was born, the insignificant wisdom had been used up, so the second child with a simple mind and strong limbs was born. Your mother, and I can hear Jiao Jiao's voice. We all know about the cheating in the spring examination, the male and female protagonists Meng Guxiue and Jing, and the fact that the crown prince and the fourth prince will suffer. Qiao Tianjing really felt relieved when he heard these words.
Great.
He racked his brains during this period of time, changing his trajectory step by step according to his little sister's prompts, but he was still too young after all, and felt very strenuous in many places. Now that he knew that his father could also hear Jiao Jiao's voice, he felt much more at ease in his heart. Dad is not only a great hero in the eyes of outsiders, but in the eyes of him as a son, he is also a mountain that is so stable that it will never be shaken, which can give people an unparalleled sense of security. Dad, how are you going to deal with the matter of the spring examination? When it comes to business, Qiao Zhonghua's face is instantly solemn. Then, did you find someone to protect Tan Hanxi? Qiao Tianjing nodded immediately. I used your secret guards, and I transferred 2 people. Qiao Zhonghua has a group of loyal secret guards, who were tough guys who had fought on the battlefield with him. They obey orders and come and go silently. When Qiao Tianjing just turned 17, Qiao Zhonghua gave Qiao Tianjing part of the dispatching power of the secret guards. Qiao Zhonghua frowned slightly when he heard this. I'm afraid it's not enough. Transfer 4 more people. Qiao Tianjing couldn't help but be surprised. It seems that Tan Hanxi is just a student with no foundation now. Will the Duke of Qing spend so much effort to kill him? Xiao Zhonghua's expression instantly became meaningful. Boss, I'm not guarding against the killers of the Duke of Qing's mansion, but the second prince. Although he is only 13 years old now, from Jiao Jiao's prophecy, it can be seen that he is scheming and has endless means, and he is the final winner. So, don't underestimate him just because everything hasn't happened yet. After all, he is the son of destiny in Jiao Jiao's words. Qiao Tianjing stood solemnly and nodded heavily when he heard this. My son has learned a lesson. Qiao Zhonghua was still very relieved about this eldest son, who is smart since childhood. By protecting Tan Hanxi, we have the upper hand. The rest depends on how I act in the court. Qiao Tianjing remembered that Qiao Zhonghua often relied on his mouth and his invincible momentum to kill people in the Golden Palace, and he couldn't help but smile knowingly. A few days later, the spring examination arrived as scheduled. All the vendors and night markets around Shuntian Street were banned, and it was quiet everywhere. It must provide the best environment for the students to answer the questions. On February 18th, 3 consecutive spring examinations finally ended. The marking process will take nearly a month, and the results will be announced on March 15th. During the period of waiting for the results to be announced, the capital will usher in one of the biggest events, the East Suburb Poetry Festival. Xiao Jiaojiao looked forward to it, and finally the third day of March came. Today is a sunny day, and the sun shines on the body, and it is warm. It is really a blessing from God. Xiao Tianjing and Xiao Dai came to say goodbye to Mrs. Qiao at 11 o'clock. Xiao Jiaojiao sat on the couch, clutching the corner of her clothes, looking at her two brothers with tears in her eyes. Boo, which kind brother can take me with you? I promise not to make a fuss or randomly. Boo, I hate that I was born too late. At least let me open my mouth and talk. Big brother and second brother, have you seen my eager eyes? Take me with you. Xiao Jiaojiao stretched out her hands to Xiao Tianjing and Xiao Dai and kept shouting. Mrs. Qiao had already learned from Qiao Zhongguo that the whole family could read Xiao Jiaojiao's mind. When she heard Xiao Jiaojiao whimpering and talking endlessly, she couldn't help but frown. Big brother, Jiao Jiao seems to want to go with you. You can take her with you. I'll let Aunt Lu go with you. Xiao Tianjing and Xiao Dai smiled at each other. They came here just to take their little sister with them. Son, obey your command. Xiao Jiaojiao was instantly surprised.
Ah.
Brother, come and hug me. Let us go now. The poetry meeting in Beijing is held every year, and the spring examination is held every 3 years. This year, the two events happen to coincide with each other, and the excitement is incomparable to the previous 2 years. Today, most of the carriages in Beijing are heading to the eastern suburbs, and they can't move at all when they are squeezed to Yintian Road. Anyway, the weather is fine, so Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Dai carried Xiao Jiaojiao and walked there. The location is at the foot of Wangjing Mountain in the eastern suburbs outside the city. Every year in March, the peach blossoms will bloom there, which is very romantic. Xiao Jiaojiao sat in Xiao Dai's arms, her eyes rolling around. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she screamed, Big brother. Big brother. That's my sister-in-law. Wow, my sister-in-law is so beautiful today. The marriage between the Qiao and Han families has been completed. That is, the engagement letters of both parties have been compared, and it is a very auspicious date. Now that the wedding date has not been set, the woman can still go out freely. When Xiao Tianjing heard what Xiao Jiaojiao said, his heart skipped a beat. He immediately looked in the direction Xiao Jiaojiao pointed, and sure enough, he saw Han Yaxian in a lotus root powder long skirt. The day of the poetry meeting is recognized as the only day in the year when you don't have to pay too much attention to the separation of men and women. So today, the ladies walking on the street didn't even wear curtains, and there would be no separate seats for men and women at the poetry meeting later. Amid the noise, Han Yaxian didn't look back, but the side of her face showed a quiet smile at the corner of her mouth, which made Xiao Tianjing's heart beat like thunder. Xiao Jiaojiao couldn't help but chuckle. TSK, TSK, TSK. Even a gentleman like my big brother can't escape the vulgarity. I remember that the wedding date was set for September. Big brother, just wait patiently, and you will soon be able to live with your beautiful sister-in-law forever. Xiao Tianjing's face turned red after hearing what Xiao Jiaojiao said, and he dared not look at Han Yaxian anymore. At this moment, someone patted Xiao Tianjing's shoulder from behind. Xiao Tianjing turned his head and immediately bowed slightly to salute. Don't be so polite, Dalong. The person who came was the Crown Prince Shen Yuanzhan. Xiao Dai was much more sincere. When he saw that the prince was visiting incognito again, he immediately smiled and said, Brother Chen, we meet again. Xiao Tianjing. Second brother. Did S also a skill? The prince couldn't help but laugh heartily. Not bad, not bad. I want to be as casual as Erlang. The prince leaned closer to look at Xiao Jiaojiao, smiled and stretched out his hand to her. Brother Chen, can you hug you? Xiao Jiaojiao naturally would not hit the prince in the face. She immediately smiled sweetly at him and moved closer to him. The prince was in a very good mood when he saw this, and he gently took Xiao Jiaojiao over. The last time you and Madame Qiao came to the palace to see my mother, she was full of praise for you, saying that there is no girl as lovely as you in the world. The prince said this in a loving way, and he really loved Xiao Jiao Jiao a little more. Ever since Madame Qiao and Xiao Jiao Jiao went to Iku Palace that day, the prince discovered that the queen smiled more often and often mentioned Xiao Jiao Jiao. If you have time, go visit my mother more often with Madame Qiao. Brother Chen will definitely send you lots of delicious food. Upon hearing that there was something delicious, Xiao Jiao Jiao immediately cooperated and jumped in the prince's arms. Jump! The cute appearance instantly made the prince happy. Let's go, the poetry reading is about to begin, let's go and take a look. The prince said, and he had no intention of sending Xiao Jiao Jiao back to Qiao Dai. He just carried her away. Qiao Dai. What's going on? I haven't hugged enough. The prince is here, to my sister Wei. Xiao Tianjing smiled and shook his head, then asked who could resist hurting the Qiao family's precious baby. There were many people on the street just now, and Xiao Jiao Jiao and her group were not noticeable. As soon as we arrived at the eastern suburbs, we saw 3 handsome men and a soft and cute lucky doll. No one could ignore this combination. Moreover, most of the people who came to the poetry meeting were young masters and young ladies from official families in the capital, and soon someone recognized the prince and Xiao Tianjing. Seeing that the prince was in great interest, everyone dared not disturb him, but they could not help but become curious about the identity of the little baby in the prince's arms.
Oh,
don't you know yet? That baby must be the youngest of the Qiao family. Who would bring a baby who can't even talk to the poetry gathering in Beijing? Only the beloved daughter in the rumored the Qiao family who loves their sisters like pearls. I remember now. Isn't this the Miss Qiao who peed on the prince at the full moon banquet? As soon as these words came out, everyone started to laugh. Xiao Jiao Jiao had sharp ears, and when she heard this, she embarrassedly lowered her head and hid in the prince's arms. Hateful. This happened several months ago. Why do they still remember it? Xiao Jiao Jiao could already imagine that when she grew up, someone would dig up this old story and make fun of her. The prince smiled with his eyes curved. It's a pity that Xiaoxi didn't come today. Otherwise, he would have laughed at Jiao Jiao again. Xiao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but be curious at this time. That naive guy loves to join in the fun. Why didn't he come today? Seeing that Xiao Jiao Jiao was curious, Xiao Tianjing asked for her. The prince shook his head helplessly. Xiaoxi has started to learn. His teacher is the famous teacher Defying, who was specially invited by the emperor. He is very strict and does not allow him to go out to play. When I left the palace, Xiaoxi pulled my Xiaozi was crying, saying that the little sister would definitely come, and he wouldn't be able to see her again. When Xiao Tianjing heard this, the image of the 4th prince crying and snotting appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. Shake your head. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Xiao Jiao Jiao, thinking that Xiao Jiao Jiao would laugh happily, but her little face was slightly wrinkled, and she looked extremely serious. Xiao Tianjing's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he heard Xiao Jiao Jiao whisper, "It's over." Xiao Tianjing's heart suddenly trembled. What happened? Xiao Jiao Jiao looked solemn. It's over, it's over. This might be because the old king of Hades felt bored in the underworld and had to that silly white sweet girl to accompany him. Defying is from the north, and he is Princess Yulu's old lover in the north. He has been hiding his identity in the Daon dynasty for so many years and has made a great name for himself, just to get close to the 2nd prince, help him seize the throne, and avenge Princess Yulu, who died that year. But the text didn't say that he was a naive teacher. I remember that when Defying and the 2nd prince first met, Defying was the compiler of Weining Palace. Weining Hall is a palace in the palace that is specially used to store classics and books. Defying's job is similar to that of a librarian. When Xiao Tianjing and Xiao Dai heard this, their scalps went numb and they were filled with horror. A northerner, and Princess Yulu's old lover, sneaked into the palace so easily and became the 4th prince's enlightenment teacher. Isn't this equivalent to throwing the 4th prince directly into the tiger's mouth, allowing him to be picked at will? Xiao Jiao Jiao suddenly screamed "ah" again, which frightened Xiao Tianjing and Xiao Dai so much that they almost fainted. No wonder that naive boy died unclearly on his birthday on Dragon Boat Festival. Could it be that Defying threw him into the pond and drowned him? After all, no matter how precocious a naive child is, he or she will not be on guard against the teacher who taught him or her the first time. As the teacher of the fourth prince, even if Defying temporarily called the fourth prince away, no one would be suspicious. Isn't this a solved case? Xiao Jiao clapped her hands suddenly. The more she thought about it, the more it made sense. This Defying is a very patient person. He clearly had so many opportunities to take action before the Dragon Boat Festival, but he waited until the birthday just to make the queen and the prince die of heartache. Xiao Tianjing and Xiao Dai felt relieved when they heard this. If Defying didn't have such vicious intentions, they wouldn't even have time to react. After today's poetry meeting, I must go back and discuss this with my dad. TSK, the cause of death of the silly white sweet girl is revealed. Then what is the cause of my death? Xiao Jiao suddenly had divergent thoughts. She, a passerby character, only lived to be 3 years old, and the author was too lazy to even write the cause of her death, and just passed it off with a sentence died at the age of 3. Isn't this totally unscrupulous? At least she could add a few more words. No matter whether it was death by falling, drowning, poisoning, or cold, she could deal with it. Now, she has to live in fear for the entire year when she turns 3. Xiao Jiao's words made Xiao Tianjing and Xiao Dai lose all mood instantly. The 4 words died at the age of 3 were really like a mountain, weighing on the hearts of the Qiao family all the time. The atmosphere was a bit depressing when a cheerful female voice suddenly sounded not far away, instantly attracting Xiao Jiao's attention. Haha, it's really more refreshing to ride a horse. Sister, hurry up and catch up. Xiao Jiao turned her head and looked over. She saw a girl in a fiery red dress, sitting on horseback and raising her hand beside the riverbank, not far away. Her eyes were clear, her cheeks were warm, and her eyebrows were full of heroism. The most rare thing was the happy smile on the girl's face, which was more dazzling than the peach blossoms behind her. Even though it was a poetry meeting today, the girl was still dressed in a neat riding outfit, looking full of energy and lively. Xiao Jiao looked in the direction of the girl's raised hand, and this look almost blinded her. I saw another girl riding a snow-white pony, walking slowly towards this side. She wore a white jade hairpin on her head and a green jade pendant on her waist. Her lines were beautiful and soft. Her skirt was slightly raised in the spring breeze. Her eyebrows were light and smoky, and her jade skin was accompanied by the wind. She was definitely a first-class beauty. The flamboyant voice of the girl in red also attracted the attention of others, and someone immediately revealed the identities of the 2 girls. Aren't those the 2 daughters of the general of the cavalry? Yes, the one in green is the eldest daughter Xiao Qianlan, and the one in red is the second daughter Xiao Qianyue. I heard that Xiao Qianlan is known as the most beautiful woman in the capital. Today I see that her reputation is well-deserved. Hey, brother, if we talk about the most beautiful woman in the capital, it should be Sheng Xiran from the Duke of Qing's mansion, right? Really? Sheng Xiran will definitely be here today, and we will know when we compare them. Everyone was talking excitedly, and when Xiao Jiao heard it, she instantly forgot about her own affairs. Anyway, she is still a long way from being 3 years old, so it is right to enjoy life while you can.
Ah.
The Xiao sisters are here. My silly second brother, did you see that? That's my second sister-in-law. Xiao Jiao jumped excitedly in the prince's arms, turned her head, and said to the prince, Prince Bai Yueguang, your sweetheart is here. That's your concubine. Xiao Dai didn't need Xiao Jiao to remind him, he was already stunned. There are countless women in the capital, but Xiao Dai has never been too lazy to take a second look. It's because the ladies are all weak and soft, and they look soft. He is so rough and afraid that he will break their hands accidentally. But the girl in front of him is full of vitality, sitting on the horse with skillful movements and heroic appearance, which completely hits Xiao Dai's heart that has never been moved.
Miss Yue.
I call her the second sister-in-law. At this moment, Xiao Dai couldn't help but be overjoyed. In comparison, the prince is much more reserved. He has always known that there are two candidates for the position of the crown princess. One is Sheng Xiuran, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Qing's mansion, and the other is the eldest lady of the Xiao family not far away. The queen likes the eldest lady Xiao, so the prince privately prefers the Xiao family more. However, the selection of the crown princess is related to the country's destiny, and the prince dare not mix too many personal feelings, but when he saw the eldest lady Xiao at this time, he couldn't help but brighten his eyes. "Little sister, wait for me." Xiao Qianlong saw Xiao Qianyue pulling the rope to let the horse go again, and she couldn't help but feel a headache. Before going out, her mother repeatedly warned her not to let her play too crazy, but her little sister was wild. How could she restrain her? She could only play with her. Thinking of this, Xiao Qianlong lightly kicked the horse's belly and galloped away, leaving a green shadow in the wind. When Xiao Jiaojiao saw this, her eyes lit up instantly, and her face was full of yearning. Wow, Miss Xiao looks quiet, but in fact, she is also very good at horse riding. The combination of movement and stillness is suitable. No wonder the White Moonlight Prince is also fascinated by her. Thinking of this, Xiao Jiaojiao looked at the prince with a mischievous face. The prince just retracted his gaze calmly and saw Xiao Jiaojiao staring at him with a sly smile. The prince couldn't help but smile. "You little devil, what are you laughing at?" Xiao Jiaojiao snorted. "You're peeking at Miss Xiao, I saw it all." Alas, I hope the queen can convince the emperor to let Miss Xiao be the crown princess. Otherwise, even if the spring examination fraud case in which the Duke of Qing participated can be exposed, their family will not be able to occupy the position of crown princess after committing such a serious crime. Xiao Tianjing agreed with this statement. Fortunately, he and his father have already started planning. If the Duke of Qing really dares to use the spring examination to commit fraud and enrich himself, his father will definitely peel off his skin. As for Qiao Dai, don't mention it. His soul has already drifted away with Miss Xiao. The poetry meeting officially started at the middle of the sea hour, and now the time is almost up. Seeing this, the prince did not delay any more and quickened his pace while holding Xiao Jiaojiao. Passing through a forest of peach blossoms with thousands of postures, a large open space specially opened up came into view. An exquisite platform was built on the north side of the open space, on which a desk, pen, ink, paper, and inkstone were prepared early. There were many stone tables and futons placed in a scattered manner under the stage, and the emphasis was on being casual. The prince had participated in it several times and knew the rules. The poetry meeting in the capital city did not distinguish between men and women, regardless of status or closeness, and everything was based on literary talent and poetry. Although everyone was still secretly praising the high and trampling the low, it was always harmonious on the surface. The young men and women who arrived early tacitly left the first few stone tables empty. Xiao Jiaojiao took a quick look and saw that the male protagonist was already here. He was sitting in the second seat from the left, with his eyes downcast, wondering what he was thinking. He was born with a stunning appearance, and just sitting there almost attracted everyone's attention. It was not until the prince arrived that the situation changed slightly. Xiao Jiaojiao suddenly remembered the female protagonist, Meng Gushua. She had been busy looking at beautiful women all the way and almost forgot about the female protagonist. Xiao Jiaojiao's eyes carefully searched around the right and finally saw Meng Gushua sitting on the edge. She is only 10 years old this year, so it is too early for her to attend the poetry meeting. Moreover, she has not grown up yet. Among the beautiful ladies, she is too inconspicuous. No one will notice her except Xiao Jiaojiao. Meng Gushua leaned to the left, her mouth slightly open, and her face was full of surprise. Her eyes were fixed on the second prince on the left. Xiao Jiaojiao was a little confused when she saw this. Looking at Meng Gushua's stunning look, why do I feel like she is meeting Prince Jing for the first time? Or is it that in Meng Gushua's eyes, Prince Jing is so handsome that every encounter is as stunning as the first time? When her thoughts came to this, Xiao Jiaojiao suddenly felt very upset. In the original novel, after the male and female protagonists got together, there were too many descriptions of the disgusting plots. From the big things like being in bed for 3 days and 3 nights without knowing how to be satisfied, to the small things like wiping each other's mouths after dinner, Xiao Jiaojiao couldn't help but skip some of them. In the end, it was because the author's writing was not good enough. Even the handsome face of Prince Jing made her look greasy. No matter how Xiao Jiaojiao complained, today was indeed the first time Meng Guxue saw the second prince. And at the first sight, she was completely captivated. Identity, prince appearance, beautiful face, stunning personality. Cold and distant, gloomy and introverted, isn't this the male protagonist of a time travel novel? Meng Guxue couldn't help but scream wildly in her heart. At this moment, the prince had to stand aside. Meng Guxue was extremely fortunate. She made a scene at home and finally got her cheap mother to agree to let her come to the poetry meeting to see the world. If she didn't come, wouldn't she miss her true love? Meng Guxue was excited, and a heat rolled in her chest, making her cheeks red. As long as the topic of the poem comes out, she won't wait any longer. She must use the best poem to surprise the second prince and take him down completely. The prince held Xiao Jiaojiao and sat on the left. When he saw the second prince, he smiled and greeted, "The second brother is fast, 1 step ahead of me." This sentence was just a casual remark of the prince, but it had another meaning in the ears of the sensitive and suspicious second prince Shen Yuanbai. The second prince's eyes were gloomy. The prince might think that he had crossed the line. Was he warning him to pay attention to respect and propriety? Xiao Jiaojiao noticed a hint of depression on the second prince's face and couldn't help but curl her lips secretly. The male protagonist must be thinking about it again? His character is forbearing, sinister, sensitive, and suspicious, a typical way of healing his childhood with his whole life. I used to think he was pitiful and everything he did was excusable. Now, from the perspective of the Qiao family, there is no pity for him. He is simply a living devil who will do anything to achieve his goals. Whether it was protecting the Duke of Qing in the spring examination fraud case, or knowing that the dam was going to collapse and deliberately concealing it in order to strike at the prince's power, or condoning his subordinates to spread the epidemic in Minzhou, each and every one of them seems extremely cruel now. I was afraid that my values were not correct before, so I thought this kind of male protagonist was attractive. Amitabha, I have returned to the right path. I will do more and more good things in this life. Please give me more merits and change my fate. Xiao Tianjing just heard about the dam collapse and the epidemic in Fujian province, and he felt his eyes go dark. He didn't know how many people would suffer in the future. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry until Xiao Jiaojiao said the 4 words "change fate against heaven," and Xiao Tianjing finally became serious. That's right. The next step for their Qiao family is to change their fate against heaven. See the crown prince, see the second prince. A clear voice suddenly sounded, which frightened Xiao Jiaojiao, who was lost in thought. She looked up and saw a pair of brothers and sisters standing between the stone tables of the crown prince and the second prince. The young man in front was dressed in cloud satin brocade, with a smile on his lips, frivolous eyes, and a folding fan in his hand. He was noble and elegant. The girl who was 1 step behind was a little eye-catching. She was dressed in a fairy-like manner, with a peach face and a soft smile on her lips, looking very charming. "Mr. Sheng, Miss Sheng, there is no need to be polite." The prince spoke softly, and Xiao Jiajia realized that the brother and sister in front of her were Sheng Mingcheng and Sheng Xiuran from the Duke of Qing's mansion. Humph. I thought the man was handsome and the woman was beautiful just now, but now I see carefully, it's only the 3rd month of the lunar calendar, and they are fanning themselves with a folding fan. What are they pretending to be? And Miss Sheng, don't think I didn't see that your eyes are almost glued to the male lead. When Xiao Tianjing heard Xiao Jiaojiao say this, he quickly glanced at Sheng Xiuran. As expected, Sheng Xiuran's eyebrows were full of spring, and her eyes lingered on the second prince for a long time. Everyone noticed the situation here and couldn't help but sneered. Everyone knew that there was no respect for hierarchy today, so they didn't go to see the prince and the second prince, but the 2 from the Duke of Qing's mansion wanted to break the rules. Is this because they're afraid that they can't flatter him on weekdays? Just now they were still discussing whether the title of the most beautiful woman in the capital should belong to Miss Xiao or Miss Sheng. Now it seems that at least Miss Xiao has no intention of flattering him. Meng Gushue was sitting in the corner. When she saw such a charming beauty standing in front of the second prince, she was so anxious that she rubbed her hands. Her sixth sense has always been very accurate. That Sheng Xiuran is definitely her love rival, and she is very competitive. Why hasn't the poetry meeting started yet? Meng Gushue was feeling anxious, and suddenly there was a startling sound of clapping on the stage, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. After Qiao Jiaojiao knew the identity of the Sheng brothers and sisters, she lost interest in them, so she twisted left and right in the prince's arms, trying to see the scene on the stage clearly. Seeing this, the prince gently retracted his arms to prevent Qiao Jiaojiao from falling, and then raised his eyes to look at Sheng Mingcheng. What else does Mr. Sheng want to say? The implication is, didn't you see that you and Miss Sheng blocked Jiaojiao? Sheng Mingcheng hesitated to speak, and finally decided to find a suitable time to ask the prince for mercy, so he bowed and left. Before Sheng Xiuran left, her eyes lingered on the second prince's face. However, the second prince never looked up at her from beginning to end, which made Sheng Xiuran very frustrated. She asked her mother to spend hundreds of taels of silver on this dress, and asked an embroiderer from Jiangnan to sew it stitch by stitch for 3 months. She dressed up today just to let him take a look at her. Is it really as he said at the beginning, that he would just pretend not to know her when he sees her again? Meng Gushue was paying attention to this side all the time. Seeing Sheng Xiuran leave sadly, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows proudly. How could such a mediocre woman catch the eyes of my destined prince? No matter how gorgeously she dresses up, it's just in vain. Look at Meng Gushue's complacency. It seems that she has already regarded the second prince as her own thing. The vision became wide again. Qiao Jiaojiao felt comfortable and leaned obediently in the prince's arms. There were already 2 old gentlemen sitting on the stage. One was Mr. Gu Qianshan, whom I met once on the Lantern Festival, and the other was Mr. Zhao Wenju, who is also highly respected. Seeing this, everyone fell silent to show their respect for the 2 gentlemen. In addition to the dozens of stone tables in the field, the grass behind them was also full of students who came to the capital to take the exam this time. Gu Qianshan stroked his beard habitually and said straight to the point, "Today, we will throw away the red tape and make friends with poetry." Zhao Wenju continued, "In previous years, poems were often written about objects, sighing that the grass is growing and the warblers are flying, and the country is peaceful and the people are safe. This year, Mr. Gu and I decided to do the opposite." When this was said, most people looked curious, and those who wanted to get ahead through the poetry meeting became uneasy. In preparation for today's poetry gathering, many of them had already predicted the topic and scratched their heads to write a few poems. Now it seems that all the efforts are in vain. Gu Qianshan ignored the reactions of the crowd. He stood up abruptly, his face suddenly solemn, and said in a deep voice, "On the Lantern Festival, I saw with my own eyes that the thieves from the northern country sneaked into the capital and assassinated the prince. Their crime is unforgivable. Although the Yong dynasty is prosperous today, we must not forget the hatred and shame of the past, and we must not forget those iron-blooded men who sacrificed their lives on the battlefield to defend their country. A gentleman should be prepared for danger in times of peace. A gentleman should learn from the past, and a gentleman should constantly strive for self-improvement. Everyone, please a gorgeous and romantic peach blossom forest." Hearing such passionate and sonorous words, perhaps the contrast was too strong, made Qiao Jiaojiao couldn't help but get goosebumps all over her body. She felt that the prince's arms around her suddenly tightened a little, which showed that this benevolent crown prince was also full of emotion and deeply touched. The scene was silent for a moment, and suddenly a sudden praise sounded. "Mr. Gu said it well." Qiao Jiaojiao turned her head and couldn't help but put her hand on her forehead. That's right, such a true character, and such dry praise can only be her family's silly second brother who can only read and know nothing about writing poetry. Qiao Dai saw that everyone was staring at him and couldn't help but be confused. "What are you looking at me for? Aren't you going to write poetry?" Are you all like me, and your mind is full of mush when it comes to writing poetry? Puff, as soon as these words came out, laughter broke out in the scene. Xiao Qianyue was sitting next to Xiao Qianlong, and she laughed particularly cheerfully when she heard that. Xiao Qianlong tugged at Xiao Qianyue's sleeve and whispered helplessly, "Sister, laugh softly." Xiao Qianyue looked confused. "Why should I laugh softly? This guy is really interesting." "Sister, look at all the young men and women in this room. Who dares to admit so openly that he is a fool?" Xiao Qianlong raised her hand and gently poked Xiao Qianyue's forehead and said lovingly, "What fool, sister? You're going to slap me in the face for saying that. This is the second son of the Qiao family. He's just good at martial arts." "Good at martial arts?" Xiao Qianyue heard the words, and her almond eyes suddenly sparkled. Since he is the son of Mr. Qiao, his martial arts must be far beyond ordinary people, right? Xiao Qianlong saw this and quickly pulled Xiao Qianyue's sleeve. "Sister, don't make trouble. Today is a poetry meeting, not a martial arts competition." Xiao Qianlong knew her sister very well. If she didn't pull her, Xiao Qianyue might stand up and challenge Xiao Dai on the spot. Xiao Qianyue looked at her sister's nervous look, and her cheeks bulged slightly. Okay, I know, sister. Please write your sour poem. I promise to be obedient, okay?" Xiao Qianlong was still worried, so she could only pull her sister's sleeve while carefully thinking about the poem. Although Meng Gushue didn't expect Mr. Gu to come up with such a theme, she was not panicked at all. With the thousands of poems in her mind, any of them would be outstanding. But now, in order to make a splash and avoid colliding with another unknown time traveler, she can only choose a more tricky or strange angle. In this case, it would take some time to think carefully. Xiao Jiaojiao's eyes were darting around, while Qiao Tianjing pricked up his ears to prevent missing Xiao Jiaojiao's crucial voice. Maybe because the plot of the Lantern Festival is different, the butterfly effect has changed the theme of today's poetry meeting. In this case, I don't know which poem the heroine will choose, but there is no doubt that any poem she copies will definitely amaze the audience. Xiao Jiaojiao is not confident in Meng Gushue, but unconditionally believes in the ancestors of China for 5,000 years. What should I do? The hero and heroine must not be allowed to fall in love, otherwise they will plot against the Qiao family in bed. Just as Xiao Jiaojiao was thinking hard, Qiao Tianjing was also quickly looking around. Otherwise, think of a way to get Meng Gushue away? Here, Xiao Jiaojiao's voice just sounded. It is estimated that there is no way to do anything with Meng Gushue. Seeing her eager look, she is determined to become famous in the capital today. Qiao Tianjing. Qiao Tianjing didn't know Meng Gushue, unlike Qiao Jiaojiao, who understood Meng Gushue's sense of superiority as a time-traveling woman. And Meng Gushue was obviously ambitious, and she was trying her best to climb up and become the superior person. Xiao Jiaojiao's eyes rolled around. Since Meng Gushue's way is not feasible, we can only find a way to get rid of the male protagonist. Xiao Tianjing frowned when he heard this. After all, the second prince has a noble status, so this is difficult. Xiao Jiaojiao was also anxious. In her eyes, the male protagonist was much more difficult to deal with than Meng Gushue. Let me see if there are any blinding talismans or deafening talismans in the mall. Anyway, don't let the male protagonist see the female protagonist being in the limelight, and don't let them fall in love with each other. Qiao Tianjing, Qiao Dai. What mall? What blinding and deafening talismans? Xiao Jiaojiao summoned the merit mall, and a transparent panel appeared in front of her. In the upper left corner, it was written that the merit points were 140. Although Mrs. Qiao had been doing good deeds in Xiao Jiaojiao's name, the merit points had not moved since they rose to 142 months ago. Xiao Jiaojiao guessed that this merit mainly depended on her doing it herself. Xiao Jiaojiao waved her fingers and looked at all the unlocked products. There was no blinding and deafening talisman. There were some stretching legs and staring pills and epilepsy pills, but these pills were not like talismans. The male protagonist was not a fool. Why would he eat something of unknown origin? Xiao Jiaojiao closed them all in a frustrated manner and couldn't help sighing. Alas, The old king of Hades is still too stingy. This golden finger is not open enough. In this case, I can only use my own tricks. Xiao Tianjing and Xiao Dai heard this, and their eyes lit up. My little sister actually has a trick hidden? In old romance novels, the male protagonist always has some problems, such as misophobia or being allergic to all women except the female protagonist. What a coincidence! Prince Jing has this setting. Xiao Tianjing, Xiao Dai. Why do I suddenly have a bad premonition? Xiao Jiaojiao simply made up her mind. Then I will use my trick. I will on him, and he, who has misophobia, will definitely rush home and take a bath for a whole day and night. Xiao Tianjing, Xiao Dai. Very good, the premonition came true. Although this trick works, it feels a bit shameless. Xiao Jiaojiao did it as soon as she said it. She suddenly sat up from the prince's arms, and then reached out to the second prince with a babbling voice. The prince looked puzzled. Xiao girl, what's wrong with you? Xiao Jiaojiao kept leaning against the second prince, whimpering and repenting. I'm sorry, I'm so shameless. I'm going to change my fate by peeing. The second prince glanced at Xiao Jiaojiao and immediately chose to turn a blind eye. But Xiao Jiaojiao was shameless. Seeing that the second prince ignored her, she screamed louder and louder until everyone looked over in surprise. Seeing this, Xiao Tianjing had to stand up and act according to the situation. Jiao Jiao, be good. Big brother will hold you. Xiao Jiaojiao cried inwardly. Silly big brother, you don't know what a great cause your sister is doing.
Don't stop me.
Xiao Tianjing almost couldn't help laughing out loud, but his face was serious and added fuel to the fire. Be good, Jiao Jiao. Don't make trouble. How can you pester the second prince to hold you? Xiao Jiaojiao's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. Big brother.
You still understand me.
That's right. Let the male protagonist hold me. Everyone immediately realized that the little girl of the Qiao family wanted the second prince to hold her. Sure enough, the child also knows beauty and ugliness. At such a young age, he knows to get into the second prince. But the little girl from the Qiao family is so cute, if they are asked to hug her, they are willing. Everyone thought so in their hearts and looked at the second prince. The second prince looked at Xiao Jiaojiao, who was rushing towards him, and immediately frowned. He doesn't like children, and he has never been around children. What's more, this is the Qiao family's child. Seeing that Xiao Jiaojiao was really eager to go to the second prince, the prince could not help but smile helplessly. Second brother, it seems that this girl from the Qiao family likes you very much. The implication is, why don't you just hug her? The second prince was originally unwilling, but after the crown prince said so, he had to think more about it. If he resists too much, will the prince think that he has something against the Qiao family? What's more, would the onlookers think he was deliberately putting on airs? After all, the prince was able to hold her, but he just refused to hold her. No, Jutsue Pavilion was just destroyed some time ago, and then there was the incident of the Northern Country assassin. It is time for him to keep a low profile during this period. Thinking of this, the second prince finally reached out his hand towards Xiao Jiaojiao. Xiao Jiaojiao's shameless plan was half successful, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Seeing the second prince placing her on his lap dryly, Xiao Jiaojiao prayed silently for herself. My dear hero, I am just a child. Please don't hit me when you get angry later at this time. People have finished writing poems one after another. As soon as the rice paper was delivered to Mr. Gu and Mr. Zhao, they began to examine it carefully. If they came across a line of poetry that was worth reading, they would read it out loud in public and appreciate it with those present. The recognized young men and women hold their heads high and accept the admiring or jealous looks from others. Meng Gushua had actually finished writing it a long time ago, but at this moment, she couldn't help feeling uneasy. Because her handwriting is so ugly. Before traveling through time, Meng Gushua had not practiced calligraphy much. After traveling through time, she was thinking about how to make a name for herself all day long, and she also had to fight with the illegitimate sons and daughters of the mansion. She had no time to practice calligraphy at all. If I hand this piece of paper over, will the two gentlemen just throw it away as waste paper? Meng Gushue was extremely annoyed. After thinking it over, he gritted his teeth and punched the stone table, causing the back of his hand to peel and bleed. Meng Gushue grimaced in pain and tears welled up in her eyes, but she forced herself not to make a sound. Instead, she immediately took out a handkerchief and wrapped her hands around it. If a woman is not ruthless, her position will be unstable. If the two gentlemen ask her later, she will have a perfect reason. When the time comes, go home and practice your handwriting so that you can say that it is perfect. Thinking of this, Meng Gushue slowly stood up. Xiao Jiaojiao had been keeping an eye on Meng Gushue and was instantly startled when she saw her stand up. Meng Gushue took a deep breath and walked towards the two gentlemen with firm steps. Halfway through, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. It's just an unknown fictional dynasty. Let's see how this woman from the new era can play around with these antiques. The most important thing is that she wants to conquer the second prince. With the assistance of such a precious person, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes for him to take the throne? At that time, she wanted the second prince to disperse all the concubines in the harem and favor only her. She wanted to be the mother of the country. Crash Meng Gushue had just finished imagining her beautiful dream when there was a sudden noise at the table. Meng Gushue quickly stood on tiptoe to look, only to see that the second prince had a sullen face and gloomy brows, and was holding Miss Qiao away with one hand. Qiao Jiaojiao. I'm not exaggerating. I really saw murderous intent on the hero's face just now. Seeing that Meng Gushue had already walked towards the platform, Qiao Jiaojiao knew that she could not delay any longer. So she suppressed her shame and opened the floodgates, and then this scene happened. Qiao Jiaojiao looked down, and because the second prince reacted so quickly, she only had time to make a small circle on the front of his skirt wet. Of course, for people with mysophobia, even the slightest bit is intolerable. Qiao Tianjing had made preparations early on. When he saw the second prince holding Qiao Jiaojiao's collar with a gloomy face, he immediately took it with heartache. If you lift the collar from behind like this, it will strangle my neck. But on the surface, Qiao Tianjing had to apologize again and again. Second prince, I am sorry for my rude behavior. Please show mercy. Qiao Dai was much more straightforward. He rushed over in 2 or 3 steps, his face full of apology. Second prince, my little sister is still young, and she didn't mean it. If you want to blame me, I have strong skin and can bear it. I will accept your punishment. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but talk about it and said all kinds of things. I remember that Miss Qiao also peed on His Royal Highness the Crown Prince at the full moon banquet. I also remember that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince just laughed it off at the time. If you ask me, the Qiao family shouldn't have done that. Nonsense. Why bring the child here? Sheng Xiuran said this. She had many followers, and suddenly some people in the field began to blame the Qiao Tianjing brothers. The second prince had a gloomy expression. At this moment, he felt uncomfortable all over, especially the part of his lower body that was soaked, which felt like being pricked by needles. Hearing the discussions around him, the second prince felt a chill in his heart. Since the prince was so generous and didn't care about it, there was no reason for him, as his younger brother, to get angry. Thinking of this, the second prince's eyes were cold, but he said lightly, "Never mind, it's just a child. The weather is cold in March. Dalong should take Miss Qiao downstairs to change clothes as soon as possible." Qiao Tianjing heard this, and his face was he immediately showed his gratitude. "Thank you for your magnanimity, second prince."
Then you.
Qiao Tianjing deliberately glanced at the hem of the second prince's shirt. The second prince instantly felt that the wet spot was becoming more and more intolerable and turned to the crown prince and said, "Brother, I will return to the palace first." The crown prince nodded gently. He knew that the second prince was always very particular about food, clothing, housing, and transportation, especially his personal clothes. Things that are precious should always be kept spotless. When the second prince saw the crown prince nod, he immediately strode away, even with a hint of urgency in his steps. When Meng Gushue saw this, Her mouth opened slightly.
How?
Why did you leave so soon? She hasn't read out her poem yet. If it weren't for the fact that Madame Meng had forced her to learn some etiquette, righteousness, integrity, and shame during this period of time, Menggushue would have wanted to speak up and keep the second prince right now. At this moment, Menggushue once again regretted his procrastination. If she had not paid attention to the handwriting and had been more decisive, the second prince would have been amazed by her long ago. Now, watching the second prince's back disappear in the peach forest, she could only stamp her feet helplessly. Xiao Jiaojiao watched the second prince leave and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Don't doubt it, if it hadn't been in public just now, if she was not the daughter of the Qiao family, the male protagonist would have strangled her to death. That's great. Even though I became a shameless person, I finally drove the male protagonist away. The poetry reading was originally one of the sweetest plots, but now it has been ruined by me. If the hero and heroine want to fall in love again, they won't have such a good opportunity. TSK, peeing can really change your fate. Menggushue was filled with remorse, and the only person who could empathize with her was Sheng Xiuran. She had just carefully considered her words and thought she had written a good poem. She had just stood up and was about to hand it to Mr. Gu and Mr. Zhao, but the second prince was angered and left by the girl from the Qiao family. Sheng Xiuran felt heartbroken when she thought that she had been looking forward to this East Suburb Poetry Festival for half a year. Now she could only hope that her poems would be favored by Mr. Gu and Mr. Zhao and spread her reputation as a talented woman. In this way, the second prince would probably look at her differently through the mouths of others. It must be said that Sheng Xiuran and Menggushue had the same idea again. While Menggushue was still feeling unhappy, Sheng Xiuran had already walked in front of her. There was arrogance between her eyebrows, and when she saw Menggushue standing aside in a daze, she couldn't help but sneer. Whose lady is this? She looks so young, but she is so eager to be in the limelight. Ridiculous. Sheng Xiuran looked contemptuous, but when she faced Mr. Gu and Mr. Zhao, she instantly changed into a dignified and decent look. This is a humble work by Sheng Xiuran. Please take a look, gentlemen. A little boy on the stage immediately took Sheng Xiuran's rice paper. Menggushue came back to her senses and saw Sheng Xiuran's pretentious appearance and couldn't help rolling her eyes. In front of my poems, no matter which lady you are, don't think of standing out. Hello, this is my poem. Please pass it together. Menggushue walked to the edge of the stage in 3 or 2 steps and stuffed her poem into the little boy's hand. You. Sheng Xiuran saw Menggushue put her poem under it and immediately showed displeasure. However, Menggushue ignored her and walked back to her seat. Sheng Xiuran secretly thought that he couldn't be rude in front of others, so he suppressed his anger and returned to the stone table leisurely. On the other side, Qiao Dai immediately carried Xiao Jiaojiao through the peach forest, and Lu Ma was guarding outside the peach forest. Second brother, hurry up. Hurry up. Mengushue's poem is about to be read. I don't want to miss it. Qiao Jiaojiao was too impatient. Seeing that there was no one around, Qiao Dai simply used Qinggong, which scared Xiao Jiaojiao's whimpering into Madame Lu was very nimble and changed Xiao Jiaojiao into clean clothes in a few seconds. Qiao Dai took a look and flew out without Xiao Jiaojiao's urging. Second brother, you're awesome. You are awesome. Qiao Dai had just walked out of the peach forest with Xiao Jiaojiao in his arms when he heard Mr. Gu on the stage asking, "Who is Miss Meng?" Xiao Jiaojiao's eyes lit up when she heard the words. Oh, I caught up. It's time for the heroine to show off. Menggushue stood up slowly and said politely, "Hello, Mr. Gu. I am Menggushue." Everyone looked at Menggushue and was secretly surprised when they saw Mr. Gu called her name. You know, those whose names were called just now were all recognized for their poems. Miss Meng looked young. Could it be that she had some hidden talent for poetry? Off stage, Sheng Xiuran clenched the handkerchief in her hand and almost bit her teeth. Her poem was handed in together with Menggushue, but Mr. Gu only called Menggushue without calling her name. Could it be that her poem was not as good as Menggushue, who had no reputation? Everyone was talking about it, and Mr. Gu suddenly said, Miss Meng's poem is very well written. As soon as this was said, everyone gasped. The word excellent coming from Mr. Gu's mouth was really a very high evaluation. The whole poem is as follows. I vowed to sweep away the Huns without caring about my own life, and 5,000 minks and brocades were lost in the dust of the barbarians. It's a pity that the bones on the river bank are still the people in the spring dream. After Mr. Gu finished speaking, the whole audience was silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Xiao Tianjing couldn't help but look shocked. If he hadn't known from his younger sister that these poems were written by the old predecessors in Meng Guxue's world, even he would have admired Meng Guxue's poetic talent. Unlike others who either sang praises to the soldiers or scolded the northerners, Meng Guxue linked the bones on the river bank and the spring dream together, which really made people feel sad, and it was particularly in line with her identity as a girl in the boudoir. TSK, Meng Guxue really picked a good one. Even Xiao Jiaojiao nodded repeatedly, expressing her affirmation of Meng Guxue's gamble. The prince looked a little surprised. He didn't expect that the 10-year-old daughter of the Meng family would have such talent and surpassed everyone present. Gradually, there were whispers in the room. Some were amazed, and some were questioning. She is so young. How could she write such a poem? Maybe she asked someone to do it for her, just to show off? That's right, to show off. She did such a deceitful thing, which shows that she is not a good person. These words were provoked by Sheng Xiuran and the little sisters around her, who only obeyed her. As soon as these words came out, they were immediately echoed by most people. Seeing this, Qiao Jiaojiao nestled comfortably in Qiao Tianjing's arms, with an expression of watching a good show. How will the heroine respond? It would be great if she could eat some melon seeds at this time, and it would be the standard to eat while watching the fun. Qiao Tianjing heard this, took out a carefully wrapped small molar biscuit from his arms, and handed it to Qiao Jiaojiao with a smile. Qiao Jiaojiao took it with a smile. Ah, such a caring big brother. My sister-in-law will get it. Qiao Tianjing. Little sister, can't you stop your mouth even if you eat? Seeing the doubts in the field getting louder and louder, Mr. Gu slowly stood up. He looked solemn and serious. The most important thing for scholar is character, followed by talent. If Miss Meng really has such literary talent, he will not wrongly accuse her today. If Miss Meng is really a person who seeks fame, then there will be no place for her in the East Suburb Poetry Festival in the future. Meng Guxue took a breath slightly. She also knew that today's poetry meeting was very important to her. Miss Meng, I have a few words to ask you. Meng Guxue nodded immediately. Mr. Gu, please speak. Gu Qianshan showed Meng Guxue's rice paper to everyone. Xiao Jiaojiao saw the dog crawling words and couldn't help laughing. It's right that modern people can't write calligraphy. First, this word. Meng Guxue immediately raised her hand in public when she heard it, secretly thanking her luck. Mr. Gu, my right hand is injured, and it is difficult for me to hold the pen. I did not mean to disgrace your eyes. She slowly took off the handkerchief wrapped around her hand, revealing the blood-stained back of her hand. This reason was indeed impeccable. Xiao Jiaojiao grinned secretly. Oh my god, this Meng Guxue has some courage. Gu Qianshan nodded secretly when he saw this. This was understandable. So he continued to ask, secondly, where did the Huns and the Wooding River come from? Is there any ancient book to support them? Meng Guxue did not expect these old scholars to be so serious. Fortunately, she had already thought of an excuse. Mr. Gu Hui, the Xiongnu is a metaphor for the thieves of the northern kingdom. As for the Wooding River, I made it up. At this point, Meng Guxue also felt a little guilty. She traveled through time and came to the present, and she didn't have the heart to read books like geography. How could she know if there was a river between the Great Yong Dynasty and the Northern Kingdom? The use of this Wooding River is harmless, right? Gu Qianshan frowned slightly when he heard it. There is indeed a river at the junction of the Great Yong Dynasty and the Northern Kingdom. Coincidentally, the river is called Wooding. Every citizen of the Great Yong Dynasty should know about the victory of Wooding. It was a great victory that General Qiao won to turn the tide of the war. Wooding River is also famous for this. Miss Meng changed Wooding to Wooding. If you look into it, it is really inappropriate. Just now, when everyone heard Mr. Gu reciting the poem, they subconsciously thought it was Poor Bones by the Wooding River. Now that they heard it was Wooding, their eyes suddenly became subtle. Xiao Jiao noticed the change in the atmosphere. She thought about it carefully and suddenly slapped her thigh. Oh, I almost forgot my father's great achievements. The great victory of Wooding. It's over, it's over. The heroine has a little bit of a burden on her back. To put it mildly, it's just her own ignorance. She doesn't even know about the Wooding River. To put it seriously, it's possible that she will start a literary inquisition. It depends on the attitude of the White Moonlight Prince. Obviously, everyone's thoughts at this moment are similar to Xiao Jiao's. Everyone looks at the prince at the same time. The prince sat in the first seat with a calm face. Seeing this, he slowly said, "Miss Meng, don't you know the Wooding River?" Meng Gushue didn't expect the prince to take the initiative to talk to her, but combined with the faces of the crowd and the atmosphere around her, she was not stupid enough to think that the prince was amazed by her. Wooding River? So there was a river called Wooding River in the Yong dynasty? The confusion on Meng Gushue's face was real, and the prince knew what was going on. He retracted his gaze and said lightly, "Miss Meng's poetry talent is amazing, which is really rare, but a truly learned person should not be limited to gorgeous words and beautiful poems, but should read through the past and present, keep his country in mind, and never forget the great cause." The prince's voice fell, and the whole room was silent. Everyone looked solemn, and they were all respectful and fearful, which made Meng Gushue feel suffocated. This was the first time she saw the majesty of the emperor in this unfamiliar dynasty. The prince just sat there quietly, which gave people a strong sense of oppression. At this moment, Meng Gushue, who originally looked down on these feudal dregs, trembled in her legs and sweated on her back unconsciously. She had a hunch that if she had shown any expression of having heard of Wooding River just now, she might have been dragged away on the spot. "Mr. Gu, let the poetry meeting continue. Miss Meng's poetry talent is still worthy of recognition." The prince made the final decision, and the atmosphere in the field gradually relaxed. After all, the stupid act of writing Wooding River as Wooding River is enough to prove that this poem is indeed written by Meng Gushue herself. Meng Gushue sat back anxiously, and she couldn't figure out why every time things developed unexpectedly, there was no smooth one. At this time, her legs were still weak. But in any case, Meng Gushue's poetry was still affirmed by the prince, and she entered everyone's vision at once. Then many people's poems were picked out for appreciation, but none of them were as amazing as Meng Gushue's. Xiao Jiao felt bored after reading for a while. She looked around, and the prince couldn't help but think of the fourth prince when he was a child when she saw her lively spirit. "Jiao, come here." He stretched out his hand to Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao was also happy to have a good relationship with the prince. She smiled and got into the prince's arms, poking the prince's face from time to time, or pulling the prince's sleeves. The prince's eyebrows were relaxed, and he was very indulgent. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. The prince really doted on this girl from the Qiao family, wasn't he? Meng Gushue secretly paid attention to the prince. Seeing the wanton smile on Xiao Jiao's face, she couldn't help but feel envious and sour in her heart. So, reincarnation is a technical job. If she had traveled through time and space to the body of this young lady from the Qiao family, everyone would love and pamper her. What kind of man would she not be able to choose in the future? Meng Gushue was only concerned with envying and jealous of Xiao Jiao, but she didn't know that a pair of rather resentful eyes were staring at her closely. At noon, when it was time for lunch, the first half of the poetry meeting stopped. There was not much to pay attention to when going out, so the prince called the brothers Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Dai to have dinner with him. Qiao Dai saw that the prince had no intention of letting go of Xiao Jiao, and he couldn't help wondering in his heart. He was a straightforward person, and when he couldn't figure it out, he asked directly, "Brother Shen, aren't you afraid that your little sister will on you?" Qiao Jiao. "I won't randomly." Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Dai. "I don't believe it." The prince raised his eyebrows and smiled when he heard this. No problem, I brought 2 more sets of clothes. Qiao Dai. It seems that the prince is still prepared. Prince, please stay. A light call suddenly came from behind. The prince turned around and saw Sheng Mingqing walking quickly, with an anxious expression on his face. Xiao Jiaojiao raised her eyebrows with the prince. What does Sheng Mingqing want to find the prince for? Seeing the prince stop, Sheng Mingqing exhaled lightly, glanced at Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Dai on the side, and said with some embarrassment, Your Highness, can you please lend me a hand to talk? Qiao Jiaojiao was already very curious at this time. Prince, please agree to him. Let's see what Sheng Mingqing is up to. The prince thought that Sheng Xiuran was one of the candidates for the crown princess, so he nodded slowly. Let's go forward. Dalong and Erling wait for me here. Qiao Dai saw the prince holding Qiao Jiaojiao and was about to remind him, but Qiao Tianjing grabbed Qiao Dai's sleeve. Let my little sister go with him. Only in this way can we know what Sheng Mingqing is planning. Qiao Dai realized it later. Yes. Walking to a peach tree not far away, the prince looked indifferent. What does Mr. Sheng want to say to me? Sheng Mingqing looked embarrassed, and he seemed a little embarrassed. Qiao Jiaojiao. Why is Sheng Mingqing suddenly pretending to be an innocent boy? Isn't he a dandy? And there are a lot of concubines at home. Sheng Mingqing licked his lips nervously, then bowed and spoke. Your Highness, I want to ask for a favor from you. The prince raised his eyebrows slightly. Tell me about it. Sheng Mingqing showed his joy and couldn't wait to say, Your Highness, I like the eldest daughter of the general of the cavalry. I would like to ask Your Highness to say a few good words to the emperor and grant me and the eldest daughter Xiao a marriage. Xiao Jiaojiao. Oh my god, Sheng Mingqing is trying to a wife from the owner. Haha, this is going to be a good show. The prince's mind suddenly flashed that beautiful face, and his eyebrows could not help but slightly sink. Sheng Mingqing was still bent over, and seeing that the prince did not respond for a long time, he could not help but raise his head boldly. The prince quickly restrained his expression and asked lightly, Since Mr. Sheng wants to grant a marriage, why not let the Duke of Qing report directly to my father? Sheng Mingqing smiled bitterly when he heard it. To be honest with you, my father does not want me to marry Miss Xiao, so I want a grace for marriage. The prince raised his eyebrows slightly. Why is that? Of course, Sheng Mingqing did not dare to say it, because the general of the cavalry was an upright person, and there were too many secrets hidden in their mansion of the Duke of Qing, and his father was afraid that outsiders would know. But Sheng Mingqing really liked the eldest lady of the Xiao family, and he couldn't stop when he saw her at first sight. Since seeing that gorgeous face, the beautiful women in the family have become mediocre women, which is really hard to swallow. Facing the prince's questioning, Sheng Mingqing had already thought of an excuse. I dare not hide it from you, Your Highness. My father thinks that the family of the general of the cavalry is too high, and the Duke of Qing's mansion should marry a lower-class woman, so he disagrees. This reason is reasonable. The wealthy families in Beijing often have the habit of marrying lower-class women and marrying higher-class women. The prince's eyes were gloomy when he heard this, and he suddenly asked, Does Miss Xiao know your feelings? Sheng Mingqing was slightly stunned. He didn't expect the prince to ask this question. Miss Xiao naturally didn't know his feelings. He just glanced at her from a distance and couldn't help but admire her. He didn't even have a chance to say a word to Miss Xiao. However, in order to get the prince to agree to the marriage, he could only choose to do whatever it takes. Otherwise, my father would definitely not let go. Thinking of this, Sheng Mingqing lowered his head slightly, with embarrassment and shyness on his face. Your Highness, I won't hide it from you. Miss Xiao and I have been in love for a long time, but we have always followed etiquette and have never given or taken anything privately. Qiao Jiaojiao almost went crazy when she heard this. This Sheng Mingqing is definitely lying. What heart-to-heart connection. Miss Xiao only has feelings for the prince. Prince, don't believe his lies. This Sheng Mingqing must be coveting Miss Xiao's beauty. If Miss Xiao marries him, she will really fall into a fire pit. Unfortunately, the prince couldn't hear Qiao Jiaojiao's voice at all. When he heard Sheng Mingcheng's words, his eyebrows suddenly sank, and the breath on his body became a little colder. Heart-to-heart connection? Sheng Mingcheng was a little terrified, but in order to get the beauty, he still nodded boldly. Please help me, Your Highness. Xiao Jiao couldn't help but curse. I'm helping you. You pervert. You rascal, who is tempted by beauty. The prince stood there quietly, neither agreeing nor refusing. Mr. Sheng, please go back first. I will consider your proposal carefully. The matter of the crown princess has not been announced to the public. Now, except for the Qiao family, no one knows about it. Miss Xiao is also among the candidates for the crown princess. Sheng Mingcheng did not get the approval of the crown prince. Although he was disappointed, he finally had some hope. Thank you, Your Highness. May I have the honor to invite Your Highness to have a meal at the pavilion in the east suburbs? The crown prince shook his head. No need. I have already made an appointment with the 2 young masters of the Qiao family. Sheng Mingcheng was asking for trouble and could only retreat in disappointment. The crown prince stood under the peach tree in a daze for a moment, and after a long time he spoke lightly. She has already fallen in love with Mr. Sheng? Xiao Jiao was so anxious. It's easy to spread rumors, but it takes a lot of effort to refute them. Don't believe it, Prince. If it doesn't work, you can ask Miss Xiao. She may not even know Sheng Mingcheng. The prince came out of the peach forest holding Xiao Jiao, and Xiao Tianjing and Xiao Dai immediately came to meet him. They immediately heard Xiao Jiao's indignant complaints. Oh my God, today really opened my eyes. Sheng Mingcheng, that shameless guy. Xiao Jiao said a lot of things, and Xiao Tianjing and Xiao Dai skillfully extracted useful information from it. So, Sheng Mingcheng wanted the emperor to grant a marriage, and the target was Xiao Qianlan, the future prince's concubine, and in order to achieve his goal, he also lied that he had feelings for Xiao Qianlan. The most important thing is that the prince seemed to believe it. Hiss, so tricky? Xiao Tianjing couldn't help but have a headache. How to solve this kind of thing? He and his second brother are both men, and it is impossible for them to talk to the 2 young ladies of the Xiao family rashly. Xiao Jiao was also racking her brains. She thought about it left and right, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Hey, I don't know if my sister-in-law has any dealings with the young ladies of the Xiao family. If so, it would be nice to let my sister-in-law be a middleman. Thinking of this, Xiao Jiao suddenly lost her temper again. Even if my sister-in-law and Miss Xiao are really friends, so what? I can't say anything. How can I ask my sister-in-law to help me? Now I can only put my hope on the prince himself. I hope he will calm down and not believe Sheng Mingcheng's words, but send someone to check it out himself. Alas, it's really a long time to get good things. Xiao Jiao leaned on the prince's shoulder a little listlessly, feeling very depressed. But when Xiao Tianjing heard what Xiao Jiao said, his eyes suddenly lit up. This is indeed a good idea. But in this way, he would have to cross the line and meet her in private. Thinking of this, Xiao Tianjing's heart began to heat up. After lunch, Xiao Jiao was carried into the carriage by Lu Ma. Xiao Jiao was so sleepy after using her brain too much this morning that she fell asleep as soon as she closed her eyes. Xiao Tianjing asked Xiao Dai to take good care of Xiao Jiao, and he quietly walked towards the peach forest in the distance. At this time, many people were resting in the carriages to prepare for the poetry meeting in the afternoon. More people were sitting by the riverbank in groups of 3 or 2, chatting and making friends. Xiao Tianjing walked all the way to the depths of the peach forest, and his ears were already faintly flushed. This place is rarely visited by people, so she must be not far away. Xiao Tianjing slowly stepped lightly, past a peach tree in full bloom in front of him, and a slender figure with lotus root powder came into view. Xiao Tianjing's heart jumped suddenly, and he stopped. Miss Hen. Xiao Tianjing actually stuttered a little. Han Yaxian slowly turned around, with a hint of shame on her quiet face, and it was really a beautiful face. What do you want to see me for? Although they were already engaged, it was still very unruly to meet privately before marriage. If the servant beside him hadn't repeatedly emphasized that it was a very important matter, she would definitely not come. Xiao Tianjing also knew that his behavior was inappropriate, so he did not move forward, and even bowed to Han Yaxian. "Miss Han, I am really rude this time." Seeing this, Han Yaxian hurriedly took 2 steps forward to help him up, but halfway through, her face suddenly turned red and she stopped. You don't have to do this, just tell me what's important." The breeze blew by, and the petals fell colorfully. Xiao Tianjing's face was solemn, and he immediately told the business. His voice was very soft, and it was covered by the rustling sound of the branches shaking, and no one except Han Yaxian could hear it. After a while, Han Yaxian had suppressed her shyness. She nodded lightly, with a serious look. "Since you trust me so much, I will give it a try." Xiao Tianjing was very grateful to Han Yaxian after getting the confirmation. "How about setting it under the willow tree beside the 3 pavilions in the eastern suburbs?" "Okay." Han Yaxian nodded again, and the 2 of them fell silent. Xiao Tianjing seemed to hear his own rapid heartbeat again. He suddenly said stupidly, "This hairpin suits you very well." Han Yaxian subconsciously raised her hand and touched the hairpin inserted in her bun. The next moment, both of them blushed at the same time and turned around.
Then
It settled. Xiao Tianjing said awkwardly.
"Well."
Han Yaxian responded quickly. Xiao Tianjing could no longer stay, and he left in a hurry. Even his neck was flushed. He carefully selected that hairpin. That was the first time in his life that he picked a gift for a woman. He chose and chose carefully. He put the hairpin into the betrothal gift for the Han family. He didn't expect Miss Han to pick it out and wear it on her head today. This feeling is hard to describe. It seems that the thoughtfulness he prepared was cherished. His heart was sweet, and his steps became lighter unconsciously. Han Yaxian heard the footsteps behind him. He turned around and took a look quietly. His heart was pounding. This fool, who would give a bamboo hairpin with small words engraved on it as a betrothal gift. It was obviously his handwriting. Miss Han couldn't help but the hairpin on her head. The sweetness in her heart was indescribable. Xiao Jiaojiao had a deep sleep. When she woke up, she felt refreshed. Aunt Lu wiped Xiao Jiaojiao's face considerately, combed her hair into 2 small knots again, and sent her to Xiao Dai's arms. "Second brother, there is still half an hour before the poetry meeting in the afternoon. How about we go for a walk on the river bank?" Xiao Tianjing said casually, secretly winking at Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai understood. It would be better to call Brother Shen. When the 2 brothers found the prince with Xiao Jiaojiao in their arms, the prince was reading in the carriage. Xiao Dai was carefree and enthusiastic. "Brother Shen, let's go for a walk together?" The prince smiled with curved lips. Looking at the whole court, only the second son of the Qiao family dared to be so straightforward in front of him, but he liked this casual and unrestrained feeling very much.
"Okay."
The prince stepped out of the carriage and was led by Xiao Tianjing, walking east along the river bank. If they really wanted to chat, Xiao Tianjing, who was full of knowledge, would get along better with the prince. Xiao Dai held Xiao Jiaojiao in his arms, looking at the flowers on the roadside for a while and teasing the birds on the trees for a while, making Xiao Jiaojiao giggle. The prince was originally in a depressed mood, but now, looking at the spring scenery in front of him and listening to the carefree laughter of children, his eyebrows and eyes gradually relaxed. In the distance, they saw a pavilion. Xiao Tianjing's heart moved slightly. "Your Highness, there is still plenty of time. Let's go to the pavilion and sit down." The prince nodded slowly. When the 4 of them walked to the edge of the pavilion, they suddenly heard a soft voice. Xiao Tianjing's heart jumped suddenly, and a wave of joy surged up. It's her. She really invited the Xiao sisters to come. Standing at the position where Xiao Tianjing and his friends were, they couldn't see the person who was talking because of the big willow tree blocking them. Only a corner of the skirt was vaguely exposed from behind the tree, and it looked light green. Xiao Jiaojiao was still looking around just now, but now she was suddenly startled. This seems to be the voice of the eldest sister-in-law. Wait, that skirt, that color, could it be the eldest daughter of the Xiao family? The prince had already made a gesture to keep quiet, motioning Xiao Tianjing, Xiao Dai, and him to leave. But when he inadvertently glanced at the skirt, his steps could not help but pause slightly. Just at this moment, a soft voice sounded. Miss Han, I haven't congratulated you yet. I heard that you found a good husband. Xiao Jiao's eyes lit up completely when she heard this. It's really the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. I heard her talking to the second daughter of the Xiao family on horseback before, and it was this tone of voice. Xiao Tianjing blushed slightly when he heard this. He couldn't help but wonder what her expression was at this moment. Miss Xiao, even you are teasing me. Han Yaxian's shy voice sounded. Miss Han, I like your personality very much, so I'll call you Sister Han. I'm not kidding you. I guess all the ladies in the capital are envious of you. The Qiao family has a clean and upright family tradition. It's a very good family, at first glance. Xiao Qianlan's voice sounded slowly, with a gentle tone that made people feel like spring breeze. Han Yaxian estimated that the time agreed with Qiao Tianjing was almost up, so she led the topic to Xiao Qianlan as agreed in the peach forest. Sister Xiao, you are the descendant of a general with a noble status, and you are also known as the most beautiful woman in the capital. To be honest, I really don't know which man in the capital can be called you. Miss Han is right. My sister is the best woman in the world. I think there is no one in the capital who can match her. A hearty voice suddenly interrupted. It was the voice of Xiao Qianyue, the second lady of the Xiao family. Sister, don't talk nonsense. Xiao Qianlan stopped Xiao Qianyue a little sternly, and then her tone softened. Sister Han, you can't say that. This kind of thing is up to our parents. Han Yaxian also knew that she was being abrupt. Normally, she would never say such words that crossed the line. But Xiaoling said that this matter was really of great importance, so she had to be annoying for once. So she quietly became serious, took Xiao Qianlan's hand and said, Sister Xiao, don't think I'm meddling in your business. I just heard some gossip at the poetry meeting this morning, and I'm worried that it will damage your reputation. Xiao Qianlan couldn't help but frown when she heard that. After this contact, she knew that Han Yaxian was a woman with great sense of propriety and education, so she felt a little close to her. She guessed that Han Yaxian should have no ill intentions, so she nodded gently. Sister Han, please speak. Han Yaxian took a breath slightly and seemed to be a little difficult to speak. After a long while, she hesitated and asked, Sister Xiao, do you know Mr. Sheng from the Duke of Qing's mansion? The prince heard that they were talking about boudoir talk and was about to turn around and leave. As a result, when he heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He knew that eavesdropping was not a gentleman's behavior, but he couldn't move his feet. Xiao Jiao's heart beat faster than the prince's. Oh my God, how can my sister-in-law be so awesome? Is this God's arrangement? To let the prince and Miss Xiao resolve their misunderstandings and finally get married? That's great. No bloody love story. It's best if it goes smoothly. Xiao Tianjing heard this and raised the corner of his mouth calmly. Everything depends on human efforts, Mr. Sheng? Xiao Qianlan's voice sounded with a hint of doubt. I know that there is a young man in the mansion of Duke Qing, but Duke Qing has no friendship with my family, so I only know his name, but not the person. Why did you suddenly mention the young man of the Sheng family? Han Yaxian's heart suddenly relaxed when she heard this. This should be the answer that Xiaoling wanted to hear, right? If he was nearby, this matter should be done. Seeing that Xiao Qianlan was looking at her in confusion, Han Yaxian lowered her voice and said, Sister Xiao, I was sitting at the poetry meeting today and heard that Mr. Sheng seemed to be interested in you, and there were also some rumors. I see that you are a good person like pearls and jade, and I am unwilling to believe their words, but I also know that innocence is the most difficult to prove yourself, so I took the liberty to find you. I hope Sister Xiao can be more careful. These words today are really presumptuous. Please don't blame me for my rude words, Sister Xiao. Xiao Qianlan heard this, and her face changed drastically. How could such a ridiculous thing happen? This is such a huge injustice. I don't know that young Master Sheng at all. Xiao Qianyue was so angry when she heard this. Who is such a rascal who dares to tarnish my sister's reputation? Who is that young master from the Sheng family? How dare he lean on my sister? Miss Han, tell me who those gossipers are. I, Xiao Qianyue, will beat them up at their house right now. Han Yaxian was embarrassed when she heard this. Second Miss Xiao, I don't hang out with everyone on weekdays. I don't recognize those people's faces at all. Xiao Qianyue suddenly remembered the reputation of Mr. Han in the Beijing circle and couldn't help but choked slightly. At this time, Xiao Qianlong hurriedly stood up to stop Xiao Qianyue. Sister, didn't you hear what Sister Han said just now? It's the hardest to prove one's innocence. Now, everyone is just talking about it in private. I am clean and not afraid of these rumors. If you make a big fuss and let everyone know, then our Xiao family will really lose face. Forget it. The innocent are innocent, let them go. Xiao Qianlong's words were gentle and firm, not impatient or impatient, and very calm. Han Yaxian couldn't help but nod secretly when she saw this. As expected of the famous Miss Xiao, she really knew how to advance and retreat, and had an extraordinary temperament. Sister Han, thank you for telling me about this. I know that with your personality, you must have been embarrassed for a long time. At this time, Xiao Qianlong did not forget to thank Han Yaxian and understand her difficulties. Han Yaxian's face suddenly turned red when she heard this, and she was immediately ashamed. There is such a beautiful woman in the world, but he lied to her, which is really a sin. When Xiao Jiaojiao heard this, she almost couldn't help clapping and cheering. The misunderstanding was resolved. She leaned over to look at the prince's face again, only to see that his eyebrows were relaxed, his eyes were bright, and he looked in a very good mood. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look, he's happy, proud. His wife is back. Woo woo woo. How can there be so many such good sisters and sisters-in-law, but they all have bad endings? Xiao Jiaojiao was secretly regretting in her heart, when suddenly there was a quick exclamation from a distance, and then plop, something fell into the water. The exclamation startled Han Yaxian and the Xiao sisters behind the tree. They looked at each other and hurried over, but they didn't expect to see three figures when they looked up. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Xiao Qianlong exclaimed, and hurriedly pulled Xiao Qianyue to salute together. Han Yaxian looked at Xiao Tianjing calmly, and then both looked away in an instant. Xiao Qianlong didn't know how long the prince and the others had been standing here. Thinking of the content of the conversation between her and Han Yaxian, she couldn't help but turn pale. The prince, didn't he hear everything? Did he know the rumors between her and Shen Langjun? Would he misunderstand her? Xiao Qianlong was uneasy. She was not afraid of what others said and was open and honest. But now in front of the person she admired, she couldn't help but feel a little timid and worried. A year ago, the prince received the emperor's order and went to the Xiao mansion to issue the order in person. That was the first time Xiao Qianlong saw the prince. The young man had an upright figure and a special demeanor. He already had the majesty of the royal family that could not be concealed, but he was also gentlemanly, graceful, and elegant. The most rare thing was that the prince spoke gently, was approachable, and was polite to his parents. At that time, Xiao Qianlong couldn't help thinking that this must be the best man in the world. However, the status of the crown prince is noble, and the position of the crown princess is even more important. Even she, the eldest daughter of the general of the cavalry, may not have this blessing. Moreover, her father is a general, holding military power. Since ancient times, he has been the object of the royal family's use and fear. She really dare not hope for it, and she is unwilling to let her father be suppressed and restrained for this. However, as soon as they met, Xiao Qianlong's mind flashed through thousands of thoughts, but she quickly stabilized her expression and appeared respectful and polite. The crown prince looked a little embarrassed. Oops, the eavesdropping was caught. I just walked here with the two young men of the Qiao family. I don't know if the three young ladies are here too. The crown prince explained dryly. Xiao Jiaojiao couldn't help but chuckle. No matter how precocious the crown prince is, he has to act stupid in front of his sweetheart. Isn't this a case of trying to cover up the truth? It's better not to explain. The crown prince obviously realized this immediately.
Well,
what should I do? Miss Xiao won't think that this palace has a bad character and is slick? Xiao Qianyue, the the second young lady of the Xiao family, was not so sharp-minded. She poked her head forward and saw that no one was talking, so she took the initiative to speak. "Your Highness, I just heard a sound. It seems that someone fell into the water. Why don't we go and take a look first?" She really didn't know why a group of people were standing here staring at each other. Xiao Dai agreed with him and nodded heavily. "Second Miss Xiao is right." Xiao Jiao couldn't help laughing out loud. "That's right, second brother. You will only say this sentence in front of your second sister-in-law in the future. Now it is second Miss Xiao who is right, and in the future it will be my wife who is right. Haha, my second brother and second sister-in-law are a pair of live treasures in the Beijing circle." Xiao Dai was not shy when he heard this, but his eyes were bright. "Look, that's my future wife, so cute. Prince, thank you for the step given by second Miss Xiao. Okay, let's go and have a look together." Xiao Jiao thought carefully. There didn't seem to be a scene of falling into the water in the original book. Could it be that some unlucky person slipped? The group hurriedly walked towards the place where the sound came from. When they got closer, they heard the splashing sound of water. After turning around a thick willow tree, the scene by the riverbank came into view. Xiao Jiao yelled, "This is the ancient version of bullying." There were 7 or 8 young ladies standing proudly on the shore, and the most conspicuous one was Miss Heroine from the Sheng family. She was wearing a gorgeous long dress that flashed with fine, colorful light in the sun, which was very eye-catching. Xiao Jiao muttered, "Let me see who the unlucky person who was bullied is." A nanny with a thick waist and big arms stood by the river bank. She squatted by the water with her back to everyone. As long as the person in the river showed his head, she would stretch out her strong arms and push the person into the water. That's why Xiao Jiao and the others only heard the sound of falling into the water, but didn't hear the cry for help. At this time, the young ladies on the shore were still laughing. Look at how proud she was just now, and she said that we were bullying and committing a crime. It was really funny. At such a young age, she is already thinking about showing off everywhere. She really doesn't know how much she weighs. TSK, she can write a sour poem, get a word of recognition from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and she is so proud that she doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. She still dares to clamor to compete with Sister Sheng, and she doesn't even look at the door lintels of the 2 families. The Duke of Qing's mansion can be in trouble if it just moves a finger. Xiao Jiao has already heard it. She didn't expect that the unlucky person who was bullied was the heroine. Oh my god, that person in the river is Meng Gushue. According to the normal plot development, Meng Gushue and the male lead have already fallen in love in the Peach Forest. Although Sheng Xiran has always been jealous of the female lead, she has no way to succeed because of the male lead's protection. Now that the female lead has lost the male lead's protection and has become famous at the poetry meeting, as the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind, and this has brought trouble upon herself. Seeing Meng Gushue trying her best to float to the surface again, but being pushed into the water by the nanny again, Xiao Qianyue on the side could no longer watch it. She is a warm-hearted person and she insists on her own principles. These people are simply bullying the minority with their numbers. And from their conversation, it can be heard that Miss Meng has not done anything unforgivable. She is just jealous. Why does she want to kill a living life? Xiao Dai was also a warm-hearted person, otherwise he would not have gone into the water to save Meng Gushue's life. But he had already known from Xiao Jiao's voice that Meng Gushue was one of the culprits who harmed their Qiao family, so he just stood there with a gloomy face. Don't say that nothing happened. Meng Gushue is still innocent. Things can develop to this point today, all because of their family's efforts to change step by step according to the voice of the little sister. If they didn't get the instructions from the little sister, then Meng Gushue would be smooth sailing at this time, and soon she would show her fangs to their Qiao family. Stop! What are you doing? Are you taking human lives lightly? Xiao Qianyue stepped out and spoke loudly. This sonorous and powerful voice scared the young ladies on the shore, and they all turned their heads to look over. When they looked past Xiao Qianyue and saw the prince behind him, They were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they knelt in panic. Greetings to His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. The nanny by the water was startled by the word Crown Prince, and her feet slipped, and she fell into the water with a splash. Meng Gushue finally floated to the surface, and finally saw a glimmer of hope. She immediately cried for help with a hoarse voice. Your Highness! Your Highness! Save me! Xiao Qianyue rushed to the shore in 2 or 3 steps, grabbed Meng Gushue's shoulders, and lifted her up. She was good at martial arts, and her strength was no less than that of an ordinary man. Meng Gushue felt a strong force pulling her up. She seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and immediately clung to Xiao Qianyue's hand. Crash Meng Gushue was dragged ashore by Xiao Qianyue. She lay on the ground with a trembling body, her wet clothes tightly attached to her thin body, and her face was pale and bloodless in the March weather. The wet hair stuck to Meng Gushue's face, making her look like a puppy caught in the rain, in a miserable state. Xiao Qianlong couldn't bear it anymore, so she followed and took off her cloak to cover Meng Gushue. The sudden warmth made Meng Gushue shudder all over. When she looked up, she saw Xiao Qianlong looking at her with worry. Miss Meng, where is your maid? Asked her to bring you some clean clothes. Meng Gushue heard such a concerned voice when she was most desperate and embarrassed. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and she burst into tears. She didn't understand why, as a time-traveling girl, she would be so miserable in this ignorant and backward ancient times. She had obviously made a big splash at the poetry meeting as planned, but why didn't she have the expected thousands of people chasing after her? Why was she still being bullied by others? Looking at the gentle Xiao Qianlong in front of her, although Meng Gushue was very grateful to her in her heart, she still couldn't help but feel unwilling. Since God chose her to travel through time, why didn't He let her travel to a lady like Xiao Qianlong who was of noble status and outstanding appearance? In this way, she could easily have everything she wanted without working hard. Xiao Qianlong carefully adjusted the cloak covering Meng Gushue, and when she lowered her eyes, she accidentally met Meng Gushue's eyes. At this moment, Xiao Qianlong couldn't help but look slightly stunned. What an ambitious pair of eyes, filled with unwillingness and resentment. It was frightening to look at. How could this be the eyes of a 10-year-old lady in the boudoir? When Xiao Qianlong thought of this, her expression did not change, but the sympathy and softness in her eyes slowly withdrew. This Miss Meng doesn't look simple. Meng Gushue was still complaining in her heart, and she didn't know where her maid was now. Sheng Xiuran. She tricked her in the name of the prince, saying that the prince admired her poetry and wanted to discuss it in depth with her. But the maid next to her was sent by Mrs. Meng's cheap mother to keep an eye on her. In order to facilitate her actions, she deliberately played a trick and sent the maid somewhere else. Who would have thought that when she happily arrived at the river bank, it was Sheng Xiuran who was waiting for her with a group of young ladies? Thinking of this, Meng Gushue shook her head aggrievedly. I don't know where my maid is. Well, it's okay. I'll ask someone to get my clothes to lend you. Xiao Qianyue couldn't bear to see the weak being bullied, so she raised her hand and prepared to call someone. Xiao Qianlong suddenly stood up. She calmly pressed Xiao Qianyue's hand and winked at her. It's best not to get involved with a young lady of the Meng family, especially in such a matter as borrowing clothes. Who knows if there will be any trouble in the future? Although Xiao Qianyue didn't understand her sister's intention, she knew in her heart that her sister was the smartest person, and her sister shook her head. That was not possible. So she pretended to be embarrassed and took back her hand, muttering, "Oh no, I didn't bring my maid either." Xiao Jiaojiao originally watched all this coldly, and when she heard that Xiao Qianyue wanted to lend clothes to Meng Gushue, her heart was lifted. As a result, before she could wave her hand, Xiao Qianlong had already stopped Xiao Qianyue. Seeing this, Xiao Jiaojiao couldn't help but feel a little respect in her heart. As expected of a woman who can get along well with the prince, Miss Xiao is really too insightful. Meng Gushue has always looked down on the people of this dynasty, thinking that they are ignorant and foolish ancients, and that she is from a new era, so she is always self-righteous and high above. But Xiao Jiaojiao and Meng Gushue have completely different ideas. Children from modern society are too well protected, and there is always a clear stupidity in their eyes, commonly known as simplicity. And these young men and women who are cultivated by these wealthy families with all their efforts are not only precocious, but also have a complex living environment. Their minds are truly unfathomable. Only by always being in awe and pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger can you go further in this strange and alien world. Unfortunately, Menggushue can't see through this truth at all. The prince didn't expect to see such a farce. His face instantly darkened, and he looked intimidating without even being angry. He grew up in the palace and had seen all kinds of dirty tricks. He could see through the minds of these young ladies at a glance. It was obvious that this group of people was led by Sheng Xiran. How could such a jealous and vicious young lady be qualified to be his crown princess? Moreover, in order to get Miss Xiao, the young master of the Sheng family dared to lie in front of him and slander the reputation of an innocent young lady. How abominable! Sheng family. The prince murmured softly and suddenly raised the corners of his mouth coldly. The family education of the Sheng family is really excellent. Xiao Jiaojiao's eyes lit up when she heard the prince's muttering. The prince is dissatisfied with the Sheng family. If the spring examination cheating case is made public again, the Duke of Qing's mansion will really be in trouble. Xiao Tianjing heard the words, and his eyes instantly ignited with fighting spirit. It's almost time. The results will be announced next month. If Duke Qing wants to kill himself, Dad will definitely not show mercy. Menggushue was lying on the ground, shaking like a sieve. Although it is not winter in March, the wind is really freezing cold. Menggushue sneezed several times in a row, and she couldn't help but feel resentful. Can't the Xiao sisters help her to the end and find her a set of dry clothes as soon as possible? And the prince, he praised her at the poetry meeting in the morning, but now he turned a blind eye to her suffering. Are the royal family members really so ruthless? Menggushue blamed the sky, the earth, and others, but she was reluctant to find problems with herself. Sheng Xiran knelt in front of the young ladies, and she was also uneasy at this time. She has always been careful to maintain her dignified, noble, knowledgeable, and polite image in front of outsiders, but now it has been broken by the prince with his own eyes. It's all because of Mengushue's loud voice. She just pushed her into the water to teach her a lesson, but she really wanted to shout to the sky. Menggushue really couldn't hold on any longer. She was already feeling dizzy, and the wind from the river seemed to have penetrated into her bones. It was said that in ancient times, a cold could kill people. Thinking of this, Menggushue suddenly shuddered and asked for help. "Your Highness, please help me. Please save me, I'm so cold." "Your Highness, Sheng Xiran asked me to come to the riverbank in your name. I was happy to meet her, but she waited here with many young ladies and then ordered the evil slaves to push me into the water. Your Highness, please do me justice." Xiao Jiaojiao. Why do you emphasize that I was happy to meet her? And if you think about it a little, you will know that how could the prince disregard etiquette and privately meet a young lady? When the prince heard this, his face became even gloomier. "Miss Sheng, is Miss Meng serious?" Sheng Xiran was terrified and immediately kowtowed to deny. "Your Highness, even if I have 100 guts, I would not dare to act in your name. I do have some grudges with this Miss Meng. I pushed her into the river. This joke is really too much. If your Highness wants to investigate, I will definitely admit the punishment. But Miss Meng slandered me with such a heartbreaking excuse. I will never admit it." Menggushue was furious when she heard this. "Sheng Xiran, you still dare to quibble. It was obviously you who asked a maid to come and pass on the message to me, Miss Meng. Words are not enough. Do you have any evidence?"
Maid?
"Which maid can you point out to me? Or do you have any other witnesses?" Sheng Xiran turned around and interrupted Menggushue. Menggushue was stunned when she heard this and stood there for a moment. The maid who delivered the message was sent by Sheng Xiran, and she must have sent the maid away long ago. As soon as she heard the word prince, she hurriedly sent the maid around her away. There is no evidence, she has no evidence at all. Thinking of this, Mengushua's heart sank, and when she looked up, she met Sheng Xiuran's proud and contemptuous eyes, as if to say, "Mengushua, how can you fight me?" When Xiao Jiaojiao saw Mengushua's speechless look, she knew that she was completely calculated by Sheng Xiuran. See, that clear stupidity came out again. If it weren't for the halo of the heroine, with Mengushua's current style of doing things, it would be difficult for her to live to the end, right? I guess there is no need to wait until I grow up to take action. Mengushua has already killed herself. Hey, it feels like this life has been pretty smooth so far. Xiao Tianjing couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Little sister, of course you think it's going well, because our whole family is busy behind the scenes. And don't say such vicissitudes of life. You were only born half a year ago. On the other side, Mengushua stammered for a long time, and could not find any favorable evidence at all, so she could only repeat, "Your Highness, I am not lying. I swear." It was Sheng Xiuran who was playing tricks. The prince's expression was already impatient. He had seen too much in the palace, so he was very tired of this kind of intrigue. Okay. The prince spoke solemnly, and Mengushua's throat suddenly choked when she faced this majestic face, and she couldn't speak for a while. "Miss Sheng, since you have admitted that it was you who ordered the servants to push Miss Meng into the river, apologize and settle Miss Meng down." Although Sheng Xiuran was unwilling in her heart, she also knew that this was the lightest punishment. She was actually a little proud in her heart. Look, their Duke Qing is the most prominent one in the capital, and she is also the most beloved granddaughter of her grandfather. Now, even the prince is reluctant to punish her. Thinking of this, she responded with joy, and then pretended to apologize to Mengushua. "Miss Meng, I really went too far this time, and I apologize to you here. Someone, come and give Miss Meng some clean clothes." Mengushua's teeth kept trembling, and her face was so cold that it was snow white. She looked at the prince not far away in disbelief, full of resentment and unwillingness. Just like that? Is it enough to just apologize lightly? Sheng Xiuran almost killed her.
Why?
Just because Sheng Xiuran is beautiful, just because Sheng Xiuran has a high family background? The prince didn't look at Mengushua again. The maid hurriedly handed the clothes to Mengushua. When the prince saw Xiao Qianlan taking back her cloak, he turned and left. Seeing this, Xiao Tianjing and others followed closely behind. Mengushua lay prone on the ground, letting Sheng Xiuran's maid roughly put clothes on her, her eyes still fixed on the prince's back as he left. At this moment, she couldn't help but dig her 10 fingers into the grass under her. She would never forget the humiliation of this day. One day, she would become the best. And everyone present today would be crushed under her feet, including the prince. Because of what happened at noon, the prince also lost interest in continuing to attend the poetry meeting. Let's stop here today. As soon as the prince said this, Han Yaxian and the Xiao sisters bowed and left. Xiao Jiaojia glanced at the 6 people present and suddenly realized that there were exactly 3 couples in front of her. Seeing the 3 young ladies leave leisurely, Xiao Jiaojiao couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. It is said that spring is the season when spring comes. It is really true. The 3 people's souls are lost. Xiao Tianjing was thin-skinned and took the lead in retracting his gaze. Xiao Dai is very frank. Although she is not my wife yet, she will eventually become my wife. The prince, go back and discuss with my mother, and the candidate for the crown princess can be decided. Because she left halfway through the poetry meeting, the way back was smooth. As soon as Xiao Jiaojiao got home, she threw herself into the fragrant and soft arms of Mrs. Qiao. She sat in Madame Qiao's arms, dancing and babbling about today's fun things. Although she knew that Madame Qiao didn't understand what she was saying, it didn't affect her sharing of this joy. "Mom, you don't know, I met my eldest sister-in-law today. I also met the 2 sisters of the Xiao family. One of them is the prince's concubine, and the other is my second sister-in-law." Madame Qiao's eyes were smiling, and she hugged Xiao Jiaojiao and listened with relish. In this way, the candidate for the crown princess should be decided, which can be regarded as fulfilling the wish of the queen. As a mother, Madame Qiao can empathize with the queen's feelings for the prince. Isn't she so worried about the eldest brother's marriage? Speaking of which, the eldest brother's wedding date should be set. 3 days later, Madame Yang came to the door happily. "Oh, I heard that my sister has chosen a date?" Mrs. Chiao greeted her with a smile. "Sister, it has been chosen. The 10th day of September, I calculated it. It is the best day. I will trouble you to bring this wedding date to the Han family." Mrs. Yang was very happy for her sister. "Okay, don't forget to let the new couple toast me, the matchmaker, with a glass of wine." Mrs. Chiao held Mrs. Yang's hand intimately, needless to say. "Not only that, my husband and I will also toast you a glass of wine." Mrs. Yang waved her hands repeatedly after hearing this. "Forget about the one in your family. I am not qualified to drink the wine he toasts." "Okay, wait for my good news." In the afternoon, Mrs. Yang asked someone to bring the news, and the Han family agreed. Mrs. Chiao was extremely happy. In addition to taking care of Chiao Jiao, she also prepared a generous betrothal gift for her future daughter-in-law. The date for the betrothal was the 10th day of August. There seemed to be plenty of time, but there were so many things to prepare, and Mrs. Chiao was busy all the time. In a blink of an eye, it was the day before the announcement of the results of the spring examination, and Xiao Jiao also became nervous. Xiao Zhongwen knew that Xiao Jiao was always thinking about him, so the first thing he did when he entered the door was to mention Tan Hanqi. "Madam, the eldest and second sons will not be back for dinner tonight." Madame Chiao looked up with a puzzled look. "What's wrong? Do you have any social engagements?" After the couple had been intimate last night, Madame Chiao leaned in Xiao Zhongwen's arms and mentioned Xiao Jiao. "Husband, Jiao has been talking about Tan Hanqi these days. Is everything okay over there?" Xiao Zhongguo wiped the sweat from his wife's forehead considerately and said with a smile, "Madam, don't worry. Everything is ready, but we can't let Jiao always worry like this. How about this? We will reveal it to Jiao tomorrow so that she can feel at ease." So there is the current scene. Xiao Zhongguo nodded. Tomorrow is the day for the spring examination. The two brothers said they were going to congratulate the student named Tan in advance, but they may not be able to return home until late at night. When Xiao Jiao heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. "That's great. God is really helping our Chiao family. My second brother is so skilled in martial arts. If the people from the Duke of Qing dare to make a move, my second brother will definitely be able to protect Tan Hanqi. Thank God. This is the best result. Even if Tan Hanqi eventually goes to the side of Prince Jing, given his current friendship with his two brothers, he will surely not plot against the Chiao family." Xiao Zhonghua and Madame Chiao saw Xiao Jiao's joyful look, looked at each other secretly, and couldn't help but smile in tacit understanding. On the other side, Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Dai had already asked Tan Hanqi out. It was not a prominent restaurant, but an affordable small restaurant frequented by students taking the exam, which made Tan Hanqi feel particularly comfortable. Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Dai were taught by Qiao Zhonghua since they were young. Not to mention such delicious restaurants, Qiao Zhonghua even let them eat chaff and bark in order to train them. Tan Hanqi admired Qiao Tianjing's literary talent very much, and Qiao Dai was a bold and unrestrained person. The three of them had a very good relationship. "Brother Tan, the results will be announced tomorrow, and I would like to congratulate you here first." Tan Hanqi waved his hands repeatedly. "The results are not out yet. It's too early for Brother Qiao to say this." Qiao Tianjing shook his head seriously. "I have seen Brother Tan's literary talent, and talents like you should not be missed by the court." This is Qiao Tianjing's heartfelt words. If it weren't for Duke Qing's obstruction, Tan Hanqi would not just be a shady counselor around the second prince. He would shine in the court with his talent and full of justice, and wholeheartedly plead for the people. In fact, Tan Hanqi was also confident in his article. Just now, it was just a humble statement. Now that he saw Qiao Tianjing recognized him so much, Tan Hanqi couldn't help but feel a little warm in his heart. "Brother Qiao, I hope I will have the honor to work with you in the future, serve the court, and benefit the people." Qiao Tianjing nodded heavily when he heard it. After all, he and his second brother came here for this. The three of them had a good meal and chatted for a long time. Seeing that the restaurant was about to close, Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Dai, let them go. Brother Tan, let's go together. The inn where Tan Hanqi lived was on the way back to the Qiao mansion. That's great. Tan Hanqi smiled and laughed. He felt very happy that the two brothers of the Qiao family had chatted with him for so long tonight. On the way back, Qiao Dai was always alert. Tomorrow is the day when the results are announced, so tonight is the last chance for the thieves in the Duke of Qing's mansion to take action. The way back to the inn was still safe and sound. Qiao Dai knew what was going on. It seemed that the thieves were planning to attack in the inn. When they arrived at the inn, Tan Hanqi said goodbye to the two brothers of the Qiao family and agreed that if they had good news tomorrow, they would definitely send a visiting card to the Qiao mansion as soon as possible. Seeing that Tan Hanqi turned left and walked into the lower classroom of the inn, Qiao Dai winked at Qiao Tianjing. In the middle of the night, everyone was asleep. Tan Hanqi was thinking about the announcement of the results tomorrow and couldn't fall asleep for a long time. At this time, he suddenly heard the bolt of the window being pried open, which scared him in the dead of night. But at this time, Tan Hanqi could never have expected that someone would come to take his life. After all, he was just a small candidate from Zhuozhou. It should be a mouse. After all, this is a lower class room, and the kitchen of the inn is next to it. Thinking of this, Tan Hanqi got out of bed carefully to check, but as soon as he leaned over, a burst of sleeping pills just happened to spray on his face. Tan Hanqi felt a flash before his eyes, and then a feeling of weakness and stiffness slowly spread throughout his body. He was suddenly shocked. Drugs? Although he was full of doubts, Tan Hanqi was still able to keep calm. He retreated repeatedly with his legs weak, but calmly fell to the table and chairs. When his waist hit the corner of the table, he bit his tongue tightly, used up his last strength to lift the kettle on the table, and poured it all over his head. The weather in April was still cold at night, and this kettle of cold water made Tan Hanqi sober up instantly. He took a breath and shouted loudly, "There is a thief. No. This kid can actually resist the effects of drugs. No matter, take the money and kill him." Two tall and mighty figures suddenly broke through the window, and the cold knife tips in the moonlight were frightening. Tan Hanqi's face suddenly changed. Seeing that he had called for help, but no one came to hear the sound, he had a bad premonition in his heart. Since he came to Beijing, he has been living in a low-class room at the other end of the inn. The innkeeper asked him to move to this room for a few days on the pretext of getting rid of mites. This place is adjacent to the kitchen and warehouse, and there are no guest rooms nearby. It turned out to be premeditated. At this time, Tan Hanqi's brain could still barely function, but he couldn't figure out who in the capital wanted to kill him. Seeing the tip of the knife approaching his face, Tan Hanqi suddenly overturned the table, staggered, and pushed open the door and ran out. "Don't run!" A startled shout came from behind him. Tan Hanqi was blown by the cold wind at night, but he had a little strength. Escape. He wants to escape. After studying hard for more than 10 years, he has not yet realized his ambitions. He can't die here. Tan Hanqi clenched his palms, stumbled all the way, and saw the back door of the inn, and pushed the door out without hesitation. At this time, he was so anxious to escape that he didn't even have time to react. Why was the back door of the inn not closed at night? The sound of the door hitting the wall made Tan Hanqi's forehead tighten, and there was a moment of confusion on his face. Where can he go? Is there any place in this capital city that can make him feel at ease? At this moment, he had no hesitation in his heart, and two words came to his mind: Qiao Mansion. Yes, find Brother Qiao. Tan Hanqi gritted his teeth, and in order to stay awake, he even bit his lips and bled. He ran in the alley behind the inn, but his legs felt as heavy as lead. He was such a smart person, and at this time, he didn't have the mind to think about why the two strong killers didn't catch up with him, a scholar who was drugged. The breathing became heavier, and the cold and pain couldn't suppress the surging dizziness. Tan Hanqi couldn't help but stand up against the wall, but the next moment his eyes went black and he fell directly at the entrance of the alley. Brother Tan fainted. A low voice suddenly sounded, and a handsome face poked out of the darkness. It was Qiao Dai. Quick, take him back to the Qiao mansion. Xiao Tianjing leaned over with a solemn expression and helped Tan Hanqi up and put him on Xiao Dai's back. If the second prince saw them, it would be bad. Okay, let's go. Xiao Zhenghua had already inquired about the route of the Jinwu Guard's night patrol clearly. Xiao Tianjing and Xiao Dai hurriedly walked at night, and their figures disappeared in the dark in an instant. As for the two assassins who rushed into the inn, they had already been caught by the Qiao family's secret guards who were ambushed in the yard. This is called the mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole is behind. As for the back door of the inn, it was also specially left for Tan Hanqi by the Qiao family's secret guards. Less than half a minute after everything was handled, several black figures landed in the alley behind the inn. Zhu Feng, didn't you say that you found out that Sheng Mingchen would take action tonight? The voice was cold in its clarity, and the beautiful face was stunning in the moonlight. It was the male protagonist Shen Yuanbai. Master, I heard with my own ears what Sheng Mingchen arranged tonight before I dared to report it to you. It is absolutely correct. A dark figure bowed in front of Shen Yuanbai, his voice full of panic. Shen Yuanbai frowned suddenly. Let's go in and take a look. Several people crossed the back wall of the inn and walked into the lower room where Tan Hanqi was. Except for a puddle of wet water on the ground, everything else was the same as before, and nothing could be seen. Zhu Feng became more and more panicked. Master, I will go out and take a look. Shen Yuanbai stood in the room with a heavy look in his eyes. No need, someone is faster than us. The water stains on the ground can prove that something must have happened in the room just now, but since the tables and chairs are not messy at all, it means that someone has cleaned up the mess. Zhu Feng was shocked when he heard this. I have been lurking beside Sheng Mingchen for several months before I got this news. Who can be faster than us? Shen Yuanbai's eyes flashed with a sinister look, and he murmured, Yes, I am also very curious, who is so powerful. In order to catch the handle of Duke Qing and let him use it for himself, he has been planning for nearly half a year. Who is against him? At noon the next day, Tan Hanqi opened his eyes in a daze, only to feel a splitting headache. He slowly sat up and rubbed his head hard. When he saw the unfamiliar decorations in front of him, the horror of last night suddenly came to his mind. Not good. Tan Hanqi screamed, and then he heard a babbling baby cry. He turned his head suddenly and saw Qiao Zhenghua holding Qiao Jiaojiao, with Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Dai standing beside him. Brother Qiao. General Qiao. Tan Hanqi stood up suddenly, but he almost fell down again because of dizziness. Brother Tan, be careful. Don't worry, you are safe now. Qiao Tianjing hurried forward to support Tan Hanqi, but Tan Hanqi tightly grasped Qiao Tianjing's arm. Brother Qiao, look at the sun. Has the result been announced?
Did I
pass the exam? Qiao Tianjing's face sank slightly when he heard this. Tan Hanqi observed his expression and couldn't help but close his eyes slightly, unable to hide his disappointment. Is that so? Qiao Jiaojiao saw Tan Hanqi like this, and was so anxious that she clenched her teeth. Tan Hanqi, don't be disappointed. You don't know that you got the first place in the test paper. Someone impersonated your article. Tan Hanqi slowly sat back on the couch. He knew that he should pay his respects to General Qiao first, but his mind was so confused that he couldn't stand steadily. Xiao Zhenghua cherishes talent very much. He already knew from Qiao Jiaojiao that Tan Hanqi was a rare talent, so he took the initiative to speak. You fainted at the entrance of the alley last night and were found. Dai wanted to ask you to see the list early in the morning and happened to bring you back.
What happened to you?
Tan Hanqi saw that Xiao Zhenghua was going to make a decision for him, and he was very grateful and immediately told him everything that happened last night. Xiao Zhenghua pondered for a while after hearing this, and then said, Have you ever thought about who wants to kill you? Tan Hanqi was also confused when he heard this. General Qiao, I really can't think of anyone I have offended in this capital. Xiao Zhenghua's face did not change when he heard this, and he said in a deep voice, Is it possible that it was because of the spring examination? When Tan Hanqi heard this, his face changed drastically. He was very smart, and he understood what Xiao Zhenghua meant after a quick thought. But that was why he found it even more unbelievable. General Qiao, the spring examination is for selecting talents for the court, and it is related to the fate of the country. How could anyone dare to tamper with it? Xiao Zhenghua saw that Tan Hanqi reacted so quickly, and he admired him even more. De Leng once told me that your literary talent and insights are top-notch. I just ask you, do you have confidence in your article? Tan Hanqi was shocked when he heard this. First, he didn't expect Qiao Tianjing to think so highly of him. Second, from what General Qiao meant, he was willing to find out the truth for him. This is the spring examination. If it is really as General Qiao expected, then the enemy they are facing must be extremely powerful. Thinking of this, Tan Hanqi couldn't help but tremble slightly all over, not with fear, but with excitement. If he could help General Qiao to remove this cancer of the court, even if Tan Hanqi's career in the future was cut off, it would be considered to pave the way for future people with lofty ideals. People live their lives not for fame and wealth, but for a clear conscience and to look up to the world. Thinking of this, Tan Hanqi nodded solemnly in front of the great hero admired by all the people. General Qiao, I have loved learning since I was a child, and then I never put down my books, studied hard, and won the first place in both the Tongxing examination and the provincial examination. I know that there are many talents in the country, and there are countless talented people in Beijing, but I have this confidence. Even if I am not on the first place list, Tan Hanqi, should have a place in the second place. Good. Xiao Zhenghua said in a low voice, giving Tan Hanqi an extremely approving look. This later life is not only brilliant in writing but also extremely intelligent, and what is more rare is that he is neither humble nor arrogant, and has self-respect and self-confidence. Such a person would not show any fear even if he followed him to the Golden Palace to confront the Duke of Qing. Xiao Zhenghua knew what was going on, so he asked again, "Can you recite the article you wrote in the spring examination? It doesn't have to be word for word, but it can't be too different from the original." Tan Hanqi shook his head. Xiao Zhenghua couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he saw this. Is it still too reluctant? At this moment, Tan Hanqi finally had a smile on his face. General Qiao, that article has been deeply engraved in my mind like a knife and an axe. I can recite it now, and I guarantee that it will be word for word. Xiao Zhenggua's brows relaxed instantly when he heard the words, "Good boy, you are really promising." Xiao Zhenghua was so excited that he patted Tan Hanqi's shoulder heavily and almost pushed him to the ground. Xiao Tianjing was quick to support Tan Hanqi and couldn't help laughing. "Dad, the drug in Brother Tan's body has not yet dissipated. You have to be gentle." Xiao Zhenghua laughed loudly. This kid is good in everything, but his body is too thin. Tan Hanqi couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although he didn't have martial arts skills, he had never neglected to strengthen his body. In the eyes of General Qiao, he turned out to be thin? "It's okay, Brother Tan. I will take you to practice more in the future, and I guarantee you'll have a body of tendons." Xiao Dai bent his arms, looking eager to try. Tan Hanqi couldn't help but smile heartily when he saw this. Now that he is in the Qiao mansion, and General Qiao is willing to believe in him and run around for him, at this moment, Tan Hanqi also has an indescribable sense of security in his heart. Xiao Jiaojiao's eyes are shining, especially when she sees the harmonious atmosphere in the house. She is very happy. Great, Tan Hanqi belongs to our Qiao family. His article is one of the top 3, and it will be personally sent to the emperor for review. I believe the prince will also be able to see it. If Tan Hanqi can really write out his own article from memory, then my father can go to the prince to talk about it first. Prince Bai Yueguang is a virtuous crown prince. He will definitely not tolerate a parasite like Duke Qing. Then he will be able to solve the biggest spring examination fraud case in history. Although I can't speak now, my wise and powerful father should be able to consider these things. I feel relieved. Xiao Zhenghua was overjoyed when he heard this. Although he may not consider some things carefully, he has his daughter next to him to whisper to him. Jiao Jia is sweet and considerate. She is simply the most precious treasure given by God to the Qiao family. It's really reassuring. On the other side, Duke Qing's mansion. Shang Mingqing waited and waited, but he didn't wait for the two killers who had dealt with Tan Hanshi to come back to report.
He was worried.
Seeing that the list had been released, he sent out two more groups of people. One group went to the inn to inquire about Tan Hanshi's whereabouts, and the other group went to wait under the list. If they saw Tan Hanshi, they would find a chance to kill him. Before the two groups came back to report, Duke Qing had already sent people to look for him. Sheng Mingcheng was panicked, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. In order to get his grandfather to agree to marry the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, he had to perform more during this period, so he took on the task of dealing with the candidates who were replaced. The other 12 people had been successfully dealt with, but the most important one, Tan Hanshi, had a problem. His essay was in the first place, and he had to meet the emperor to participate in the palace examination. When Sheng Mingcheng arrived at the main hall, Duke Qing was sitting in the main seat, stroking a top-quality jade ring in his hand. "Qinger, is everything handled properly?" Duke Qing just turned 60 this year. Although his temples were gray, he had a strong figure and looked very energetic. His face was serious, and his slightly narrowed triangular eyes looked majestic. Sheng Mingcheng's heart trembled slightly when he heard this. At this moment, even if it was not for the marriage with the Xiao family, it was for himself that he could not admit that there was a mistake. Otherwise, with his grandfather's methods, he would inevitably be punished, and most importantly, he would most likely lose his grandfather's favor. He was just a candidate from Zhuozhou, and he had no relatives or friends in Beijing. He would definitely not be able to escape. At worst, he would send some more people out, and he would definitely be able to deal with Tan Hanshi. Thinking of this, Sheng Mingcheng replied respectfully, "Grandpa, everything has been handled." Duke Qing asked specifically, "Has the one in Zhuozhou been resolved?" Sheng Mingcheng's heart trembled violently, and he nodded again with a stiff upper lip. "Resolved." "Good." Duke Qing stood up suddenly, walked in front of Sheng Mingcheng, and patted him on the shoulder. "Qinger, you are much more promising than your useless father. This huge Duke Qing's mansion now has a successor. Grandpa didn't expect that the candidate from Zhuozhou you selected would be so competitive and actually get the first place. The number originally agreed with the other party has now tripled." Duke Qing smiled, and he gently gestured with his right hand to count 5 fingers and then retracted it. "Okay, I have been detaining you for a long time. Now that you have made great contributions, Grandpa will give you a few days off. Go and have fun." Sheng Mingcheng saw that his grandfather valued him so much, and his tone of voice became much more intimate, and his face immediately showed a happy look.
"Thank you, Grandpa."
Sheng Mingcheng took his leave and left the main hall, and his steps became more and more hurried. "No, we have to make up for it as soon as possible. If Grandpa finds out that he is not doing his job well, he will definitely skin him alive." Where on earth did that Tan Hanshi go? Qiao Mansion. When the effect of the medicine had almost dissipated, Tan Hanshi took up his pen and began to copy. Qiao Zhongguo was worried that Qiao Jiaojiao would feel bored, so he carried her back to Madame Qiao. Just after lunch, someone suddenly came to the palace. Madame Qiao was inevitably a little uneasy. Today's summons were a little abrupt. The palace servant who delivered the decree seemed to have been instructed. After delivering the decree, he immediately smiled and said, "Madame Qiao, it's good news. The queen wants to see you." Madame Qiao's mind turned slightly, and Qiao Jiaojiao's eyes were shining.
"Ah.
Has the crown princess been chosen? The queen wants to share her joy with her mother." Madame Qiao and Qiao Jiaojiao thought of the same thing. "In that case, let me wash up." The palace servant hurriedly said politely, "Madame Qiao, you can take your time." The queen said there is no rush. Madame Qiao nodded, but her hands and feet became more and more agile. The queen understood her, but she couldn't let the queen wait any longer. About quarter of an hour later, Mrs. Qiao had packed up and was about to go out when Qiao Zhongguo walked into the room. "Madam, let Dalong take you there." Qiao Zhongguo did not hide the important matters of the previous dynasty from Madame Qiao. Upon hearing this, Madame Qiao said sharply, "How about Dalong meeting His Royal Highness the Crown Prince?" Upon hearing this, Qiao Zhongguo stepped forward and held Madame Qiao's hand, smiling and said, Madam is really smart. After all, my husband is a court official, and it is not appropriate for me to be too close to His Royal Highness. But Dalong and the Crown Prince are of similar age, and his friendship with the Crown Prince is also obvious to everyone in the capital, so it will be more convenient to do things. Then Tan Han Chi has been silent for most of the time. I want Dalong to take him to see the Crown Prince first, tell him the whole story, and then listen to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's plan. But Dalong is an outsider after all, and he cannot enter the harem, so I want to ask Madam. Upon hearing this, Madam Qiao pulled Qiao Zhenghua's hand and nodded gently. Don't worry, my husband, I know everything. Qiao Zhenghua felt relieved upon hearing this. Having a virtuous wife at home is his greatest blessing. Madam Qiao carried Qiao Jiaojiao into the carriage, and Qiao Tianjing rode beside her. The group soon arrived outside the palace gate. Madam Qiao and Qiao Jiaojiao followed the palace servants into the sedan chair. Qiao Tianjing had a gentle face and nodded. Mother, your son is waiting for you here. Madam Qiao smiled gently at her son and lowered the curtain of the sedan chair. Qiao Jiaojiao had experienced this time. She nestled in Madam Qiao's arms obediently until she heard the palace servant shout, "We have arrived at the Ikuan Palace," and then she sat up with great interest. After getting off the sedan chair, she saw the queen herself coming out of the palace, accompanied by the crown prince. Madam Qiao was terrified and hurried to meet her. How dare I trouble the queen to come here? The queen smiled and came to help her personally. Madam Qiao, there is no need to be so polite. Qiao Jiaojiao looked up and saw that the queen's face was ruddy, and there was a bright joy between her eyebrows. Obviously, she looked much better than the last time they met. Jiaojiao, good girl, I've been thinking about you for a long time. The queen mother stretched out her hand to Qiao Jiaojiao, who immediately threw herself into the queen mother's arms with a giggle. The queen weighed her gently, and her smile became even more intense. You've grown a lot. Look at your appearance. You will definitely follow your mother in the future. Madam Qiao saluted the prince again, and the prince immediately supported her. When Madam Qiao stood up, she lowered her voice and said respectfully, Your Highness, Dalong sent me here today. The prince was slightly stunned, but he understood in an instant. Since I parted with Dalong at the last poetry meeting, we have been in the court, and I haven't had a good chat with Dalong for a long time. Madam Qiao felt much more relieved when she saw that the message had been conveyed. After entering the palace, the queen mother greeted Madam Qiao while taking a lot of children's toys to amuse Qiao Jiaojiao. All of them were found by Xiao Si himself after he heard that Jiao Jiao was coming. Each one is his favorite. Xiao Jiaojiao picked up a lifelike little tiger and couldn't help muttering, I haven't seen that naive boy for a long time. He is with Defying all day. Has he been eaten alive? Mrs. Qiao saw that Xiao Jiaojiao was curious, so she asked for her, Your Majesty, why don't you see the fourth prince? The queen's face showed a trace of distress when she heard it. Xiao Si has started to learn.
His teacher is very strict.
He is still forcing him to practice calligraphy. The queen felt sorry for the fourth prince. The crown prince was also very hardworking back then, but he was the eldest son and the crown prince. Even if the queen felt sorry for him, she would not say much. But the fourth prince did not have such a heavy burden on his shoulders. The queen would rather her youngest son live a more relaxed life. Unexpectedly, the emperor chose such a strict and serious teacher and forcibly confined the fourth prince, who was as lively as a bird, in the house. When the queen saw the fourth prince's palms were red and swollen from practicing calligraphy for a long time, her heart couldn't help but ache. When the crown prince heard this, thinking that the fourth prince was thinking about Qiao Jiaojiao, he spoke softly, Mother, I will take Jiao Jiao to see the fourth prince. Qiao Jiaojiao sat up straight when she heard this. I want to go. I want to see what kind of person Defying is. The queen also felt sorry for the fourth prince, and couldn't help turning her head to look at Madam Qiao when she heard this. Madam Qiao, what do you think? Madam Qiao certainly wouldn't refuse. Jiao Jiao is lively by nature. I hope she won't disturb the fourth prince. When the crown prince heard this, he leaned over and picked up Qiao Jiaojiao on the couch and strode out of the Ikuan palace with her. In the palace, the queen talked to Madame Qiao about the crown princess. At the last poetry gathering, the prince saw the temperament of the daughter of the Duke of Qing's mansion, and he was very unhappy in his heart. But when he talked about the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, his face was full of smiles. After hearing about this, the emperor agreed to give the position of the crown princess to the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. Madame Qiao heard this and couldn't help but smile. According to Jiao Jiao's voice, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family is the best candidate for the crown princess. Congratulations, Her Majesty. Congratulations to the crown prince. The queen was also very happy in her heart. The crown prince can get a caring person, and I, as his mother, am also happy for him. But the emperor still decided to give Miss Xing a position of concubine, and the decree should be issued after the official end of the spring examination. Madame Qiao immediately remembered what her husband and son were busy with, and hurriedly frowned to hide her expression. It is still unclear whether the daughter of the Duke of Qing's mansion can become the crown prince's concubine. On the other side, the prince took Xiao Jiao and walked slowly all the way to the upper study room where the princes read and practiced calligraphy. From a distance, Xiao Jiao saw an extremely upright figure through the open door. He was still a child, and when he sat on the chair, his feet could not reach the ground. But even so, he had straightened his back, holding the pen in a serious manner and practicing calligraphy on the table. Xiao Jiao couldn't help but exclaimed, "What a silly and innocent child." The abrupt baby voice attracted the attention of everyone in the room. The fourth prince slowly raised his head, and when he saw the prince holding Xiao Jiao standing at the door, joy instantly climbed onto his little face. At this moment, he instantly turned from a little adult into a carefree child, put down his pen, and jumped off the chair. Brother, Sister Qiao, walked into the study room holding Xiao Jiao, and the fourth prince came to greet him. Brother, let me see my sister. He pulled down the hem of the prince's skirt, hoping to see Xiao Jiao up close. The prince shook his head and smiled dotingly, and squatted down the next moment. Wow, my sister has grown up. She was only this big the last time I saw her. The fourth prince stretched out his hands and gestured, smiling brilliantly. Greetings, Your Highness, the Crown Prince. At this time, a low voice came from the side. Xiao Jiao immediately turned her head and saw a kneeling middle-aged man who looked about 35 or 36. Although his eyes and forehead had traces of time, he was still as white as jade and looked elegant and handsome. Wow! Could this be Defying? As expected of Princess Yulu's sweetheart, he looked as good as my eldest brother when he was young. But isn't he from the north? His features should be more profound. Why do they look almost the same as those of the people of the Great Yong dynasty? Please stand up, Mr. D. Xiao Si has a guest. Can you let him relax for a while? The prince spoke in a gentle tone. After all, Mr. D in front of him was invited by the emperor. Defying nodded respectfully. Your Highness, this is natural, but the fourth prince's afternoon homework is to be presented to the emperor, so. The prince nodded in understanding. This is the daughter of the Qiao family. She can't stay for too long. Let Xiao Si play with her in the study room for a while. Hearing this, Defying's hand hidden under his sleeve trembled slightly. Qiao family. There is only one prominent Qiao family in the whole capital, and it is the Qiao family whose hands are stained with the blood of his compatriots in the north. If it weren't for Qiao Zhonghua, the killing god, it is unknown that the Great Yong dynasty would have belonged to his north country today. If it weren't for Qiao Zhonghua, his Yulu wouldn't have to be. Thinking of this, even though he had been dormant for many years and had already mastered the skill of keeping a straight face, Defying couldn't help but tremble slightly at the corners of his mouth, unable to hide the burning feeling in his chest. The baby in front of him was Qiao Zhonghua's daughter. It was widely rumored in the capital that Qiao Zhonghua loved his daughter as much as his life. If he killed Qiao Zhonghua's daughter, wouldn't Qiao Zhonghua be heartbroken and want to die? Your Highness, let the fourth prince and Miss Qiao go to the inner room to play. The inner room of the upper study had a bed specially for the princes to rest, with everything available. The prince also had this intention. He walked in with Xiao Jiao in his arms, and the fourth prince followed happily behind. Defying clenched his hands, looked at Xiao Jiao's tender back, and a very sinister thought flashed through his mind. He suddenly turned and walked towards the bookcase he carried with him, took out a very inconspicuous white bag from the very hidden interlayer, and then carefully put it into his waistband. This was originally intended for the fourth prince during the Dragon Boat Festival, but now it seems that Miss Qiao will have to enjoy it first. Hearing the innocent laughter coming from the inner room, Defying took a deep breath and decided to take a risk. He walked to the window and whistled softly. During this period of time in the palace, he spent a huge amount of money to buy some people and originally planned to use them during the Dragon Boat Festival. But if he doesn't do it today, he is afraid that he will never have the opportunity to contact the Qiao family again. After a while, a little eunuch hurried over and called softly outside the study. "Your Highness." The prince heard the voice and stepped out. "What's the matter?" The little eunuch put his forehead on the ground and said respectfully, "Your Highness, the Emperor summoned you to the imperial study immediately." The prince was a little surprised to hear this. Why would his father summon him at this moment?
Did your father say what it was?
The little eunuch shook his head in fear. "I don't know." The prince looked at the middle room with some embarrassment, and then Defying immediately stepped forward. "Your Highness, since the Emperor has summoned you, please go. I will look after the fourth prince and Miss Qiao." The prince never expected that someone in the palace would dare to falsely convey the Emperor's will, and he never expected that someone would send him away just to deal with Xiao Jiao. Today, the top 3 in the spring examination have just been decided, and his father must want to discuss the palace examination with him. Everything has its old system, and he should be able to come back soon. Thinking of this, the prince nodded gently. "Then I'll trouble Mr. D. If you have any questions, just send someone to pass the message to Ikuin Palace." Defying nodded respectfully. Watching the prince stride away, he was so excited that his shoulders began to tremble. Until the prince's crimson-purple figure completely disappeared around the corner, Defying immediately turned around and went into the study. When he stepped into the inner room, Xiao Jiao was sitting on the couch, and the fourth prince was sitting cross-legged beside Xiao Jiao, trying hard to make her happy. Hearing the footsteps, Xiao Jiao and the fourth prince looked towards the door together, only to find that the person who came was not the prince, but Defying. The fourth prince looked puzzled. "Mr. D, where's the prince brother?" Defying walked closer with a gentle smile on his face. "The Emperor has something to do, so he summoned the prince to the imperial study. The prince asked me to stay here to guard your Highness and Miss Qiao."
Okay.
It was common for the Emperor to summon him, and the fourth prince had long been accustomed to it, but Xiao Jiao couldn't help but shudder.
Wait.
The prince is gone, and there is no one to serve in this room. Doesn't that mean she and the silly white sweet girl will be left to face the big bad wolf alone? It was my father who fought outside the capital of the Northern Kingdom that forced the old king of the North to offer Princess Yulu. How could Defying hate the Qiao family to the bone? This is not what I expected. Xiao Jiao was thinking about this when she suddenly saw Defying taking out a small white bag from his waistband in front of her.
Ah.
Is he going to attack? Xiao Jiao sat on the bed, facing outside, while the fourth prince had his back to the outside and his face towards Xiao Jiao. Seeing Xiao Jiao suddenly babbling, the naive girl thought that Xiao Jiao was playing with him, so she followed suit and danced. Xiao Jiao's scalp was already tingling. Defying thought that she was just an ordinary 7-month-old baby, so he blatantly took out the murder weapon in front of her. Xiao Jiao saw him carefully open the white bag layer by layer, revealing the innermost things. It was a needle with a black glow. Xiao Jiao was so scared that her eyes widened, and she pointed her finger at Defying, screaming, "A needle! It's a needle! Are you going to stab me? Naive girl, stop teasing me. Why don't you look back?" Defying held the black needle through the white cloth and walked closer to the bed step by step. Xiao Jiao saw it clearly. Defying's elegant face was distorted because of excessive excitement. There was a fierce light in his eyes. The hatred that had been accumulated for more than 10 years burst out all of a sudden, and he even showed a madness. Seeing that he was close to the bed, Qiao Jiaojiao knew that she could not rely on others. She urgently called out the merit mall. She had already known the unlocked products in it by heart. Your current merit points are 140 points. Do you want to exchange them? Qiao Jiaojiao nodded frantically. Ding, exchange successful. Deduct 80 merit points. The rebound talisman will take effect immediately, and the effective time is 15 minutes. The remaining merit points are 60. Just as the mechanical voice fell, Defying suddenly swooped over, but his expression was pretending to be panic, as if he accidentally fell on the bed. The needle was soaked with the poison that he had worked hard to get. The victim will have a high fever on the first day, numbness and itching all over the body on the second day, skin ulcers on the third day, and as if thousands of ants are biting the heart on the fourth day. Only on the fifth day will the heart pulse be completely broken, and the person will die. Because this poison is not immediately fatal, he has plenty of excuses to get rid of suspicion, so he has to act, and he can't let the fourth prince find out that he is the one who did it. He still has to stay in this palace, slowly get rid of the fourth prince, the crown prince and the queen, get rid of that dog emperor, and avenge Yulu. The fourth prince saw Defying suddenly fall, and his face was immediately full of concern. Mr. D, what's wrong with you? Be careful not to crush Sister Qiao. Defying apologized and saw an opportunity in the corner of his eyes, so he gently stabbed Qiao Jiaojiao's white and tender back of the hand under the cover of his wide robe. The force cannot be too heavy, otherwise it will leave a needle hole, which is easy to be discovered. Qiao Jiaojiao's eyes were wide open, staring at Defying's movements. Her heart was about to jump out. Old Yama, don't let this merit mall fool me. My life is in your hands. Here he comes.
Ah.
This little body is still very clumsy. Qiao Jiaojiao tried desperately to hide, but only moved half of her body. Seeing the black needle tip falling, Qiao Jiaojiao was so scared that she closed her eyes. 1 breath, 2 breaths. It doesn't hurt. Qiao Jiaojiao opened her eyes in surprise and saw Defying suddenly stood up. He hurriedly lifted his sleeves and revealed the white back of his hand. I saw a drop of bright red blood slowly emerging from his tiger's mouth. At this moment, Qiao Jiaojiao opened her mouth in disbelief. Rebound. It really rebounded. He was going to stab me here just now. Old Yama, you have a conscience. I will kowtow to you more later. Defying stared at his bleeding knuckles, a hint of fear slowly emerging in his eyes. The next moment, he looked up at Qiao Jiaojiao on the couch. His eyes seemed to be looking at some monster. No, he must have stabbed the wrong person by mistake. Extremely shocked, Defying also forgot to hide. He suddenly threw himself on the couch, grabbed Qiao Jiaojiao's little hand, and stabbed the needle into her palm. The fourth prince was so frightened when he saw this scene that his eyes were round, and he didn't even react for a while. A quick cry of pain came from Defying's throat. He turned his hand and saw blood gushing out, instantly staining his palm red.
Impossible.
This is impossible. At this moment, everything that happened in front of him was completely beyond Defying's cognition. There are no ghosts and gods in this world. Otherwise, why didn't the gods protect his Yulu, and why didn't Yulu come to him after his death?
Impossible.
Defying seemed to be crazy, raising his hand and stabbing Qiao Jiaojiao again and again. He was convulsing all over, and the more pain he felt, the more afraid he was. Monster. You monster. Qiao Jiaojiao knew that her life was no longer in danger, so she was very calm. She even looked at Heroine Mama Defying with a strange look on her face. Seeing him looking at her with a face full of horror, Qiao Jiaojiao actually tilted her head and grinned at Defying. I have a golden finger. Scare you to death. When Defying saw such a meaningful smile on the face of a 7-month-old baby, his whole body suddenly froze, and at this moment he was so scared that his face turned pale. The fourth prince was stunned for a long time. Seeing Defying stunned, he finally recovered from his fear. Someone come. Someone come quickly. The fourth prince shouted at the top of his voice, and then kicked Defying hard in the heart. Defying was caught off guard and was kicked black in front of his eyes, and he let go of Qiao Jiaojiao's hand. Seeing this, the fourth prince immediately stood in front of Qiao Jiaojiao. His little face was white, but he was extremely determined. Someone come quickly. He shouted 3 times, and when he saw that no one came in, he knew that something was wrong. Sister Qiao's entry into the palace today was all a sudden idea of the Queen Mother. In such a hasty situation, Mr. D was so thorough that he could send away all the prince and the guards. It can be seen that he had planned for a long time. There was such a cancer hidden in the inner court of the palace, and it was his first teacher. Thinking of this, the fourth prince was really terrified. He now had only one thought, that he must not let Sister Qiao get into trouble. Sister Qiao, I'll take you away. The fourth prince turned around suddenly, and he put his hands around Qiao Jiaojiao's armpits, trying to pick up Qiao Jiaojiao like an adult. However, before he could exert his strength, Defying rushed over again with a ferocious face. The blood on his hands had turned black. Defying knew that he was already poisoned and would die. The daughter of the Qiao family was a monster. Since she couldn't be killed, the fourth prince had to be buried with her today anyway. He left his hometown and hid in the Great Yong dynasty for 14 years. After planning for so many years, who would have thought that he would fall on the daughter of the Qiao family? He couldn't return empty-handed, or he wouldn't be able to explain when he saw Yu Lu. The crown prince and the queen loved the fourth prince to their bones, and killing him would make them miserable. Qiao Jiaojiao looked over the fourth prince's shoulder and saw Defying's intention. Oh no, this naive person doesn't have a rebound talisman. Seeing that the fourth prince had already lifted her up, Qiao Jiaojiao rushed forward in a hurry. The fourth prince didn't kneel steadily at all, and was thrown onto the bed by Qiao Jiaojiao. At the same time, the poison needle that was supposed to be pierced into the fourth prince's body was pierced into Qiao Jiaojiao's shoulder. Qiao Jiaojiao didn't feel any pain at all, but Defying screamed in pain. However, this scene frightened the fourth prince so much that his heart and liver trembled. He knew that without Qiao Jiaojiao's pounce, he would be the one to be hit. Sister Qiao, you must not be in any trouble. The fourth prince rolled around with Qiao Jiaojiao in his arms, then turned over and got off the couch, then picked up Qiao Jiaojiao with great effort, and staggered out barefoot. Someone come quickly. Qiao Jiaojiao wanted to tell the fourth prince that he could just throw her on the couch, and Defying couldn't hurt her. Who, I can't breathe. Put me down. The fourth prince was afraid of being caught up by Defying and afraid of Qiao Jiaojiao falling, so he could only wrap his arms around Qiao Jiaojiao tightly. Qiao Jiaojiao felt like she was about to suffocate. The fourth prince heard the messy footsteps of Defying behind him, and his heart became more and more anxious. He hated himself for being too weak and unable to protect Qiao Jiaojiao, and he hated himself for being stupid and not seeing that Defying was wrong. Thinking of the injection that Qiao Jiaojiao took for him, his nose suddenly became sour. Don't run. Don't run. Defying shouted from behind. His voice was weak and he was obviously exhausted. Qiao Jiaojiao saw Defying catching up with her, and her eyes went dark. She was being strangled, and there was no way she could block it for the naive. Seeing the bloody black needle being raised high, a loud and urgent voice suddenly came from the door of the upper study. Stop. The fourth prince looked up suddenly when he heard the voice, and couldn't help crying with joy. Brother! The prince hurried to the imperial study, and Huang Gong, who was beside the emperor, immediately came up to him and bowed and said, Your Highness, the emperor is taking a nap. What are you doing? The prince frowned suddenly. Taking a nap? Didn't my father send someone to summon me? Huang Gong was confused when he heard this. This is not the case. I am waiting outside. The emperor has been in the imperial study all the time, and has never summoned anyone. The prince was slightly startled at first, and then his face suddenly changed, and he whispered, Not good. Huang Gong was frightened by the prince's face, and asked hurriedly, Your Highness, what's wrong with you? The prince turned around and left, his crimson purple skirt fluttering, and his crimson purple skirt fluttering, and he didn't even care about his manners. Huang Gong saw that something big had happened. He didn't dare to be careless at the moment, and immediately turned around and pushed open the door of the imperial study. When the prince hurried to the upper study, what he saw was such a shocking scene. The fourth prince was seen staggering and running away with Qiao Jiao in his arms, and behind them, the originally elegant and dignified Defying now had a hideous face, holding a blood needle like a ghost demanding his life. The prince's heartstrings trembled suddenly, and in a hurry, he only had time to pull off a piece of purple jade hanging from his waist and shoot it out as a hidden weapon.
Ah!
The purple jade hit Defying's forehead squarely, and he screamed in pain. At this moment, the skull seemed to be broken, and the pain was unbearable. He covered his forehead and screamed wildly, and the black blood on his palm rubbed on his face, which was even more terrifying. Xiao Jiao saw it very clearly. The purple jade came with great momentum and excellent accuracy. It was obvious that the person who shot the hidden weapon was a master. Was it the prince who did it? Does the prince know martial arts? Xiao Jiao was shocked. No way, the original book didn't mention it. And if the prince really had such martial arts, how could he die suddenly without knowing why? Xiao Jiao was muttering in her heart, and a pair of strong hands suddenly picked her up. Don't be afraid, Xiao Si. Is Jiao okay? The prince's voice sounded gentle but with fear. Brother, look at my sister. She was stabbed in the shoulder by Mr. D. The needle is black and must be poisonous. That needle should have stabbed me, but my sister blocked it for me. Oh, what should I do? Brother, I'm so afraid that something will happen to my sister. Xiao Jiao glanced at the silly white sweet on the ground. He was holding the prince's sleeve tightly and crying. Xiao Jiao looked back again, and there was no one else in the study room at this time. So, the purple jade just now was really sent by the prince. It turns out that the prince's martial arts are so powerful. Xiao Jiao discovered a secret that was not written in the original book, and she couldn't help but feel excited and uneasy. That author didn't open the god's perspective completely, and the pit of the prince's sudden death was not filled until the end. Now it seems that I can only rely on myself to slowly dig it out. Defying was rolling on the ground with his head covered. When he heard the fourth prince's words, he suddenly screamed, "Monster! The daughter of the Qiao family is a monster." When the prince heard that it was a poison needle, he couldn't help but feel dizzy. If anything happened to Qiao Jiao in the palace, he would be to blame. Thinking of this, he didn't care about anything else and pulled open Qiao Jiao's collar. The clothes were pulled down to the shoulders. The prince lowered his eyes and saw that the baby's skin was very smooth, with fluffy fetal hair, rosy and soft. There was no wound at all. Could it be that the fourth prince remembered it wrong in a panic, and it was actually the other shoulder that was injured? The prince was about to check again, and the fourth prince had already whispered, "Great. Sister is really fine." He remembered clearly that Defying's stab just now landed on Qiao Jiao's right shoulder, and he used a lot of strength. Even if the murder weapon was a needle, it would leave a wound, not to mention the delicate skin of Sister Qiao. At this moment, the fourth prince couldn't help but think of the incredible scene on the couch just now. It seemed that no matter where Mr. D stabbed Sister Qiao had no reaction, but Mr. D would have corresponding wounds on his body. No wonder Mr. D called Sister Qiao a monster. Xiao Jiao saw that silly Beitian was suddenly stunned and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Just now, in order to save his life, he didn't care too much, and the effect of the rebound talisman was seen by silly Beitian. This kid is smart, I guess he has reacted. If he tells the prince or others, I won't really be burned as a monster, right? Little fourth, are you sure Jiao was stabbed by the poison needle? The prince checked Qiao Jiao's shoulder and found nothing unusual, but he was still unsure. The fourth prince lowered his eyes slightly, and a trace of contemplation flashed in his watery eyes. Finally, he looked up and said innocently, "Brother, the situation just now is too critical. Maybe I really saw it wrong. I hope my sister is okay. Xiao Jiao Jiao was shocked when she heard it. Is he really scared, or is he covering for me? He is only 4 years old, a little brat, but he knows so many twists and turns. Xiao Jiao Jiao's eyes were full of surprise. Could children in ancient times be so precocious? The fourth prince slowly lowered his head, tugged at his sleeves with guilt, and confessed in his heart, I'm sorry, brother. You taught me to be honest as a child, but I lied to you. Sister Qiao is very special. She must be a fairy from heaven, so Mr. D can't hurt her. I'm not afraid of Sister Qiao. She just saved me, but if I tell others, they will treat Sister Qiao as a monster like Mr. D. Monsters must be burned and beaten to death. I can't let Sister Qiao fall into that situation. Thinking of this, a firm look appeared on the fourth prince's tender face. Sister Qiao protected me, and I also want to protect Sister Qiao. At this time, a large group of people came outside the door, led by Ina Chuang. Your Highness. Your Highness. Are you okay? Oh, where are all the guards in the study room? Ina Chuang hurried into the study room and was shocked to see Defying lying on the ground with a ferocious look.
This,
Isn't this Mr. D? Your Highness, what's going on? The prince's face was gloomy. He pulled Xiao Jiao Jiao's clothes tight again and said in a cold voice, Defying secretly hid the murder weapon and assassinated the fourth prince in the palace. His crime is unforgivable. Take him down. I will personally interrogate him. Hiss, as soon as the words of assassinating the fourth prince came out, Ina Chuang and the guards behind him took a breath of cold air. This is a serious crime that will kill 9 generations of the family. Quick. Take him down. Ina Chuang gave an order, and 4 imperial guards came in and carried up the crazy Defying. Defying struggled violently and kept shouting, Monster. The daughter of the Qiao family is a monster. The prince's face became more and more cold. Shut his mouth for me. Tell Master Qiao and Qiao Dalong to come to the palace. Miss Qiao was frightened in the palace. I must give them an explanation. The news reached Equine Palace. The queen was furious, but when she came to her senses, she felt cold sweat all over her body. Defying was Xiao Xi's first teacher. If he hadn't revealed his true colors today, Xiao Xi could have died at his hands at any time. When Madame Qiao heard that Xiao Jiao Jiao was in danger, she stood up suddenly, and at this moment, she felt dizzy. Just at this moment, the prince, holding Xiao Jiao Jiao in his arms, followed by the fourth prince, hurried into Equine Palace. The moment she saw Xiao Jiao Jiao, Madame Qiao didn't care about losing manners and immediately walked over to her. Jiao Jiao. After Xiao Jiao Jiao was in danger, she saw Madame Qiao again, and her nose was sore, and she immediately reached out to Madame Qiao. Madame Qiao was trembling with fear, and she held Xiao Jiao Jiao in her arms and looked up and down countless times.
Mom, I've fine.
Really? I have a golden finger. That merit mall not only saved me, but also saved the life of Silly by Tian. And they also pulled out that Defying. When Madame Qiao heard Xiao Jiao Jiao's voice, her whole heartstrings suddenly relaxed, and at this moment, she felt her hands and feet go limp. Madame Qiao, Jiao Jiao's danger was caused by my inconsiderateness. Please, Your Highness, you must not say such things to me. This is a long-planned plan by the thieves and has nothing to do with you. Madame Qiao was actually resentful. She blamed the prince for taking Jiao Jiao out and not sending Jiao Jiao back to Equine Palace in time when he left halfway. But Madame Qiao also knew in her heart that the prince was also calculated. Her husband and Dalong often said in front of her that the prince was a virtuous crown prince and a blessing for Daong. Now that Jiao Jiao is safe, Madame Qiao will definitely not make things difficult for the prince. Seeing that Madame Qiao was so reasonable, the prince couldn't help but feel more guilty. Thank you for your understanding, Madame Qiao. I have summoned Master Qiao and Dalong to the palace. Madame Qiao will rest at my mother's place first. I will definitely give an explanation to the Qiao family about this matter. After the prince finished speaking, he strode away. The fourth prince snuggled up to the queen, his eyes fixed on the cute and adorable Xiao Jiao Jiao, and he secretly affirmed his previous actions. The queen comforted the fourth prince while comforting Madame Xiao, and she also chanted Amitabha in her heart. About half an hour later, Enoch Huang came to Ikuan Palace in person, saying that the emperor summoned the fourth prince and Madame Xiao. When Xiao Jiao heard that she was going to see the emperor, she couldn't help but feel curious and nervous. When they arrived at the door of the imperial study, Enoch Huang went in to report, and then Xiao Jiao and the others were summoned in. Xiao Jiao's eyes widened, first seeing the golden splendor, and then her eyes fell on the emperor wearing a dragon robe behind the case. From the looks of the princes, it can be seen that their father is definitely handsome. Now, after a closer look, the emperor was indeed handsome and extraordinary, and the prince looked 60% like him. Perhaps because he had been in power for many years, the emperor's eyebrows were much colder than the prince's, and under his noble and graceful demeanor, he always felt that he was unkind. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao restrained herself a lot. This emperor is also a dog. You have to be careful in front of him. When Mrs. Qiao heard this, her whole body trembled violently, and she almost sprained her ankle in front of Emperor Yong. Xiao Jiao looked around, and when she saw Qiao Zhonghua and Xiao Tianjing, her eyes suddenly lit up.
Dad.
Big brother. Woo. It's only been a short time since we last met, but I miss you so much. Xiao Zhonghua and Xiao Tianjing stared at Xiao Jiao without blinking from the moment she entered the door. Although the prince said that he had consulted the imperial physician and Jiao was safe and sound, they could not rest assured until they saw Jiao in person. At this time, they heard Xiao Jiao's lively voice, and they quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Emperor Yong saw this scene and also cast his eyes on Xiao Jiao. Zhonghua, is this your precious child? Xiao Zhonghua immediately stepped forward and replied respectfully, Your Majesty, it is my little daughter Jiao. Bring her here for me to see. Emperor Yong seemed to be in high spirits. Xiao Zhonghua took Xiao Jiao from Madame Qiao's arms and took a gentle and comforting look at her. Madame Qiao saw her husband, and her originally uneasy heart instantly found a place to rest. She nodded to Xiao Zhonghua calmly. Xiao Zhonghua carried Xiao Jiao to the dragon case, and Emperor Yong stood up himself. Xiao Jiao thought that Emperor Yong was going to hug her, and she was so scared that she immediately shouted in her heart, Don't touch me. Emperor, don't touch me. Xiao Zhonghua's fingers trembled slightly, and he was so cunning that he didn't show any abnormality. The most ruthless is the imperial family, and it is the Emperor Yong in front of him. He actually has feelings, but all his feelings are for Princess Yulu.
Can you imagine?
Princess Yulu has been dead for 13 years, but the dog emperor still loves her to the bone. Moreover, he loves the whole family and has high hopes for the second prince. Xiao Zhonghua's heart jumped when he heard this. What does it mean to have high hopes? The emperor has high hopes for a prince, isn't that? To inherit the throne. But isn't there already a crown prince? Xiao Zhonghua's thoughts came to this point, and he suddenly remembered that the crown prince died suddenly 4 years later, and his back was instantly cold. Don't think that the dog emperor now values the crown prince and neglects the second prince. In fact, he is protecting the second prince in disguise. Later, the crown prince died suddenly, and the court was in chaos. It was clear that concubine Xiao had given birth to a son for the crown prince, but the dog emperor still pushed the second prince to the position of crown prince against all odds. But the second prince hated the dog emperor to the bone because of the death of Princess Yulu. The two of them killed each other, and the second prince became the final winner. The dog emperor was dying on the bed. When he was dying, he confessed his feelings. The second prince realized that the dog emperor had been trying hard all these years and just whitewashed himself at the last moment. Looking at it now, what a... The more Xiao Jiao thought about it, the angrier she got. The dog emperor can love Princess Yulu, but at least he should take the queen and his 2 sons into consideration. The fourth prince drowned on Duanwu, but he didn't feel sad at all. He turned around and opened a back door for the second prince to facilitate him to stuff people into the palace. The queen was depressed, but he didn't care. She talked to the portrait of Princess Yu Lu all day long. After the prince died suddenly, the queen went completely crazy. Wait, now I doubt whether the prince's sudden death was the emperor's handiwork. But even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. You can't be so cruel, right? Xiao Jiaojiao's thoughts had gone far away. Xiao Zhonghua and the others were terrified when they heard it, and they were terrified by the end. So, when the second prince plotted to make the entire Qiao family die, did His Majesty turn a blind eye? Or, in order to clear the way for the second prince, it is even possible that His Majesty personally eliminated their family. Thinking of this, veins popped up on the back of Qiao Zhonggua's hands, and even his breathing became heavier. Qiao Jiaojiao suddenly made an innocent cry, pulling Qiao Zhonghua out of the whirlpool of thoughts. It turned out that Emperor Yong was teasing Qiao Jiaojiao and stuffed a piece of topaz into her hand. Zhonghua, your daughter is really smart. Emperor Yong smiled and praised, and then said in a loud voice, "Bring Di Ziying up." Xiao Zhonghua immediately hugged Qiao Jiaojiao and stepped aside. The fourth prince stood beside the crown prince. Hearing this, he couldn't help but clutch the crown prince's sleeve. The crown prince saw the fourth prince's nervousness, quietly wrapped his little palm, and smiled at him gently. Seeing this, the fourth prince immediately straightened his back. He was not afraid, because he had the crown prince brother to protect him. Moreover, he had to protect Sister Qiao. The clanking sound of iron chains rang out. Xiao Jiaojiao looked up and saw Di Ziying walking in with a numb expression. The blood on his face had not been washed off, and he was so embarrassed that his original appearance could not be seen clearly. Xiao Jiaojiao still couldn't help muttering,
Di Ziying is a pure northerner.
"If you wash his face thoroughly, the difference in appearance should still be visible." He has been lurking in the Daong dynasty for so long, and he finally entered the palace, but he hasn't seen the second prince yet, right? If I hadn't suddenly appeared today, Di Ziying would probably be able to endure it.
Kneel down.
The guard whispered beside him.
Di Ziying's neared.
He knew that he was doomed to die, so he no longer concealed his hatred for Emperor Yong. Dog Emperor. Shut up. The prince saw Di Ziying's rude words and immediately stopped him. Emperor Yong waved his hand, his face unexpectedly calm. Di Ziying, I ordered people to check your background. There is no problem. Why do you want to assassinate the fourth prince? Di Ziying continued to sneer. He ignored Emperor Yong and looked around. Suddenly, his eyes fell on Xiao Zhonghua, who was standing aside. Xiao Zhonghua. When Xiao Zhonghua fought to the capital of the Northern Kingdom, he stood beside Yu Lu and looked at him from afar. He was really majestic and upright. If it weren't for Xiao Zhonghua, why would Yu Lu come to the Yong dynasty to marry and become the plaything of the dog emperor? Thinking of this, Di Ziying's face burst into strong hatred. His eyes slowly fell on Xiao Jiaojiao in Xiao Zhonggua's arms, and he suddenly shouted, "Monster! The daughter of the Qiao family is a monster. She can't be hurt. I stabbed her with a poison needle, but ended up hurting myself. She is intact. She is a monster." What monster? That's the rebound talisman I got in exchange for my merits. It's specially designed to counter cruel people like you. Xiao Jiaojiao knew that Di Ziying would definitely not let her go. When Emperor Yong heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly. Nonsense.
Di Ziying looked excited.
He had already lost everything. At least let him take away an enemy, so that he would have the face to see Yu Lu. I'm not talking nonsense. The fourth prince also saw it with his own eyes. He stretched out his hand stained with black blood, trying to show the wound on it. I stabbed the daughter of the Qiao family with all these wounds. But the wounds all appeared on my body. You dog emperor, the Qiao family has a girl who is invulnerable to swords and guns. Aren't you afraid? Emperor Yong looked gloomy when he heard this, and he didn't even reprimand Di Ziying for his absurd words immediately. Seeing this, Xiao Zhonghua slowly frowned. What does the emperor mean by this? Is he going to doubt their Jiaojiao because of a mere person with ulterior motives? Xiao Jiaojiao also cursed inwardly. This dog emperor is so suspicious. Seeing that Emperor Yong didn't say anything, Defying became more aggressive in an instant. You dog emperor, if you don't believe it, take the needle now and try it, and you will know. The daughter of the Qiao family has tricks. How dare you keep such a person? Xiao Zhengguo was furious when he heard this. Xiao Jiaojiao was not afraid when she heard this. The effect of the rebound talisman can only last for a quarter of an hour, and the time has passed. Even though Xiao Zhengguo knew that Xiao Jiaojiao was confident, he still couldn't bear to let her suffer even the slightest harm. He sent Xiao Jiaojiao to Qiao Tianjing's arms, then knelt down in front of Emperor Yong and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, this Defying is of unknown identity and has ill intentions." Such heart-piercing words clearly want to put my daughter to death. My daughter is young and has just learned to speak. How innocent she is. I think about it, and I'm afraid that Defying is targeting me. I have been conscientious and honest in the court, and I have always been on good terms with others. The only people in the world who hate me like this can only be the villains from the north. As soon as Xiao Zhengguo said this, Defying's face was instantly flustered. When Xiao Jiaojiao heard this, her admiration for her father instantly reached its peak.
Dad.
How can you be so smart? You got it right. This Defying is from the north. Xiao Zhengguo lowered his head and continued, "Your Majesty, can you please clean Defying's face and see his true face?"
Ah.
You hit the nail on the head again. My father is both wise and brave, and invincible in the world. Emperor Yong's eyes flickered slightly, and then he nodded. "Huang Pei, clean his face." "Yes." Enoch Huang hurriedly got ready, asked the young Enoch to bring a basin of water, and said to the imperial guards, "Hold him down." A total of 5 people went up and pressed Defying hard to the ground. Enoch Huang dipped a towel in water and wiped Defying's face carefully. Defying reacted violently and kept yelling, "Get out!
Get out!"
After Enoch Huang finished wiping, he signaled the imperial guards to let go. Defying stood up suddenly, and his appearance was clearly displayed in front of everyone. Slightly sunken eye sockets, narrow eyes, especially the high nose bridge and thin lips. He really looks exactly like a typical northerner. He is really a northern thief. Xiao Zhengguo said in a low voice, "Tell me, who are you, and what do you want to do by sneaking into the palace?" Defying was very angry. He had already highly regarded Xiao Zhengguo, but he didn't expect that he still underestimated him. "Xiao Zhengguo, don't think that exposing me can cover up the fact that your daughter is a monster." He is very good at grasping the key points. He is determined to drag Xiao Jiaojiao into the water. Just when the situation was deadlocked, a childish voice suddenly rang out. That's not the case. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw the 4th prince standing up with a pale face. Replying to the emperor, "I have something to say." Emperor Yong raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't care about this little son. When he was 4 years old, he rarely asked about his affairs. The only person he arranged for him was Defying, the Enlightenment teacher. Oh, he remembered that every afternoon someone would hand in Xiao Xi's homework. But he never took a look at it and disposed of it with waste paper. In his impression, the youngest son was raised too delicate by the queen, and he always spoke softly, which was very unpleasant. Now that the 4th prince would take the initiative to speak, it surprised Emperor Yong. "Well, tell me." The 4th prince, like all sons in the world, has a special admiration and worship for his father. But he knew very well that his father didn't like him at all, so he was always cautious in front of his father. This time, his father personally found a teacher to open his heart for him. He was so happy that he practiced calligraphy every day until his wrists were swollen and painful before he would rest. I don't know if his father has seen his handwriting. His mother praised him, saying that the prince brother could only write like him when he was 6 years old. His thoughts gradually drifted away and were quickly pulled back by the 4th prince. He was determined. Sister Qiao still had to rely on him to protect her today. "Your Majesty," after the crown prince was led away by Defying, he entered the inner room and wanted to assassinate me. As a result, he accidentally fell on the couch, and the poison needle pierced his own palm. I don't know what kind of poison was soaked in the needle. Defying suddenly went crazy and stabbed himself randomly. I was very scared at the time, and I was worried that Sister Qiao, Miss Qiao, would be hurt, so I hugged her and rolled off the bed. At this time, Defying reacted and began to chase us relentlessly. Fortunately, the Crown Prince arrived in time, and my son and Miss Qiao were safe and sound. Father, this is the whole picture of the assassination in the upper study today. Please eradicate the thief and keep the palace peaceful. As soon as the fourth prince finished speaking, Defying widened his eyes in disbelief. He taught the fourth prince for more than a month and knew that he was very talented and far beyond ordinary people, but he never thought that he could tell such a lie. Nonsense, you 4-year-old kid are telling lies all the time. Who taught you to say that? The Crown Prince or Qiao Zhonghua? Xiao Jiaojiao didn't expect that the fourth prince would actually help her like this. What shocked Xiao Jiaojiao the most was that she had been with the fourth prince from the beginning of the assassination to now. No one taught him these words, he just thought them up. Oh my god, I can't call you a naive person anymore. You are so smart. When I was 4 years old, I was still talking nonsense, but you can already argue with northerners. You are awesome. Xiao Zhonghua heard that the fourth prince was actually helping Jiao Jiao lie. The facts are in front of me. I saw it with my own eyes. No one taught me, and I don't need anyone to teach me. The fourth prince looked very firm, and his words sounded particularly credible. When Defying heard this, his expression suddenly became ferocious. The son of the Dog Emperor is really not a good thing. I should have gotten rid of you earlier, instead of waiting until the Dragon Boat Festival. The needle was supposed to be stuck in your body, but it was taken by that monster from the Qiao family. When the prince heard this, his face changed instantly. So, Defying originally planned to attack Xiao Si on the Dragon Boat Festival? That day was Xiao Si's birthday. Defying was simply trying to kill him and his mother. He deserves death. Xiao Jiaojiao was suddenly stunned when she heard this. Wait, if I hadn't shown up today, Defying would have used a poison needle to deal with the fourth prince on the Dragon Boat Festival, but the fourth prince clearly drowned. I thought that if Defying was caught today, the fourth prince's death trap on the Dragon Boat Festival would naturally be broken. Now it seems that there is someone else who killed the fourth prince? Someone got ahead of Defying and got rid of the fourth prince first? Thinking of this, Xiao Jiaojiao couldn't help but feel a chill. She suddenly felt that the palace was really full of evil spirits and traps. Xiao Tianjing and the others felt their scalps tingling when they heard this guess. If the real murderer is not found, the young fourth prince will be defenseless in the palace and is doomed to die young. Father, this thief has been lurking in our great Yong dynasty for more than 10 years. He can endure what ordinary people can't endure. Today, he uses palace people and leads away guards so skillfully. It can be seen that he has a big plan. Please hand this thief over to your son, and your son will investigate it thoroughly. The prince can't tolerate anyone hurting the fourth prince. This Defying was found by the father. Even if the father doesn't know people well, he can't say a word. But he must remove all the tumors hidden in the palace and protect the little fourth prince to grow up safely. The young emperor's expression moved slightly, but he didn't agree immediately. Seeing this, Xiao Jiaojiao couldn't help but curse. How could this dog emperor agree? He was afraid that the prince would find out the minions of the second prince in the palace. Sure enough, just as Xiao Jiaojiao finished speaking, Emperor Yong had already spoken majestically. This matter is of great importance. I will come to investigate it myself. The prince couldn't help but clench his hands when he heard this, and finally bowed and replied, Yes. Xiao Jiaojiao sighed secretly when she saw this. The prince must be very uncomfortable. Before Princess Yu Lu entered the palace, the relationship between the emperor and the queen was also acceptable, and the prince, as the eldest son, was also loved by the emperor for a period of time. The prince is so smart. He wouldn't be unaware of this treatment gap, right? Is he really not on guard against the second prince at all? No, if you think about it anymore, you have to grow a brain. Xiao Jiaojiao scratched her head. This trip to the palace was very tiring, and she didn't want to come again. Emperor Yong ordered people to take Defying away and comforted Xiao Zhenhua a few words to the effect that Defying was talking nonsense and my dear minister didn't need to care. I will always be on my side. Xiao Jiao snorted in her heart. You dog emperor, talk nonsense. It's time to call Princess Yulu's portrait Qing again. Xiao family almost broke down in front of the emperor. Genre, see Princess Xiao off. Emperor Yong said to the prince. The prince nodded respectfully. Even if his father didn't say it, he would still see her off. It was originally agreed that he would give an explanation to Lord Xiao, but now the matter has been handed over to his father, and everything depends on his father. The fourth prince followed the prince out of the door, and he looked back at Emperor Yong with some attachment. But Emperor Yong had already turned around and was staring at the empty wall in a daze. Xiao Jiao knew that the portrait of Princess Yulu was behind the secret compartment on that wall. Seeing this, the fourth prince couldn't help but feel sad and slowly retracted his gaze. At this moment, his eyes inadvertently touched a wastebasket in the corner. The basket was already full, and occasionally 1 or 2 pieces of paper fell out, with the handwriting on them looking so immature and green. The fourth prince's eyes suddenly became sore at the scene. Before sending the homework to his father for review, he carefully arranged the order. Now a pile of papers were scattered there, and it seemed that even the order had not changed. Little 4? The crown prince saw the fourth prince suddenly stop and turn back in confusion. The fourth prince blinked and suppressed the moisture in his eyes. He should never have expected anything. He had his mother and brother, which was enough. Brother, I want a hug too. The fourth prince chased after him and pinched the crown prince's sleeve like a spoiled child. Hearing this, the crown prince thought that the fourth prince was tired of standing, so he bent down and hugged him in his arms lovingly. Are you going back to see the mother first? The fourth prince shook his head. I want to send Sister Qiao off with my brother. Okay, let's go together. Don't worry, Xiao Si, you did a great job today. The fourth prince raised his head abruptly when he heard this, and saw the crown prince looking at him tenderly, as if he knew everything. The fourth prince's heart skipped a beat. His brother knew he was lying. Did his brother also see that Sister Qiao was unusual? The fourth prince was about to explain that he was not a bad boy who lied, but Qiao Tianjing came over with Qiao Jiao in his arms. The fourth prince shut up immediately. Qiao Tianjing's expression was slightly solemn, and he lowered his voice and said, Your Highness, I have something important to report. The prince saw Qiao Tianjing's serious expression, and immediately he was worried. He pressed his right hand quietly, and Qiao Tianjing nodded in understanding, and then turned to talk about trivial matters. The two walked a long way, and Enoch Huang watched them respectfully at the door. When he saw that they were out of sight, he turned back to the imperial study. Seeing that His Majesty was looking at Princess Yulu's portrait again, Enoch Huang couldn't help but sigh. Your Majesty, they are all gone.
Yeah.
Emperor Yong sat in his seat and nodded indifferently. Seeing this, Enoch Huang wanted to say something, but stopped. He just saw that the fourth prince seemed to notice the wastebasket in the corner. It was the calligraphy practice post sent yesterday afternoon, and it looked like he had put a lot of effort into it. In fact, sometimes, even Enoch Huang, who knew Emperor Yong best, couldn't figure out why Emperor Yong was so obsessed with Princess Yulu. She was indeed a rare beauty in the world, with a beautiful body and bones, like a goddess. But she was very cold to His Majesty, and it seemed that her heart was not here. But the emperor was so devoted to her that he lost his soul. More than 10 years have passed, but he still can't let it go. He even became indifferent to the queen, the crown prince, and the fourth prince. What is the second prince busy with recently? Emperor Yong's voice sounded faintly. Enoch Huang thought too much and was startled by the low voice. Fortunately, Emperor Yong's mind was all on the portrait, and he didn't notice his impoliteness. Your Majesty, the second prince seems to be more and more quiet after the Lantern Festival. He has met Mr. Sheng from the Duke of Qing's mansion these days. Emperor Yong finally turned his head slightly. Sheng Mingcheng? He is just a dandy boy. The second prince should not look down on him. Enoch Huang immediately flattered. Yes, I think the second prince has high standards, so Sheng Mingcheng is naturally not in his eyes. Emperor Yong snorted lightly and said, "Is there anything interesting in the capital recently?"
Tell Lu about it.
Enoch Huang was already used to it. His Majesty often treated the portrait of Empress Yulu as a living person. Worried that the Empress was bored, he always asked him to find out some interesting things. Enoch Huang searched his mind, and his eyes lit up immediately. "Your Majesty, Empress, there is indeed an interesting thing. This year's Beijing Poetry Festival has a talented woman, the 10-year-old daughter of Minister Meng, named Meng Guxiua." Emperor Yong raised his eyebrows slightly. "Oh, a talented woman? What poem can you recite?" Enoch Huang immediately recited the poem written by Meng Guxiua with great emotion. Emperor Yong savored it carefully and nodded. "It is much better than those sour and rotten poems, but where did the Huns and Whiting River come from?" Enoch Huang hurriedly repeated what happened at the poetry festival. Hearing that the prince had made a conclusion, Emperor Yong no longer cared. "The daughter of Minister Meng is really talented in poetry. Please grant her a favor and let her come to the Dragon Boat Festival banquet." Officials of different ranks had a fixed number of people who could attend the palace banquet. Ministers were of the 4th rank and could only bring one female relative, usually his wife. Enoch Huang hurriedly replied yes and took note of it. Emperor Yong was silent for a while, then asked, "Has the first-class essay of the spring examination been submitted?" Enoch Huang immediately took out a few papers from the table and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, they were submitted early in the morning and are here." Emperor Yong lowered his eyes and glanced at them, then said lightly, "Let the Crown Prince come and take a look tomorrow morning." It was reasonable for the Crown Prince to read the first-class essay, and Enoch Huang hurriedly bowed and replied yes. But Emperor Yong quickly added, "Make a copy and send it to the second son." Enoch Huang's face was a little surprised, which was a bit beyond the rules, but he dared not say anything and just obeyed the order. After arranging all these, Emperor Yong waved his hand. "Go out. No one is allowed to come in without my order." Enoch Huang knew that His Majesty was going to be alone with Princess Yulio again. Before he left, he specifically asked, "Your Majesty, how should Defying be dealt with today?" Emperor Yong waved his hand impatiently. "Investigate, remove all the spies that should be removed, and then check his true identity." Enoch Huang replied yes, bowed, and slowly retreated. Just as he was about to close the palace door, Emperor Yong's deep voice suddenly came over. "Huang Pei, don't move anyone who shouldn't be moved, and don't let the prince interfere." Huang Pei's shoulders trembled slightly when he heard this, and he nodded respectfully. The moment the palace door closed, Enoch Huang slowly let out a sigh of relief. He naturally knew who those people who shouldn't be moved His Majesty was talking about were. They were the spies that His Majesty had allowed the second prince to plant in various palaces over the years. Now everyone admires the reputation of the Crown Prince's virtue, but the Emperor dotes on and favors the second prince so much. What should I do in the future? Enoch Huang had a hint of fear on his face, but he quickly hid it. Only by pretending to be deaf and dumb can you live longer beside the Emperor. When the Crown Prince saw that Xiao Tianjing had something important to do, he took a detour to send the 4th prince back first. Before leaving, the 4th prince looked at Xiao Jiaojiao reluctantly. "Will I not see Sister Qiao for a long time again?" the 4th prince said aggrievedly. Xiao Jiaojiao was very grateful to the 4th prince for covering up the rebound talisman for her, and it was rare that he did not say bad things about the 4th prince. "You kid, live well, there will be many opportunities to meet in the future." When Xiao Tianjing heard this, he thought of Xiao Jiaojiao's previous speculation and said with a serious face, "Your Highness, the 4th prince is young, so he should be protected more." The prince nodded solemnly. "Delang is right, I know what's going on." The 4th prince pulled Xiao Jiaojiao's soft little hand. He suddenly laughed and said, "Last time, the prince said that I can only hug my sister on my birthday on the Dragon Boat Festival. I tried it today, and it was really hard. I have to eat well and grow taller, and then I can hug my sister Qiao as easily as Delang of the Qiao family." His words were full of childish innocence, which took away some of the haze on the faces of the prince and Xiao Tianjing. Xiao Jiaojiao glanced at him sideways. Fool, you will grow up, and I will grow up too, and you still won't be able to hold me by then. The fourth prince said goodbye to Qiao Jiao Jiao. Seriously, Sister Qiao, let's meet at the Dragon Boat Festival Palace banquet. Qiao Jiao Jiao called him twice, which was regarded as an agreement. I know, he is really a chatterbox. The prince personally sent the fourth prince back, and then led Qiao Dalong out. The palace road was extremely empty, and there were no ears or eyes on either side. Seeing this, Qiao Tianjing lowered his voice and said, Your Highness, I have an important matter to report. The prince looked solemn. Dalong, tell me. Qiao Tianjing said carefully according to the words he had discussed with his father at home. Your Highness, do you remember the student from Zhuozhou who went on stage to write couplets on the night of the Lantern Festival? The prince pondered for a moment, then nodded. I remember his last name is Tan. Qiao Tianjing's eyes lit up. It was great that the prince remembered it. My second brother and I happened to meet him by chance, and he was verbally humiliated by Mr. Sheng from the Duke of Qing's mansion. My second brother stood up for him, so he became friends with Tan Hanqi. Last night, Tan Hanqi was chased to the back alley of the inn, but he escaped by luck and was rescued by my second brother and brought back to the mansion. Your Highness, after making friends with him, I found that he is not only talented in writing, but also has a good mind. Now he is being chased in the capital for no reason, and he is not on the list. These words were extremely obscure, but the prince frowned suddenly and instantly understood Qiao Tianjing's implication. But even the prince didn't dare to believe that there was something wrong with the spring examination. Is it possible that Tan Hanqi didn't perform well? Qiao Tianjing shook his head and pointed to his sleeves secretly. Your Highness, my father asked Tan Hanqi to recite the essay written in the spring examination. I have read it, and it is even better than what I wrote in the spring examination. Hearing Qiao Tianjing's firm words, the prince's heart suddenly skipped a beat. You know, Qiao Tianjing was a top-ranked candidate in the past and was the third place selected by my father in the palace. The prince looked solemn. Big Lang, bring Jiao Jiao to me. Qiao Tianjing understood, and while sending Qiao Jiao Jiao over, he also pressed Tan Hanqi's essay in his sleeve under Qiao Jiao Jiao's ace. Qiao Jiao Jiao. I am a tool man, it's confirmed. But I am honored. You can play as you please. I will play a trick for you. The prince calmly put the essay away and weighed Qiao Jiao Jiao with a smile. The palace gate is in front, and it would be a bit exaggerated to send her again. Qiao Tianjing took Qiao Jiao Jiao back and said sincerely and respectfully, Thank you for your trust, Your Highness. In fact, the Qiao family took a big risk in doing this. After all, the spring examination was a matter of great importance. If the Qiao family suddenly intervened, the suspicious Emperor Yong would definitely doubt the Qiao family's intentions. The prince smiled and was cheerful and upright. Darling, the word Qiao family is synonymous with loyalty and righteousness in this palace. The prince's words were the greatest trust. Qiao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but shine when she heard it.
Look.
What a good prince.
Protect him.
Let the prince sit on the throne no matter what. Qiao Tianjing bowed slightly, grateful in his heart. For a minister, the greatest fortune is to have a wise monarch. In this way, my father and I will wait for the prince's voice. After returning to the Qiao mansion, Qiao Jiao Jiao was stripped by Mrs. Qiao. After looking up and down 800 times, she didn't see any pinholes. The whole family was completely relieved. Qiao Jiao Jiao was gazing with joy, talking about how magical the Merit Mall was and how she had heroically saved the fourth prince. Although none of her family members could understand, it did not stop her from showing off. The Qiao family looked at each other. They were obviously shocked, but they had to pretend that they did not understand. The whole family tried their best to manage their expressions. In the afternoon, an imperial decree issued from the palace shocked the Beijing circle a little. It is said that the emperor personally opened the golden mouth and allowed Miss Meng Guxue of the Meng family to attend the Dragon Boat Festival Palace banquet. Meng Mansion. After receiving the imperial decree, Minister Meng was still a little confused. Meng Guxue fell seriously ill after returning from the East Suburb poetry meeting, and her small face, which was as big as a palm, became thinner and thinner. Madame Meng was angry that her daughter sent the maid away, and was so stupid that she was calculated by the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Qing's mansion, so she detained her in the house, and has never stepped out of the door until now. But what surprised Madame Meng was that after this serious illness, her daughter seemed to have become a different person. His temper calmed down, he stopped making noises, and when he felt better, he sat up to practice calligraphy, and he looked quite good at it. At this moment, the imperial edict was passed to the Meng mansion, and Mrs. Meng went to Meng Gushua's boudoir happily. When Meng Gushua learned that the emperor personally named her to attend the Dragon Boat Festival Palace banquet, the word "buy" under her hand suddenly shook. The opportunity has finally come. Meng Gushua slowly exhaled and crumpled the paper under her hand into a ball. After this serious illness, she had a very real dream. In the dream, she was smooth sailing, and she was in love with the second prince Xin Yuanbai. They joined forces to defeat the prince, destroyed the Qiao family, trampled all the dregs under their feet, and finally reached the top of the world. Meng Gushua knew that she must be the destined girl of this world. But for some reason, there was a deviation between reality and dreams in the Qiao mansion. Originally, she should have fallen in love with the second prince at first sight in the Qiao mansion. But it doesn't matter. What is hers will never run away, and the Dragon Boat Festival Palace banquet is the best opportunity for her to capture the second prince. Mother, I know, I still need to practice calligraphy. You can go out. Meng Gushua said lightly, with a confident look on her face. Mrs. Meng looked at her daughter strangely, and when she saw that she had picked up the pen to write, she walked out of the door lightly. After hearing the door close, Meng Gushua suddenly raised her head and revealed a pair of ambitious eyes. And under her hands, the snow-white rice paper was densely written with 3 repeated words Xin Yuanbai. Knock, knock, knock. The careful knock on the door sounded outside the door. Miss, it's my servant Xiaodao. I bought the things you wanted for you. Meng Gushua's eyes suddenly lit up when she heard the words, put down the pen, stood up and opened the door. Xiaodao handed 2 packages to Meng Gushua. Miss, these are the shells and what as you requested. Xiaodao had no idea what her young lady wanted these 2 things for. Meng Gushua opened the package and took a look, her eyes sparkling. She majored in chemistry in college, and in her dreams, she had relied on modern knowledge to help the second prince get rich and gained his recognition and dependence. She almost overlooked such a heaven-defying advantage and golden finger. Now that she has been reminded by the dream, she must make the soap as soon as possible to make the second prince look at her with new eyes. Just wait, the Dragon Boat Festival Palace banquet is her, Meng Gushua's comeback. On the other side, at the mansion of the Duke of Qing. Waste. Haven't you found it yet? Sheng Mingcheng was furious at his men. Seeing that it was almost dark, more than a dozen people were dispatched, but they couldn't even find a weak scholar. Could Tan Hanqi have disappeared from the face of the earth?
Search.
Search for me again. Also arrange people on the road from the capital to Zhuozhou. Search all the way. Kill them without mercy after finding them. After the court session on the second day, the prince was summoned to the imperial study. Emperor Yong pointed to the 3 posts on the table and said in a calm voice, Genre, this is the essay of the first place in this year's spring examination. Come and have a look. The prince responded respectfully, sat on the seat given by Emperor Yong, and picked up the first essay. Before opening the post, the prince was a little stunned. After returning to the East Palace yesterday, he carefully read the essay handed to him by the eldest son of the Qiao family and felt that every word in it was pearls, which made people's eyes light up. It is really unbelievable that such a talent and such an essay failed. Genre, what's wrong? Seeing that the prince was distracted for a rare time, Emperor Yong tilted his head in confusion. The prince woke up as if from a dream and immediately said with a smile, I am very happy to think that there will be many new talents in the court to serve my father. Emperor Yong nodded lightly and then said, There is an exceptionally good article in the first place this year, which is the one in your hand. Take a closer look. The prince immediately gathered his mind and opened the post. As soon as his eyes fell on the first column of words, the prince's pupils shrank suddenly. Exactly the same. exactly the same as the article he read last night by Tan Hanqi. But the candidate marked on the post was Qingzhou Gu Junlin. Qingzhou is located east of Kyoto and is one of the richest prefectures in the Great Yong Dynasty. The Gu family is a big family in Qingzhou. They made their fortune in fishing. It is said that the family has accumulated countless wealth and is rich enough to rival a country. It is rare for the Gu family, who are merchants, to teach such a learned and talented son. Seeing that the prince was already reading, Emperor Yong commented meaningfully. The Great Yong Dynasty also has the standard class of scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans. Although the Gu family is rich, they are still not up to the standard. No wonder they want their children to take the imperial examination. But the Gu family is too rich. Even if Gu Junlin is talented and knowledgeable, he should not be praised too much. This is full of calculations and checks and balances of the emperor, and the prince understands it. But he was so frightened at this time that he had no intention of agreeing with Emperor Yong. This is the spring examination. There are actually people who dare to use the art of stealing and replacing pillars in the spring examination. Emperor Yong just thought that the prince was too engrossed and didn't care. At this time, he even wondered, has the second son also read these articles? I wonder what he thinks. The second son has been smart since he was a child, and he must have more unique insights. The prince knew that rashly raising questions would not only harm the Qiao family, but also cause his father to suspect that he was too close to the Qiao family. So he suppressed the storm in his heart and praised it lightly. The time for the palace examination was set for the day after tomorrow, and the emperor himself would preside over the questioning. After the prince withdrew from the imperial study, he returned to the East Palace with a calm expression. In the afternoon, the queen sent someone to send rewards to the Qiao mansion, saying that Qiao Jiaojiao was frightened in the palace yesterday and the queen loved Qiao Jiaojiao, so she sent some safety locks to come for her. When Emperor Yong heard the report from Anuch Huang, he waved his hand indifferently, and even a little annoyance was faintly revealed between his eyebrows. In the future, you don't have to report these trivial matters of the queen to me. Anuch Huang hurriedly agreed and sighed secretly. He knew why the emperor disliked the queen, but Empress Yu Lu committed suicide that year, and it was not the queen's fault after all. Forget it as a servant. He just had to listen to his master. The queen's reward soon arrived at the Qiao mansion, and Qiao Zhongguo led the whole family to personally express his gratitude. When Qiao Zhongguo stepped forward to receive the reward, the palace maid calmly handed over a piece of paper and pressed it under the red plate. Your Highness the Crown Prince. The palace maid made a false mouth shape. She was the queen's absolute confidant. Qiao Zhongguo's heart skipped a beat, and he took the red plate with a smile. Thank you for the queen's reward. My daughter is fine now. Please rest assured. The palace maid had delivered the message, and then led a large group of people out in a line and returned to the palace to report. Qiao Zhongguo dismissed all the servants, opened the note, and saw that it was written by the prince. Qiao Jiaojiao was held in the arms of Mrs. Qiao, and when she saw this, she hurried to Qiao Zhongguo.
Dad
Quickly read what the prince wrote. I want to know too. The next moment Qiao Zhongguo spoke. The prince said that he read 3 first-class articles this morning, and the most outstanding one was exactly the same as the one written by Tan Hanqi, but now it was signed by Qingzhou Gu Junlin. Xiao Jiaojiao suddenly understood when he heard it. Qingzhou Gu family.
No wonder.
No wonder the Gu family will be used by the second prince later. It turns out that such a big handle is in the hands of the second prince. You should know that the Gu family is a wealthy family. Their business is all over the Great Yong Dynasty. Their ancestors began to accumulate wealth, and their foundation is extremely rich. Later, the heroine made soaps, perfumes, and lipsticks, all of which were sold by the Gu family and her connections. She made a lot of money and finally established her own business empire. It was like a great story about getting rich in ancient times. The Qiao family didn't know what soaps and perfumes were, but they could tell that the Gu family was crucial to the second prince's cause. The prince also said that the palace examination will be held the day after tomorrow, when the emperor will personally preside over the examination and the prince will sit in. As soon as Qiao Zhonghua finished speaking, Qiao Tianjing frowned.
Dad, we don't have much time left.
Once the palace examination is settled, it will be extremely difficult for Brother Tan to get his rank back. Qiao Jiao pondered aside, her chubby face wrinkled into a small bitter melon.
Let me think about it.
First of all, our Qiao family must not come forward, otherwise it will be equivalent to exposing our family directly to the guns of a second prince, Duke Qing, and the Minister of Rights. That dog emperor is not a good person either. If he gets suspicious, he will question Daddy's intentions. That's not good. The prince is even worse. Don't bring his death date forward. The Qiao family. Although the logic is not rough, it is really rough. Fortunately, only they can hear it. Qiao Jiao's eyes are dark. It seems that Tan Hanqi can only come forward himself. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Qiao family's eyes lit up. The next moment they all said Dengwengu, Dengwengu. Qiao Jiao was slightly stunned, and then clapped her hands in surprise. Oh my god, the whole family thought of the same thing. I saw Dad and Brother standing there staring at each other, thinking that they were worried, but it turned out that they were the same as me. The CPU was running crazy. Qiao Zhonghua and Qiao Tianjing looked at each other, and the father and son smiled tacitly. Yes, they were at a loss just now, but Jiao turned around and fed them the solution. Qiao Jiao's thoughts continued to diverge. Alas, when Daddy was wronged and sentenced to be beheaded at the Meridian Gate, it was the eldest and second brothers who went to the palace gate to beat the Dengwen drum. But that dog emperor and the second prince were determined to kill Daddy, and in the end, the eldest and second brothers were each beaten with 30 boards, and then they were perfunctorily sent back to the Qiao mansion. In order to prevent someone from maliciously beating the Dengwen drum, there was a rule at the founding of the Daong dynasty. Those who beat the Dengwen drum must first be beaten with 30 boards, and when the drum sounds, the emperor must personally judge the injustice. I don't know if Tan Hanqi can withstand these 30 boards. And the Qinghua mansion must be frantically searching for Tan Hanqi. Not only must we ensure that he gets to the Dengwen drum safely, but we must also protect him and prevent the people of the Qinghua mansion from taking the opportunity to do something and beat Tan Hanqi to death. These considerations really touched the hearts of Qiao Zhonghua and Qiao Tianjing, and the father and son also considered these issues. Qiao Zhonghua now knows that he will be beheaded at the Meridian Gate, and he can remain calm. Isn't what their family is doing with all their strength to change their fate and overturn the predetermined outcome? At this time, Qiao Zhonghua had to marvel at Jiao's quick thinking and cleverness far beyond ordinary people. Exposing the cheating in the spring examination had never happened in her prediction, but she was able to think carefully and comprehensively in the fastest time. This child may be able to become a military advisor in the future. When Qiao Dai brought Tan Hanqi over, Qiao Zhonghua analyzed the current situation to him and explained the risks involved in detail. Tan Hanqi, whether to beat the drum for hearing or not is entirely up to you. Qiao Zhonghua looked at Tan Hanqi calmly. Seeing this, Tan Hanqi bowed deeply to Qiao Zhonghua, his expression extremely firm. General Qiao, no matter how difficult or easy the situation is, you are brave enough to take action. I am willing to go and beat the drum to report the incident, regardless of life or death. 2 days later, early in the morning, outside the palace gate, the tightly closed door of Dengwen Drum Courtyard was suddenly knocked. Passers-by were shocked to stop when they saw the scene. That man was crazy. He actually went to knock on the door of Dengwen Drum Courtyard. The young man who knocked on the door was tall and graceful, dressed in a moon-white robe, elegant and dignified. At this time, his face was solemn. Seeing that no one answered the door, he knocked more and more urgently. Soon, a circle of people gathered on the street outside the courtyard gate to watch the excitement. Qiao Dai disguised himself and hid in the crowd with Qiao Jiao in his arms, not conspicuous. Originally, the Qiao family would never let Qiao Jiao see this kind of thing. After all, Tan Hanqi had to be beaten with 30 boards in public, and that scene was very tragic. But her voice in her heart kept chattering, and she had been grinding for 2 days and 2 nights. Today, she opened her big round eyes early. Mrs. Chiao sighed secretly, knowing that she couldn't restrain Qiao Jiao and couldn't bear to let her down, so she let Qiao Dai carry her away. As for Qiao Zhonghua and Qiao Tianjing, they were attending court at this time. The timing of knocking the Dengguan drum was set by Qiao Zhonghua. That is, it had to be knocked during the morning court so that he could participate in it and speak for Tan Hanqi when necessary. After knocking for about half a quarter of an hour, the door of the Dengguan drum courtyard creaked open, and the yamen runners inside the door looked hurried and impatient. No one has knocked on the door of the Dengguan drum courtyard for 7 or 8 years, and it is almost useless. He played mahjong with others last night and finally fell asleep, but was awakened by someone who didn't have eyes. Who is it? Who is it? Why are you knocking on the door so early in the morning? I am Tan Hanqi, a jiren from Zhuizhou. I've been wrong today, so I came to knock on the Dengguan drum. Tan Hanqi's voice fell to the ground, startling the sleepy yamen runners. When he raised his eyes, he noticed the crowd of people outside the courtyard gate and was immediately startled. At this time, he collected his expression and looked at Tan Hanqi and asked in a deep voice, "You just said, what are you doing here?" Tan Hanqi repeated without hesitation, "I am here to beat the Dengguan drum." As soon as this was said, not only the yamen runner, but also the crowd of onlookers let out a low cry of surprise. Do you know that those who beat the Dengguan drum must first receive 30 strokes of the cane? The yamen runner tried to persuade Tan Hanqi to leave. Tan Hanqi remained calm and said, "I am willing to accept it." The yamen runner's face changed drastically, no matter life or death. Tan Hanqi nodded, no matter life or death. The yamen runner took a deep breath and finally opened the door of the Dengguan drum courtyard completely. "In that case, come in." Tan Hanqi strode into the courtyard. Qiao Jiao saw clearly that a big drum that 2 people could not hug together was placed in the middle of the courtyard, standing there quietly. The bailiffs have gone to call for help. The sentence is 30 strokes of the cane, and 4 people are needed to carry it out. The news that someone was going to beat the drum for reporting spread quickly, and more people came to watch the excitement. At this time, a servant in the crowd looked over here, then his face changed drastically, and he pushed through the crowd and stumbled away. The Duke of Qing was favored by heaven, and the Duke's mansion was not far from the palace. The servant rolled and crawled back to the mansion, his lips turned pale with fear. Sheng Mingcheng was distressed all night last night, and finally his concubine, Lianer, brought a bowl of health-preserving soup to comfort him. He was feeling depressed, so he dragged Lianer to the bed, and they tossed and turned for an hour, and now he was snoring. My lord, something's wrong." The servant didn't care about anything else and slammed Sheng Mingcheng's door. Lianer was woken up and yelled at the door, "I'm going to die. Who is so blind as to disturb my sweet dreams?" The servant was sweating profusely and shouted, "My dear, Tan Hanqi has been found." When Sheng Mingcheng heard this, he was suddenly awakened, and all his sleepiness disappeared. "Come in quickly." "Where is he?" Sheng Mingcheng asked quickly. The servant pushed the door open and left, frightening Lianer so much that she let out a low cry and quickly wrapped herself in the quilt. "My dear, something terrible has happened. Tan Hanqi has gone to beat the drum to report the incident."
What?
Sheng Mingcheng, who was still putting on his clothes, suddenly paused, and the next moment he was so frightened that his face turned pale. "Grandpa, has the Duke known about it?" The servant said with a bitter face, "There's a big commotion at Dengguan drum courtyard." As soon as I saw Tan Hanqi's face, I hurried back to report the news. "The Duke." Before the servant finished speaking, an urgent shout came from the gate of the courtyard. It was the voice of Sheng Qishan, the Duke of Qing. "Tell that useless boy to get out." Sheng Mingcheng's hands and feet were limp. He put on a coat in a hurry and stumbled out of the door. He was slapped to the ground by a powerful slap. Sheng Mingcheng was dizzy from the slap, but he still forced himself to kneel up, grabbed the feet of the person in front of him, and begged bitterly, "Grandpa, calm down. Grandpa, calm down."
Calm down.
Sheng Qishan looked down at him, his face so gloomy that water could almost drip out. Idiot! How come our Duke Qing's mansion is full of idiots? Didn't you say that Tan Hanqi had been eliminated? Why did he appear in Dengwen Drum Courtyard now? I shouldn't have trusted you two useless father and son. Do you know that because of your stupidity, our Duke Qing's mansion may be destroyed today? Sheng Mingcheng was so scared that he knelt on the ground and trembled. He didn't expect that things would get so serious. Tan Hanqi was just a powerless scholar. He thought he would be found soon. How could he know that Tan Hanqi not only escaped the pursuit, but also had the audacity to beat the Dengwen Drum? That's right, Dengwen Drum. Thinking of this, Sheng Mingcheng hugged the legs of Duke Qing tightly, knelt down and raised his head, and said anxiously, Grandpa, the drum of Denwen must be beaten with 30 sticks first. We can let him die under the drum of Denwen, so that he can't complain to the emperor. Duke Qing kicked Sheng Mingcheng hard and said in a cold voice, Do I need you to remind me? As soon as he got the news, he immediately sent reliable people. If you can beat Tan Hanqi to death under the drum of Denwen this time, you can still make up for your crime. If you let Tan Hanqi see the emperor, the Duke Qing mansion will be destroyed in your hands. After the Duke Qing finished speaking, he picked up Sheng Mingcheng and threw him to the ground. Seeing Lianer on the bed, he became even more angry. A good-for-nothing, hopeless. Drag her out and beat her to death. Liana screamed miserably when she heard the words, and fainted on the bed with her eyes rolled back in fear. Sheng Mingcheng knelt on the ground with a look of panic on his face. He didn't dare to say a word when he heard that the maid who had indulged with him last night was executed. Seeing that Duke Qing was leaving in a hurry, Sheng Mingcheng hurriedly picked up the clothes on the ground, put them on, and hurried out.
Dananchi.
He can't leave Dengwen Drum Court alive. Dengwen Drum Courtyard, for Yamen runners were ready. There was a bench in front of the Dengwen Drum. A Yamen runner was carefully checking the bench. There was a Yamen runner on each side holding a thick board. The Yamen runner, who had just opened the door, was responsible for counting the boards. Tangerine, I'll ask you one last time, do you regret it? Tan Hanqi took off his outer robe without saying a word and resolutely leaned on the bench, holding the stool legs with both hands. Let's start. Seeing Tan Hanqi so frank and fearless, everyone couldn't help but admire and fear. 30 boards can kill people. The Yamen runner shook his head, leaned over Tan Hanqi's body, and confirmed that there was no obstruction, then raised his hand and waved. Today, Zhuozhou Jiren Tan Hanqi wants to beat the Dengwen Drum. According to the laws of the Great Yong Dynasty, those who beat the Dengwen Drum will be beaten with 30 sticks, and life and death will be determined by fate. Hold the stick up down. Snap. A dull clapping sound rang out, shocking everyone's heart. Everyone was filled with fear, but they saw that Tan Hanqi was biting a piece of white cloth tightly, and he didn't even make a sound. Xiao Jiaojiao jumped up and felt sorry for him. It's too miserable. Tan Hanqi is too miserable. Papa, after several strokes of the board, blood appeared on Tan Hanqi's buttocks, and it was fainted on the snow-white pants, which was shocking. Xiao Dai clenched his hands tightly, really afraid that Tan Hanqi would not be able to make it. After 15 consecutive strokes, the Yamen runners stopped. At this time, Tan Hanqi's face was pale and sweating profusely. The Yamen runner, who counted the boards, squatted down, approached Tan Hanqi, who was breathing rapidly, and asked with a look of pity, Tangerine, this is the last chance. If you call for a stop, it will be over. The 15 strokes behind are not as comfortable as the first ones. This Yamen runner was really kind. After all, to be able to pass the imperial examination, it must have taken 10 years of hard study. Wait a little longer, and maybe you can turn over and become a Jinshi or even an official in the next spring exam. Tan Hanqi was grateful in his heart, but his will was firm and could not be shaken.
Go on,
Tan Hanqi said vaguely, biting the white cloth. The Yamen runner sighed softly and was about to wave his hand when 2 people suddenly ran out from the back hall. Brother Mu, change people. After 15 boards, their hands are also sore. It turned out that the Yamen runner who counted the boards was named Mu. He frowned slightly. Aren't you two taking turns to rest today? These two people are used to being sneaky and sly on weekdays, but they are not so active. The two looked at each other. Isn't it because you heard that someone was going to beat the drum for reporting, so you hurried here? Change people, we haven't waited for one in 7 or 8 years. Let's try 2. As he said, he couldn't wait to grab the boards. When Xiao Jiaojiao saw this, her heart suddenly lifted. These two people were definitely bribed by Duke Qing, and they came to kill Tan Hanqi. She looked around anxiously, and suddenly saw Shang Mingcheng, who was squeezed to the front. He clenched his hands tightly in front of him, his face was ferocious, and he was staring at Tan Hanqi. Shang Mingcheng is here too. This brat looks like he has bad intentions. Qiao Dai patted Xiao Jiaojiao soothingly, gestured to the crowd, and soon a fierce voice rang out. Why do you need to change people when you are being beaten with boards? What's the matter? A grown man can't even swing 30 boards? You are a public servant after all. If you don't have the ability, you should give up your position as soon as possible. I have plenty of strength. Swinging 100 boards is no problem. That's right. Can't you see that the scholar is in unbearable pain? He is still stalling here. Are you deliberately trying to delay him to death? He has grievances and is forced into a desperate situation, so he thinks of beating the drum to file a complaint. Now the drum hasn't even been beaten yet, and you want to torture him to death. That's right. Isn't the drum for filing a complaint useless? Several people cheered together, and the crowd that sympathized with the weak instantly boiled over. Don't change people, keep going. Redress grievances. We ordinary people can't have nowhere to redress. That's too much. The scholar can't stand it. Seeing that public opinion was boiling, the face of the wooden Yamen runner suddenly changed. You two stop making trouble. You are arousing public indignation. Can you bear the responsibility? Quick, continue. The wooden Yamen runner made a prompt decision, and the two holding the board also stretched out their hands to push people. Quickly, get out of the way. Who said we have no strength? If we continue to make trouble, we will lose our jobs. The two people who suddenly intervened were embarrassed by what they said. Seeing that things were impossible, they did not dare to do it too obviously, and could only retreat to the side with unwillingness. Seeing this, Shang Mingcheng pounded his hands hard and cursed him as a waste. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, but he was still secretly comforting himself. It doesn't matter. If I miss this level, there will be plenty of opportunities to kill him when I lead people into the palace later. Xiao Jiaojiao was relieved when she saw the board continue to fall. This trick to arouse public indignation was the idea of the second brother. He has a simple mind and can see the essence of things. The common people sympathize with the weak. No matter what tactics they have, they are all in front of the people. Even the emperor cannot ignore the will of the people. After several hits, the sound became sticky, like pounding meat. The white cloth in Tan Hanqi's mouth was soaked with blood, which showed that he had suffered internal injuries. Xiao Jiaojiao's scalp tingled, and she turned her head away immediately when she saw the blood dripping under the stool. Tan Hanqi, hold on a little longer. I still have 60 merits left. I will definitely save your life. Xiao Jiaojiao summoned her merit maul without hesitation, swiped, and clicked on Recovery Talisman, can heal all injuries, and the person who is hit by the talisman will be alive and kicking in an instant. The merit points required. 120. Xiao Jiaojiao's expression was distorted. It's so expensive. Forget it. Swipe up and see.
Well,
this one is okay. The healing talisman for injuries, specializing in treating injuries such as falling and jumping off a cliff and being hit by a stick, and the person who is hit by the talisman will have no problems with his bones and muscles, and the merit points required are 60. Okay, this is it. Xiao Jiaojiao was not stingy. Although her merit points were reset to 0, she got a great talent like Tan Hanqi in exchange, and was able to overthrow Duke Qing. She made a profit. Xiao Dai pricked up his ears and listened carefully. When he heard something about healing talismans for broken bones and tendons, his eyes lit up. Over there, the 30 boards were finally completely finished. Tan Hanshi had already spit out the white cloth in his mouth, and there was a pool of bright blood on the ground, which was shocking. He slumped on the bench and looked like he was dying. Seeing this scene, the wooden yamen runner shook his head helplessly, squatted down and said, "Mr. Tan, the 30 boards are over. After these 30 boards, the scholar might not even have the strength to swing the drumstick." Tan Hanshi responded softly and raised his head with difficulty. This small movement was so painful that he felt as if his whole body was torn apart. Tan Hanshi raised the corner of his mouth bitterly, and what he was thinking at this time was, "General Qiao is right. My body is really useless." At this moment, the wooden yamen runner shouted softly, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Tan Hanshi raised his head with difficulty and saw a young man with a veil hat walking over, holding a baby in his hands, who was also hidden in the wide hat. "Master, we are Mr. Tan's brothers and sisters. Let us go up and see him. He has been beaten with 30 boards. Can I feed him some water?" When Tan Hanshi heard this, his eye sockets were slightly sour, and he almost shed tears. It was Qiao Erlang who came.
Yes.
"These are my brothers and sisters. Let them come over." The wooden yamen runner looked at Qiao Dai with some suspicion, but he couldn't see anything through the veil. Thinking about it carefully, it should be that he didn't want to reveal his identity. After all, if Mr. Tan failed to redress his grievances this time, he would probably lose his life, but his brother and sister would have to continue living. Since Mr. Tan said it himself, he had no reason to stop him. Qiao Dai walked forward, knelt in front of Tan Hanshi, pinched his voice, and screamed, "Brother, are you okay? Brother, you can't be in trouble." "Xiao Jiao Jiao. I didn't expect that my second brother is really good at acting." Tan Hanshi felt a little amused and said with difficulty, I'm not dead yet. I just can't move. Second brother, help me up." Qiao Dai took out a water bag from his waist, opened the lid, and handed it to Tan Hanshi's mouth. "Brother, drink some water first." While Qiao Dai was pulling open the veil slightly, Qiao Jiao Jiao immediately reached out and touched Tan Hanshi's face. A hint of inconspicuous golden light flashed in her palm, warm. At this moment, Tan Hanshi unexpectedly heard a babyish voice. "Tan Hanshi, don't be afraid. I will nurse you. Strong and mighty. Go to the Golden Palace and kill everyone." The voice stopped abruptly when Qiao Jiao Jiao withdrew her hand. Tan Hanshi was at a loss. When the curtain fell, he met the bright eyes of Miss Qiao, who seemed to be able to speak.
Is
it Miss Qiao's voice?
From what she said, it seems that she wants to heal him. No.
Impossible. He must be too seriously injured, so he heard it. Tan Hanshi was terrified and stunned. At this time, a warmth spread from the place where Miss Qiao touched just now, and soon flowed from his shoulders to his back, and then gathered at his wound. Tan Hanshi felt the tingling sensation spread, and the tearing pain disappeared strangely, replaced by the stinging pain of skin and flesh. Seeing that Tan Hanshi had no reaction, Qiao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but mutter in her heart, "The talisman has been cast. Why does it seem that Tan Hanshi has no reaction?"
That's my 60 merits.
Qiao Dai heard this and hurriedly got up to help Tan Hanshi, wanting to confirm the effect of the bone injury recovery talisman. He just exerted a little force and felt that Tan Hanshi supported him to stand up. Others looked over and thought that it was all his strength that supported him, but Qiao Dai clearly felt that Tan Hanshi himself was also exerting force. "Little sister, you are amazing." At this time, Tan Hanshi's heart was beating wildly, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. If he could still regard that sentence as his own imagination just now, but now his bones and muscles have really healed in an instant. Miss Qiao. Miss Qiao is not an ordinary person. It was Miss Qiao who saved him. But the current scene does not allow Tan Hanshi to think too much, because half an hour is almost over, and he can't delay until the end of the court. Since Miss Qiao has saved me out of kindness, I must not repay her kindness with enmity and proclaim her magical powers, otherwise it is very likely to bring her disaster. Thinking of this, Tan Hanshi suppressed the turbulent waves in his heart, staggered to a stand, and then endured the severe pain of tearing flesh and took 2 drumsticks from the drum stand. Seeing that Tan Hanchi was so strong, they couldn't help but gasp. This boy has a firm mind, which is beyond the reach of ordinary people. He will definitely achieve great things in the future. Tan Hanchi took a deep breath, and with the encouragement of Qiao Dai, he beat the drum with all his strength.
Boom, boom, boom.
The sound of the drum became more and more urgent, just like Tan Hanchi's surging heart at this time. Beat this drum for fairness, for justice, for the students who will continue to come in the future, and for the Qingming court that he loves.
Boom.
The sound of drums resounded over the Denguen drum courtyard and reached the Jinluan palace separated by several walls. Emperor Yong looked out in astonishment, and the civil and military officials were even more confused. Where did the drum's sound come from? Xiao Zhonghua slowly raised the corner of his mouth. Good boy. You did it. Xiao Tianjing was relieved. Brother Tan is indeed a dragon among men. Report. The hurried voices of reports came in layer by layer. Your Majesty, the Zhuozhou Jiren Tan Hanchi is beating the Denguen drum outside. As soon as these words came out, the civil and military officials were both surprised and surprised. The Denguen drum has not been sounded for 8 years, and they almost forgot its existence. When Xian Ruiji, the Minister of Rights, heard the name Tan Hanchi, he felt his feet go soft, and the world spun around in an instant.
Tan Hanchi.
Isn't Tan Hanchi the first-class student replaced by Gu Junlin? Didn't the father-in-law say that all the students have been solved? Now that such a big mistake has occurred, is it possible that his entire family will be executed? The prince's expression changed slightly when he heard this, and he stepped out immediately. Father, the Denguen drum has not been sounded for 8 years. Once it is sounded, the whole world will know about it. Moreover, this person is a candidate, and the scholars of the world will pay attention to him. We must be cautious. Your son, will bring people to bring Tan Hanchi to the Golden Palace and let your father preside over justice. Outside the Denguen drum courtyard, when Sheng Mingcheng saw Tan Hanchi pick up the drumstick, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. What should I do? What should I do? Just when Sheng Mingcheng was at a loss, a hand reached out and grabbed him. My dear, come quickly. The Duke wants to see you. The person who spoke was the servant who reported the news this morning. When Sheng Mingcheng heard this, his face turned pale with fear, and he let the servant push through the crowd and pull him to the entrance of the alley. Sheng Qishan, the Duke of Qing, was sitting in the carriage at the entrance of the alley. Sheng Mingcheng got on the carriage tremblingly and was slapped hard again. Idiot! Look at what you have done. Sheng Mingcheng did not dare to argue, and knelt in the carriage and kowtowed desperately. Sheng Qishan kicked him angrily and said in a gloomy voice, Stop kowtowing. Shimo said that the second prince saw you some time ago. Sheng Mingcheng was kicked and fell on the wall of the carriage. He didn't know where his back was hit. His lips turned white in pain, but he could only nod repeatedly. Yes, just a few days ago. Sheng Qishan's face was gloomy. What did the second prince say to you? Sheng Mingcheng did not dare to hide it and said truthfully, The second prince said that he has always respected you, grandfather, and said that if his grandson encounters any difficulties, he can go to him. Such an important thing. Why didn't you say it earlier? Sheng Qishan slapped the small wooden table in front of him. Sheng Mingcheng suddenly shuddered and stammered back. Grandson. Grandson thinks that the second prince has no power and is disliked by the emperor. This show of goodwill is just to win over our Duke of Qing's mansion, so. Idiot. You are a hopeless idiot. Sheng Qishan was so angry that his liver hurt. He pointed his finger at Sheng Mingcheng's forehead viciously, wishing he could stab him to death. The emperor was so obsessed with Princess Yulu back then that even if he gave her mountains of gold and silver, it would not be enough. After Princess Yulu was forced to commit suicide, only the second prince was left as a bloodline, and the older he got, the more he looked like Princess Yulu. Men are all cheap bones. What they can't get is the best, and what they lose is even more unforgettable. So, will the emperor dislike the second prince? It's impossible. I'm afraid he is still hiding it from everyone and loves the second prince like an eyeball. The reason why the Duke of Qing's mansion has not taken sides until now is because the crown prince's position is so stable. Even if the second prince has the favor of the emperor, he may not be able to turn defeat into victory. Now that the second prince has extended an olive branch to the Duke of Qing's mansion, he must have discovered some clues about the spring examination. It is a warning, but also a sign of cooperation. Such a hook for revival has been thrown in front of him, but he was almost buried by his stupid grandson. Quick, send someone to pass the message to the second prince, saying that if His Highness can help us overcome this difficulty, the Duke of Qing's mansion will follow His Highness's lead in the future. In the Golden Throne Hall, the second prince stood quietly behind the crown prince, expressionless. As an unpopular prince with an awkward status, he was always silent in the court, like a transparent man. But today, he, who always had his eyebrows down, cast his eyes into the corner several times without making a sound. There stood several eunuchs waiting to be summoned and ordered around at any time. The second prince was waiting. If Sheng Qishan was not stupid, it was time to find him. Just as the second prince thought of this, a thin little eunuch cautiously walked into the eunuch pile from the side door, raised his hand, and quietly made a gesture in front of his chest. When the second prince saw this, his eyes lit up slightly. It's finally here. He took a rare step out of the line and spoke before Emperor Yong agreed to the prince. Father, let me go. My elder brother is of noble status. It is not appropriate for me to go to welcome a scholar. Why not let me go? It will show your father's attention to the appeal and will not damage your dignity. When the second prince said this, all the court officials looked at him sideways. They have never seen the second prince take the initiative to speak in this court. The few times he made suggestions in the past were also appointed by the emperor himself. The prince's expression moved slightly when he heard the words, but he did not say a word, waiting for Emperor Yong's decision. A hint of obscure light flashed in Emperor Yong's eyes. He thought he knew his second son well. If he didn't have something to ask for, he would never speak rashly. So, is there any hidden story behind the Zhuozhou scholar who beat the drum? The second prince's words make sense. In that case, you can bring the scholar in. Emperor Yong still agreed to the second prince's request. He wanted to see what the second prince wanted to do. The second prince looked calm. Your son obeys your order. When the prince heard this, he slowly bent his fingers under the wide court robe, and his fingertips turned slightly white. Seeing this scene, Qiao Zhonghui suddenly frowned. If the second prince turned the tables for Duke Qing today, then all the planning of their Qiao family during this period would be in vain. Things will go back to Jiao Zhao's original prediction. The second prince controlled Duke Qing and the Minister of Rights, and got the help of the Gu family in Qingzhou, and his wings became stronger. Your Majesty, I dare to go with the second prince to ask about the previous situation for your Majesty. Qiao Zhonghui stood up before the second prince turned around and left. Anyway, his reputation in the court is not good, so when will he go crazy? The second prince paused abruptly upon hearing this, and a gloomy look flashed across his eyes. What did Qiao Zhonghui stand up for? He had originally planned to let Tan Hanqi die quietly on the way to the Golden Palace. After all, he was just a scholar, and he had just been beaten with 30 sticks, so it was normal that he couldn't stand it. At most, he would let Emperor Yong scold him a few words. Anyway, he was an unpopular prince, and scolding would not hurt him. In this way, Sheng Qishan could be easily used by him. But now Qiao Zhonghui shows up unexpectedly. He is a martial arts expert and meticulous. It will be difficult to deal with him. Sir Qiao, it's just a scholar. Why bother you to come out? The second prince was about to open his mouth to send Qiao Zhonghui away, but Qiao Zhonghui was already grateful and said in front of the court officials, Your Highness is so generous. I am ashamed. Civil and military officials. What tricks does this Qiao reckless man want to play? Qiao Zhonghui bowed to the second prince and said with full emotion and clear voice, I have a lot of old illnesses left on the battlefield in the past. Now I am getting old. I am always worried that I can't help your Majesty and share his worries. That's why I rushed to do everything. The scholar beat the drum to complain. I think this matter is of great importance. I want to ask about the previous situation first, so as not to be caught off guard by a scholar later. Your Highness, are you willing to fulfill my heart of serving your Majesty? Civil and military officials.
Pretending.
We re-watching you pretend. And you're getting old? Who in the hall has more muscle than him? Didn't he just have a daughter some time ago? His old wife is jealous. In those days, he ate deer antlers and wolf berries in different ways, and they almost vomited. Look at how attentive and conspicuous he is, huh? When the second prince heard this, his face showed no expression, but he clenched his fists secretly. He knew that Qiao Zhonghua was the most difficult to deal with. Seeing Qiao Zhonghua's persistence, Emperor Yong waved his hand indifferently. Qiao Zhonghua was a man of upright and generous character, and there was no doubt that he was loyal to the emperor and the country. Then, my dear Qiao, please go with us. Qiao Zhonghua grinned upon hearing this. Thank you, your Majesty, for your help. Second prince, please. The second prince looked calm as he and Qiao Zhonghua walked out of the Golden Palace one after the other, while the Minister of Rites Exiled Ruiji stood in the palace, his back already wet with sweat. After leaving the Xuanwu gate, a man immediately came out and greeted the second prince. Your Highness, you finally Ashing. This is the Lord Qiao you respect and adore. The second prince winked and made way for Qiao Zhonghua, who was following closely behind him. Qiao Zhonghua looked up and saw that the man was slightly hunched, but his eyes were bright, his temples were slightly protruding, and his steps were steady. He looked like a martial artist.
Ashing.
This must be the Li Shusheng that the lady was talking about. Huh. Another enemy who harmed the entire Qiao family has appeared. I pay my respects to Lord Qiao. Li Shusheng was slightly startled. He didn't expect Qiao Zhonghua to follow him. Fortunately, he was slow to speak and did not tell anyone that Duke Qing was waiting outside the palace. Where is the scholar now? Li Shusheng hurriedly bowed and replied, Your Highness, he is waiting to be summoned in the Denguen Drum Courtyard. Qiao Zhonghua smiled and said, Your Highness, let us go and take a look. The scholar has just received 30 strokes of the cane. I'm afraid he can't be delayed. Qiao Zhonghua didn't know that his powerful baby had already saved Tan Hanqi. At this time, he was still afraid that something might happen to Tan Hanqi. The second prince nodded and walked out of the palace. Look, it's General Qiao. After Qiao Zhonghua and the second prince walked out of the palace gate, they immediately caused a sensation. Although the crowd might not recognize the second prince, many people recognized Qiao Zhonghua.
Ah,
it's Dad. Dad came to pick up Tan Hanqi in person. Woo woo woo. So reliable. Qiao Jiao was overjoyed. When she saw the second prince for the first time, her heart sank. She didn't expect her father to follow behind. In the crowd, Sheng Mingcheng was ecstatic when he saw the second prince, secretly praising his grandfather for being so smart. But when he saw Qiao Zhonghua the next time, Sheng Mingcheng was so scared that his bones went limp. Qiao Zhonghua. How could Qiao Zhonghua come with a second prince? Sheng Mingcheng was at a loss and could only go back to the carriage to find Duke Qing. As soon as he opened the curtain, he saw his grandfather, who was always vigorous and resolute, leaning against the wall of the carriage with his eyes closed. His face was pale.
Grandpa.
Grandpa. Sheng Mingcheng was extremely scared and called out anxiously. Duke Qing slowly opened his eyes, and the moment he saw Sheng Mingcheng, even though this was his own grandson, his eyes revealed deep hatred. It's over. The Duke Qing's mansion is over. Duke Qing spoke in a hoarse voice, and his hands on his knees were shaking uncontrollably. When Sheng Mingcheng heard this, he rolled and climbed onto the carriage, crying and saying, Grandpa, don't say that. The second prince is here. We still have a chance. Duke Qing was even too lazy to kick his grandson, who was so stupid that he was hopeless. The second prince was originally the last straw for their Duke Qing's mansion, but now, the second prince is useless. Who would have thought that Qiao Zhonghua would come out halfway? With his character, he would never let Tan Hanqi make any mistakes. The second prince stepped into the Denwen drum courtyard. He saw Tan Hanqi standing upright at a glance. Although the scholar's face was pale, his eyes were bright, and he didn't look dying as he imagined. The second prince couldn't help but shrink his pupils. When Zhufeng found out that Sheng Mingchen was going to take action against Tan Hanqi, he sent people to investigate this Zhuozhou candidate. Although he occasionally keeps fit on weekdays, he is obviously weak. Today, after being beaten with 30 boards, he still has strength to spare? Thinking about the fact that Tan Hanqi had escaped safely from the assassins sent by Sheng Mingchen before, the second prince would never believe that there was no master behind him. In this capital, who has such a powerful hand and eye, not only seeing through the little tricks of the Duke of Qing's mansion, but also rushing to save Tan Hanqi and instigating him to beat the Denwen drum to make a big deal. The second prince looked around and suddenly fell on Qiao Zhenghua, who was standing aside. Today, Qiao Zhenghua insisted on meeting Tan Hanqi in person. Although this was consistent with his usual personality, he had hit the lifeline of Duke Qing. His move was so sharp and fatal that people had to doubt him. However, Qiao Zhenghua had always been content, and his military power was dispersed. With his ability, it was difficult for him to find out what Duke Qing was doing. After such an analysis, the second prince knew who was behind Tan Hanqi. The prince. Throughout the Yong dynasty, there was no one else who had such means and schemes. As for Qiao Zhenghua, I'm afraid he had received the prince's order to keep Tan Hanqi. The Qiao family was so close to the prince. If the person on the dragon throne knew about this, it would surely bring a lot of trouble to the prince and the Qiao family. Just seeing Tan Hanqi for a few breaths, the second prince had already had countless thoughts in his mind and made a choice. He was not yet fully grown, so it was not appropriate for him to confront the prince head-on. When Sheng Qishan saw Qiao Zhenghua, he should have known that his Duke Qing mansion could not be saved. If Sheng Qishan was sensible, he would know that he should use the bargaining chips in his hand to exchange something with him in time. For example, to save the bloodline of the Duke Qing mansion and ask him to give Sheng Mingchen and Sheng Xiran a chance to live. The moment Xiao Dai saw the second prince appear, he immediately hugged Xiao Jiaojiao and hid back in the crowd. Xiao Jiaojiao saw the second prince standing motionless through the veil and couldn't help but secretly complain in her heart. The male protagonist, he might be thinking of some bad idea again. With his father here, Tan Hanqi will definitely be able to get to the Golden Throne Hall safely, and the Duke Qing mansion is definitely going to fall. With the male protagonist's mind, he will definitely make the last fortune before the Duke Qing falls. After all, the list of those who cheated to buy their places in the previous spring exams is still in the hands of the Duke Qing. This list is amazing because the people on it have more or less served as officials in the court or local areas, and they can be accurately judged according to the list. Xiao Dai was almost stunned when he heard this. After my little sister fell asleep last night, my father called him, my eldest brother and brother Tan to the study, and then said the same words as my little sister. At that time, my eldest brother said that this list must not fall into the hands of the second prince, and then Brother Tan came up with a plan. Xiao Dai tossed and turned all night, and even now when he thinks of that plan, he still feels creepy. He doesn't think that Brother Tan's methods are too cruel, but he really admires his meticulous mind and his ability to guess people's hearts. According to my little sister's prediction, Brother Tan should have been a counselor beside the second prince. Thinking that their Qiao family would have such a terrible enemy, he was so scared that he didn't sleep all night. Next, it depends on whether Brother Tan's guess is correct. After all, their Qiao family has made full preparations according to Brother Tan's plan. In the carriage at the entrance of the alley, Sheng Qishan, the Duke of Qing, had already put away the dejection on his face. Sheng Mingchen thought that his grandfather had come up with a countermeasure again, and hurriedly raised a flattering smile. At this time, Sheng Qishan shouted to the outside of the carriage, "Go back to the mansion." Sheng Mingchen asked cautiously, "Grandpa, what should we do next?" Sheng Qishan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were full of determination. "Cheng'er, our Duke of Qing's mansion is doomed." Sheng Mingchen was frightened by this sentence and almost wet his pants. Doomed? Grandpa, what do you mean by doomed? At this time, Sheng Qishan no longer had the mind and time to blame his stupid grandson. Even if he blamed him for being useless, when the building was about to collapse, people's instinct was to preserve the last trace of their own bloodline. Ching'er, listen to Grandpa. Once the final verdict is made, interfering in the spring examination and buying and selling rankings is a capital crime that will result in the execution of the entire family. Sheng Mingqing trembled all over when he heard this. He didn't expect that his momentary arrogance would kill the entire family of the Duke's mansion. Don't cry. There's no point crying now. You must remember what Grandpa is going to say next no matter what. Grandpa has a list in his hand, which records all the people who have bought places and served as officials in the past 3 sessions. The second prince wants this list. After returning, Grandpa will give you the list. You keep it properly, and then you go to the second prince and tell him that if he wants the list, he must protect you and Ranner. You are not worth much use, and there is no need to think about revenge. Let the second prince guarantee that you will have food and clothing for the rest of your life. Ranner, just let the second prince marry her. You give 1/3 of the list to Ranner, tell her not to be stupid, and keep the list well. The second prince will be cautious and will naturally treat her well. The carriage moved forward, and Sheng Qishan's honest words were heard in the carriage. His grandchildren were all stupid, but he had to pave the way for them. Sheng Mingqing was already in tears when he heard this, and the regret and hatred in his heart really overwhelmed him. Grandpa, where are you? Where are my parents? We have such a big family in the Duke of Qing's mansion. Sheng Qishan closed his eyes tiredly and let out a long sigh. After you take the list, Grandpa will write a letter of apology and hang himself on the beam of the ancestral hall, praying for the grace of His Majesty to leave a trace of blood in our Duke of Qing's mansion. You just need to hide the list, find the second prince, and do what Grandpa just said. Grandpa. Hearing this, Sheng Mingqing couldn't bear it anymore, hugged the legs of the Duke of Qing and cried bitterly. It's my grandson, who deserves to die. I will go to ask to see the second prince and the crown prince, and I will also go to beat the drum to ask to see His Majesty, and say that all this was done by my grandson. Sheng Qishan shook his head. Perhaps he saw through this deadly situation, but he calmed down instead. With your stupid character, how could you possibly interfere in the affairs of the spring examination? Forget it. Forget it. I should have thought that this day would come sooner or later, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. The carriage of the Duke of Qing's mansion sped away, and heart-wrenching cries could be faintly heard from the carriage. On this side, Qiao Dai was concentrating on watching his father take Brother Tan away when a strong man beside him suddenly made a gesture to him without moving his body. Qiao Dai's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw this. Sheng Qishan is back home. He made a gesture in return, which meant start closing the net. The carriage of the Duke of Qing drove straight into the mansion, and Sheng Qishan got off the carriage neatly. Sheng Mingqing's face was full of tears, and he almost rolled to the ground after stumbling out of the carriage. The servants in the mansion saw this scene and thought that the young man was being scolded by the Duke again, so they lowered their heads and dared not look again. Ching'er, come with Gramp. Sheng Qishan went straight to the study, dismissed all the servants, and called Sheng Mingqing to him. What Grandpa just said to you in the carriage, please repeat it here. Sheng Mingqing's eyes were red, and he repeated in a crying voice, after getting the list, be sure to keep it properly. Sheng Qishan listened while walking to the deepest part of the study and twisting an inconspicuous vase on the shelf. Click, click, the sound of the mechanism turning sounded, and the next moment, a secret compartment appeared on the wall in front of Sheng Qishan. He carefully took out the envelope inside and handed it to Sheng Mingqing with great care. Remember, this is your and Ranner's life-saving talisman. You must never throw it away. Ranner is infatuated with the second prince. I'm afraid she will be deceived. Grandpa has thought about it, and the remaining 1/3 of the list is still in your hands. As long as the second prince treats Ranner well, you can slowly reveal it. Sheng Mingqing heard Sheng Qishan's tone as if he was instructing his final wishes, and he burst into tears again. Grandpa, it's all my grandson's fault. You can hit me, kick me, scold me. Sheng Qishan waved his hands tiredly. I was busy scheming in the court, and I had neglected your father, but I still didn't learn my lesson and teach you well. The responsibility for the demise of the Duke of Qing's mansion will eventually fall on me. Sheng Mingcheng knelt down in front of Sheng Qishan with a thud. He felt a million regrets in his heart, but he could never go back to the past. Don't make it public. Don't tell anyone. Take enough banknotes. Take Ranim out of the house and hide. You must see the second prince. Sheng Qishan firmly believed that Emperor Yong would definitely love the second prince, and if the second prince pleaded for mercy, the bloodline of his Duke Qing's mansion would be preserved. Let's go. Sheng Qishan waved to Sheng Mingcheng. Grandpa. Sheng Mingcheng fell to the ground, tightly grasped Sheng Qishan's shoes, and cried loudly. Grandpa, how could it become like this? Sheng Qishan's face sank. Let's go. That Tan Hanqi has arrived at the Golden Palace, and it won't be long before someone from the palace comes, and then you and Ranner won't be able to leave. Let's go. Sheng Qishan kicked Sheng Mingcheng as shoulder hard, then resolutely walked to the desk and ground the ink himself. He wanted to write a letter of confession, bitterly confess his sins, and then recall the past, hoping to make the emperor have even a little sympathy. In this way, the second prince will have a greater chance of succeeding in his subsequent plea. Grandpa. Sheng Mingcheng kowtowed several times in a row. Seeing that Sheng Qishan no longer looked at him, he wiped away his tears, clutched the envelope to his chest, and hurried out of the study. In Chuanxiu courtyard, Sheng Xiran was still concentrating on practicing calligraphy. A few days ago, she heard that the emperor personally asked Meng Gushue to enter the palace to attend the Dragon Boat Festival banquet, and she was almost mad in her heart. In order to suppress Meng Gushue at the palace banquet, she has been working harder and harder to write poems and practice calligraphy these days. The door was suddenly pushed open roughly, and Sheng Xiran was so scared that the words she wrote were out of place. Which rascal has no eyes? Can't you see that I am practicing calligraphy? Sheng Xiran shouted angrily, but when she looked up, she saw Sheng Mingcheng with red eyes and sweat on his forehead. She suddenly turned pale. Brother, what's wrong with you? Were you beaten by Grandpa again? Hey, I've advised you a long time ago. Just be obedient and don't go out to mess around. Grandpa will arrange a good marriage for you. Sheng Xiran was muttering to herself, and Sheng Mingcheng suddenly came forward and grabbed her wrist. Sister, come with me. Sheng Mingcheng used a lot of strength in his hands, and you could see traces of tears on his face, which really scared Sheng Xiran. Brother, you hurt me. What happened? Sheng Mingcheng took a breath and said in a trembling voice, Sister, you have to come with me now. This is what Grandpa wants. Sheng Xiran felt puzzled. Go? Where to? I don't want to go anywhere today. Brother, you know that Meng Gushue's sister. Our Duke Qing's mansion is finished. The whole family will be executed soon. If you don't come with me, you will die here. Sheng Mingcheng heard that Sheng Xiran was still entangled in such girls' jealousy, and he couldn't help but roared. You know, this chance to survive was planned for them by Grandpa at all costs.
What?
Sheng Xiran was stunned on the spot. Her face slowly overflowed with a bit of paleness, and then she laughed out loud. Brother, what are you kidding? What about the whole family being executed? Brother, if you say such things, be careful. Grandpa will break your legs. Sheng Mingcheng was very anxious. He had just sent away all the maids, and now was the best time to leave quietly. Sister, I didn't lie to you. Grandpa cheated in the imperial examination, and the sale of rankings has been exposed. People will be coming from the palace soon. If we don't leave now, we will all die. Sheng Xiuran's whole body shook violently, and this time she was really pale.
No.
Impossible, brother. You are lying. Sheng Mingcheng saw that Sheng Xiuran was taking a long time to recover, so he simply pulled her out. Sister, from now on you will listen to me in everything. I will do my best to send you to the second prince. Sheng Mingcheng understood his sister well. She was obsessed with the second prince. As long as he said this, she would definitely follow him obediently. Sure enough, Sheng Xiuran, who looked dazed, finally got some strength after hearing this and murmured, Let's go and ask the second prince. Ask the second prince to save the Duke of Qing's mansion. He saved me before, and he is so kind, he will definitely not stand idly by. Sheng Mingqing pulled Sheng Xiuran out of Chengxiuan. The servants on the road saw that they looked flustered. Although they were curious and frightened, no one dared to ask. Sheng Mingqing took Sheng Xiuran out of the Duke of Qing's mansion through the west gate. Standing in the alley behind the Duke's mansion, Sheng Xiuran was still confused and just asked blankly, "Brother, where are we going now? Are we going to find the second prince?" Sheng Mingqing touched his bulging chest, trying to draw courage from the crucial list. He was about to speak, but suddenly felt a chill on his neck. He lowered his head and saw two shining swords on his and his sister's necks. Sheng Xiuran opened her mouth in horror when she saw this, but before she could scream, the person behind her slapped her on the back of her neck and she fainted. Sheng Mingqing looked up tremblingly, only to see that the person was wearing a nightgown, and even his face was covered tightly, leaving only space for his eyes and nostrils.
"You.
Who are you?" Sheng Mingqing said in a trembling voice, his legs almost softened into cotton. "Don't move." The voice behind his ear was low and cold, and could not be resisted. Then a big hand reached into Sheng Mingqing's arms and took out a stack of banknotes and a tightly wrapped envelope. Sheng Mingqing saw this and immediately struggled violently. Even if he was stupid, he could see now that this group of people had been waiting here for the list in his arms. Who is it? Who knew that his Qinggu mansion would be finished, so he waited here? Who knew that the Qinggu mansion had such a list? Your Highness is really smart. The list is found. The man in black lowered his voice and said solemnly. Sheng Mingqing felt dizzy when he heard this. The second prince. It was indeed the second prince. Who else could know about the cheating in the spring examination, and who wanted this list so urgently? Grandpa regarded the second prince as the last savior. Who would have thought that the second prince was the real death warrant for their Duke of Qing's mansion? Grandpa Sheng Mingqing opened his mouth in despair, but before he could shout, he was knocked unconscious by a palm. The two men in black looked at the Sheng brothers and sisters who fainted on the ground, and suddenly smiled at each other, grinning under the black cloth. According to the instructions of the eldest young master, these two people need to be moved to a new place to prevent them from being easily found by the court or the people sent by the second prince. That's right, the true identity of these two people is actually the Qiao family's secret guards. According to Tan Hanqi's guess, Duke of Qing knows that he can't protect himself, and he will definitely do his best to protect the bloodline of the Duke's mansion. Sheng Mingqing and Sheng Xiuran are both unable to handle the task, so they can only bet on the second prince. And the only thing that can make the second prince's heart move is the list that General Qiao said. After summarizing the facts, Tan Hanqi was certain that the Duke of Qing would let Sheng Mingqing escape with the list before the palace issued an order, and then find an opportunity to find the second prince. The Qiao family only needed to arrange people to squat at the exits of the Duke of Qing's mansion. Whenever they saw Sheng Mingqing and Sheng Xiuran sneaking away, without servants, they must be carrying the list. They were powerless and could just grab the list directly. At this time, Qiao Tianjing had a flash of inspiration and thought of a plan within a plan. Regarding the spring examination, Dad would definitely stand up for Brother Tan in the Golden Palace. This move might arouse the suspicion of the second prince and let him target the Qiao family in advance, so he had to make some trouble for him. For example, when snatching a list, he would blame the second prince and save Sheng Mingqing and Sheng Xiuran. After Sheng Mingqing survived, he would definitely hate the second prince for taking away his last support. A dandy boy like Sheng Mingqing who has no brains and is used to a life of luxury will definitely go even crazier once he is cornered. At that time, he can just use him to spread the news that the second prince knew about the cheating in the spring examination but deliberately covered it up in order to gain benefits from it. Send a few more people to fan the flames and make the matter bigger, which will be enough to make the second prince anxious. In the study that night, when Qiao Tianjing said this, Qiao Zhonghua and the others all gave a thumbs up. Tan Hanqi said bluntly, "Brother Qiao, it's you who has to kill people and destroy their hearts." Qiao Dai looked uneasy. You literatis' twists and turns are really terrible. Xiao Zhonghui smiled pretentiously. The boss really has half the style of me back then. Xiao Tianjing narrowed his eyes and smiled modestly. Thank you for the compliment. I am good at making people feel uncomfortable. After Tan Hanqi was taken into the palace, Qiao Dai took Qiao Jiaojiao back to the Qiao mansion. He took a leave of absence today and was sitting in Qiao Zhonggui's study, anxiously waiting for news from the secret guards. About half an hour later, two figures landed outside the study window. Qiao Dai was highly skilled in martial arts. He stood up immediately when he heard the noise and saw two black-clothed men with their heads and faces covered jumped in. How is it? Qiao Dai asked straight to the point. Replying to the second young master, I have fulfilled my mission. The man in black handed an envelope, a thick stack of banknotes, and 2 sachets to Qiao Dai. Did you get the sachets back too? Qiao Dai finally had a little smile on his face. The man in black in front of him chuckled. Following the instructions of the eldest young master, we must make them penniless, so we even took off Miss Sheng's jewelry, all in the sachets. Good brother, thank you for your hard work. I will report to my father truthfully when I come back. Qiao Dai dealt with everyone in this careless way. The dark guard smiled and waved his hand, then disappeared into the dark again and retired after his mission was accomplished. You could hear a pin drop in the Golden Palace at this time. Emperor Yong held the dragon throne tightly with both hands, and his veins popped out. Just now, when Tan Hanqi entered the palace, Emperor Yong asked him about his grievances. Tan Hanqi was neither humble nor arrogant, and bluntly said that the spring examination was unfair, which made everyone gasp. Emperor Yong asked him what evidence he had, and Tan Hanqi said shamelessly that his essay was the evidence. At this point, everyone thought that Tan Hanqi had become mentally ill and hysterical after failing the exam, so he was fearless and went to knock on the drum. But since he was already in front of him, Emperor Yong asked him to recite the essay again. Let so many scholars and knowledgeable people in the hall judge for him. As a result, Emperor Yong was stunned when Tan Hanqi opened his mouth. Because he had just read the article that Tan Hanqi recited 2 days ago, and even praised it in front of the prince. Exiled Ruiji, the Minister of Rights, had originally had some luck. No matter how Tan Hanqi argued, he just had to insist that the spring examination was absolutely fair and just. But who would have thought that Tan Hanqi could actually recite the spring examination word for word? What's more, this article was one of the 3 articles in the first class, and it was just presented to the emperor 2 days ago. Hearing this, Exiled Ruiji's face was gray, his legs were shaking, and he knew that his death was approaching. Good, Emperor Yong said 3 good words in a row, and the next moment he pulled off the beads on his wrist and smashed them to the ground. The spring examination was originally for the imperial court and the Yong dynasty to select talented and knowledgeable people. Now it is being used by people with ulterior motives to seek personal gain and deceive the superiors and subordinates. Everyone in the hall was still confused when they heard this. This boy's article is indeed good, but is it too early for the emperor to make such a conclusion? It is possible that this person's article is anticlimactic and sluggish, so he was eliminated. Seeing everyone's confused faces, Emperor Yong stood up suddenly and said angrily, Exiled Ruiji, get out of here. This is one of the 3 first-class articles you presented to me. You can't hear it. Exiled Ruiji's face turned pale when he heard this. He crawled and knelt in the hall and begged Emperor Yong for mercy. The court officials suddenly realized. This student's spring examination article was actually the first class. Exiled Ruiji was really bold and dared to tamper with the spring examination. He was finished. Xiao Jiaojiao didn't know how furious Emperor Yong was in the court. She only learned from Qiao Dai that several edicts had been issued in the palace. The emperor was furious and issued a clear order to execute the entire family of Exiled Fu, the Minister of Rights, and Duke Qing. In fact, Qiao Jiaojiao could probably guess what Emperor Yong was thinking. The spring examination was a means for the court to select talents. It was related to the foundation of Emperor Yong's rule, and he would not allow anyone to interfere. Now Xing Qishan and Xian Ruiji have joined forces to buy and sell positions to allow mediocre people to enter the officialdom. They colluded with each other and were simply making trouble under the nose of Emperor Yong. How can I allow others to snore beside my bed? This time, Xian Ruiji and Duke Qing really touched the reverse scale of Emperor Yong. When Qiao Zhonghua and Qiao Tianjing returned to the Qiao mansion, it was already afternoon. Qiao Jiaojiao insisted on not taking a nap, just for fear of missing any news. Qiao Zhonghua and Qiao Tianjing had been hungry for most of the day. Madame Qiao asked the servants to heat up a table of food, and the family talked behind closed doors. What happened? Where's Tan Hanqi? Is he okay? Dad. Big brother. Eat more. You must be starving. Wow, didn't the second prince get away with it? When will the baby learn to talk? Qiao Jiaojiao was sitting in Madame Qiao's arms babbling, and Qiao Dai suddenly handed Qiao Zhonghua an envelope. Dad, I've seen it, it's the real list. Qiao Jiaojiao's little fist suddenly stopped.
Wait. List?
It can't be the list I thought it was? Qiao Zhonghua immediately put down the chopsticks in his hand. He unfolded it and couldn't help laughing 3 times. Ha ha ha, good. That young man Tan's plan really works. This way, the second prince can say that he has done nothing. Qiao Jiaojiao was shocked when she heard this and almost jumped up from Madame Qiao's arms. Is it really the list in the hands of Duke Qing? Was it snatched back by Tan Hanqi's plan? Oh my god, there are so many capable people around me, so why should I worry about it? I can just be a baby in peace. Once the spring examination case is revealed, the hero will lose the handle in the hands of Duke Qing, and without the help of the Qingzhou Gu family, won't his great cause be shattered? At this time, Qiao Dai asked about Tan Hanqi on behalf of Qiao Jiaojiao. Dad, where is brother Tan? Has he been detained? Qiao Tianjing put down his bowl and chopsticks upon hearing this, letting his father eat a few more bites. He replied, although Xian Ruiji confessed in the palace, he could not name any other candidates who had bought and sold their ranks except Tan Hanqi. The emperor was furious and sent people to arrest Duke Qing immediately. As a result, the palace servants found that he had written a confession and had committed suicide on the beam of the ancestral temple. The Duke Qing's mansion was searched from top to bottom, but the list of names could not be found, so the emperor ordered people to recheck all the articles in this spring examination and make sure to find out all those who bought and sold their ranks. As for brother Tan, the emperor seemed to appreciate him very much and kept him on the spot. In today's morning court, Tan Hanqi behaved neither humbly nor arrogantly, and he knew when to advance and retreat. He uncovered the case of cheating in the spring examination and removed the 2 cancers of Xian Ruiji and Xing Qishan for Emperor Yong. Everyone said that this Shuozhou candidate would definitely rise to prominence. Qiao Jiaojiao had expected this, and could not help but nod her head repeatedly when she heard this. Tan Hanqi was originally a talented person, and now he can be said to have finally gotten his reward after all the hardships. But that dog emperor, who was blinded by his own greed. TSK, wouldn't he want to leave a talent like Tan Hanqi to the second prince? But Tan Hanqi is a man of loyalty and righteousness, and he has already been loyal to our Qiao family. I believe he will not change his camp. Qiao Tianjing could not help but nod secretly when he heard this. He and Xiaomei thought exactly the same thing, and brother Tan was absolutely trustworthy. At this time, Qiao Jiaojiao could not help but be curious about Gu Junlin, who was originally going to replace Tan Hanqi. What about that Qingzhou Gu Junlin? How is he? You know, the Qingzhou Gu family is an indispensable helper for the heroine Meng Guxue to build a business empire. Qiao Dai immediately repeated Qiao Jiaojiao's question wisely, pretending to be very curious. In fact, he had such a muddled mind that he had completely forgotten who Gu Junlin was. Qiao Tianjing smiled. It depends on how sincere the Gu family is. The higher-ups must have been jealous of the Gu family's wealth. Qiao Jiaojiao understood instantly. So the Qingzhou Gu family is going to pay for their lives? After this incident, the Gu family is probably going to fall. TSK, the Gu family's business is so big. Anyone who gets a share will make a huge profit. The second prince won't just sit there and wait for death, right? Xiao Tianjing's eyes flickered when he heard this. Business? The Qiao family seemed to lack such talents. No hurry, let him think about it. Qiao Tianjing was thinking about something, and Qiao Dai suddenly said with a smile, Brother, Sheng Mingcheng and Sheng Xiuran were released, just as you said. Sheng Mingcheng must be mad now, after mentioning the second prince. Qiao Tianjing smiled faintly when he heard this, as if everything was under control. Wait a little longer. Wait until Sheng Mingcheng is desperate. This spring examination case will be almost over. Qiao Dai looked at his elder brother's smile, stroked his arm with goosebumps, and said with a frown, Brother, can you stop smiling so creepily? Qiao Jiao heard Qiao Tianjing's arrangement from a few words, and her eyes sparkled instantly. Brother, you are awesome. Are you going to let Sheng Mingcheng bite the second prince? This is a great idea. I think I can lie down, lie in my mother's warm arms, and watch my father and my elder and second brothers kill people everywhere. Xiao Zhongwu quickly ate a few mouthfuls of rice, washed his hands, took Qiao Jiao with a loving face, held her and weighed her, and was full of pampering. If Jiao hadn't foreseen the future, the three men of the Qiao family would have no place to use their strength. As stupid as he is, Xiao Zhongwu dodged countless northerners' open and secret attacks in the first half of his life, but he never thought that one day the knife that stabbed him would come from within the great Yong dynasty, from Emperor Yong, to whom he had served for half his life. In the morning court today, the second prince took the initiative to speak up and wanted to take Tan Hanqi to the Golden Palace. Xiao Zhongwu didn't believe that Emperor Yong didn't notice anything wrong. If Sheng Mingcheng made a big deal and exposed the second prince's wolfish ambition, the emperor still chose to protect the second prince. Then he, an old man who had been loyal to the emperor for decades, would never keep the foolish loyalty in his heart again. Loyal to the country and loyal to the emperor, loyal to the country first and then to the emperor, for the sake of Yonghua, for the sake of the country, for the sake of the people, he must abandon the foolish monarch and assist the benevolent crown prince. This time, he will do his best to protect his family and also to protect the great Yong country that thousands of great Yong warriors have fought for with flesh and blood. Today, the people of Daong dynasty are in panic. In one day, the entire family of Duke Qing and Minister of Rights Exiled were convicted and executed. The spring examination, which was known as the most rigorous and formal, turned out to be involved in a shocking scandal of buying and selling rankings, which aroused strong dissatisfaction among students across the country. The story of how Tan Hanqi, as a candidate, beat the drum to enter the Golden Palace, met the emperor, and recited articles also spread, and he became famous overnight. Another incredible thing is that the Duke of Qing's legitimate son and daughter, Sheng Mingcheng and Sheng Xiuran, actually escaped, and it is said that they have not been captured until now. The Jingwu guards were ordered to post notices and offer a reward for his capture, causing a huge uproar in the capital. Meng Gushue was trying to make her modern version of soap when she heard the news. The Duke Qing's mansion is destroyed? The Exiled mansion is gone too? A bounty has been put on Sheng Xiuran? Meng Gushue was suddenly stunned. This is different from what she dreamed of. In the dream, Sheng Xiuran became the crown princess, and she was still alive and well even when the crown prince died suddenly. Duke Qing was even given a higher title by Chun Lang because of his contribution to following the emperor. Could it be that it was really just a dream? But can dreams be that clear? There were even many people she had never met in her dream. The maid Xiaotao was still retelling interesting stories from outside with a look of surprise on her face. Miss, this time the cheating case in the spring examination was solved and a great hero emerged. He is a candidate from Zhuozhou named Tan Hanqi. Everyone says that this candidate Tan has won the emperor's favor and will surely rise to a high position in the future. Meng Gushue stunned. Tan Hanqi actually became successful? In the dream, he was just a strategist following Xin Lang and hiding from the public. No, she must hurry up. Otherwise, when reality and dreams deviate completely, she will have no one to rely on. This soap is so hard to make. Have you found the person? Shen Yuanbai sat in the tea house with a gloomy face, his voice extremely cold. Zhu Feng's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and he shook his head in panic. Your Highness, not yet. Shen Yuanbai clenched his right fist and raised it angrily, but after taking a deep breath, he put it down gently. Don't panic, don't rush. Sheng Qishan is not a stupid person. If he wants to preserve the last bit of blood of the Sheng family, he will definitely give the list to Sheng Mingcheng and ask him to come find him. Now the streets are full of Jinwu guards chasing Sheng Mingcheng, so it is understandable that he dares not show up. He had already given orders to deploy personnel in the restaurants, tea houses, and brothels that Sheng Mingcheng frequented. Even those friends of Sheng Mingcheng were not spared, so they should be able to contact him before he was captured by the Jinwu guards. This Sheng Mingcheng is such a fool. I had clearly asked him to meet in this tea house before, just to prevent the situation today. After he came out of the Duke Qing's mansion, he didn't even come here to see him directly, and was still hiding outside. He is really a hopeless case. Go look for him again, and bring him here directly when you find him. Shen Yuanbai said coldly, and Zhu Feng immediately obeyed the order respectfully. The eastern suburbs of Beijing. There is a villa here that provides a place for young men and women to stay when they attend poetry competitions. Outside of poetry gatherings, the doors of this villa would be locked and no one was allowed to enter without permission. When Sheng Mingcheng woke up from his coma, he found himself lying on the cold ground. He sat up dazedly and suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck. The next moment, all the memories came rushing back, slowly taking the color away from Sheng Mingcheng's face. Oh, right, sister. Sister. Sheng Mingcheng turned pale with fright when he thought of his sister, who had been knocked unconscious before him. At this time, a soft moan was heard not far away. Sheng Mingcheng looked up and saw his sister lying on the bed. He crawled over and saw Sheng Xiran dressed neatly. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, my sister did not encounter any accident. Sheng Xiran opened her eyes in a daze, and after reacting for a while, she suddenly screamed. Sheng Mingcheng was startled and quickly jumped up to cover Sheng Xiran's mouth. Sister, don't scream. We're fine for now. Sheng Xiran screamed several times and finally calmed down after being comforted by Sheng Mingcheng. She lowered her head and tears rolled down her cheeks. Brother, how could this happen? We were all fine before today. Shall we go find the second prince now? Ask him to save Grandpa and save our parents. As soon as he heard these words, a sinister look immediately appeared on Sheng Mingcheng's face. Sister, why are you still thinking about Shen Yuanbai? Do you know that the one who knocked us out was Shen Yuanbai's man?
What?
This is impossible. Sheng Xiran screamed again and tried her best to deny it. Sheng Mingcheng was furious when he saw Sheng Xiran was so obsessed with the second prince. I heard it with my own ears. How could it be false? Sister, please stop being silly. Sheng Xiran's mind was completely confused. She tightly grasped Sheng Mingcheng's hand and said with a glimmer of hope, but the second prince didn't kill us. Brother, is he actually helping us? When Sheng Mingcheng heard this, he began to hesitate. Sheng Xiran's eyes lit up when he saw this. Brother, this must be the case. He knocked us out to make it easier to rescue us. Look, we are all fine, Your Highness. Your Highness, he must be kind-hearted. Sheng Mingcheng stood up with a look of doubt on his face. Only then did he have the energy to look around. The decoration here seemed
somewhat familiar.
Thinking of this, Sheng Mingcheng walked to the door carefully. After listening for a long time without any sound, he bravely pushed the door open. It was already dark outside. In front of me was a wide courtyard with a row of locked rooms on both sides. Sheng Mingcheng's whole body shook violently.
He recognized it.
This was clearly the East Suburb Villa. Why did the second prince send them here? Brother, how is it? Sheng Xiran followed with an expectant look on his face. When he saw the scene clearly, Sheng Xiran couldn't help but feel confused. East Suburb Villa? Sheng Mingcheng's mind raced. He touched his chest and suddenly seemed to think of something. His face gradually turned pale, and panic crept into his heart bit by bit. Sheng Xiuran was so frightened when she saw him like this. She froze and asked in a trembling voice, "Brother, what? What happened?" Shang Mingqing twisted his face and gritted his teeth and said, "Grandpa gave me a list. That was all we could rely on, and now it's been taken away by the second prince. I originally brought a lot of banknotes. Even if we lost the list, we could at least escape to the ends of the earth and have no worries about food and clothing. But now, even the banknotes are gone. They are all gone." Shang Mingqing looked at his sister with red eyes, and only then he realized that all the jewelry on Sheng Xiuran's head, neck, and wrists had been taken away. What a cruel heart. The second prince has such a cruel heart. It was not enough that he stole the list, he actually threw us 2 brothers and sisters into this east suburb villa without even giving us any money. We stay. He is destroying the bridge after crossing it. He wants to force us to death. Sheng Xiuran was frightened by the hatred in Sheng Mingqing's eyes. She tightly grasped Sheng Mingqing's hand and said pleadingly, "Brother, please wait a little longer. Wait one more night. Maybe His Highness is just not convenient now. He will definitely come to see us tomorrow." Shang Mingqing looked at his sister with tears on her face. His heart was bitter and painful, and finally, he could only sit dejectedly on the door frame, looking at the gate. She murmured, "I'll wait for him one more night. If he's really so heartless, don't blame me for making a scene." The next day, at the morning court, Emperor Yong was furious when he heard that Shang Mingqing and Sheng Xiuran from the Duke of Qing's mansion had not been caught. Waste! They are just 2 children. How can they fly away with wings? Now there are many different opinions in the Beijing circle, and everyone believes that the old fox Xing Qishan must have a backup plan, such as handing the list to Shang Mingqing and letting him find a way out. Send more people. You must catch Shang Mingqing back to me. In the east suburbs villa, Sheng Xiuran opened her eyes faintly and saw her brothers standing firmly outside the door. Her heart suddenly lifted up, and she hurriedly took off her shoes and walked forward, but she saw that Shang Mingqing's eyes were full of bloodshot, and his eyes were dark blue, as if he had not slept all night. "Brother!" Sheng Xiuran shouted distressfully, and the next moment her stomach started to growl. She was so hungry. Since the meal yesterday morning, she has not eaten again. Shang Mingqing slowly turned his head, and his voice was cold and desperate. "Sister, he won't come. He just left us here to fend for ourselves. He has such a vicious heart. Isn't it enough to get the list? Why is he torturing us like this? He knows that you love him so much. Even if he doesn't want to treat me well, why can't he treat you well? My sister is so beautiful. How can she not be worthy of him?" Sheng Xiuran felt a sudden pain in her heart when she heard this, and tears instantly fell like beads. Shang Mingqing held Sheng Xiuran's hand tightly, and bloodshot eyes almost burst out. "Sister, don't think about him anymore. He doesn't have you in his heart at all. Saving you is probably part of his plan. This man is so scheming that even Grandpa was deceived by him. Maybe he even rescued Tan Hanqi. The whole thing was planned by him." Shang Mingqing thought a lot that night. The second prince seemed to have intended to approach them from the beginning, in order to overthrow their Duke of Qing's mansion and get the all-important list, so as to control the officials above and use them for his own benefit. Now that their livelihoods have been cut off, without food and money, he and his sister can't survive at all. Xin Yuanbai wanted them dead. Shang Mingqing had been a coward for half his life, and now he would rather die than let Xin Yuanbai have an easy life. Sheng Xiuran couldn't stop shaking all over. In fact, she tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep last night. She had been thinking about the past in her mind and had a vague feeling. "Brother, what should we do? What should we do?" Shang Mingqing patted Sheng Xiuran's hand gently, pretending to be relaxed, and said, "Don't be afraid, sister. Brother will find you something to eat first. You just wait for me here." Sheng Xiuran was really too hungry to bear it, and nodded hesitantly. "Brother, then you should come back early." Shang Mingqing smiled and nodded, and when he turned his head and walked out, his face was full of gloom and hatred, almost possessed. "Xin Yuanbai, you'd better give us brothers and sisters a way out, otherwise I will take you with me to death." Sheng Mingcheng had just left the villa when Qiao Zhongguo received the news. Qiao Tianjing stood up with excitement. Are all the people ready? Have you memorized the words? The man in black said respectfully, Master, everything is ready. Qiao Tianjing clapped his hands suddenly. Okay. No matter what, Sheng Mingcheng must hear those words. Yes. After Sheng Mingcheng sneaked out of the villa in the eastern suburbs, he saw the wanted poster posted at the city gate from a distance. His heart jumped suddenly, and he knew that the mansion of the Duke of Qing must be in trouble. Now, in order to sneak into the city, he can only use extraordinary methods. Sheng Mingcheng has never been so embarrassed in his life. He smeared mud on his face and hair and changed his clothes with the beggars in the East Temple. In the past, Sheng Mingcheng would kick beggars whenever he saw them, but now, in order to save his life, he had to endure the disgusting stench. He was vomiting and changing clothes in the corner of the East Temple when the conversation between the beggars attracted his attention. TSK, it's really miserable, isn't it? I heard the wailing and screaming in the mansion of Duke Qing from afar. Yesterday afternoon, the prince and his wife were dragged away and chopped.
You didn't see it.
When the knife clicked, the blood sprayed 3 feet away. When Sheng Mingcheng heard this, he felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. He crawled to the beggar and asked in a trembling voice, Beheaded? Already beheaded? The beggar kicked him in disgust. Newcomer, get out of here. If you re-asking about the Duke of Qing's mansion, they were all beheaded. The emperor appointed the second prince to supervise the execution, and even the Duke of Qing's mansion was raided by the second prince and his men. My goodness, there are so many boxes of real gold and silver. I don't know how much the Duke of Qing's mansion has embezzled. Fortunately, the second prince enforces the law impartially. Don't mention it, the second prince is really handsome. The prince and his wife knelt in front of him and begged for mercy, crying their eyes out, but it didn't affect his elegance at all. TSK. It seems that the second prince is capable and will be reused, right? Haha, the Duke of Qing really deserves it. It's a good death. A smart person can actually hear the flaws in these words. After all, ordinary beggars can hardly make a living, so how can they understand these court affairs? The Qiao family, as secret guards disguised as beggars, also questioned this point, but Qiao Tianjing insisted on saying so. He was sure that Sheng Mingcheng hated the second prince in his heart, but he might still want to survive, so he might negotiate with the second prince. If the two of them meet, the matter of the list will be exposed. So what needs to be done at this time is to add fuel to the fire of Sheng Mingcheng so that he will lose all his reason and be filled with hatred. Therefore, the more heroic and proud the second prince is said to be, and the more miserable the Qinggu mansion is belittled, the more it will resonate with Sheng Mingcheng. This trick is called attacking the heart first. Everything is just as Qiao Tianjing expected. At this time, Sheng Mingcheng can no longer tell what is true and what is false. As long as he thought that his parents had been beheaded, and it was the second prince who personally supervised the beheading, he had gone completely crazy. Xin Yuanbai, how dare he? How dare he step on the blood of the Duke of Qing's mansion to reach a high position? Even if Sheng Mingcheng dies, he will not let him have his way. Thinking of this, Sheng Mingcheng's eyes turned bloodshot and he stumbled out. The secret guard couldn't help but open his mouth slightly when he saw that Sheng Mingcheng had lost his mind with just a few words. The eldest master is really amazing. There are people coming and going on the street, and a beggar cannot attract attention. Besides, he is covered in mud and has an unbearable stench. The Jinwu guards have to take a detour when they see him. Sheng Mingcheng walked to the door of the Duke of Qing's mansion in a daze. He looked up and saw that the originally magnificent plaque had been taken down, and 2 square seals were cross-pasted on the main door. There were faint dried black blood stains on the steps at the door. Sheng Mingcheng's heart trembled violently, and tears of regret and despair flowed down. Life is like a dream and like smoke. It's too late. Everything is too late. He turned away in despair, and looking in that direction it was Denguen Drum Court. Yesterday, Tan Hanshi struck the Dengwen drum in Dengwen drum courtyard, which led to the shocking spring examination fraud case. Since yesterday, the gate of Dengwen drum courtyard has been wide open. This is what Emperor Yong meant. Dengwen drum cannot be in vain and should be open for 12 hours. The one guarding the drum today is one of the Yamen runners bribed by Duke Qing that day, whose surname is Tian. He was secretly thankful for a long time last night. Fortunately, he did not hold a stick. Otherwise, the fall of Duke Qing's mansion might implicate him. Now he is standing by the stone pillar next to the courtyard, dozing off. He indulged too much with the little yener in the brothel last night and hardly closed his eyes. When Sheng Mingcheng walked all the way to Dengwen drum courtyard, his feet were bleeding. Hatred surged in his heart, and the small wounds on his feet were nothing. There were pedestrians walking on the road, and they were shocked to see a beggar stepping into Dengwen drum courtyard with firm steps. Another one? What injustice could this beggar have suffered that he actually wants to see the emperor in person? His body can't withstand 30 lashes of the cane. Is he going to die? Everyone stopped in their tracks as they were discussing various opinions. Sheng Mingcheng saw the drum in the courtyard at a glance. At this moment, he suddenly felt that things had changed. He was still watching Tan Hanshi's joke yesterday, but today it was his turn. The drum was supposed to be beaten after 30 lashes of the cane. But at this time, the Yamen runner who was watching the drum had already dozed off against the pillar. Sheng Mingcheng walked up to him without hesitation, pulled out the drumstick, and started beating with all his strength. Boom! 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 Sheng Mingcheng waved his hands, beating the drum while screaming to his heart's content. The Yamen runner Tian was so frightened by the sudden sound of the drum that he fell to the ground. When he looked up, he saw a beggar beating the drum crazily. It's over! Yamen runner Tian shouted, and the other 3 Yamen runners came over and pinned Sheng Mingcheng to the ground. Sheng Mingcheng's lips hit the ground, scraping his skin and bleeding, but he still roared with all his strength. I am Sheng Mingcheng from the Duke of Qing's mansion. I want to sue the second prince Shun Yuan by hiss. When these words came out, not to mention the Yamen runners, even the people watching the excitement at the door were dumbfounded. Sheng Mingcheng? Isn't that the fugitive wanted by the court? Why would he sue the second prince? Sheng Mingcheng knew clearly that if he didn't finish his words now, he would have no chance to speak after someone from the palace came, so he yelled at the top of his voice. The second prince Xin Yuanbai knew about my grandfather's cheating in the spring examination a long time ago, but he deliberately concealed the matter in order to get the list of students who cheated in previous years for my grandfather. He secretly wooed our Duke Qing mansion and sought the list just to compete for the position of crown prince. After our Duke Qing mansion was destroyed, he sent people to wait outside the mansion early, and after snatching the list, he put me to death and wanted to kill all my brothers and sisters. Such a deep-minded and unscrupulous villain, who also coveted the position of crown prince, how can he be allowed to stay? Our Duke Qing mansion did something wrong, but the second prince concealed it, abused his power for personal gain, and secretly moved around. Wasn't he right? Why should he be allowed to supervise the execution of our Duke Qing mansion? He deserves to die, too. Sheng Mingcheng was held down by 4 people. He could only raise his head desperately. The blood in his mouth splattered on the ground, which was very horrifying. When the 4 Yamen runners heard him say such a secret, they wanted to cut off their ears on the spot. It's over, everyone who heard it will be finished. At the gate of Dengwen drum courtyard, the people were already stunned, until an indignant voice rang out. Sheng Mingcheng, are you telling the truth? The second prince eats the salary of the world. He can't do such a treasonous thing. This voice was mixed in the crowded crowd, and it was impossible to tell whose mouth it came from for a while. I swear. I, Sheng Mingcheng, swear on my life, not a single false word. My Qinghua mansion is dead. Why can the second prince go unpunished, just because he is a prince? Seeing that Sheng Mingcheng was getting more and more desperate, the Yamen runners quickly took out the towel they used to wipe his sweat, crumpled it into a ball, and stuffed it into Sheng Mingcheng's mouth. However, his words were still heard clearly by the onlookers. Sheng Mingcheng swore on his life. How could the second prince do this? Hasn't he ever thought about how pitiful we, the students who have studied so hard, are? The spring examination is our only chance. As a prince, how could he ignore the hearts of the students all over the world? The second prince is plotting for the list, so now the list is in the hands of the second prince? Fight for the position of crown prince? But the second prince has half of the blood of the northern kingdom. How could he be the crown prince of our great Yong dynasty? No, the people of the northern kingdom must never get involved in the country of great Yong. It often takes only a moment for things to ferment, and a few sharp comments can easily bring the rhythm. When someone came to the palace, public opinion was already boiling. Xiao Zhongguo was squatting at home, happily listening to the news with his son and Jiao Jiao, laughing so happily, but soon he received an urgent summons from the emperor. When Jiao Jiao heard this, she pouted her lips in disdain.
See?
I just said that the dog emperor will definitely send someone to find Daddy. With public opinion boiling, the people in the palace even have problems taking Shang Mingqing away. Now it's time for the great hero in the hearts of the people to show up. Humph. Using my dad's reputation to clean up the second prince's ace, the dog emperor really wants to do it. When Xiao Zhongguo heard this, his face suddenly became full of pain. My dear daughter, can we put it another way? You almost disgusted your old father to death by saying this. Xiao Tianjing wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. Xiao Dai couldn't hold it back and laughed out loud. Xiao Zhongguo finally found a vent and immediately jumped up and gave Xiao Lao a slap. Let you laugh. Xiao Dai screamed in pain and jumped up and jumped around.
Ah.
Dad, tell me the truth. Did you pick me up or not? Xiao Zhongguo snorted. Your elder brother knows how to hold it back, but you want to laugh out loud. Who else should I hit if not you? Okay, I'm going. Xiao Zhongguo patted his wrinkled hem. The emperor summoned him urgently, so he could wear casual clothes to enter the palace. Xiao Tianjing stood up with Xiao Jiao in his arms. Seeing Xiao Zhongguo walking out with firm steps, his expression could not help but become slightly solemn. Xiao Jiao looked at her father's back and sighed secretly. Alas, I'm afraid my father will be disappointed when he leaves. At this time, even Xiao Dai, who was jumping up and down, calmed down and looked serious. In fact, the three brothers and sisters could see that Xiao Zhongguo was not very happy just now. Their father was loyal to this country and to the king of this country. He loved this land that he fought hard to save more than anyone else. However, Emperor Yong was destined to disappoint his father. The second prince's rebellious intentions had surfaced, but Emperor Yong's obsession with Princess Yulu had reached the point of madness, and he would definitely find ways to save the second prince. In this case, Daddy's loyalty to the emperor will be completely shattered. Well, we in the Qiao family can't serve such a dog emperor. Sooner or later, he will be dragged down from the throne. I hope Daddy will come back soon. I am the best at making people happy. Daddy doesn't know yet, I have been practicing very hard recently. I can actually call Daddy.
Dad.
Daddy. The tender and vague baby language sounded slowly, which made Xiao Tianjing and Xiao Dai's eyes light up. Little sister. Call big brother quickly. No, little sister. You have to call second brother first. Xiao Jiao. Don't embarrass the little baby who just opened his mouth, okay?
Daddy.
Daddy. The second prince Xin Yuanbai was still sitting in the tea house yesterday waiting for news about Shang Mingqing. At this time, Zhu Feng ran in with sweat on his forehead and a panicked look. Seeing this, the second prince's face sank and he said in a cold voice, Zhu Feng, I told you, no matter what, don't show your thoughts on your face. Zhu Feng was anxious. He couldn't wait to restrain his expression and said quickly, Your Highness, it's bad. Shang Mingqing has been found. Shun Yuanbai frowned when he heard this. What? He was caught by the Jinwu guards? Zhu Feng shook his head and said with an unsightly face, He is crazy. He ran to knock on the drum, and he also said a lot of things that are not good for your highness. Shun Yuanbai slowly stood up and said coldly, What did he say? Tell the truth. Zhu Feng did not dare to hide it, and hurriedly repeated Shang Mingqing's words, and told him all the boiling public opinion. When Shun Yuanbai heard this, his eyebrows were instantly filled with frost. This idiot he was plotted against and didn't even know it, and he even dragged me into it. No wonder the Jinwu guards couldn't find him, and even the secret guards had no trace of him. It turned out that another group of people had made a plan to save him, just to let him bite me back. The male protagonist is still the male protagonist after all. He just listened to Zhufeng's retelling of a few words and guessed the truth of the matter. The prince's methods are so meticulous. He usually looks like a brother and a respectful brother, but it turns out that he is secretly planning to give me a fatal. But how did he know that Sheng Qishan cheated in the spring exam? How did he know to save Tan Hanqi in advance? And how did he know that the list existed? Shun Yuanbai was puzzled and suddenly punched the table, even knocking over the tea. These news were obtained by him with the help of the people left by his mother, who were planted in various mansions and courtyards for several years, and he barely found some clues. How did the prince do it? Zhu Feng was panicking and couldn't help showing fear on his face. Your Highness, the most urgent task now is to deal with Shang Mingcheng. 3 people can make a tiger, not to mention that Shang Mingcheng is so confident. When this comes to His Majesty, what can you do? Shan Yuanbai sneered, without much fear on his face. Sheng Mingcheng's words are not enough. With this, the prince can't overthrow me. Go back to the palace. When Xiao Zhenghua arrived at Denguendrum courtyard, it was already in chaos. Enoch Huang was waiting at the gate of the palace with an anxious look on his face. The moment he saw Xiao Zhenghua, he seemed to see a savior. Oh, Lord Xiao, you are here. Come to the rescue. These people are going to overturn Denguendrum courtyard. Your Majesty. Oh, His Majesty is furious and has a big temper. Enoch Huang quietly lowered his voice for the latter sentence, intending to urge Xiao Zhenghua to make a quick decision. Xiao Zhenghua's expression remained unchanged. He turned his head and saw that the people in front of the Denguendrum courtyard were filled with righteous indignation. From what they said, it turned out that they were talking about the confrontation between the Great Yong dynasty and the Northern Kingdom. Xiao Zhenghua knew that his eldest son had fanned the flames. He didn't know where the stinky boy got his mind from. Compared with his father, he was really better than his father. Don't worry, Enoch Huang, Xiao Zhenghua said lightly, and then walked towards the Denguendrum courtyard. Enoch Huang looked at Xiao Zhenghua's tall and straight back, and at this time he vaguely realized the words that the emperor often said. Xiao Zhenghua is the Dinghai Shenzhen of the Great Yong dynasty. Sometimes when he stands in front of the people, he is more majestic than me. Enoch Huang sometimes couldn't guess whether the emperor said such words out of fear or appreciation, but today, after seeing it, this Dinghai Shenzhen is indeed worthy of its reputation. As soon as Xiao Zhenghua appeared, the people gathered around him, shouting General Xiao. Xiao Zhenghua waved to everyone and said a few words. The emperor will handle the matter impartially and will not disappoint the people of the world, and everyone consciously made way. When Enoch Huang saw Xiao Zhenghua waving at him, he was slightly stunned and hurriedly walked up with the 8 imperial guards behind him and really brought out Sheng Mingcheng, who had been. Let's all go. Don't you want to do your work today? The women and children at home are still waiting for a bite to eat. Xiao Zhenghua laughed and raised his voice. His rough words were indescribably friendly, which made everyone laugh. He easily resolved the public anger. Enoch Huang was secretly shocked when he saw this, and he really admired Xiao Zhenghua from the bottom of his heart. Master Xiao, let's go. The emperor is waiting. Enoch Huang urged politely. Xiao Zhenghua waved to the people, turned around and followed Enoch Huang into the imperial study. In the imperial study, the emperor sat behind the desk, and the crown prince was beside him. Xiao Zhenghua saluted respectfully, and Sheng Mingcheng had been held on the ground by the imperial guards. The emperor looked gloomy and seemed to be in a bad mood. Is the second prince here? Upon hearing this, Enoch Huang hurried out to see what was going on. As soon as he stepped out of the imperial study, he saw the second prince coming over here. Your son pays respects to the emperor and to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The second prince knelt in the hall, his back straight, his face calm. The moment he saw the second prince, Sheng Mingqing instantly whimpered and screamed excitedly, and the hatred in his blood-red eyes was frightening. With a look from Emperor Yong, Enoch Huang immediately stepped forward and took off the sweat towel from Sheng Mingqing's mouth, and his extremely resentful voice resounded throughout the imperial study. Xin Yuanbai, you have caused so much harm to my Duke Qing's mansion. A thief like you actually dreamed of becoming the crown prince of my great Yong dynasty. You are dreaming. Seeing that Sheng Mingqing had almost finished speaking, Enoch Huang immediately stuffed the sweat towel into his mouth again. At this time, Emperor Yong lowered his eyes to look at the second prince in the hall and asked in a deep voice, "Second brother, do you have anything to say?" After the second prince bowed, he said slowly, "My father, Sheng Mingqing, is slandering me." Emperor Yong raised his eyebrows. "Which one?" The second prince replied calmly, "All of it." Sheng Mingqing said that I knew about the cheating in the spring examination and concealed it. How could I know such a private matter? The reason I showed my goodwill to him was for Miss Sheng. Miss Sheng? Emperor Yong looked puzzled. The second prince nodded with a frank look on his face. Half a year ago, Miss Sheng was in danger, and I happened to save her once, so. The second prince suddenly lowered his head, revealing his slightly red ears at the right time. Father, I have been in contact with Sheng Mingqing just to learn about Miss Sheng's recent situation, and there is no other intention. Xiao Zhongwu stood quietly aside. Hearing this, even he had to sigh at the second prince's scheming and scheming. Among all the accusations of Sheng Mingqing, only the fact that the second prince met with him to show his goodwill had evidence, but the second prince came up with such an impeccable reason. The young man Mu Ai was just asking for information and did not do anything out of the ordinary.
Why not?
The second prince continued. As for Sheng Mingqing saying that I snatched the list, I dare to swear on my life that the list is definitely not in my hands.
And
plotting to seize the position of the crown prince, this sentence is even more murderous. The crown prince bowed his head slightly, and his face did not change when he heard these words, as if he was just a serious bystander. The second prince spoke earnestly and sincerely, and said in a clear voice, "The crown prince is very kind to me. He is wise and benevolent, and is a capable assistant to my father. I can never have such a rebellious idea. Sheng Mingqing slandered me so much. I want to ask him whether he was instructed by others, and what his intentions were." At this moment, the second prince even began to take the initiative. Xiao Zhongwu stared at the handsome figure in front of him. With such an unfavorable start, in such a short time, the second prince has come up with such a wonderful argument. Every word is pearly and clear. But if you look into some things, there are still loopholes. For example, yesterday in the court, the second prince took the initiative to ask to pick up Tan Hanqi. You know, the second prince would never take the initiative to speak in the palace. Also, Sheng Mingqing was so sure that the second prince knew the list, he must have received instructions from Duke Qing. Sheng Mingqing was stupid. He might have misunderstood the second prince's intention, but would an old fox like Duke Qing be confused about such a matter of life and death? From what Sheng Mingqing said, Duke Qing was clearly betting on the second prince with great certainty. Now, it all depends on the attitude of the emperor. If the emperor is willing to investigate, he will naturally find clues that the second prince is plotting rebellion. If the emperor intends to protect him, then even if the evidence is fed to him, he will push it away without changing his expression. Emperor Yong pondered for a while and slowly said, "There are many doubts about this matter, and we cannot make a rash judgment at the moment." Xiao Zhongguo's heart suddenly sank when he heard this, and he heard Emperor Yong continue to say, "Second brother, even if you are innocent, since Sheng Mingqing accused you, you have done something wrong. Otherwise, with so many people in the court, why would he throw dirty water on you? Before this matter is investigated, you should stay in your Chonghua palace." This is what house arrest means. When Xiao Zhongguo heard this, he felt like a basin of cold water was poured over his head, and he was completely chilled with Emperor Yong. As Jiao Jia said, Emperor Yong loved Princess Yulu to the bone, and he also protected her son to the extreme, and was even willing to hand over the great Yong kingdom to the hands of the second prince. At this moment, Qiao Zhongwu stood in this magnificent imperial study and realized very clearly that the real enemy of the Qiao family's destruction was the emperor on the seat. Okay, everyone leave. Huang Pei, you personally take Xing Mingqing to the imperial prison and have him tried. Huang Pei received the order and quickly had Xing Mingqing dragged away. The second prince knew how to act. He suddenly knelt down and said loudly, "Father, Xing Mingqing has been arrested and brought back to justice. Now, Miss Xing. Miss Xing is still hiding outside. I want to ask for mercy for Miss Xing." Emperor Yong looked at his son with a slightly inquiring look and suddenly asked, "Do you really pity her?" The second prince nodded without hesitation. Emperor Yong showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. Xing Xiuran was originally scheduled to be the prince's concubine. Now that Duke Qing was in trouble, Xing Xiuran was no longer qualified to enter the royal family. However, his second son was a sentimental person like him. He could not stay with his beloved in this life, but he was reluctant to let his second son suffer this pain. Thinking of this, Emperor Yong actually looked at the prince meaningfully. The candidates for the crown princess and the crown princess have not been announced. He just mentioned it to the crown prince. Presumably, the crown prince has no feelings for the young lady of the Sheng family, right? The crown prince felt an indescribable chill in his heart. He was extremely intelligent, so how could he not understand the look in Emperor Yong's eyes? This meant that Xing Xiuran was to be given to the second prince. He naturally didn't care about Xing Xiuran, but his father's blatant preference for his second brother broke his heart into pieces. The crown prince nodded gently to Emperor Yong. This small action seemed to have taken him a lot of effort. Seeing this, Emperor Yong's eyebrows showed a touch of satisfaction, and he immediately said, "Xing Xiuran is already the daughter of a guilty minister. She is absolutely not qualified to be included in my royal jade book. If you really like her, let her enter your Chonghua palace as a concubine." When the second prince heard this, a struggle immediately appeared on his face, as if he couldn't bear to see his beloved woman become a mere concubine. But in a flash, he seemed to be relieved again and said with a grateful face, "Thank you, father, for your help." In this way, the play was completed. Emperor Yong waved his hand, and the crown prince, the second prince, and Qiao Zhongguo respectfully withdrew. The second prince spoke sincerely in front of the crown prince, and the crown prince naturally looked forgiving and comforted the second prince in a gentle voice. Qiao Zhongguo looked calm, bowed to the crown prince and the second prince, and was about to leave when he saw Inuch Huang hurried back from afar. Qiao Zhongguo's eyes flashed slightly. Inuch Huang, as the most useful person around the emperor, had seen all kinds of storms, but at this time he showed such a panicked look. He was just ordered by the emperor to take Xing Mingqing to the imperial prison. Is there anyone special in the imperial prison? Thinking of this, Qiao Zhongguo suddenly realized, could it be related to Defying? According to Jiao Jiao, that Defying is the real lover of Princess Yulio. Unfortunately, Qiao Zhongguo could not stay for long. He passed by Inuch Huang and walked out of the palace. In the imperial study, Emperor Yong was staring at the wall in a daze. Yu Lu, Bayer has grown up, and he also has a lover, but Miss Xing is the daughter of a guilty minister, so she can only accompany Bayer without any status or position. But it doesn't matter. There are countless good women in the capital. I will pick a good girl with impeccable family background and character to match Bayer. It's a pity that there is no girl of the right age in Qiao Zhongguo's family. Otherwise, with Qiao Zhongguo's ability and prestige, I would very much like Bayer to have such a father-in-law to help him. Yu Lu, I am really conflicted in my heart. I want to give our children the best in the world, but the prince is capable. I can't find any fault with him as the crown prince for so many years. Now it seems that Bayer is also thinking about it. He wants to compete and rob. Who should I choose? Emperor Yong murmured, with an extremely conflicted look on his face. At this time, Huang Pei's respectful and anxious voice came from outside the door. Your Majesty, I have something important to report. Emperor Yong frowned slightly, showing dissatisfaction. Come in. Huang Pei hurried into the imperial study, walked to the side of Emperor Yong, and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, Defying seems to be dying. Emperor Yong waved his hands impatiently. Why report such a small matter? Huang Pei's heart suddenly tightened, and he suddenly knelt down on his knees and said carefully, Your Majesty, it is really that Defying is a traitor. He is unconscious and keeps calling. Calling? What? Emperor Yong frowned and asked. Huang Pei's heart trembled slightly. Defying kept calling. The maiden name of Lady Yulu. What? Emperor Yong stood up suddenly. His expression was very scary. Enoch Huang lowered his head and trembled slightly. He has been serving the emperor for more than 30 years. Although the emperor has a bad temper, he is rarely moody. Only when it comes to Empress Yulu, he often loses his mind. Huang Pei, did you hear it clearly? Huang Pei nodded tremblingly. I was afraid that I heard it wrong, so I stood in front of Defying for a long time. There are some secrets that others don't know, but Enoch Huang knows. Yulu is the title of the empress in the Northern Kingdom, and she continued to use it after coming to the Great Yong dynasty for marriage. In fact, the royal family of the Northern Kingdom is surnamed Jean, and Empress Yulu's maiden name is Jean Luling. When he passed by the cell where Defying was imprisoned just now, he saw that his skin was festering all over his body, and he secretly cursed in his heart that he deserved it. As a result, before he took a few steps, he suddenly heard Defying shouting, Luling, I'll take you away. This frightened him so much that he nearly fell to the ground. Who could have thought that this northerner who sneaked into the palace with the intention of assassinating the fourth prince was actually an old acquaintance of Empress Yulu? And hearing the familiar and intimate address, it seemed that Defying had a close relationship with Empress Yulu. Thinking of this, he dared not delay any longer and hurried to report to the emperor. Let's go to the imperial prison. Emperor Yong could no longer stand. He lifted his skirt and walked out. Enoch Huang followed him, crawling behind him, and ordered the guards beside him to run quickly and take Defying to the interrogation room first. What the emperor wants to ask must not be heard by others. The imperial prison was gloomy, without any stench, only a fishy smell mixed with iron chains and blood. Emperor Yong stepped into the interrogation room and saw Defying tied to the rack. His eyes immediately showed disgust. Defying's poison needle was stained with some strange poison, and now his flesh and blood have festered beyond recognition. Enoch Huang dismissed everyone, picked up a bucket of water, and poured it on Defying. Defying shuddered suddenly, raised his head in a daze, but he could no longer see the person in front of him. Do you know Lu Ling? Emperor Yong's brows were gloomy, and his face looked very ugly. Hearing the word Lu Ling, Defying trembled violently and suddenly shouted, Lu Ling. Linger, don't leave me. It's my fault that I'm useless. I can't protect you and let you marry that dog emperor. Come with me. I'll take you far away. When Emperor Yong heard this, his face suddenly darkened. Huang Pei, you get out. Enoch Huang was startled and retreated without hesitation. He was not curious at all. Even he couldn't listen to what Emperor Yong said. Some secrets are better not to know. Enoch Huang slowly closed the door of the interrogation room, but Emperor Yong couldn't wait any longer. He lowered his voice and asked in the most vicious and sinister tone, Did Linger give her chastity to you? Enoch Huang shuddered all over, and by the time the door was tightly closed, he was so frightened that his face turned pale and his legs went weak. He heard. When Empress Yulu came to marry, she was no longer a. Even so, was His Majesty so obsessed with Empress Yulu? You know, she lost her virginity before marriage, and she was a princess married to a foreign country. This shows that she has no sincerity at all. At that time, General Qiao had not withdrawn his troops from the border of the Northern Kingdom. If His Majesty had given the order, General Qiao would have done his best to conquer the Northern Kingdom again. Enoch Huang leaned against the cold wall. His mind was in a mess. Your Majesty, what on earth are you asking for? From time to time, the gloomy roar of Emperor Yong could be heard in the interrogation room, and Enoch Huang even heard the name of the second prince. His thoughts were pulled back to the past, and Enoch Huang remembered that the time when the queen was pregnant with the second prince was a rare, harmonious time for His Majesty and the queen. At that time, there was finally a trace of smile on the queen's face, and she looked bright and beautiful, truly the most beautiful woman in the world. At that time, His Majesty said to him, "Huang Pei, Yu Lu is finally happy. As long as she is willing to stay with me, I am willing to give her everything." The door of the interrogation room was suddenly opened roughly, and Huang Pei was so scared that he almost sat on the ground. He hurried to meet him, only to see that Emperor Yong's expression had calmed down. "Deal with him, chop him into pieces, and feed the dogs," Emperor Yong said in a flat tone. Enoch Huang nodded quickly, and Emperor Yong added, "Huang Pei, you go and deal with him yourself, and don't let others hear anything they shouldn't hear." "Don't worry, Your Majesty," Enoch Huang promised. Emperor Yong nodded and walked out. Huang Pei watched Emperor Yong leave, then walked into the interrogation room tremblingly. When he looked up, he was immediately frightened. Defying was hanging on the interrogation rack, with flesh and skin peeling off, looking like a dead man. There was a blood-stained whip on the ground, with a little bloody flesh on it, which looked extremely horrifying. Enoch Huang took a breath secretly. He had been struggling in the palace for so many years, and he didn't know how many times he had killed people for Emperor Yong. He guaranteed that the method was clean and neat. He walked over with a dagger from a shelf and quietly approached Defying. He liked to use sneak attacks to kill with one move, because in this way the prey would not struggle and the blood would not splash on him. Enoch Huang stood silently in front of Defying. Just as he raised the dagger in his hand, he suddenly heard a low laugh from Defying's throat. "Ho ho ho! Ha ha ha!" Defying just heard the footsteps of Emperor Yong leaving and thought that there was no one around. He knew that he was going to die. It was a rare moment of clarity. Even though he was in great pain, he was so happy that he couldn't help laughing. The dog emperor just asked him if he had seen Yu Lu since Yu Lu entered the palace for marriage. He shook his head and denied it. He knew what the dog emperor was suspicious of. If the dog emperor didn't ask today, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Laughing and laughing, Defying cried again. He couldn't shed tears, and the sobbing sound surged in his mouth. Lu Ling, you deceived the dog emperor and me. We clearly met. On that soft bed, we blended with each other and vented our thoughts for each other. But for the sake of the North Country, you didn't want to go with me, and you imprisoned yourself next to the dog emperor. Why didn't you tell me? Otherwise, I would find a chance to see him even if I died. It's too late. But it doesn't matter. As long as he is alive and well, the dog emperor, that idiot, will love him well.
Bye. Yeah.
Defying murmured, breaking the two words into pieces and letting them flow repeatedly on his lips and tongue. When Enoch Huang heard this, his eyes widened instantly and his expression twisted slightly, as if he had guessed some big secret. The next moment, he dared not hesitate anymore, raised the dagger and stabbed it into Defying's heart, so fast and so urgently that not even a drop of blood splashed out. Huang took care of it and went back to take a bath. When he returned to the imperial study, Emperor Yong was reading the memorial. He went in with his back bent and reported in a low voice, "Your Majesty, everything is settled." When Enoch Huang said this, he carefully looked at Emperor Yong's face. Emperor Yong nodded indifferently and suddenly remembered something and said lightly, "After the daughter of the Sheng family enters the palace, send her directly to Chonghua Palace. Although the second son is under house arrest, don't let him be wronged. You can send something over on my behalf in private." Enoch Huang buried his head deeply, and his mind was full of thoughts for a while. He racked his brains on the way to the imperial study just now, and he really recalled a lot of past events. 1 month before Empress Yu Lu was diagnosed with pregnancy, she did have a period of intensive sleep. Princesses from enemy countries who came to marry were not allowed to give birth to heirs according to the rules, but the emperor doted on Empress Yu Lu and never allowed her to drink contraceptive soup. During that time, Empress Yu Lu was also docile, without the resistance and cold face when she first came. His Majesty was very pleased and rewarded him with an oriental pearl for the first time. But just now, after listening to Defying's dying words, he seemed to be sure that the second prince was his child. Enoch Huang thought about it and couldn't tell who the biological father of the second prince was. Thinking of this, Enoch Huang no longer dared to think deeply and only replied respectfully. Defying was dead, and there was no evidence for this matter. If he rashly spoke to remind her, given the emperor's infatuation with Empress Yulu, even if he had served the emperor for more than 30 years, he would be executed immediately. At this moment, Enoch Huang wished that he had not heard Defying's whispers before his death. Huang Pei, pass the order down. Wait until the ranking of the spring examination is checked and hold the palace examination immediately. This matter has been delayed for long enough. Emperor Yong said in a deep voice. That Tan Hanqi is a talent. I need to think about where to arrange him. Chonghua Palace. The second prince was dressed in a white robe, sitting upright behind a long desk, holding a book in his hand. Although he was confined, there was no annoyance on his face, and he looked very calm. Next to him stood a maid in palace dress. Although she looked ordinary, her back was straight and her eyes were sharp. She was obviously not an ordinary person. Your Highness, the palace has sent someone to pick up Miss Sheng. According to Sheng Mingcheng, the brother and sister fainted and woke up in the east suburbs villa. Shen Yuanbai put down the book in his hand and tapped the desk lightly with his fingertips, as if thinking about something. Seeing this, the maid hesitated for a while, but still asked, Your Highness, where will Miss Sheng be placed after she comes? Shen Yuanbai heard this, and a trace of impatience appeared between his brows. Just arrange her in the side hall. Since you reusing her as a shield, you have to pretend anyway. You'll be responsible for her daily life. Don't let her leave the side hall on weekdays. At this time, Zhou Bo walked in from outside the hall, holding a tray with a bowl of hot soup on it. Shen Yuanbai frowned immediately when he saw this. Zhou Bo, I've said, you don't have to do these things. Zhou Bo was married from the Northern Kingdom. He used to be a personal guard beside his mother and was really devoted to him. Although Zhou Bo ruined things last Lantern Festival and caused him to lose the Jitsue Pavilion, Shen Yuanbai couldn't bear to blame Zhou Bo. After all, when he was young and had a hard time in the palace, it was Zhou Bo who risked his life to take care of him so that he could grow up safely. Your Highness, I am worried about leaving your food and daily life to others. Zhou Bo walked to the table with a smile and was about to put down the tray. The maid beside him continued, Your Highness, there is one more thing. The northerner Defying, who assassinated the fourth prince a few days ago, was ordered by the emperor to be chopped up and fed to the dogs today. Zhou Bo trembled without warning, and he didn't even put the tray down steadily, causing the pot of hot soup to fall directly to the ground and break into several pieces.
Zhou Bo.
Shen Yuanbai stood up suddenly and hurriedly helped Zhou Bo to the side. But what shocked Shen Yuanbai was that Zhou Bo was shaking violently, and his lips turned white. Shen Yuanbai was shocked and was about to call the imperial physician, but Zhou Bo suddenly grabbed Shen Yuanbai's hand. He turned stiffly and asked the maid in a trembling voice, Lu Yun, what was the name of that northerner you just said? Lu Yun was a little terrified and repeated in a low voice, His name is Defying. He was hired by the emperor to be the fourth prince's first teacher, but he suddenly had an attack a few days ago and wanted to assassinate the fourth prince and Miss Qiao. The prince arrived in time and caught him. Zhou Bo shook his head and was overwhelmed with grief for a moment. It was him. I haven't seen him for more than 10 years. How come he entered the palace again? How could he be so stupid? Shen Yuanbai saw the tears in Zhou Bo's eyes and his face became solemn. Zhou Bo, is Defying an old friend of yours? Zhou Bo looked up at Shen Yuanbai and asked quickly, Your Highness, have you seen him? Have you seen him? Shen Yuanbai shook his head in confusion. He had not been to the study room for a long time, so naturally he had never seen Defying. Zhou Bo closed his eyes and felt dizzy when he heard this. Never seen. They had never even met once. If the princess knew about this, she would be so heartbroken and regretful. Zhou Bo, What's wrong with you? Zhou Bo rarely showed such a panic, which made Xin Yuanbai, who cared about him very much, a little anxious. Zhou Bo knew that Xin Yuanbai was smart and was afraid that he would send someone to investigate privately, so he made up a lie. Your Highness, that was my old friend in the North Country, a close friend. Now I suddenly heard the bad news, and my heart is really hard to calm down. He really couldn't bear to let Your Highness know the truth. This is really too cruel to Your Highness. Your Highness, I'm really fine, I just need to go back and have a rest. Xin Yuanbai didn't have too many doubts in his heart, because Zhou Bo really had a deep affection for the North Country. When Uncle Liu, who came with him, died of illness, Zhou Bo was also upset for a long time. He sighed softly. Zhou Bo, condolences. Zhou Bo trembled all over when he heard this, and tears flowed in an instant. The scene of that year is still vivid. After the princess married Emperor Yong, she was always unhappy. After discussing with Lu Shi and others, he risked his life, broke through layers of checkpoints, and secretly brought Defying in. That night, all of them were worried, but the lights were always on in the palace. He knew what happened inside, and he just wanted the princess to be happy. Not long after that, the princess became pregnant. Although the Dog Emperor had forced the princess several times before, they all firmly believed that the child was Defying's. It was the first time that the princess smiled in the palace of Yonghua. He felt sad, but very relieved. At that time, he thought everything was fine, and the princess could live happily. Uncle Zhou, let me help you go back and rest. Xin Yuanbai's words interrupted Zhou Bo's memories. He clenched Xin Yuanbai's hand and pressed all the pain deep into his heart. No need, Your Highness. You're busy. I will be ready tomorrow. Zhou Bo let go of Xin Yuanbai's hand and walked out with a staggering gait. Xin Yuanbai looked at him quietly for a while, then turned around and coldly ordered Luyan, from now on, don't mention anything in front of Zhou Bo. Luyan was terrified and knelt down quickly. I obey your order. When Xiao Zhongguo returned to the mansion, he found that the whole family was waiting for him. His heart suddenly warmed up, and he showed a sincere smile.
Madam, I'm hungry.
Seeing him shouting, Madame Qiao couldn't help but look at him with a reproachful look. The food has been prepared a long time ago, just waiting for you. Xiao Zhongguo laughed and couldn't wait to take Jiao Jiao from Qiao Tianjing's arms. Xiao Jiao Jiao's eyes stared straight at Xiao Zhongguo, fearing that her father was in a bad mood. Xiao Zhongguo didn't want to make Xiao Jiao Jiao worry, and seeing that there was no one else around, he said bluntly, the second prince has been confined to his house, and Sheng Mingcheng is estimated to be dead. The second prince asked for grace from the emperor to take Sheng Xiuran as a concubine. What? Xiao Jiao Jiao was a little confused when she heard this, but she thought about it and suddenly understood. TSK, this male protagonist is so cunning. Is he using Sheng Xiuran as a shield? Xiao Zhongguo secretly gave Xiao Jiao Jiao a thumbs up in his heart. The second prince has met Sheng Mingcheng privately. If Sheng Xiuran is not brought up, he can't explain it clearly. Xiao Jiao Jiao showed an expression that it was as expected. This Sheng Xiuran has been obsessed with the second prince for so long, but I didn't expect that she would get what she wanted when her whole family was wiped out. It's so ironic. If she is really a pure love brain, then there is nothing to say. She will stay with the second prince as an unfavored concubine. If she has a bit of backbone, even if it is for her brother, she can at least leave some hidden dangers for the second prince. Maybe he can start from her at that time. Qiao Jiao Jiao thought a little too deeply. Qiao Tianjing listened with his eyes shining and nodded repeatedly, but Qiao Dai felt terrified. It's over. The younger sister also has the tendency of the older brother. They all like to play tricks and play dirty. Will he be the only one with a straightforward mind in the family in the future? Xiao Zhongguo will not restrain Xiao Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao can live the way she likes. As a father, he is just worried that his daughter is having too much trouble. The food is here. Although Mrs. Qiao is in the inner house, Qiao Zhongguo does not hide anything from her. After listening to Qiao Jiao Jiao's inner thoughts, she also understands a lot. She knows that her husband must be feeling bad today, so she specially ordered the kitchen to make Xiao Zhonghua's favorite big pork elbow. The shiny and greasy look made Xiao Zhonghua's appetite increase. Xiao Jiaojiao couldn't help but giggle when she saw this. Dad suffered too much on the battlefield in the past and even gnawed grassroots. Now that the hardships have paid off, what he loves most is the big pork elbow, which is full of meat in one bite. Seeing Xiao Zhonghua's impatient look, Xiao Jiaojiao grinned and suddenly said, "Dad." Xiao Zhonghua's outstretched hand suddenly paused and suddenly lowered his head and looked at Xiao Jiaojiao in shock. Xiao Jiaojiao laughed even more happily, repeating over and over again, "Daddy. Daddy, daddy." Xiao Zhonghua hugged Xiao Jiaojiao and stood up, surprised and relieved. "Jiaojiao can call daddy. Madam, Jiaojiao can call me. Good girl, dear baby. Oh, daddy's heart is about to melt." Madam Qiao, Qiao Tianjing and Qiao Dai saw this scene, looked at each other, and their eyebrows were curved. No matter how turbulent the situation is, no matter how intrigues there are outside, as long as their family is together, it is the sweetest moment. When it was dark at night, Sheng Xiuran was carried into Chonghua Palace in a sedan chair. She was still dazed sitting in the shaking sedan chair. After her brother went out early this morning, he didn't come back until the afternoon. She was scared and at a loss, fearing that her brother had an accident. As a result, a little later, a group of people suddenly rushed in, saying that the emperor had granted her grace and allowed her to be a concubine to the second prince. When Sheng Xiuran heard this, her face turned pale with fright. She was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Qing's mansion after all. She was carefully taught by a female teacher hired by her grandfather. She knew everything about propriety, morality, integrity, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Since ancient times, wives have been noble, concubines have been humble, and concubines have been lowly. What she wanted to be was the second prince's legal wife, not a concubine who had no status and was like a plaything. However, the guards would not allow her to refuse and rudely stuffed her into the carriage. She wanted to ask where her brother was, but no one was willing to talk to her. "Miss Sheng, get out of the sedan chair." A female voice sounded outside the sedan chair, pulling Sheng Xiuran back to her senses. She opened the curtain with a pale face and saw a maid with an ordinary appearance, but a slender figure.
"Where
is this place?" Sheng Xiuran asked timidly. The maid's face was calm. "Miss Sheng, I am Lu Yun, and I will be your maid from now on. This is the Chonghua Palace of the second prince. From now on, you are his concubine." Sheng Xiuran's legs softened, and she immediately shouted, "Where is the second prince? I want to see the second prince. I don't want to be a concubine." A hint of irony appeared on Liu Yun's face. She knew that this Miss Sheng had always coveted the prince. After all, the hero saving the beauty was planned by the prince. And no woman in the world can escape the charm of the prince. "Miss Sheng, the entire family of the Duke of Qing's mansion has been executed, and even Mr. Sheng will be executed soon. You can be an exception because of the grace that the second prince asked for you. If you are grateful, just stay in this Chonghua Palace. The prince will never treat you badly in terms of food, clothing, and expenses." Sheng Xiuran felt dizzy when she heard this.
"What? You said
my brother." Speaking of Sheng Mingcheng, Liu Yun's face was cold and fierce. Mr. Sheng is obsessed with his mind and ran to Denwendrum Court to sue the prince. He made up stories and caused the prince to be confined by the emperor. He deserves to be executed 100 times. Lu Yun should not have said so much, but as she said, there is no woman in the world who does not love the second prince, including herself. Sheng Mingcheng, that rascal, dared to speak rudely to the prince and almost harmed the prince. She had long wished that Sheng Mingcheng would die. So, Miss Sheng, I advise you to be honest, don't have extravagant hopes, and don't have any unreasonable thoughts about the prince. After Lu Yun finished speaking, she came over to pull Sheng Xiuran. She looked thin and weak, but her hands were surprisingly strong. She dragged Sheng Xiuran, who looked dazed, into the side hall. Sheng Xiuran was thrown onto the bed, and the dull pain from her wrist woke her up. She suddenly screamed, "I want to see His Highness. My brother can't die. Take me to see His Highness. I ask His Highness to save my brother." Lu Yun sneered in his heart. What a fool. "Miss Sheng, please have a good rest. There are always people guarding the door. I advise you not to have any bad thoughts." After the food was delivered, Sheng Xiran was so hungry that she ate in a hurry and began to frequently ask to see the second prince. There were 2 tall guards at the door. No matter what Sheng Xiran said, they would keep her back. Sheng Xiran watched as it got dark outside, feeling panic and despair. Brother was about to be executed. He was the brother who loved her deeply. He had taken care of her since she was a child and couldn't bear to see her get hurt. In fact, Sheng Xiran had already seen through it in her heart. The second prince had no feelings for her at all. Otherwise, he would not let a maid look down on her, let alone keep her under house arrest in this side hall. The beautiful dream in her heart was shattered. Now she didn't ask for the favor of the second prince, but only wanted to rescue her brother. Seeing that the guards at the door were unmoved, Sheng Xiran cast her eyes on the window of the back hall. As a legitimate daughter of a wealthy family, she had never done such an extraordinary thing as climbing a window, but in order to see the prince, she didn't care. Thinking of this, Sheng Xiran brought a soft stool, opened the window, and climbed out with great effort. Behind the side hall was a gloomy grove. Sheng Xiran was extremely scared, but she still groped her way towards the light. Suddenly, she heard a sobbing cry, which frightened her so much that the hairs on her body stood up, and she stood there, not daring to move. The cry was sometimes high and sometimes low, accompanied by hoarse voices, and a special smell of burning paper money drifted in the wind. Sheng Xiran was shocked. She knew that there was a rule in the palace that private memorials could not be held. Who was daring to do this in Chonghua Palace? No matter what, she was worried that no one would show her the way. Thinking of this, Sheng Xiran quietly crouched and groped over, and finally saw a cluster of fire. It was a hidden semi-enclosed rockery, and she vaguely saw an old figure. Sheng Xiran moved closer, and then heard the words muttered by the old man. "Why are you so stupid? Didn't I tell you to run away back then? I heard that your body is gone. You are like this, I can't even collect your body. You are so loyal and righteous, but I, an old man, am still alive today. How ashamed I am." At this point, the sobbing sound suddenly became louder and was immediately suppressed. "After you go down, reunite with the princess as soon as possible. Don't worry, I will take good care of your highness. It's a pity that you didn't get to see each other in the end." Sheng Xiran was confused and had no idea who the old man was commemorating. But she vaguely knew that the princess the old man was talking about should be the deceased Yu Lu Nyang, the princess of the northern kingdom back then. Sheng Xiran was very happy to hear that the old man really knew her highness. He violated the palace rules and privately commemorated others at night. She just took this opportunity to control the old man and find out where her highness's bedroom was. Thinking of this, Sheng Xiran walked carefully to the rockery. As a result, at this time, the old man suddenly opened his mouth and said in a very low voice, "I'm sorry, I really can't tell His Highness the truth. Ziying, please forgive me. If His Highness knew that his biological father died, so tragically, and he didn't even see him for the last time, he would really collapse. I'm sorry, Ziying, I'm really sorry." Sheng Xiran's step suddenly stopped there, her eyes widened, and the blood in her body froze instantly. What did she hear? Such a secret fell into her ears, and Sheng Xiran was trembling with fear. At this moment, she felt like she was falling into an ice cave. Second, the biological father of the second prince is actually someone else. If this matter is discovered by the emperor, let alone the second prince, even she, who knows the inside story, will die. Sheng Xiran is not stupid. She is just too obsessed with the second prince, and she has long understood the twists and turns in the inner house. At this moment, Sheng Xiran has only one thought in her mind. No, she can't be discovered by this old man. If she dies, her brother will really have no one to save him. Thinking of this, Sheng Xiaoran was more careful than when she came. She slowly retreated step by step, avoiding the branches on the ground with the flickering firelight, and quietly retreated back to the woods. As she retreated, she prayed in her heart that she would not be discovered. It was not until she was completely away from the light and surrounded by darkness that she suddenly collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face.
Why?
Why did things turn out like this? Obviously, just before yesterday, she still had a noble status, endless glory, and a family that loved her. Why did she have to suffer this? Sheng Xiaoran did not dare to cry out loud, and could only cover her mouth desperately, trembling like a helpless cub in the dark. After a while, she stumbled to her feet again, changed direction, and continued to walk. She wanted to see the second prince. She wanted to save her brother. The second prince came out of the bathtub when he heard Luyan come to report that Sheng Xiaoran was missing. He frowned. Search. Don't let her leave Chonghua Palace. Luyan had some hesitation on his face. As Shen Yuanbai was getting dressed, he said, "If you have anything else to say, please tell me." He had never been close to women since he was a child, so he never needed maids to serve him when bathing or going to bed. Luyan was skilled in martial arts and could do things easily in the palace. She was the only exception around him. "Your Highness," Miss Xing seemed unwilling to give up until she saw you.
You see.
Shen Yuanbai's face darkened slightly. Then bring her here. She just wants to save Sheng Mingcheng, so she can give up this idea. Luyan got the promise, her brows relaxed slightly, and she immediately retreated. With the efforts of the whole palace, Sheng Xiaoran was found quickly. It was dark, and she almost touched the gate of Chonghua Palace. When she was caught, Sheng Xiaoran was still struggling violently, but Luyan came over and said that the second prince was willing to see her, and Sheng Xiaoran immediately calmed down. When she saw the second prince in the brightly lit hall, Sheng Xiaoran's eyes were stabbed hard. He was still so noble and handsome, and he had appeared in her beautiful dreams countless times. Sheng Xiaoran knelt down with a thud and said loudly, "Your Highness, please save my brother. I don't dare to hope to be with your Highness anymore. As long as you let my brother go, my brother and I will escape to the ends of the earth and never appear in front of you. Your Highness, I only have my brother. Please have mercy on me." Sheng Xiaoran had never begged anyone like this before, but when she was stumbling forward in the dark just now, she figured it out. Her brother was the only relative she had. Nothing else mattered. She just wanted her brother to be alive. Shen Yuanbai lowered his eyes slightly, looked indifferently at Sheng Xiaoran, who was kowtowing desperately, and said lightly, "The Duke of Qing's mansion has already been sentenced to death, and Sheng Mingcheng has been imprisoned by my father for beating the drum for reporting, slandering the prince, and inciting public opinion. He has been ordered to be executed tomorrow, and no one can change this." When Sheng Xiaoran heard the 4 words "executed tomorrow," her whole body suddenly softened, and tears rolled down in an instant. Your Highness, please plead for me again. I can be You are a prince, and the emperor will be willing to listen to you." Sheng Xiaoran knocked his head so hard that it made a loud noise, and soon blood appeared on his forehead. When Shen Yuanbai saw this, he was not moved at all. Instead, he felt that Sheng Xiaoran looked very dirty, which made him feel uncomfortable. "Miss Sheng, your brother harmed me first. Why do you think that I will repay evil with kindness and risk saving him? Because of his nonsense, I am still under house arrest.
Sheng Mingcheng muss die.
If you want to live, stay in Chonghua Palace quietly. If you want to die, you can choose by ling, poison, or swallowing gold." Shen Yuanbai said coldly, and then stood up impatiently. He wanted to take a bath again, and seeing Sheng Xiaoran's dirty appearance, he felt that he had just washed in vain. Sheng Xiaoran looked up with a look of despair, and happened to see the disgust on Shen Yuanbai's face. Her heart trembled suddenly. At this moment, thousands of thoughts were mixed together, and she felt regretful and hateful. Her brother had always said that it was the second prince who had harmed the Duke of Qing's mansion. She had always held on to a glimmer of fantasy. She could not believe that the godlike man had such a vicious heart. Seeing that the second prince had already stepped out, she screamed, and asked the last question. Half a year ago, at the Nanjiaohua Temple, did you really save me, or did you do it on purpose? The second prince did not even bother to turn his head, but just said lightly, didn't you have the answer in your heart a long time ago? Sheng Xiuran heard the words, and her body suddenly sank. The next moment, it seemed as if all the strength in her body was taken away, and she fell heavily to the ground. She whimpered a few times and could no longer hold back and burst into tears.
Fake. It was all fake.
He deliberately approached her for the power of the Duke of Qing's mansion. Such a heartless and cold-hearted man deceived her whole heart and caused the entire Duke of Qing's mansion to be executed. Brother is hopeless. She has no relatives anymore. Sheng Xiuran cried louder and louder. Seeing that Shen Yuanbai was about to disappear in the shadows, she suddenly opened her mouth and wanted to shout out everything she had just heard on the rockery in revenge. You are not the son of the emperor at all. You are a rascal. You are the rascal of Princess Yulio and the dog man. Sheng Xiuran reached out, wishing to catch Shen Yuanbai back and throw these words in his face, watching him look like she was in pain. However, the remaining reason told her not to be impulsive. She had nothing left. If she shouted here, she would definitely die, and the second prince would only feel no pain, and would still be the second prince who was extremely noble. No, she wanted to live. She wanted revenge. She wanted to wait for the most appropriate opportunity to give this heartless and despicable man the most fatal. Sheng Xiuran's bright face was twisted in the candlelight, and when tears fell, they took away her last bit of tenderness and innocence. Brother, I can't save you, but I will avenge the whole family of our Qinggu mansion. On March 20th, all the rankings of the spring examination had been checked, including Tan Hanqi, Sheng Qishan, and Exiled Ruiji had actually sold 13 rankings in a frenzy. Except for Tan Hanqi, all the 12 candidates were in trouble and none survived. The emperor was furious, appeased and compensated the families of the 12 candidates, and then severely punished the buyers of all the rankings, including the Qingzhou Gu family, which was rich enough to rival a country. In addition, the emperor, at the suggestion of the prince, issued a letter to the Jiren of the world, clearly informing the world of the cheating in the spring examination, and even admitted the court's mistakes. Thanks to the prince's move, the boiling anger of the students and candidates was finally suppressed. On March 21st, the palace examination officially began, presided over by Emperor Yong himself. On March 22nd, the news came out that Emperor Yong had appointed Tan Hanqi as the first place in the first class and then issued a golden list and hung it at the gate of the palace. On March 23rd, Emperor Yong held a ceremony in the Hall of Supreme Harmony to confer the titles of No. 1, Number 2, and Number 3 on the first class. He then issued an imperial edict to confer the title of Number 1 Tan Hanqi as a 6th-rank Hanlin Academy editor and the title of Number 2 and Number 3 as 7th-rank Hanlin Academy editor. This 6th-rank official position may not seem high, but it is the job of compiling the emperor's records, recording the emperor's words and deeds, and even drafting documents for the emperor. This position means that Tan Hanqi has become a close minister of the emperor and has ascended to heaven in one step. Next, it is the much-anticipated grand scene of the Number 1 scholar riding a horse and parading through the streets. Qiao Jiaojiao had long been held by Qiao Dai and sat in the largest restaurant room on Putian Street, leaning over the window and looking forward to it. When the Royal Guard of Honor walked to Putian Street, the people who were waiting on both sides of the road cheered. Everyone consciously gave up the middle of the road. At this moment, everyone squeezed each other, and the noise almost broke the sky. Second brother, let me look out a little more. Hey, I saw the red card. It's coming soon. Xiao Jiaojiao screamed and cheered excitedly with everyone. Xiao Jiaojiao had never seen such a grand scene in her previous life, and it was incomparable to the sparse extras in TV dramas. The Yong dynasty valued both martial arts and literature. A new champion like Tan Hanqi was the object of admiration of students all over the world. The admiring cheers of the people on the street almost broke Xiao Zhao's eardrums. A burst of gongs and drums, firecrackers cleared the way, and Xiao Zhao finally saw Tan Hanqi. He was riding a tall horse, with wings on his head, wearing a brocade robe, a cross red flower, holding a golden whip, and a handsome and extraordinary person. Ah, it's no exaggeration. Xiao Zhao heard the screams of women in groups. Xiao Zhao smiled and narrowed her eyes, feeling happy for Tan Hanqi from the bottom of her heart. Such honor was what Tan Hanqi deserved. In the original novel, he was plotted against by the Duke of Qing and used by the second prince, which made the Pearl of Glory covered in dust. Now, he finally got what he wanted.
Ah!
Tan Hanqi, you are awesome! Xiao Zhao screamed, and Tan Hanqi sat on a tall horse, facing the pursuit of everyone, and his heart was also filled with emotion. He swept his eyes across the whole scene, looking at the restaurants and tea houses on both sides, and unexpectedly saw two familiar faces. It was Qiao Erlang and Miss Zhao. At this moment, Tan Hanqi finally showed a hearty smile on his face. He, Tan Hanqi, can have what he has today, all relying on the help of the Qiao family and Miss Zhao. If it weren't for her magical powers, the 30 boards in Dengguan Court that day would be enough to take half of his life, not to mention insisting on going to the Golden Palace and pleading in front of the emperor. The great kindness of the Qiao family, Tan Hanqi will never forget it, and he will definitely repay the kindness in this life. Thinking of this, Tan Hanqi bowed his hands and saluted in all directions, and paused in the direction of Qiao Dai and Xiao Zhao. Qiao Dai understood what he meant, and showed his big white teeth to Tan Hanqi, smiling sincerely. Brother Tan is now a close minister of the emperor, and it is not good for them in the Qiao family to be too close to him. Brother Tan is such a cheerful and intelligent person. It's a pity that we can't drink and chat with him often in the future. Xiao Zhao smiled with curved eyebrows when she saw this scene. She knew that Tan Hanqi was definitely not the kind of fence-sitter. He was very loyal and righteous, and he would stand on the side of their Qiao family all his life. A great strategist was gained. The team that defied fate and changed destiny has added another fierce general. Xiao Zhao was showing off, her big eyes rolled around, and she didn't expect to see a familiar figure in the tea house opposite.
Wait!
Isn't that my aunt in the building opposite? Although she only glanced at her, Xiao Zhao was convinced that she would never make a mistake. My aunt just swayed in front of the window. Qiao Dai followed Xiao Zhao's gaze and suddenly frowned. Isn't that my cousin Ning? A veiled girl was leaning against the window on the second floor of the tea house opposite. She was wearing a lavender jacket and was looking at the champion passing by downstairs. Her expression was serious and curious. Xiao Zhao was slightly surprised. It turned out that this was Zuan Ning. She went to the Duke of Yan's mansion several times later, but because her aunt and mother had broken up, she had never seen her cousin Zuan Ning. Now from a distance, she could only see that she had fair skin and beautiful eyebrows and eyes. Did my aunt also bring my cousin and Ning out to watch the fun? It was because Mrs. Zhuo was a key figure in the demise of the Qiao family in the original book, so Xiao Zhao couldn't help but pay special attention to her. Afraid that she would do something weird again. No, I'm still so uneasy. Qiao Dai saw Xiao Zhao's anxiety and simply raised his hand and called out, "Cousin Ning." Zuan Ning was also 15 years old, but was born a few months later than Qiao Dai. The voice was very loud, and it just fell into the ears of Tan Hanqi, who was walking downstairs. He instinctively looked up following Qiao Dai's gaze and saw a beautiful girl with a veil by the window on the second floor. At a glance, Tan Hanqi realized that something was wrong and quickly looked away. Hearing someone calling her, Zuan Ning looked around curiously, and when her eyes touched Qiao Dai, her face flushed instantly. She had known for a long time that her mother and aunt had fallen out because cousin Xiao didn't like her and chose a girl from the Han family as his wife. It didn't matter that the marriage failed. After all, the blood relationship was still there. It just so happened that her mother had promised her before that her future husband would definitely be the eldest cousin Xiao. When she heard this, she took it to heart and had some thoughts that she shouldn't have. Later, when her hopes were dashed, she couldn't help crying, and as a result, her mother told her aunt about it, making her too embarrassed to see anyone. But now that the second cousin Xiao took the initiative to greet her, she had to return the greeting no matter how shy she was. It was not good for a lady to shout in public, so Zhua Ning took a step back and bowed to Xiao Dai. Xiao Jiaojiao probably knew how Zhua and Ning felt at the moment, and she had no opinion on this cousin. After all, what her aunt did had nothing to do with this innocent cousin. Cousin Zhua is actually a rare sober person. After she accidentally heard about her uncle and aunt's plan for our Qiao family, she was afraid and angry, and she was about to tell her grandfather, who knew that my aunt discovered cousins was intention, and locked her in the room. No matter how much my cousin begged, she refused to open the door until the Qiao family was completely destroyed. Then she let my cousin out. After my cousin learned about what her parents had done, she was heartbroken. In the end, she decided to expose her parents' crimes to my grandfather. My aunt saw that the matter could not be concealed. While my grandfather was heartbroken and seriously ill, she actually gave cousin Ning to the second prince as a concubine. As a result, the second prince turned around and gave cousin Ning to the guards around him. Oh, it was so uncomfortable. Xiao Dai heard this and pinched the window frame in front of him fiercely. He was so angry that he was shaking all over. How cruel. My uncle and aunt are so cruel. My brother greeted cousin Ning, but my aunt didn't even stick her head out. Could it be that she is not in the private room now? But I clearly saw my aunt just now. Xiao Jiaojiao was secretly wondering. Xiao Dai had already called out, "Cousin Ning, I'm coming to see you. Whether my aunt is there or not, won't I know if I go over and take a look?" Xiao Jiaojiao really likes Xiao Dai's style, which is straightforward. Xiao Dai did what he said, holding Xiao Jiaojiao downstairs, walked through the crowd, and entered the tea house opposite, and went upstairs and knocked on the quiet room where Zhua Ning was. Xiao Dai and Zhua Ning are cousins, so there is no need to avoid suspicion like outsiders. Zhua Ning came over and opened the door. Her face was hot, and she seemed very embarrassed. Xiao Jiaojiao immediately looked up and saw that there were only Zhua Ning and a maid in the room. "Hey, my aunt is not here. Did I really make a mistake?" Xiao Jiaojiao muttered secretly, and seeing Zhua Ning's embarrassed look, she smiled sweetly at her. "Cousin Ning, I'm sorry. In fact, my eldest brother's affairs have nothing to do with her. And my mother still likes cousin Ning very much. Not long ago, she was still talking about it, saying that cousin Ning is so good, and she didn't know what kind of family she should find to be a good match." Xiao Dai is also a polite person. Even if they are cousins, he didn't go too far. He just smiled and said, "Cousin Ning, we haven't seen each other for a long time. My mother was thinking about you some time ago. Come to our house when you are free." Zhua Ning was surprised and delighted to hear this. After all, her mother said a lot of bad things about her aunt in front of her and said that her aunt didn't allow her to visit. Xiao Dai saw Zhua Ning's concerns and smiled heartily. "Cousin Ning, the grievances of the previous generation have nothing to do with us young people. My mother is thinking about you in her heart. If you are worried about being scolded by your aunt, come secretly when the time comes. I promise to pick you up." Zhua Ning couldn't help laughing when she heard this, and finally dispelled the embarrassment on her face. "Second cousin, you haven't changed at all." Xiao Dai smiled innocently, and then he asked curiously, "Cousin Ning, did you come out alone? There are too many people here today. It's too dangerous." Zhua Ning waved her hands hurriedly after hearing that. No, it was my mother who brought me out, but she just saw an old friend and said she was going to reminisce about the past. Look, it's in the room at the end of the corridor." "Old friend?" Xiao Jiaojiao's mind turned slightly, and she had a bad premonition. "Oh my god, it can't be what I think, right?" Xiao Dai and Xiao Jiaojiao thought the same thing instantly. After all, the family confessed that after being able to hear the younger sister's voice, They share their information with each other, and there is a big hidden danger on the aunt's side. Thinking of this, Xiao Dai immediately smiled and said, although mother and aunt don't have any contact anymore, we as the younger generation can't forget the etiquette, and we still have to pay a visit to her anyway. My aunt's friend must be a well-known lady in the capital, right? It's only right to meet her. Cousin and Ning, take me to knock on the door. Zhua and Ning naturally hoped that her mother and aunt could repair their relationship. Besides, according to etiquette, she should also pay a visit to the lady of her mother's old friend. Thinking of this, Zhua and Ning nodded gently. Second cousin, follow me. Zhua and Ning took Xiao Dai to stand in front of the quiet room at the end of the corridor. Xiao Jiaojiao was a little excited. Don't look at my second brother's rough hands and feet. He doesn't like to use his brain at ordinary times, but he is really reliable at critical moments. He is so polite and flawless, and he easily found his aunt. Xiao Dai straightened his chest when he heard it. That's right. Who asked him to have such a smart elder brother in front of him, and he was spoiled to be lazy. But if he really needs to do something, he is not incapable. Knock, 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 Zhua and Ning knocked on the door. Mom, it's me. I met my second cousin and he wants to come to see you. Suddenly, there was a sound of tables and chairs colliding in the room, which sounded extremely flustered. Zhua and Ning's heart suddenly lifted. Mom, what's wrong with you? Xiao Dai's ears pricked up slightly, and his face immediately showed solemnity. The sound in the room was wrong. Aunt, it's me, Dai. What's wrong with you? I'm coming in. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Dai pushed open the door without hesitation. Xiao Jiaojiao couldn't wait to look up, only to see her aunt standing by the table with a slightly bent body, looking at them with red eyes, and a look of panic on her face that she couldn't hide in time. The window of the quiet room was creaking, which was particularly strange in the silence. Xiao Jiaojiao narrowed her eyes slightly. Aunt is the only one in the room. Why is the window ringing non-stop? Mom, why are you crying? Zhua Anning hurried forward, and seeing that there were still traces of tears on Madame Zhua's face, his heart and eyes were full of heartache. Madame Zhua looked panicked, pressed her eyes with a handkerchief, and pretended to be calm and said, I just remembered some sad things, and I couldn't help it. Ninger, don't worry. Zhua and Ning looked around and couldn't help asking with a puzzled look, Mother, where's the old friend you mentioned? Ninger hasn't met that lady yet. Madame Zhua's expression froze slightly, and then she squeezed out a smile from the corner of her mouth. She just left, saying that something happened at home, and she left in a hurry, so mother didn't call you. Xiao Jiaojiao heard this and already had an idea in her mind. This old friend is none other than Li Xuxing. Anne took the opportunity to meet Li Xuxing privately under the pretext of taking cousin and Ning out to watch the parade of the top scholar. The two of them talked about their hearts here, and they were deeply moved and couldn't help crying. That's absolutely true. Li Xuxing is a martial arts expert, and he must have jumped out of the window in a hurry and ran away. TSK, what's coming is still here, and Aunt actually got in touch with Li Xuxing so quickly. At this time, Xiao Dai stepped forward to greet Madame Zhua and called her aunt politely. Madame Zhua felt guilty and couldn't put on a cold face, so she smiled and replied, What a coincidence. Erlang is here too. Xiao Dai nodded respectfully and walked to the window while greeting her. Yes, Aunt. Today is the parade of the top scholar, a rare event, and I don't want to miss it. It just so happened that I saw my cousin and Ning in the opposite building, so I came here eagerly. Nephew, look, where has the top scholar gone? At this point, Xiao Dai naturally leaned half of his body out of the window. Xiao Jiaojiao lay on Xiao Dai's shoulder and looked at Madame Zhua's expression. She was holding the handkerchief tightly in her hand and looked very nervous. It's confirmed. The person my aunt saw was definitely Li Xuxing. The male protagonist is really restless. Even being confined to his house doesn't affect him from playing these pretentious tricks. He must have started to care about our Qiao family. After the reorganization, our family is now a solid block. He couldn't insert any spies, so he started to take a roundabout route and started from the Duke of Yan's mansion. What a dog. Xiao Dai glanced around the street and didn't see any suspicious figures, so he turned around with a smile. We are almost at the end of Putian Street. It seems that today's excitement is over. Seeing this, Mrs. Zhua suddenly relaxed her whole body and forced a smile. I've seen it when I walked downstairs just now. It's just like that no matter how much I see. Xiao Dai nodded in agreement, greeted Mrs. Zhua a few more times, and then said goodbye politely. On the way back to the Qiao mansion, Qiao Jiao pinched a small biscuit, munching on it non-stop, and mumbling in her heart. Skitsk, tisle tusink is radli guk. Does he know why his Li family suffered that year? You don't think it was the Duke of Yan's mansion, right? Then Chun just regarded her grandfather and uncle as enemies. However, it is not ruled out that Li Xuxing knew that it was the Yan's family who did it, but for the sake of the second prince's great cause, he decided to endure the humiliation and coax his aunt to use her for the second prince.
Well,
this guess makes more sense. Now that my aunt has broken with my family, she can't easily enter the Qiao mansion, but she is always a hidden danger. We can't just sit and wait for this to happen, it's better to counter it. For example, let my aunt gain the trust of the other side, and then quietly reveal some false information at the key point, so that the second prince is confused and caught off guard. Thinking of this, Qiao Jiao excitedly waved her hands, and the biscuits flew out. Woo my biscuits. My favorite flavor. Woo. Qiao Dai.
cut.
Just now she was analyzing things in a very logical way, and her mind was as cunning as that of her elder brother, but now she is crying for a piece of biscuit. Be good, little sister, I will bring you lots of biscuits when I go back. Qiao Dai hugged Qiao Jiao in his arms with a loving heart, rocking her gently. Qiao Jiao felt that she had been a baby for too long, and sometimes her mind had really regressed. She liked to act like a spoiled child and let everyone coax her, feeling very happy and satisfied. Seeing that Qiao Dai's usually cheerful voice was hushed, she couldn't help but grin. My second brother loves me the most. I want to eat grape flavor, the kind with dried fruits in it. After returning to the Qiao mansion, Qiao Jiao fell asleep quickly. She had just watched Tan Hanqi parade in the streets, and she was so excited that her little body was already exhausted. Seeing this, Qiao Dai hurriedly told her about what he had encountered with his aunt today. He deliberately didn't mention Qiao Jiao's plan in the carriage just now, just to see what his elder brother thought. As a result, the eldest brother made a very clear argument, and every point coincided with the younger sisters. Even the last countermeasure was exactly the same. Qiao Dai was silent. They are all children of the Qiao family. Why is he the only one who is stupid? He looked at his father with a face full of resentment. Qiao Zhongguo raised his eyebrows. Why do you look so bitter? Did I give you food and drink? Qiao Dai looked aggrieved. Why does my eldest brother look like my mother, and I have to look like my father? Qiao Zhongguo continued to raise his eyebrows. Isn't it good to look like me? Qiao Dai shook his head honestly. No, I'm not smart. Qiao Zhongguo was stunned for a moment, and the next moment, he suddenly jumped up. Boy, are you calling your father stupid in different ways? Don't move. I'll break your legs. There was a commotion here. Mrs. Qiao and Qiao Tianjing were not surprised, and the mother and son continued to eat elegantly, and the years were quiet. Now who looks like who, it's clear at a glance. Before Qiao Jiao was born, Mrs. Qiao went to the Hubei temple in the southern suburbs to make a wish, praying that God would give their Qiao family a baby daughter. After Qiao Jiao was 1 month old, Mrs. Qiao went to the Hubei temple to fulfill her wish. Now Qiao Jiao has grown up safely to 7 months old. Mrs. Qiao is always thinking about Qiao Jiao's premature death at the age of 3, and decided to take Qiao Jiao to burn incense again, while the weather is fine today. Qiao Dai is a low-ranking official and can return home after completing training in the camp, so he will the mother and daughter out today. After leaving the South City Gate, the official road is wide, and the road is smooth. Qiao Jiao sits alone on the cushion, chewing on small cookies 1 bite at a time. Mrs. Qiao looks at Qiao Jiao lovingly, and from time to time takes out a handkerchief to wipe her little face. Madame Lu lifted a corner of the curtain and looked out, and suddenly whispered, "Madam, the relief hall is not far away. I have asked someone to hand over the money every month, and the old lady in the relief hall is very grateful to you. Do you want to go and take a look?" When Xiao Jiao heard the word relief hall, she stopped talking. She had no parents in her previous life and grew up in an orphanage. Madame Jiang from the orphanage told her that she was left at the door of the orphanage in the middle of winter. She was wearing a red coat and had a piece of paper in her arms with her birth date scribbled on it, without even a name. Madame Jiang took her in and reported the case to the police station, but she didn't find her biological parents until she died young. There are many children without parents in the relief hall, right? It's really pitiful. Madame Jiang also loves her, but she needs to share her love with many other children. "Mom, let's go take a look." Xiao Jiao couldn't say complicated words yet. She just called out "Mom" and tugged at Madame Qiao's sleeve. Madame Qiao knew that Xiao Jiao had no father or mother in her previous life, so she picked up Xiao Jiao with a loving look and said in a gentle voice, "Madame Lu, go take a look, just in time to see if the children are still missing anything, and have someone buy some and send them over." Xiao Jiao felt sad when she heard this, and she lowered her head and buried her head in Madame Qiao's arms. "Mom, you are the best. Mom is so kind. God will bless Mom." When she was in the orphanage, every bit of kindness was precious. She went to school with the help of kind people, and because she was grateful, she would try her best to help others within her ability. Good deeds will bring good results. Maybe this is what it means. Madame Qiao gently patted Xiao Jiao's back, her eyes as gentle as water. "Jiao, Mother only hopes that God can give you all the blessings so that our Jiao can grow up safely." Hearing that Mrs. Qiao was coming, the old mother of the relief hall was both terrified and happy, and hurried to the door to greet her. Mrs. Qiao held Xiao Jiao down from the carriage and saw the old mother bowing to her, and hurried forward to help her. "Is it Mother Rong? My nanny often mentions you. You don't have to be so polite." Seeing that Mother Rong insisted, Mrs. Qiao immediately looked serious. "Mother Rong, you are a good person with great merits. I really see and accept your gift." Xiao Jiao looked up. Mother Rong was a middle-aged woman with a round face. She was wearing coarse cloth clothes. Her face was stained with frost, but her round eyes were full of tenderness and affinity. "It really looks like Mother Jiang." Xiao Jiao's eyes were slightly sour. Probably all the kind-hearted people in the world have similar kindness. Mother Rong was a little cautious. "Mrs. Qiao, it's too shabby inside. Please don't despise it." Mother Rong didn't expect that Mrs. Qiao, who had been supporting them, would be so beautiful. Mrs. Qiao held Xiao Jiao in one hand and held Mother Rong intimately with the other hand. "How could that be? Mother Rong, take me in to have a look." Seeing that Mrs. Qiao was so easygoing, Mother Rong's tense expression relaxed slightly, and she smiled. Mrs. Qiao stepped into the threshold of the relief hall. Just as Mother Rong said, the interior was very shabby and you could see the end at a glance, but it was clean and tidy. There were many old women inside, some taking care of babies, some washing clothes, and the children in the room were chirping and fighting. There was another room further in, which was much quieter. There were children who were older but could not live independently. They helped do odd jobs to earn some money to supplement the relief hall. When they heard the noise, the children looked up. When they saw Madame Qiao, they were full of amazement and admiration, as if they had never seen such a beautiful lady. Madame Qiao felt very sad when she saw this. Jiao was her precious daughter, the apple of the eye of the Qiao family, and had been blessed with thousands of favors since she was born. These children in front of them were also born as human beings, but they had to go through countless hardships. Their bodies were so thin, and some children were not even as tall as the platform, but they were already trying to thread the needle. Madame Qiao couldn't bear to watch any more and retreated with red eyes. "Mother Rong, the relief hall is more difficult than I thought. From now on, I will ask Madame Lu to send more money every month. And these children, you can compile their body measurements into a book and give it to Madame Lu, and I will make some clothes for them." When Madame Rong heard this, Tears instantly appeared in her eyes. Mrs. Qiao is very kind. Thank you, Madam Qiao. Xiao Jiao was deeply touched when she saw such a familiar scene. Material relief can temporarily ease their survival pressure, but it cannot change their fate. If they are allowed to waste their time like this, they will repeat their current life when they grow older and continue to rely on hard labor to make a living. From ancient times to the present, having poetry and skills is the best way to change one's fate. This is the truth that Xiao Jiao realized in the orphanage. So when there were kind people who sponsor her to study, she desperately seized the opportunity, studied harder than anyone else, and achieved excellent academic results. If she had not died early, she might have changed her fate through studying. The children inside are all of school age. If they can be taught according to their aptitude, those who want to go to school can be sponsored to go to school, and those who are not interested in going to school can learn a good skill. Perhaps this relief hall will get better and better in the future. When Mrs. Qiao heard this, her steps suddenly stopped. She knew in her heart that what Jiao said made sense, and this was the best way to cure the root cause. It's a pity that I can't speak now. When I can speak, I will take out so much of my private money and try my best to help you children. Mrs. Qiao's heart softened when she heard this. Jiao was the kindest child, but this matter needed to be handled carefully. She would discuss it with her husband when she got back and arrange a good way out for these children according to what Jiao said. Relief Hall. The carriage continued to go to the Hugua Temple. When they arrived at the gate of the Hugua Temple, a little monk had received the news and was waiting there early. Madame Qiao got off the carriage with Xiao Jiao in her arms. Xiao Jiao looked around curiously and found that several carriages had been parked at the foot of the wall not far away. Hey, there are quite a lot of people coming today. Madame Qiao turned her head and looked over. The little monk explained in time, there are quite a few pilgrims in the temple today. Madame Meng and Madame Xiao just arrived. Madame Meng and Madame Xiao? Aren't they the mother of Meng Guxue and the mother of the two sisters of the Xiao family? Let's not talk about Meng Guxue first. I wonder if the second sister of the Xiao family is here. Mom, you don't know. The second sister of the Xiao family is my second sister-in-law. I saw her at the last poetry meeting. She is lively and cheerful and hates evil. She is a perfect match for my second brother. Madame Qiao's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she glanced back at Xiao Dai with a meaningful look. Xiao Dai blushed slightly, but now his face was more full of expectation. He liked this kind of thing as long as it was in accordance with etiquette and open and honest. He was happy when he saw the second young lady of the Xiao family last time. She rode a horse and whipped the whip freely and unrestrainedly, which was very likable. Mrs. Qiao knew her son well. Seeing Xiao Dai's eyebrows flying, she couldn't help but have more expectations in her heart. The young lady of the Han family she met last time was an excellent daughter-in-law. If God blesses her and gives her two good daughters-in-law, she will really be very happy in her sleep. The group walked into the Hugua Temple and first went to the main hall to burn incense. Unexpectedly, they met Mrs. Meng, who had just finished burning incense. Following her was Meng Guxue, who had not been seen for a long time. Mrs. Qiao, Mrs. Meng. The two ladies greeted each other politely and exchanged a few words. Xiao Jiao looked at Meng Guxue curiously and felt that she seemed a little different. The heroine looked much more stable and her eyes were no longer wandering. At this time, Madame Meng pulled Meng Guxue up to greet her. She behaved properly and looked much better than the last full moon banquet. Xiao Jiao frowned slightly when she saw this. She was not afraid of the enemy going crazy, but she was afraid that the enemy would restrain himself. Could it be that the last poetry meeting had stimulated her too much? At this time, a little monk came forward with a basin of water. You have to wash your hands before burning incense, which is a respect for the bodhisattva. Madame Meng was about to leave when she saw this, but Meng Guxue suddenly said crisply, Madame Qiao, I have a special soap here, which is very clean for washing hands. Do you want to try it? Madame Meng's face sank slightly when she heard this. The soap made by Schwer was indeed good, but it was really abrupt to speak rashly. Thinking of this, she tugged at Meng Guxue's sleeve calmly. Meng Gushua's face did not change, and she still looked at Madame Chiao expectantly. Cheap mother is really short-sighted. She finally made the soap, and she will make a lot of money in the future. She is worried that her reputation will not be spread out. Mrs. Chiao has a high status and many friends. If she can promote it through her mouth, mass production will be realized in the future. Wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to make a fortune? What kind of ethics and integrity are there in sales? Every order is a good deal. Xiao Jiao was shocked. Meng Gushua actually made the soap so quickly? I remember that it was only in the middle period when the second prince did not have enough funds to develop his power that Meng Gushua thought of using modern chemical knowledge to make soap, perfume, and lipstick. This Meng Gushua is a bit weird. Did she suddenly get it? When Mrs. Chiao heard that the soap was of great importance, she nodded immediately. Since Miss Meng has such a good thing, I will give it a try. Meng Gushua's eyes lit up when she heard it. Look, it's always right to actively promote. She took out a small white round cake from the sachet on her waist. Xiao Jiao took a look and saw that it was indeed soap. At that time, the Great Yong dynasty mostly used soap berries, which needed to be ground before use, which was far less convenient than soap. Mrs. Chiao, wet your hands first, then rub the soap in your hands, and white foam will be produced immediately. I also added some scented powder to it, which smells very good. Mrs. Chiao held Xiao Jiao to Madame Lu beside her and washed her hands according to Meng Gushua's method. It was indeed convenient and clean. She was slightly surprised. No wonder Jiao said that this could make a lot of money. Meng Gushua is still very confident in soap. In this backward dynasty, these country bumpkins have never seen modern good things. She is now just waiting to make the soap famous, and then she is ready to do it in a grand manner. At that time, she doesn't need to bother to contact him. Shunlang will naturally come to her on his own initiative. Xiao Jiao's little face was originally wrinkled tightly, but now looking at Meng Gushua, her tightly locked brows loosened quietly. Although I don't know why Meng Gushua made the soap in advance, looking at her proud and superior expression, it is true that her nature is hard to change. However, we can't let her become powerful no matter what. Otherwise, when she and the second prince join forces, she will still be a cancer. I know how to make the soap, perfume, and lipstick, but I just can't say anything. I'm so anxious. Otherwise, I will give the production method to my father and eldest brother and make it bigger and stronger myself. I don't know how happy it will be.
Wait.
Maybe there is a way. Let me see. Xiao Jiao hurriedly called out the merit mall. Because she spent all the merit points to save Tan Hanqi last time, Xiao Jiao hasn't clicked in to check it out for a while. Let me see if there is anything I can use. Although I don't have merit now, I can find a way to save it as soon as possible. Although it's a bit utilitarian, but... Am I seeing it right? Where did the 60 merits come from? How come there are more? Xiao Jiao suddenly showed a shocked look on her face, her mouth opened wide. She just glanced at it casually, and then she saw the two shining numbers 60 in the upper right corner of the merit mall panel. I clearly used up the last 60 points to save Tan Hanqi last time.
Wait.
That's right. Isn't saving Tan Hanqi also a merit? Xiao Jiao realized. Last time when I exchanged the rebound talisman in the upper study, the merit did not increase because that was self-rescue, and the merit points were used on myself. But when I was in Denguen Drum Court, the merit points were used on Tan Hanqi, 1 use and 1 rescue, so the merit was added back to me. Wonderful. This merit mall is so reasonable. Does the old king of Hades know? Xiao Jiao was very excited and hurried to look through the product list to see if there was anything that could materialize her ideas. This request was a bit tricky, but Xiao Jiao was not in a hurry. She patiently checked them one by one, and suddenly her eyes condensed. Wait, let me see what this mind transforming talisman is. Put the mind transfer talisman on the center of the eyebrows, and you can print the thoughts in your mind on it so that those who cannot speak can express their thoughts. Because it is relatively useless, it only costs 5 merit points. For other people who cannot speak, they can choose to use their hands to gesture. It is more convenient for those who can read, just write it down, or even express their thoughts in the form of drawing. Unlike Xiao Jiao Jiao, who has a lot of thoughts in her mind, but she is just a little baby and no one can understand her gestures, and she can't even hold a pen. Not useless. Not useless at all. My God, this mind transfer talisman is tailor-made for me. The most important thing is that it is cheap.
Sure.
I will transfer the production methods of soap, perfume, and lipstick when I go home. The only difficulty now is how to let Dad know that these 3 methods can make a lot of money. When Mrs. Chiao heard this, she raised the corner of her mouth calmly. I didn't expect Jiao Jiao's merit mall to be so magical. As long as Jiao Jiao can copy down the method, her husband and the boss will naturally do it eagerly. Meng Guxue is still waiting for Mrs. Chiao's feedback. Mrs. Chiao smiled at Meng Guxue. Miss Meng, your soap is indeed much better than the soapberry. Meng Guxue's eyebrows flew up when she heard the words, and she quickly turned her head to look at the maid Xiaodao behind her. Xiaodao understood and took a bulging sachet from her waist. Madam Chiao, I still have a lot here. If you don't mind, take them all. Of course, if you can recommend it to other ladies, it would be great. When Mrs. Meng heard the first half of the sentence, she was secretly relieved in her heart, thinking that her daughter had become more sensible. But when she heard the second half of the sentence, her face suddenly turned red and white.
This.
Such a mercenary face. Is it still the way a lady should be? Meng Guxue didn't think so. Who would have trouble with money? Seeing Meng Guxue's enthusiasm, Madame Chiao nodded slightly and accepted the bag of soap, smiling and saying, "In that case, thank you, Miss Meng, for your kindness." Meng Guxue smiled and waved her hand. She was not worried that someone would see through the secret recipe of soap. Although soap making is not complicated, it has been improved again and again to get the most suitable formula she learned in modern times. These country bumpkins who only know how to use soapberries can't make such a good thing even if they rack their brains. Madame Meng was really embarrassed. Seeing Madame Chiao politely accept the sachet, she quickly took Meng Guxue's hand and said goodbye. Meng Guxue originally went out with Madame Meng this time, hoping to meet other ladies and young ladies from wealthy families. Unexpectedly, she met Madame Chiao, which was a pleasant surprise. Now that her goal has been achieved, she obediently let Madame Meng drag her away. After leaving the palace gate, Meng Guxue couldn't help but look back. At this time, Madame Chiao had already taken Xiao Jiao Jiao and walked inside. Meng Guxue recalled the scene of the destruction of the Chiao family in her dream, and her heart was calm. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Madame Chiao, you are indeed very kind, with a good family background and everything else. However, you can't stand the fact that your Chiao family is too famous and has too high prestige, and you stand on the side of the prince, blocking the way for me and Xinlang. The winner is the king and the loser. You can only blame yourself for your inferior skills for the end of the destruction of your Chiao family. Thinking of this, Meng Guxue slowly retracted her gaze. It's time to go back and study lipstick. Although the lip balm in ancient times is already very good, there is still room for improvement. Madame Meng saw that there was no one else around, so she dared to lower her voice and scold Meng Guxue. Meng Guxue kept nodding, responding to yes, 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 but it went in one ear and out the other. This cheap mother is actually not bad, on the contrary, she is quite good. It's just that she is short-sighted and insists on rules and regulations for everything, which is almost suffocating her to death. Okay, Mother, I promise you that I won't do this next time, okay? Go home quickly, or Dad will be dragged away by those vixens at home again. Madame Meng frowned when she heard this. Look at what you said. Meng Guxue curled her lips. It's Auntie. Can I call them Auntie? Madame Meng sighed secretly. This girl is too thoughtful. She really can't control her. She is dealing with strange things all day long, and she seems to have her own ideas. She unexpectedly got the grace of the emperor, but why is she becoming more and more unruly? No. While there is still time for the Dragon Boat Festival banquet, I have to ask Schwer to learn the rules as soon as possible. Otherwise, if she makes a fool of herself at the palace banquet, she will lose her head. Thinking of this, Madame Meng had nothing to say, and hurriedly took Meng Gushua home. On the other side, after Madame Qiao burned incense with great piety, she heard from the little monk that Qiao Dai had gone to the back mountain, so she walked to find him. When they entered the palace just now, they saw Madame Meng from a distance, so Qiao Dai took the initiative to avoid her. Qiao Jiaojiao rarely saw such a mountain view, and she was so excited that she chattered. Madame Qiao saw that Qiao Jiaojiao was happy, so she walked and stopped along the way, and Madame Lu was teasing on the side. They were talking and laughing along the way, when suddenly several shouts came from not far away. Second miss. Second miss, where are you? You where? Sister. Qiao Jiaojiao's waving little hands suddenly stopped, and she turned her head to look at the source of the voice. I saw a group of 6 or 7 people coming out from behind a big tree, and everyone looked around with an anxious face. Qiao Jiaojiao immediately recognized Xiao Qianlong, who was dressed in lake green. It's the eldest sister of the Xiao family. It seems that they're looking for the second lady of the Xiao family. Madame Qiao saw this and immediately went forward. In fact, the Qiao family and the Xiao family did not have much friendship, not because of any conflict between the two families, but to avoid suspicion. There is a household word in the Yong dynasty, called North Qiao and South Xiao. The Qiao family guards the northern border to defend against the northern kingdom. The Xiao family guards the southern border to suppress the Nanli kingdom. The two families are the left and right arms of the Yong dynasty. When the northern kingdom invaded, they burned, killed, and looted in the northern border of the Yong dynasty. Xiao Zhonghua was ordered to take charge of the situation and finally fought all the way to the capital of the northern kingdom, becoming famous. At the same time, the Nanli kingdom took advantage of the situation and also made a small-scale rebellion in the southern border, but was defeated by General Xiao Hongda. General Zhao's contribution to the Yong dynasty is no less than that of Qiao Zhonghua, but he has never been famous. If these two military families hold military power in the south and the north, I am afraid that Emperor Yong will be worried. Today, the Xiao family still guards the southern border, but Qiao Zhonghua has already relinquished all military power and become a civil official. In this way, the Qiao family does not have too many concerns, so Mrs. Qiao took the initiative to step forward. Mrs. Qiao had seen Mrs. Xiao from a distance several times at various banquets in previous years, so she recognized her at a glance. She knew that the second daughter of the Xiao family would eventually become her second daughter-in-law, and seeing Mrs. Xiao's anxious and worried look, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Mrs. Xiao. Madame Xiao heard the gentle call, and immediately turned her head to see a beautiful woman holding a 7 or 8-month-old baby in her arms, walking towards them. Madame Qiao? Madame Xiao also recognized her at a glance. Madame Qiao was the most beautiful woman in the capital at that time, and she was also General Qiao's daughter-in-law. She had long been yearning for her, but due to the family background of both parties, they had never had much contact. Madame Xiao, I heard you were calling Miss Xiao heir, but what happened? Is there anything I can help? Madame Qiao looked sincere and stood in front of Madame Xiao. Xiao Jiaojiao immediately raised her eyes to look at Madame Xiao. She was taller than an ordinary woman, with a round face, slightly slender eyes, slightly curved eyebrows, and thin lips. She looked very gentle and charming, like a beauty in the Jiangnan area. Miss Xiao was born very much like Madame Xiao, but her eyebrows and eyes were more delicate. From this point of view, General Xiao should also be a rare, handsome man. Madame Xiao couldn't help but feel shy and awkward when she heard Madame Qiao's question. Madame Qiao, to be honest, my second daughter is very naughty. She loves to play with swords and guns. She just turned over and ran away, which made it difficult for us to find her. Madame Qiao had known Xiao Qianyue's personality from Qiao Jiaojiao a long time ago, so she was not surprised. No wonder she and the second child are a perfect match. It turns out that both of them worship martial arts. Xiao Qianlong, who was standing aside, took the initiative to come forward to greet her. After hesitating for a while, she asked in a gentle voice, Madame Qiao, Qianlong would like to ask, did your son follow you to the Hugua temple today? Madame Qiao turned her head to look at Xiao Qianlong, and there was also surprise in her eyes. This is the daughter-in-law favored by the queen, the future crown princess. Xiao Qianlong was very polite, and the question did not make people feel offended. Madame Qiao nodded. My Erling came with us. Xiao Qianlong shook her head helplessly, so they are on the same page. Just now, my sister and I were admiring the flowers, and suddenly a figure flashed in the distance. It looked like a fairy with extraordinary lightness skills. My sister is a martial arts fanatic. When she saw such a master, she immediately chased after him without caring about anything and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Now that I think about it, the master should be the second son of the lady's family. Xiao Jiaojiao couldn't help but bend her eyebrows when she heard it. Oh, it turns out that the relationship between the second brother and the second Miss Xiao was formed through competition. I hope my silly second brother doesn't just focus on the competition and really leave the second Miss Xiao behind. When she heard that the second Miss Xiao was lost because of her own Erling, it was Madame Qiao's turn to be embarrassed. My second son is naughty and doesn't know etiquette. He bumped into the second young lady, so he deserves to be beaten. Madame Xiao, don't worry, let's look for him together. Madame Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard that. It was really a headache for two playful children to meet each other. The group shouted in the forest, and Madame Lu went back to call a few little monks to look for him together. As a result, an hour passed and no one was found. Seeing that the sun was setting, Madame Xiao was really anxious. Could there be an accident? Madame Xiao looked much weaker, and there were tears in her eyes at this time. Xiao Qianlong was much calmer. She looked around and made a decision in her heart. Mother, please don't worry. You and the nanny will stay here to continue looking for my sister. I will hurry home to call for help. My sister is very skilled in martial arts. I guess she just played around a little. Nothing will happen to her. Xiao Qianlong grabbed Madame Zhao's hand, stood up calmly, and bowed to Madame Qiao. I'm sorry to make you laugh. I'll be excused for a while. My mother is weak in nature. I'll trouble you to comfort her. Madame Qiao saw Xiao Qianlong's generosity and couldn't help but nod secretly. It's a big picture to see the big picture from the small. Only such a girl can become the prince's wife and the mother of a country in the future. Don't worry, Miss Xiao. I'll take care of Madame Xiao. Xiao Qianlong was grateful when she heard this, and she immediately lifted her skirt and left quickly. Xiao Jiaojiao thought about it. The original book did not describe the first meeting between Xiao Dai and Xiao Qianyue, but it didn't seem to mention any danger, so she could still remain calm. It should be something that delayed him, right? I don't remember anything happening to my second brother and his wife. Xiao Jiaojiao's thoughts had just reached this point when suddenly a very clear voice came from a distance. Mother, sister. Xiao Jiaojiao turned her head to look at the source of the voice and saw two figures, one tall and one short, appearing on the hillside covered by the last rays of sunset. They were not very close, and each of them was holding the two ends of a wooden stick. Xiao Qianyue was waving at the side, but her right foot was bent, lifting a piece of her skirt, and she looked like she was injured.
Yue.
Sister. Madame Xiao and Xiao Qianlong were overjoyed to see this, and hurried to meet them. Madame Qiao's heart was also at peace, and she quickly followed. When they passed by, Xiao Dai and Xiao Qianyue had already thrown away the wooden sticks. Madame Xiao touched Xiao Qianyue's arm, and couldn't bear to scold her. She asked with red eyes, Girl, where are you hurt? You scared your mother to death. Xiao Qianyue looked ashamed, and it was obvious that she was not unreasonable. Mom, I'm sorry. I was too playful today, and I accidentally sprained my ankle. It was Qiao's Erling who sent me back. After these words came out, everyone looked at Xiao Qianyue calmly. Seeing that the front of her dress was wrinkled, they knew that this scent must have meant that she was carried all the way back. Madame Zhao's heart jumped when she saw this. Although Xiao Dai knew that Xiao Qianyue was destined to be his wife, he couldn't bear to let her suffer because of this reputation, and hurriedly said, Miss Xiao is worthy of being the daughter of a general. I helped her with a wooden stick all the way, and she walked back by herself. Hearing this, Madame Qiao looked at Xiao Dai helplessly. Silly child, how could your poor acting skills be hidden from Madame Xiao and Miss Xiao? But Madame Qiao was actually very happy in her heart. Qiao Dai knew that Xiao Qianyue would be his daughter-in-law, but even so, he was still polite to Xiao Qianyue and even considered protecting the other girl's reputation. Madame Qiao was very pleased that her two sons were both honest and upright men. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qianyue suddenly turned her head and looked at Qiao Dai. Seeing his stern eyebrows and serious expression, her heart beat slightly. She was very proud and had just chased Qiao Dai all the way through the woods, but she was too anxious and stepped on a branch. Although she landed safely, she still sprained her ankle. Qiao Dai was attracted by her cry of pain, but he was polite and never got too close, nor did he look at her with a frivolous look. He even kindly suggested taking her back. Unfortunately, her ankle was swollen and painful, and she couldn't move a step. Qiao Dai walked in front of her, squatted down, and bent over. Xiao Qianyue has been determined since she was a child that if she wants to marry, she will marry a man who is as tall and handsome as her father. Otherwise, no one can force her to marry someone she doesn't like, whether she disguises herself as a man to join the army or cuts her hair to become a nun. Now look at Qiao Dai next to her. He is very handsome and tall. He carried her all the way just now, and his face was not red or out of breath. He looked very strong. It is not impossible to choose such a person as a husband. If he goes to the battlefield in the future, she can still strive to accompany him. At that time, we will fight against the bandits on the battlefield together.
How happy!
Thinking of this, Xiao Qianyue's eyes suddenly sparkled, and she smiled sweetly at Qiao Dai. Qiao Dai saw that Miss Xiao's eyebrows were flying, and they seemed to be glowing in the sunset. His face suddenly became hot, and he smiled stupidly in return. Seeing that the two of them actually smiled at each other in front of everyone without any hesitation. Madame Xiao. Madame Qiao. Xiao Qianlong. Xiao Jiao. Degree O. He, the second brother and the second sister-in-law, are showing off their love online.
I'll take it.
I'll take it all. I welcome everyone who wants to support them. Ahem, it's getting late. It's time to go back. Madame Qiao was reminded by Qiao Jiao's inner voice and spoke quickly. Madame Xiao woke up as if from a dream and pulled Xiao Qianyue to stand between her and Qiao Dai. Yes, it's time to go back. The two parties were saying goodbye when suddenly a joyful shout came from a distance. Madam.
Miss.
Great joy. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw several servants rushing in, their faces full of joy. They were from the Xiao family. When Xiao Jiao heard this, she suddenly thought of this so-called great joy and grinned. Sure enough, the next moment, among the servants, a middle-aged man who looked like a housekeeper shouted, "Madam, the palace has sent an order to hire our eldest daughter as the prince's principal wife." When these words came out, even Xiao Qianlong, who was calm and dignified, was stunned in an instant. Xiao Jiao turned her head to look at Xiao Qianlong and saw her slowly raised her hand to cover her mouth, with an unbelievable look on her face, and her whole body was trembling slightly. The setting sun shone on that bright face, and the tears in her eyes seemed to be stained with gorgeous colors, looking so stunning and moving. Xiao Jiao couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth, and was happy for Xiao Qianlong from the bottom of her heart. This woman, who had a deep affection with the prince in the original book and advanced and retreated together, finally got her wish at this time and became the principal wife of her lover. She was gentle and strong. After the prince died suddenly, Emperor Yong had already made a final conclusion on the prince's death, but she was the only one who put life and death aside and appealed for the prince again and again. She died inexplicably at the most beautiful age, and she didn't even have time to arrange a way out for her and the prince's child. This time, everything is different, and our fate is in our hands. Sister Xiao is such a good woman. She deserves the best ending. I will do my best to protect the prince. Xiao Jiao secretly made up her mind. Madame Qiao already knew the news, and now her eyes were full of joy, and she congratulated Madame Xiao and Xiao Qianlong. "Madame Xiao, please take Miss Xiao home quickly. The palace's order can't be delayed." Madame Xiao finally came to her senses. She turned around and looked at her eldest daughter, who was so happy that tears welled up at her eyelashes, and this time she suddenly understood what her daughter had been thinking all along. She had never said that she loved the prince. Now that she thinks about it, is she worried about making things difficult for her husband? After all, Lana has been so sensible since she was a child that it makes people feel distressed. Thinking of this, Madame Xiao embraced Xiao Qianlong lovingly and said softly, "Lana, let's go home." Xiao Qianlong buried herself in her mother's warm embrace, and only when no one saw her did she dare to let her tears fall. The joy in her heart was beyond words. The blessing of life, getting what you want. Madame Qiao took Qiao Jiaojia back to the Qiao mansion. At this time, the news that Xiao Qianlong became the crown princess had spread throughout Kyoto. Countless people went to congratulate her in the dark, almost trampling through the threshold of the Xiao mansion. The crown prince sat in the Ikuan palace, having dinner with the queen and the fourth prince. He behaved elegantly and looked no different from usual, but for some reason, he forgot to pick up the dishes. "Brother, why are you just eating? Is today's dish not to your taste? I think this bamboo shoot tip is very delicious. Brother, try it." The fourth prince said, leaning forward slightly, and picked up a piece of tender bamboo shoot tip and put it in the crown prince's bowl. The queen couldn't help but smile when she saw this. Her brows were dyed with joy, and she looked very healthy. The prince put down his bowl and chopsticks awkwardly, raised his hand and rubbed the fourth prince's head. "Thank you, Xiao Si, brother is full." The fourth prince heard this and asked innocently, "Didn't we just start eating? Did brother eat snacks behind my back again, so he couldn't eat dinner?"
Ah. No, I know.
Brother is so happy that he can't eat anything because he got engaged to Zhao's sister today. Is Xiao Si right? The prince's face suddenly showed a hint of warmth when he heard this. "Mother, I want to go out for a walk." The queen mother understood and looked at the prince with some surprise. It was the first time for her as a mother to see shyness on the prince's face. Go ahead. If you're hungry tonight, ask someone to prepare some more food." Upon hearing this, the crown prince stood up and walked out. The fourth prince chuckled like a child. "I was right. My brother ran away out of shame." The queen couldn't help laughing when she heard this. "Little fourth, don't make fun of your brother. When you grow up, you will be as happy as your brother." The fourth prince shook his head seriously. "Mother, you are wrong. I have always been very happy in my heart because my princess has long been decided. She is the sister of the Qiao family." The queen was slightly stunned when she heard this, and then she smiled with curved lips. "You are a very picky child. Your sister of the Qiao family will definitely be a fairy-like figure in the future, but she doesn't necessarily have to be with you." The fourth prince took a bite of tender bamboo shoots and chewed it in his mouth without arguing. "Sister Qiao is a fairy. I am just young now. I will be worthy of her when I grow up." The queen couldn't help but think of the Qiao family at this moment. If it weren't for Mrs. Qiao's words, she wouldn't have the courage to refute the emperor and firmly choose Miss Xiao as the crown prince's wife. The Qiao family is a rare, loyal minister. On the other side, the Qiao family, who were being talked about by the queen and the fourth prince, were also having dinner. Xiao Jiaojiao had eaten a bowl of porridge and was leaning comfortably on the soft couch next to her. However, she was not relaxed at all, because at this moment, she was racking her brains how to quietly copy down the formulas of soap, lipstick, and perfume and let her father and eldest brother tinker with it. In fact, everyone in the Qiao family was eating absent-mindedly because most of their minds were spent on listening to Qiao Jiaojiao's inner voice. After this recipe is printed out, how can I let my parents see it naturally? After my parents see it, how can I make them take it seriously? After they take it seriously, how can I let my parents try it according to the recipe? I really don't want to act too weird. My parents and my brother are the most important to me. I don't want to scare them, and I don't want my parents to be afraid of me because of this." The Qiao family members pricked up their ears, and their eyes were already flying around at the dinner table. "Qiao Zhenghua, my dear daughter, just do it. Dad promises that he will not be surprised at all, and will immediately take it seriously." Mrs. Qiao, My Jiao Jiao has suffered so much. Xiao Tianjing. No, I have to help my sister and give her a way out. Xiao Dai. Can't we tell her that we can hear my little sister's inner voice? Xiao Zhonghua, Mrs. Xiao and Xiao Tianjing glared at the same time. No. In this case, it will be Jiao Jiao's little sister. Turn to be afraid. What if Jiao Jiao, little sister, dares not think about this or that in the future? How aggrieved and constrained she will be. Xiao Dai. Okay. I know I was wrong. I was talking about a bad idea. Xiao Tianjing raised his eyebrows. I'll do it. He suddenly stood up and walked out the door. Xiao Jiao looked up in confusion. Hey, big brother finished eating so quickly today? Xiao Zhonghua and the others were also confused, wondering what idea Xiao Tianjing had come up with. After a while, Xiao Tianjing came back with a pile of books and put them next to Xiao Jiao. Second brother, I picked some books for you in the study recently. You should study them well. Xiao Dai frowned immediately after hearing this. He didn't like to read any books except military books. The characters in them looked like villains, and they always looked like fighting. Xiao Tianjing sat back to eat again. He thought that with the intelligence of his little sister, she must have known what to do. At this time, the whole family was eating. No one looked at Xiao Jiao, leaving her enough time to use the mind-transforming talisman. Xiao Jiao looked at the pile of books beside her, and her eyes really lit up. Big brother, great help. I can copy the formula now and put it in the book and then play around for a while and pretend to accidentally shake off the mind-transforming talisman. It's amazing. Thinking of this, Xiao Jiao looked up at the Qiao family. Everyone was obsessed with eating and didn't notice her. Great, the timing is perfect. Thinking of this, Xiao Jiao called up the merit mall and tapped her finger on the mind-transforming talisman. She turned slightly and deliberately faced inside, silently saying in her heart, "Exchange." A square yellow talisman paper appeared out of thin air in her hand, which looked like the size of an adult's palm. Xiao Jiao exchanged 3 pieces in a row so that it would be easier to distinguish. She turned back and took a look quietly, but no one noticed her. So she immediately stuck the talisman paper on her forehead, thinking about the method of making soap in her mind. When Xiao Jiao took down the talisman with an expectant look on her face, there were several lines of small characters on it, with neat and clear handwriting, which was easy to read at a glance.
Great.
It's done. When the Qiao family heard Xiao Jiao's cheers, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Zhonghua looked up and saw Xiao Jiao sitting with her back to the outside, curled up there like a thief. So cute. Xiao Jiao also took down the formula of perfume and lipstick, stuffed 3 pieces of talisman paper into the first book beside her, and patted it gently.
Perfect.
When my parents come to hug me later, I will make trouble and open the book, just right to reveal the talisman paper without leaving any trace. Mrs. Qiao's eyebrows curved when she heard this, and she put down her chopsticks at the right time. I'm done eating. Xiao Jiao looked expectant. Here it comes. Mom, come and hug me. Mrs. Qiao came to Xiao Jiao as she wished. Xiao Jiao immediately tried to take the book. Mrs. Qiao saw it and pretended to remind her. Jiao, this is your brother's book. You can't move it. Xiao Jiao chattered, and her hands moved very quickly. She grabbed the cover of the book and shook it, and 3 talisman papers fell out naturally. Mrs. Qiao looked surprised. What is this? Xiao Zhonghua happened to have finished his meal, and he came over after hearing this and picked up the talisman paper.
Huh?
There are words on it? Xiao Tianjing coughed lightly. Dad, let me see. Xiao Jiao immediately stared at Xiao Tianjing with her eyes expectantly after hearing this. Big brother is knowledgeable and will definitely be able to see it. Xiao Tianjing read 10 lines at a glance, and then said with a shocking face, Dad, Mom, it says that it is the formula for making soap, lipstick, and perfume. When he saw the last line, Xiao Tianjing's eyebrows jumped, and he almost laughed out loud. Because Xiao Jiao was worried that the Qiao family would not take it seriously, she added a sentence at the end of each formula. an important formula for getting rich and reaching the peak of life. It will definitely make money. There were also 3 exclamation marks at the end. Xiao Tianjing pressed his mouth and said seriously, "Dad and Mom, this formula looks good. Why don't you find someone reliable to try it?" Xiao Jiaojiao was so excited that she screamed, and even uttered a voice in a hurry. "Brother." Xiao Tianjing was full of surprise, and suddenly turned his head to look at Xiao Jiaojiao. "Jiaojiao can call brother." Xiao Jiaojiao. "Sorry, I was too excited, haha, but big brother, you are really smart." Brother.
Hey.
Xiao Tianjing happily hugged Xiao Jiaojiao. It's not easy for a family to play this drama. As for why Xiao Dai didn't come, it was because his acting skills were too poor, and he was collectively warned by Qiao Zhonghua and others with his eyes at the dinner table just now. Seeing this, Xiao Dai was envious and jealous. Jiao Jiao's first brother was given to the eldest brother. Xiao Jiaojiao solved a worry, and she fell asleep after the joy. In the afternoon, in order to find Xiao Dai and Miss Xiao Air, she leaned in Mrs. Qiao's arms and didn't close her eyes. Now Xiao Tianjing gently shook her twice, and she fell asleep soon. Seeing this, the Qiao family looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, Jiao Jiao sent out the formula without any psychological burden. "Boss, you go find a reliable person to try it carefully. You must cut off Meng Guxue and the second prince's financial path." Xiao Zhongwu said in a deep voice with a solemn face. Xiao Tianjing nodded seriously and suddenly mentioned another matter. "Dad, do you still remember the Qingzhou Gu family?" Jiao Jiao mentioned it last time, saying that the Qingzhou Gu family would definitely decline, so I sent people to rush to buy several of the Gu family's positions while they were selling at a low price. If these formulas are successful, I also want to use these methods to expand my business. Xiao Zhonghua was a little surprised when he heard this. After all, he was a warrior at heart. He also heard what Xiao Jiaozhou said at that time, but he did not take any action. Unexpectedly, Xiao Tianjing really took it to heart. Although those plates were sold at a low price, it also cost a lot of money. It was Mother who generously opened a warehouse to support the children. If we really make money in the future, Mother will get the lion's share. Xiao Tianjing's face was full of smiles. Mrs. Qiao shook Xiao Jiaojiao gently, with a mischievous look on her face. "Boss, you should think about it and save more money to send to Mother's eldest daughter-in-law." Xiao Tianjing blushed at this teasing. Xiao Zhongwu thought about it on the side and couldn't help but said seriously, "Boss, you have to be careful in this matter. Once the business is started, if it is discovered, it will probably cause fear." Xiao Zhongwu raised his hand and pointed to the sky obscurely. Xiao Tianjing quickly suppressed the smile on his face. "Dad, don't worry. I have been thinking about this for a long time before deciding to do this, and I will make sure it is foolproof." And, just as Jiao Jiao expected, the second prince has also taken action. Xiao Zhongwu's face was solemn when he heard this. The second prince is indeed a man of great intentions and means. I think he had big plans from the beginning, so he was so thoughtful. Xiao Tianjing nodded in approval, but in the next moment, he smiled again. But he could never have imagined that there was someone in the world who could predict the future. The second prince and his son had their eyes on the same 3 odds. Perhaps he did not expect that someone could seize the opportunity as keenly as he did, so the second prince offered a very low price. My son immediately took the lead and took over the odds at a higher price when the second prince was still preparing to bargain. Although it cost more money, it caught the second prince off guard. Moreover, these 3 odds are very good. If they can really be done in the future, they must be very considerable. Xiao Tianjing spoke clearly and had his own plans. Xiao Zhonghua and his wife were very relieved about their eldest son. They only gave him a few detailed instructions and let him go. Whatever his Qiao family wanted to do, they always tried their best. Since it was against the will of heaven and changing fate, of course the more capital and trump cards the better. That night, Qiao Jiaojiao was taken away by Lu Ma to sleep. Mrs. Qiao took Qiao Zhonghua and first talked about what happened in the Hugua temple today. The second Miss Xiao looks very cheerful. I think the second brother likes her very much. Xiao Zhonghua grinned with satisfaction. The second brother has finally come to his senses. Why don't we send him to be General Zhao's student? Mrs. Qiao was a little surprised when she heard this. There is no friendship between our Qiao family and the Xiao family. Wouldn't it be very rude to rashly ask him to become a disciple? Xiao Zhonghua hugged Mrs. Qiao and laughed heartily. How can there be no friendship? Lauda is my sworn brother. Really? Mrs. Qiao was shocked. She had never heard Xiao Zhonghua mention this matter before. Xiao Zhonghua smiled and nodded. Back then, Lauda and I trained together in the military camp. We competed with each other all day long, and neither of us would give in. In fact, we appreciated each other and had a very good relationship. Later, when the war broke out, we were divided into two armies, one in the south and one in the north. Before we parted, we burned incense and kowtowed to each other and became brothers under the witness of heaven and earth. Later, as our positions became higher and higher, we tacitly cut off contact. When we met in the court, we pretended not to know each other. Now that your husband has handed over the military power and has long left the army, if I continue to interact with Lauda, I'm sure your majesty will not be too worried. And the current garrison commander of the northern border is not very capable. If Dai can be trained, your majesty should be happy to see it. Mrs. Qiao heard that Xiao Zhonghua was going to send Xiao Dai to the northern border, and her face darkened. My husband, I really don't want anyone in my family to go to the battlefield anymore. When Xiao Zhonghua was away fighting, she was worried at home every day. Thinking about it now is still scary. Xiao Zhonghua gently put his arm around Mrs. Qiao's shoulders and said in a warm voice, Madam, the second son has this talent. Don't look at him as a straightforward person. He can talk about the art of war fluently. He is just the right material. The intrigues in the court are not suitable for him. If he is allowed to fight in the northern army, perhaps it will be Di who will conquer the northern country and complete the unfinished work of her husband. Xiao Zhonghua had already attacked the capital of the northern country, but Emperor Yong ordered the troops to retreat. 6 consecutive edicts stopped the Qiao family army's cavalry. This is Xiao Zhonghua's lifelong regret. Mrs. Qiao stopped talking when she heard this, and just hugged Xiao Zhonghua's waist. In this world, no one understands her husband's ambition and loyalty better than her. He is a truly upright man, a hero with the world in his heart. The regret in his heart is so deep, but he has never spoken out. The two sat quietly for a while, and Mrs. Qiao mentioned the matter of the relief hall again, including Xiao Zhao's idea. Husband, I think Zhao's idea is very good. Those children look very pitiful. If they can change their fate with their own abilities, it would be really great. Xiao Zhonghua pondered carefully, and then nodded carefully. Let someone do it for me. There is a private school in the south of a city. We will send children who want to study. For children who can't learn, let them learn a craft. Whether it is iron making, embroidery, or carpentry and masonry, there is always a way out. If there are good seedlings for martial arts, it is especially good to cultivate them from an early age. They will definitely not lack food and clothing. When Mrs. Qiao heard this, she felt very relieved. As long as Xiao Zhonghua promised it himself, he would definitely take it seriously so that the children would be taken care of. I hope Zhao's 3 recipes can all work and let Tianjing bring back a lot of money. Otherwise, with so many children in the relief hall and so many personal relationships in the mansion, the treasury will really be overwhelmed. Mrs. Qiao's eyebrows were curved. She never cared about these material things before, but now that she has more things to do, she feels that money is never too much. Then there is Dalong's wedding. It's almost April, and many things need to be bought in advance. I think it's not good to be too grand, but I must not let Miss Han down. Xiao Zhonghua listened to Mrs. Qiao's chattering, his heart full of warmth. He didn't get up until Mrs. Qiao finished speaking before he poured a glass of warm water. Madam, moisten your throat. Madam Qiao looked up at Xiao Zhonghua. Do you think I talk too much? Xiao Zhonghua didn't know whether to laugh or cry when hearing this. How did Madam bring up this sentence? After drinking, Madam Qiao handed the cup back to Xiao Zhonghua, who took it obediently and put it back on the table. When he turned around, he saw Madame Chow leaning lazily on the soft pillow, with water on her lips, still sparkling. He suddenly felt itchy in his heart, and walked to the couch in 3 or 2 steps and leaned over. Madame Chow's shy voice came from the dim candlelight. "Don't do anything stupid tonight. I walked for a long time in the Hugua temple today, and my legs are still sore." Xiao Zhonghua smiled softly, and he didn't know what he did, which caused Madame Chow to let out a low cry. The bed curtain was lowered, and Xiao Zhonghua's flattering voice was faintly heard. "Madam, can't your husband rub it for you later?"